Good morning, Bobby. Good morning, firefighters.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. They have let us out of the cage again. Coming to you live from Garland Firehouse 3, 1301 North Jupiter Road on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. And after all the success of last year's Firehouse tour, we started for 2024. RJ Choppy.
Yeah, we do. It's a gorgeous weather morning. Could not ask for better weather out here. Nice little breeze, 71 degrees. Maybe get up into the high 70s today. Bobby, of course, wearing his customary hoodie. Mm-hmm. We could be in this thing in July, and he'll have a hoodie on.
Damn
the way he rolls.
There could be a fire in here.
Be a fire in. It's a fire in his underarms. That's for damn sure. Those pit stains, holy cow! Especially, he's probably wearing the same thing from yesterday where he had the.
No. I changed.
You did?
I didn't change the hat. Obviously, the hat's still there. But no, I changed clothes. I showered and everything this morning.
Do you think that spouses with stinky people just have a lack of smell?
No.
Are they used to it? Or do they stink themselves? Or how people. Look, food is obviously subjective, but when it comes to people like Bobby, Kevin, Hagelin, and others, they just have crappy food taste.
Yeah.
Smell could be subjective, but when someone stinks. Do you think people have bad smell taste?
So I think some women like the, yeah, the sense. It's a bad smell sense.
Like a smell sommelier.
Yeah,
a sommelier. Yeah,
I think some women like the essence of man. Like the Matthew McConaughey male pheromone, little bit of BO, but I think most of the time, I've noticed like if I have bad breath, Sarah will tell me immediately, "Yo, go brush your teeth, dude."
Yeah,
she will not
Amanda will just be like, "You want some gum?" And I'm like, "Wow, oh, okay, yes."
I reject the.
I'm not saying
idea.
You smell. I'm just asking.
I know. I reject
Pit
that.
stains doesn't mean you smell.
Yes.
It just means you're sweating.
It just means it just means it visually. I don't think it
could
matches up.
Could mean you smell.
It could, but no. I got up. I actually showered this morning. I know that's not typically something you do till after you steam at the gym and let it mix into the steam with everybody else or whatever else. But no, I got up on time. I probably got only about 2 hours sleep because I had the knowing I had to be here at 5:30, I had the whole wake up every 30 minutes thing going on. And so, but no, other than that, I'm good. I'm ready to go.
We are here brought to you by Firehouse Heating and Air. Palmer's Hot Chicken is going to feed you. And the Chill Boys, all broadcasting the Firehouse Tour 2024.
I'm wearing Chill Boys right now.
Why don't you explain what they are or even show them on the Fan Cam Twitch and YouTube?
Yep, they're underwear. They're very breathable. So... yeah,
it's not a good sign. My man over here,
you really peered through that door to look.
He was excited about it.
Yeah, he had pen in hand, and then I see him out of the angle of my eye, and we said, "Show the underwear." And he whipped that head back.
Yeah, with good reason. Chill Boys.
Now he's taking notes on it.
Yeah. No, these are the boxer briefs. Kristen prefers the boxers look, which I have some of those as well.
Wait,
but these are
she
the
likes
boxer
the baggy boxers.
She prefers
she
prefers the baggy boxers. Yeah, it's just always. She's like that's just
pause.
In general what I've always thought.
Big time.
Another pause. Are you just roaming around the house in different underwears for her to judge?
Yeah.
All right. What percentage of time in your house is in your underwear?
Oh gosh.
This is a great question.
Yeah, after
good job by me.
After 5 p.m., 90%.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Socks off.
Yes.
Okay, socks off. Underwear, 90%. Y'all.
Underwear T-shirt.
Underwear sweatshirt would have been so Bobby.
Yeah.
Yes.
877-881-1053. I'll do it sometimes, but it's definitely less than 30%.
Look, I spend way too much time buttoned up and wearing stuffy formal clothing that I'm going to feel comfortable at home. And so that's what I do. Especially now, thanks to Chill Boys.
What percentage of time after 5 p.m. are you guys in your boxers or your underwear? 877-881-1053. What do you think the number will be from people? Over 50% or under?
No,
probably
under 50%.
Under 50. I
think I'm going to be considered taboo here.
I'm definitely on Bobby's side. I get done with my shower, I'll just have my boxers and a T-shirt on, doing all my work. And then, like yesterday, Sarah was out doing like gardening, and I went out in the front yard. My neighbor was like, "Dude, you coming out here in just your drawers?"
Yeah.
And I was like, "Yeah, wasn't even paying attention. Just had a t-shirt on and my house shoes." And
sometimes I want to pull like the quick trash takeout. I could get away with it at my last house, but now at my sprawling estate, it's such a longer run, and I got new neighbors. I'm trying to make an impression. I can't just go out there with the boxers, run down.
Plus, you don't want to get caught out there with snakes,
right?
Just boxers on.
Then there'd be 2 snakes.
Yeah, couple of trouser snakes. Yeah, that's the thing is that like I think that like it's known enough around my house that Kristen will say, "Hey, there's people coming over. You need to go get pants on." And so it's known well enough. The thing is about that, and that's the other thing I think about the boxers that she likes, Chop, is that they look close enough when they're baggy enough. They look kind of like shorts to begin with, and so if somebody does happen to like pop in and I'm not expecting it, then at a quick glance they just think I'm wearing like
until they look down they see something winking at them.
Exactly. But they just think it's shorts at first. So if it's a quick glance, they think it's shorts and then they move on.
What are the Tolos saying about over under 50%?
214 says 0%. 940 mine's 90% also.
And by the way, what percentage of women do you think are just walking around in the underwear after 5 p.m.?
I think that might be I think we're looking at close to the same percentage.
No way.
No,
definitely
underwear?
Lower for women.
Underwear like pajama shorts. Pajama shorts is different.
I was thinking pajama shorts. Like, I'm considering that like under, but yeah, like just a thong.
I'm talking about thong. I'm talking about underwear. I'm talking about thong.
Yeah, no,
that is
less than 5.
Yeah,
we're looking low. Let's see,
our guy
almost
turned back.
70% are mostly naked.
Pajama shorts is definitely a common thing for Kristen. Like she'll be pajama shorts after 8 p.m. usually.
Pepe, what do you do?
I'm an after shower guy. I'll go boxers. I'm a shower at night guy. But I mean, if I shower at 7 o'clock, after I eat dinner, then it's boxers after that. But I don't mind walking around the house in boxers. But I don't wear the shirt. It's either boxers and like shorts and no shirt, or just boxers and nothing else. I don't just wear the short and boxers. It's a weird look.
So do you have to get dressed when we record Love of the Star? Because you are usually like only showing yourself from about the waist up and lounging on your couch and Mackenzie's around.
Yeah, because the last time I wore no shirt, Robbie, you screenshotted it and put it out there in front of your 75,000 followers or whatever you have on Twitter. And then you said, Peyton's naked here, and clearly I was wearing shorts.
All right, we have a lot to get to, clearly, as those topics took over the beginning of the Friday edition of Sean, RJ, and Roberto Afternoon Baseball on the home of the World Series champs.
Parker, the high hold, and the pitch. Swinging that one, stripped to left field, a base hit. Played on 2 hops by Winker. Duran scores from third. Carter stops at second. RBI single for Marcus Semien, and the Rangers have pushed 3 across here in the bottom of the second, and they lead 3-0.
Hey, they scored 6 runs, and they shut out the Nationals in order to win this part of the series. But, of course, it can't just be that simple and easy as Nathan Eovaldi leaves.
Yeah, this is a bummer because this is an unknown. You never know with a groin. They could say, not serious. He'll be back. Those things can be 5 or 50 days. You ask Miles Austin. Ask Miles Austin about an upper leg injury and how long those things can linger in the middle of a season. There's no way of knowing. That's the worst part of the Eovaldi groin tightness, or as Broadus would call it, a groin. He says it very, very strangely. We should really kind of code red him for that one.
He does. He also used to have an ad read, I remember, where he would say salmon, he'd say salmon. So, I mean, he says words kind of funny to begin with. I genuinely, you're starting to reach a point, though, with injuries for the Rangers where it's like they're going to have to start playing below 500 baseball consistently with the more of these injuries that stack up. It's not sustainable for them to have this. If you take Malley, Scherzer, DeGrom, Eovaldi, you're talking about just 2024 salaries, $108 million that's tied up in injured pitchers right now.
Wow. And now you are going to get the surprising Kansas City Royals starting today on the Fan. 6 games over 500, second place in the Central, a game and a half back of Cleveland.
And their ERA as a team, like as a pitching staff, is pretty solid. They're one of the best pitching staffs in the game from a team perspective. That's a real reason as to why they've been able to do that. But Royals are definitely one of the surprises of the sport so far this year.
Let's recap all the playoff games last night. Who's still alive? Who's been eliminated? And Pat Bev strikes again,
Ugh.
literally, with a fan in the stands. The Friday edition of Sean and RJ coming at you from Garland Firehouse 3. Come on out and say what's up as we get your weekend started on the Fan.
Coming up in the next Gag Nation. We'll, of course,
throws it up. It is no good. Rebounded by Hart. Dribbles out of traffic. Knicks win. Knicks win the series in 6. And the Knicks are advancing to round number 2. That went down to the final buzzer of game number 6. 118-115 is the final score.
Knicks radio with the call. I'm going to miss this series. I'm officially going to miss this series. I look forward to it every single night. You felt the juice. You felt the energy. My mom was like, what are you doing? You're supposed to be entertaining us. We just flew in. We're your parents. We're elderly. Big-time family weekend. And I'm like, I got to have the electricity on between the 76ers and the Knicks. And New York wins the series 4-2.
I'm going to miss it. I nailed every game of the over-unders in this one. Holy cow, this was simple. I mean, this thing was at 200 last night as the over-under, and it blew by it by about 30 points. But, yeah, there's a lot of energy. It's a rivalry anyway. The two teams are separated by, 60 miles? I mean, it's like having another major city team in Waco. That's the difference between New York and Philadelphia miles-wise. It's basically Dallas and Waco. There's so much energy here. I love how the Knick fans in that one game took over. They took over the whatever it's called now. It's not the Spectrum, but they took over to the point where the Carolina Hurricanes in hockey, who when they play the Rangers, are making it so that only North Carolina addresses can purchase tickets because they're petrified that the New York market will buy up all the tickets and drive down.
What type of Knick fan presence do you think was there last night in judging it?
I didn't notice nearly as much as Game 4. I thought this was pretty much a Philly-centric crowd.
They actually showed up. That's good for them. The Philly crowd actually showed up and didn't manage to get screwed over by the New York crowd. But this is, I mean, look, it's impressive from the Knicks just in the sense that I know Knicks fans have always had a strong presence even when they've struggled. But it has been on a little bit of a lull. So to see them just kind of pop up, and now when the competitiveness is there, they're out here just completely taking over arenas where, I know, Chop, you said the 76ers have kind of always been like, the redheaded stepchild or whatever of the city teams over there. But even still, for New York to be able to go in there and do what they've been able to do and kind of force teams to change the way they do their ticket sales, that's impressive from the Knicks fans. I got to give it to them because they've been just dying for about 20 years, 25 years now for that basketball team to get better.
Brunson with 41. All 5 Knicks starters in double figures. They only got 5 points off the bench total. Embiid had 39 and 13. Maxey only scored 17. So there's Philadelphia with Joel Embiid going out early again.
Is that the take you're most sad about that you've missed?
What?
Was Brunson?
Why do we have to talk about this? I bring it up enough. I own my stuff.
I don't bring it
unlike
up
you
enough.
all.
I don't have anything to own.
I bring it up.
Being right?
I bring it up plenty of times. Brunson and Wentz. I think those are my only 2 misses.
That's good. Yeah, that's a good record. So we got to remind you about the 2.
That's a very good record.
Yeah.
But the story of the NBA last night is coming from this game.
Lillard's pass deflected by McConnell. He stole it. He got it into the lane, and Shepard missed the layup. But the rebound is Indiana's, and McConnell hits another 3.
The Indiana Pacers beat Milwaukee 120-98. No Giannis, no Dame, and our boy Rick Carlisle moves on to the second round. This game is the only one that screwed you?
Yeah, because I had the series. I did a parlay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Dame did play. I'm sorry.
I had I had a parlay on all the series picks, and I was nailing all of them. NBA choppy, of course, right?
Yeah.
Nailing all of them, and the only one I missed was this one. I had Milwaukee winning. I figured Giannis would come back at some point. And didn't think him and Dame would both be gone.
Yeah.
At any point, even though Dame did play in this one, but yeah, this was the one I missed. This was a disappointing one because a lot of cash that rolled right out of the account.
Who wants to explain what Pat Beverly did?
I just heard about it rolling in, so I did not actually see it.
I know about the response from Halliburton.
Okay, so I'll do it. Pat Bev is getting into it with a fan. They're talking back and forth. The fan has a basketball a couple rows behind the Milwaukee bench, and he kind of lobs it. I want to stress, he kind of lobs it to Pat Bev. Pat Bev gets the ball and rifles it back. Rifles this ball back at a Pacers fan. What an ass clown he is. I try to go back and forth between, okay, a valuable irritant or absolute fool. And I guess the answer is probably somewhere in the middle. One of those guys we always say, oh, you love him if he's on your team. But this is clownish behavior.
Yeah, Ruben was telling me walking in, I hadn't heard the clip. I guess somebody tried to interview him post game. A reporter tried to interview post game, and he goes,
"We have the audio."
Okay.
If you don't drive 10 hours round trip, you can actually watch the sports and be a little prepared for it. And we can talk about it beforehand.
Okay.
I know but you got your cell phone. You could have been watching Pat Bev on your cell phone in the car.
Yeah.
This is Pat Beverly being interviewed afterwards. Listen to this.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Before I finish, you subscribe to my pod?
Do I subscribe to you? I do not subscribe.
So you can't interview me then.
Okay,
No disrespect.
Well, Jamal is here.
You subscribe? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Again, there were a couple times within a bucket or two. In previous games, y'all have been able to kind of get over that hump, or maybe. Was it anything they did in particular, or was it just one of those where the bucket didn't go down there wasn't the stop. They made one. What kind of prevented that you all from being able to get over, kind of like you have in the past?
You'll move that mic, please, or just get out the circle, please, for me, please, ma'am. If you're not subscribed to my pod, I appreciate it. Thank you.
It's so good.
He did this twice, by the way.
Yeah.
He's such a douche.
He fired this ball twice. So the guy speaking with a follow-up that he did not cut off initially, does he know that? Does that guy subscribe to the pod?
He must.
Does Pat Bev know that he's a sub?
My thing is if she said yes, like if she just lied, she was like, yeah, I subscribe to your pod. Is he going to be like, bring your podcast app up here? Bring it up here. Show me your pod stuff. Like, is he going to like ask for receipts, or is he just going to accept? All right, she said yes, like playing along. But like, I mean, that's the I like that. I like the energy. Just say,
You like the energy of Pat Bev.
No, I
there.
genuinely do like the Pat Bev energy. Like, I hate it. It's one of those guys where it's like you hate him.
I mean, you're Pat Bev.
You hate
of
him.
the fan.
You hate him except when he's at no. Except I shoot better than 3 for 11. Come on. But the whole thing with Pat Bev to me is like he is the Carlos Gomez or AJ Pierzynski or whoever else, where it's like you hate them until they play for you. When they play for you, you love it and you love the irritant. You hate Mavs. Draw it to a Mavs NBA analogy. You hate Theo Pinson, except when he's standing there on your sideline, you know, pretending like he's on the court and trying to get the opposing team to throw him the basketball. He is a pain in the ass. He is kind of a jerk, but that's the exact energy that you need in some spots on your team.
Yeah, you definitely need some of that energy. You don't need him throwing basketballs at fans. Yeah. I mean, that's not generally what you're.
No, I'm talking more about the. I'm talking more about the jerk energy after the game.
I don't like. Look, I mean, it's obviously him being a complete petulant child. He's trying to go over the top with, you know, not asking questions and being the fake tough guy. I find it funny. Like, that's a funny line. Do you subscribe to my podcast? Like genuinely, that's like, okay, that's creative. But he's trying to be a jackass.
I'm waiting for the race card to be played, honestly. Afterwards, he said, we were asking for help. We were asking for help with this fan. No one did it. I would have expected him to say something racial had taken place there, because then maybe you can give some type of pass. But I haven't seen it so far in all the recaps and the transcripts.
Yeah, it hasn't come up yet. But like Pat Bev also seems like the kind that he's the kind of individual he's not going to default to a made-up thing. He's just going to be like, yeah, I did what I did. Like it seems like he's the one who's going to stand on it and go like, yeah, I did it, and who cares? He deserved it. But I mean, this is what Doc Rivers was talking about. He wouldn't wish this job on anybody. He wouldn't wish Pat Bev or losing in the first round with Dame Lillard. I certainly wouldn't wish that on anybody.
Look, on the plus side with Doc, at least they didn't blow a 3-1 lead.
We have a Game 7 in the NHL playoffs.
Nylander circles now, trying to make a play, works down the right wing boards, got a shot, he scores! Wing Willie fires it into the screen, and the Leafs have a 1-0 lead!
That is the call last night, and here we go. Series tied at 3.
Series tied at 3. You love to see a Game 7. The Bruins had a chance to wrap this thing up in 5 or 6. At 6, they weren't able to do it, and they just weren't able to do it.
Didn't they have a disastrous exit last year?
Was
last year when they were the super team?
Yeah, they were the super team last year.
And
they lost to Florida, I think.
They had a 3-1 lead too in that series.
Yeah, and Florida took that all the way to the cup. Look, this is the part for the course, and this is Monty. This is our old guy.
Right.
Jim Montgomery's the coach over there, and he's fantastic. He's a great coach. I mean, obviously, what he's doing in Boston, what he did here, the Stars were really good when he was here. But the Leafs are able to do this, and I don't know how. I mean, there ain't no Austin. You know, he ain't playing right now, so this is a tough spot for them.
Garland Firehouse 3 is our location all morning long here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, 1301 North Jupiter Road. If you want to stop on out before work and say what's up, a chance to win a Zeke helmet, a Zach Martin football, and we're going to feed you from Palmer's Hot Chicken. The Dallas Police Department has made a Dak Prescott decision. We'll tell you about it next on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, miss anything on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, our strongest audience of the entire show. We are live on the road. Garland Firehouse 3, brought to you by Firehouse Heating and Air and the Chill Boys. It's Sean Sharif, Ralph James Choppy, and Bobby Roberto Bell. 1301 North Jupiter Road. Stop by, get fed by Palmer's Hot Chicken. We got a Zeke helmet autographed. We got a Zach Martin football autographed. And we got the Tolos, including Arnold, who stopped by on his way home from work. And he said his cousin Alex, actually the one who converted him into being a Tolo. He's out here fixing freezers and stuff.
Yeah.
More men. More real men.
More real men stuff on his way home. So third shift freezer fixing.
Got off work and dunked on me. That's what he did.
What'd he do?
Because I was over there. I was messing around with Cody. I was giving him hell. I was like, I should never arrive somewhere before you. That's embarrassing for you that if I'm popping in. And I was just giving him a joke, and he was standing there, and Arnold goes, "Don't you show up after 6 a.m. sometimes because you oversleep?" And I was like,
well done. We got Hector that's coming out here, and then Micah. Not Micah Parsons.
Oh, yeah, he's certainly not coming around you.
Yeah, he probably would have swung at me already. But this is Micah, who we had dinner with, and he's wearing a Micah Parsons jersey.
Yeah, well, he has to. I mean, if your name is Micah, that has to be your jersey. It has to be your favorite player, right?
Micah. We had a charity dinner with him a while back. He said, come on out to the Firehouse, and bam, here we are.
I blocked a lot of that dinner out just because Fish was there. But it was a good time. It was a good time either way. At a restaurant that we both like in Frisco. But yeah, it was good to see him again. And I was surprised when I walked in here. He was like, "Yo, I had dinner." He was like, "I know, I remember you."
He said that to you. You recognize him?
After he said that we had dinner together, and he said who it was with his cousin Hector or friend Hector. I was like, "Oh, Fish's thing."
We got legal news last night on the Cowboys. Dallas police found no evidence to support the claims of the woman who accused Dak of sexual assault and will not file criminal charges against the Cowboys quarterback.
Yeah, which, I mean, I don't think legally that one is much of a surprise because we were talking about something that is very, was always going to be one that was, I think, going to play out in terms of on the civil side because it's something that happened allegedly 7 years ago. It's going to be tough, I think, to have any sort of the evidence that they need necessary to have that pursued. So this is obviously a win for Dak, though, the fact that the criminal charges are not going forward. There will be the civil suit, I assume, continuing in Collin County. But, no, this is definitely a big victory for Dak's side to say that criminal charges aren't going anywhere.
I texted Dak's attorney, Levi McCathern, and asked him if he wanted to come on. He sent me their statement and said, I'll think about it in the morning. I want to thank the DPD and District Attorney's Office for their thorough investigation of the allegations, as we knew they would. They found nothing in their extensive exploration of the facts that would support a criminal prosecution. We're confident that at the end of law enforcement's investigation into the extortion, they'll find the accuser and her attorney just as guilty as Dak is innocent. And as I've said from the beginning, great football player, even better human. He would never assault any woman. These false accusations were brought up 7 years after the alleged events for one reason and one reason only: to line the pockets of the accuser and her attorneys. Their behavior is an affront to all the true survivors of sexual abuse. Fortunately for everyone involved, justice will prevail, and I believe a harsh punishment is coming for these extorters. That is what Levi McCathern sent me last night.
It's a strong statement, and it equals the strong approach that Dak's side has taken the entire time, which is essentially, Florio had brought this up with us a couple months ago.
And Florio will join us at 8 this morning.
Ah, perfect. So Florio brought it up a couple months ago that, or whenever this story first came out, that he's like, Dak really, had an opportunity for this to stay in the shadows and said, no, we're gonna settle this up front. Like we're going to put this out in the open. We're going to shine a light on it, and we're going to go ahead and tackle this. And so they've been really on the offensive the entire time and really aggressive in their responses. And, I mean, that's something that, as Florio mentioned, it feels like that's a guy who says, I welcome trying to prove my innocence here.
Their attorney released a statement saying, unfortunately, it takes a while for victims to come out and then makes it very difficult to prosecute these cases, and they're using every tactic to prevent us from going to court, including attempting to order the law enforcement of the Dallas Cowboys against us like Prosper Police and to have them come after us. So that is the back and forth. So now...
So are they saying that the police department is in the pocket?
Or that the Cowboys have their own police?
They have their own
That's what
police?
that reads like.
It reads very odd.
I know, it's like campus police.
Yeah, it is a little bit.
I have no idea. So now what? Now where do we go? It's not just Dallas Police Department not going to pursue criminal charges. This is done. This is over with.
I mean, no, it's not like in terms of legally it is. In terms of criminal charges, it sounds like this is done. But I mean,
but what happened to this being moved to Collin County?
So what happened was Dak had filed the initial suit. Remember, that was the whole part of the discussion was that Dak actually initiated the first lawsuit, the first legal documents. He did that in Collin. So when they countersued, they did it in Dallas County. And so the reason why theirs got thrown out in Dallas or the reason why they had dropped it in Dallas was because they were told, no, look, it was brought up in Collin County. You need to countersue in Collin County. Yeah, because Dak initiated the lawsuit. Yeah. So they had to go refile in Collin County because of that. So that's why it initially got the initial one in Dallas got dropped because the countersuit needed to be in the same county. But like we've seen in the news recently, we've talked a lot about OJ recently. OJ was found not guilty on the criminal charges, and then ultimately the civil suit still had to play out. And the civil suit, he lost. And so, this doesn't end anything civilly, obviously, for Dak, but, they seem to feel really confident about their ability to win that case,
He would avoid jail time.
Different.
It's different. It's totally different. The threshold of what is a reasonable doubt changes in a civil suit. It's completely different. He's still not out of the woods on that regard, but like you said, that there's no worry now of having to deal with going to jail. That's the good thing.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Some NFL leftovers. Caleb Williams broke the Fanatics record for draft night merchandise.
Caitlin Clark did.
What's that?
I thought Caitlin Clark did.
Well, it says Caleb broke it for any draft pick in any sport, beating the previous record set by Caitlin Clark.
Oh, look at that.
So there you go, smart ass.
Wow. You know what the key is to breaking the record, I guess? Nail polish.
Well done. Well done, Robert.
You like that?
The Bears. That was the best thing he ever did. Caleb Williams do the Bears thing on his press conference.
Did he?
Yeah, as he was walking off his.
Man, people
picked,
love him so far out there.
The Bears, of course they do.
They love him.
They've never had a 4,000-yard passer. They're about to.
Didn't one of y'all send something about Caitlin Clark last night? You sent something about Kate.
I did.
I try to send as much Caitlin Clark content as possible because I know you want to. I know you want to talk about it. Sean,
it was about Doug Gottlieb. Oh, so
yeah. Hold on, let me sit up.
All right, so she's got a. There's a photo up there. Now look at that. That's the photo of Caitlin Clark, right?
Yeah, she's shooting.
Okay, so she's shooting, but look at her right arm. Right?
Yeah, her right arm is kind of bent towards her face.
It's
on
odd.
The opposite side of her head.
Yeah.
So like the ball is to the left side of her head, which is a little weird for a right-handed shooter.
It's very odd.
Little Lonzo Ball like.
Yes.
Yeah. So he said, he tweets the amount of work it takes to be consistent through her mechanical flaw is really impressive. And he tagged this hoops consultant, this shooting coach,
like a shot doctor.
Yes, that if you were advising her, would you fix this in the off season? And the guy was like, it's probably something she did to generate power in her shot at a young age and never fixed it. It doesn't impact her shot too much. Steph shoots in an untraditional way. Well, Doug is getting dragged for this. Like, dude, you shot 45% from the free throw line. Reminder that Doug Gottlieb is a troll. Doug Gottlieb does this.
What he wrote sounded pretty innocent.
Yeah. Very innocent. And you know what? Like, both could be true. He could be a 45% free throw shooter, and still bring up a mechanical flaw in the best shooter that we've ever seen, or second best, or whatever, in their game.
The best.
When Peyton Manning does those detail segments, like he's like, Patrick Mahomes is terrible mechanics. You would never teach this to a kid.
Yeah,
but it could be true. Like,
of course,
you can have bad mechanics and still excel at what you're doing, which is a compliment. That she's able to do this and have a mechanical flaw.
I can see how somebody might, especially taking from Gottlieb, though, would see that as like, this is the most subtle way he can troll possible without getting crushed for it. This is his way of going. I can see how somebody do that. But you got to remember, this is the same guy who, 2 weeks ago, in memorializing Howie Schwab, described him as a frumpy man who stopped him on his second day at the ESPN building. So this is also Gottlieb's whole energy, and I can't blame somebody for thinking that he has the worst of intentions whenever he talks about anything.
He wrote frumpy.
Yeah. Look, my second day at ESPN fall of 2003, I met Howie Schwab. I was walking into Building 4, and a fairly frumpy man stopped me.
It's so unnecessary. What an idiot. What an absolute idiot. All right, Texas Rangers last night. Nathan Eovaldi leaving, but they get a nice, comfortable win.
Barnes ready, and the pitch. And that's hit hard by the first baseman, Meneses, into right. Heim is in to score. Here comes Smith. It's a 2-run single for Travis Jankowski and a 6-0 Texas lead.
Hicksy with the call on this radio station. They take 2 of 3 from the Nats. They'll take on the Royals today. Dr. Choppy, you are a groin expert, especially on men. What do you think here?
I think it's 5 to 55 days. That's the prognosis for Doug Gottlieb.
Okay.
That's generally.
For who?
For Doug Gottlieb. We're talking about for Eovaldi. Yeah. I still got Gottlieb in my head. That's prognosis.
Well, analyze his groin next.
Yeah, I mean, we can analyze Doug's groin, but. Yeah, that's the thing with groin injuries. You have no idea. Like Miles Austin will tell you that. And especially for a pitcher, you have to really, and it's the right one, so it's just push off. You have to get max extension on just about every pitch. You're trying to get down the mound. You're trying to generate power and force. And you're also trying to get as close as you possibly can to home plate. So when you release that ball, you're trying to release it from, 53 feet versus 60 feet, right? So the closer you get, then you extend your arm. You want to get as close as you possibly can. This could linger. I mean, it depends on how bad it is, and they'll do all kinds of tests, and they'll rub them down. Quite good, Bobby.
He was 5 1/3 shutout before this as well, and the Rangers won a second straight series, which they had not done since the first 2 series of the season.
Thank God. And look, they did it with pitching. Even with all the injuries to the pitching staff right now, the bats still are not carrying the team the way we all felt like they needed to. In this series, you had 27 innings pitched, 2 earned runs allowed, 12 hits, 3 walks, 20 strikeouts, no home runs. I think it was something like 4 extra base hits or something was all that Washington got. They were absolutely dominant, and it's another pitching injury that stacks up, though. And at some point you say, all right, if the pitching staff can do all this with their top 4 starters sidelined essentially right now, assuming Eovaldi's going to be out for a little bit, if they can do this with their top 4 pitchers sidelined right now and relievers, breaking hands, punching walls, and everything else, one Josh Young injury should not throw off an entire top 5 lineup. Right.
And the starters threw 20 1/3 with 2 earned runs. That was, anytime
the 2 runs for the Nats in this 3-game series matches a franchise low.
Oh, that's bad. But the Ranger starters saved the bullpen. I mean, just you got that everybody in that bullpen is well rested at this point after this series.
Our boy Josh Smith extending. He's playing a nice third base.
I think that's us. I think we did that.
He extended his
wide on now.
On base.
Maybe hit more than inside the park home runs.
Josh extended his on base streak to a career best 19 games, and Corey Seager continued to struggle. 0 for 4. He's 3 for 41 over his past 11 games. The average has gone from 301 to 219.
Can I speaking of Wyatt, I didn't share this take the other day, but I want to see if y'all are going to kill me for it, because I've been killed by everybody who I bring it up to. It's really anticlimactic to me that Wyatt's first home run wasn't inside the park. Everybody else was like, no, it's so exciting and it's so cool and everything else. To me, it's like, man, we can't even get a real homer on the board yet. It's got to be one of these ones to the gap that he just uses his speed and runs it out. To me, it was a little anticlimactic.
Why are you bringing this up today?
Yeah. Because when he said Wyatt Langford, that just popped in my head that I gotten crushed for that.
I mean, look, I was disappointed that his first home run wasn't on his first at bat. So his whole career is a failure now.
Yeah, because his OPS is under 1,100. That was the benchmark you said.
The way baseball goes.
You should be crushed. You are attacking arguably the most exciting play in all of sports.
Okay, fair enough. I'll accept if I'm wrong.
I'll
accept if I'm wrong. That's how
what
I felt
softball
about it.
play could beat that? We'll get into it at 6:40.
You missed it yesterday.
Yeah, the rise ball.
877-8.
Those change-ups, bro.
877-881.
Good luck, El Paso.
1053 is the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. We have Kawhi news for tonight.
Oh, baby.
With the Mavs possibly ending this, we'll bring it to you next on Sean and RJ for the 6 a.m. club. But speaking of Franklin Franco, they wanted to pass along.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
DFW Security.
Upgrade the security of your home, business, or large commercial facility now with the latest technology from DFW Security. If your system is older than 5 years, it's time to upgrade. Get DFW Security, your local experts for over 30 years.
DFWsecurity.com.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on the 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by State of Your Weight Loss. That's Soda, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
RJ Choppy, over to you. We have action here in Garland.
We have movement. We have action. There was a call. There was a beep. And then some kind of a statement. And look, they're out the door in 1 minute and 50 seconds.
That's what that's for?
Yeah, I mean, that's quicker than that's like a fast food timer. They've got your meal guaranteed under 2 minutes or whatever.
It takes Peyton longer to do a live read.
It does.
This is what a diva Sean Sharif is. He had him do all this just to handle his snake problem. Just like, hey, can you guys go over there and pick it up for me?
Hey, they better be back by the time my son gets here. He wants to come see the fire trucks. So I hope it's not that big of an emergency. He's going to be really disappointed.
Yeah.
Because they both left. So what was the call? What was the code?
I couldn't hear what the call was. I couldn't make out what they were trying to say. They give codes.
Seizure.
Oh, no.
We have a seizure.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So it is Peyton during a live read.
It is Peyton during a live read.
Oh, that's twice now. Come on.
Is that too hard? I know it's not too harsh for these guys because RJ made a joke before we came on. Really off-air joke, and they're like, "Yeah, you guys could be here. You guys could belong here amongst us."
Yeah, you got to be able to. If you could, I think I have a couple of friends who are police and fire.
Well,
and they are the biggest ball busters.
Dave Swavey.
Beyond him, I got my cousins, friends.
Yeah,
they are the biggest ball busters that I know. I think you have to be in this profession.
Is that our first call?
First time it's ever happened. There was one at Wiley where a call came in and somebody else picked it up or something, I think. But like we saw the call come in and they didn't. One was closer or something like that. But yeah, that's the first one we've actually seen somebody take off.
It's amazing to me how many people I've also heard say, "I want to be a firefighter," and I'm like, really? That's so much physical activity.
Yeah, it's
would you recommend it after you went through the smoky room in Wiley?
That was tough. That was a lot of. I mean, all the gear you got to put on. The gear is heavy. The helmet itself. That was I'm sitting here like rocking back and forth.
Heavy lies the crown.
Heavy lies the crown. Yes.
Garland Firehouse 3. Stop out and say what's up. It's our first Firehouse tour of 2024. Shout out to Arnold, Alex, Micah, and Hector. And we're brought to you by Firehouse Heating and Air, Palmer's Hot Chicken, and the Chill Boys. 1301 North Jupiter Road. Stop by, sign up to win a Zeke autographed helmet and a Zach Martin autographed football if you love the Dallas Cowboys.
And food is on the way. I've just been informed. Chicken and waffles, sliders, and cheese grits. So head on out. We got food incoming shortly from Palmer's.
What's that? ETA.
ETA.
That's the man over there to ask.
He told me he has to be here by 7 o'clock at the latest. So
okay. And his food is damn good.
It is. I won't be able to partake. Soda.
Yeah.
Unless I asked him, I said, you got grilled chicken over there? He's like, not at 6 a.m., I don't.
Yeah, not at 6 a.m. All right, the Philadelphia 76ers eliminated by the New York Knicks last night. Jalen Brunson going off for 40-plus again, and hopefully that same exact thing can happen this evening. Let us know if you're heading to the AAC for the possible closeout. It's the Mavericks and the Clippers, and we do have by the way, 8:30. I had one of the meatballs on the text go, I'm really mad that I have to wait for this Philadelphia-New York game. And I was like, shut the hell up. We're sitting here in Dallas with an 8:30 tip time.
I don't want to hear it.
We can't even get it at 7 o'clock here or 7:30.
We don't want to hear it.
8:30.
We don't want to hear every single game that the Stars or Mavericks play outside of the one game, that one little treat we got the other night with a 6:30 start. Outside of that, the local teams have been starting at 8:30 or 9 o'clock at night every single night, and these crybaby Knick and Sixer fans couldn't handle one 9 o'clock game on a Thursday.
Yeah.
Nobody works on Fridays. We've discussed this. All right, we get it on a Monday, on a Sunday, on a Tuesday, on a Wednesday. We get it every day of the week. I don't want to hear it.
Tim McMahon told us he would be surprised if Kawhi Leonard returned for this series, and that's looking to be the case. He's out for tonight, according to Ty Lue, and Terrence Mann is questionable with a right lower leg contusion. Could I make the argument? Could I make the crazy argument that Terrence Mann missing may be more impactful than a hobble banged up Kawhi?
You might be able to. This is a rare opportunity though for you, Sean Sharif. I am going to apologize to you. So cut any music or anything else, Peyton. You're going to want to mark this.
Oh my gosh.
We got the news yesterday. No injury designation tonight for Luka Doncic.
Oh, that's amazing.
So I was suckered in to the idea of, if this was the regular season, I probably wouldn't even be playing. But this is playoffs, so I got to be ready.
Did you suggest to shut him down?
I said if he's hurt, shut him down. I'd rather have him ready for OKC because you're not beating OKC without him. You could beat the Clippers without him.
Look,
I was wrong.
In perfect Bobby fashion, this is a backhanded compliment.
No, I was wrong.
Because in you telling me I was right, it still makes me get hate from Mavs fans. So thank you for that.
Yeah,
Bob.
that was not hate. It was definitely.
Now I have to reiterate.
It was definitely not on purpose.
Why I was right, because Luka is a drama queen and a baby who plays things up. So thank you for making me repeat that and drawing all this hate from the MFFL.
Definitely not on purpose to point out how much you have attacked Luka Doncic and the hero of our city. That was not on purpose.
I'll take the
No, the heroes of our city are right here.
Yeah,
yes. That they're the true heroes.
I'll take the bullet away from you. I need a loss tonight.
Wow.
I need a loss.
That is taking a bullet. You need a Mavs loss?
Yeah, I have Mavs in 7.
Okay. Let's talk about a return.
Yeah,
here.
I bet.
What type of return are we talking about for us to maybe support? Well, I'm not going to support you no matter what, but you would win what if Mavs and 7?
Oh, it's like $100.
Oh my God!
Yeah, I mean, that's how much.
Okay. What can't you have a hedge bet?
Oh,
tonight?
wait a second. No. I'm sorry. It's 6-1.
And what did you put it?
So it'd be 600.
No,
6-1. Really?
Mavs in 7 and Mavs in 5.
Were the same odds?
Were plus 575 plus 600, and then Mavs in 6 was like it was like barely just over even money.
Okay, so
Mavs in 6. I didn't even bet Mavs in 6 because it's like it's not worth my time.
I'm gonna fix this for you right now, Chop. As we all know, I am the betting expert on this,
go hedge it
program.
and just bet tonight.
Yeah, you not only do you bet tonight, you go ahead and you bet like some specific parlay that for this game tonight, where then you win either way and you get your money back.
All right, let me ask you this, and then we can have everyone hate us. This is 6 a.m. Club. Maybe they'll forgive us. We'll give you Stone Temple Pilot tickets at 7. If I told you that you could have the $600 or the Mavs lose the series,
if I could have the $600. Oh. Well, I mean,
like they could end it tonight.
And I lose the $600.
Wait, did you bet Mavs to win in 7?
I bet Mavs to win in 7.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I bet Mavs to win in 7.
But then you take the chance, the risk of Game 7 for the city, for the people, for the Metroplex.
I don't know, man. I got a deductible to hit on a new roof.
You just got some type of deposit in your account.
Yeah, but that's just the payment. Like that's what the insurance company owes. I still owe.
Okay.
2% of the house and the deductible. I got a Mexico trip to pay for still.
That's right.
It's Sarah's birthday weekend.
Here.
So I got a gift to find.
Did you get the gift that we talked about?
No, I didn't, because I went back and looked at.
Can we talk about it on air then?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
I went back and looked at. I was like, what the hell am I going to get her? And I was like, is this too?
Yeah, we'll do it. We won't do it right now. It deserves more time.
Okay.
I've got your prop tonight, Chop, from Bovada. Luka 35 points, Paul George 25 points. And the truck is back. That was quick. Luka 10 rebounds. Zubats 11 rebounds. That's plus 1,200 on Bovada.
Oh, I like that one. The
truck
problem is Paul George ain't getting 25 points.
The truck is already. What did Luka make that call just now?
That was
truck went out there. Nothing. That's nothing. And they're back. 877-888.
Snakes are not a problem, man.
877-881-1053. Franklin and Franco injury attorney text line. So there are rumors all over the place that Darvin Ham and Frank Vogel are going to get fired. These are the rumors that were out there. Charles Barkley decided to address it on TNT.
Part of our job, we watch all the games and we watch all the talk shows. And, you know, a lot of these people on television, they're cowards because they want the players to like them. They don't want to do their job, which is to tell the truth. And I just want to say it's about coaching. Anybody who thinks the reason the Lakers suck is because of Darvin Ham or the reason the Suns suck is because of Frank Vogel, you don't know what you're talking about. Frank Vogel is a hell of a coach. Darvin Ham is a hell of a coach trying to get his career started. But for all you punks, idiots, and jackasses on other networks who want to be media and who want all the players to like y'all, do your damn job. The Lakers suck and the Suns suck because of the players. Has nothing to do with the coaches. I feel better now.
That's Charles saying stop blaming these coaches.
I mean, look, Frank Vogel is a pretty good coach. I mean, he's basically been successful everywhere he's gone. Maybe not at a championship every year, but he's been. I mean, he's had generally.
He's got a title,
competitive teams, and he does have it. It was the bubble, right? The bubble title.
Yeah, the asterisk title. Come on.
You know, and Darvin Ham is. I mean, he's getting his leg, like Chuck said, he's getting his wings under him right now. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, is it coaching? It's tough to coach LeBron. LeBron's killed off every coach. And he's going to kill off J.J. Redick when J.J. Redick takes the job. That's what he's going to do. He's going to kill off every coach. So, like, that's kind of par for the course. You sign up for that when you coach LeBron James. You know when you sign up to coach LeBron James, you are signing up to be fired in 18 months.
Oh, yeah. No, my favorite part of all this will be, you know, he gets Bronny drafted to the Lakers, and then in, 18 months when Trae Young wants to be traded or something like that, then he's going to be like, sorry, Bronny, you got to go to Atlanta. Like, he's at the he is there. There's no loyalty.
Kill off his son too.
He is going to look. He wants to win. I'll give him that. He does have that Jordan instinct. He'll trade family for titles. He would absolutely do that.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because Woj had a report about Bronny. If he's drafted in June, what's going to happen? What's the status of dad and son teaming up in the league?
Rich Paul's goal here in the pre-draft process for Bronny James is to see if there's the right developmental system, organization, a place that can take a young player like Bronny James, you know, who went 5 months without playing, you know, after his heart episode, you know, certainly limited him in his season at USC. And so if he does go in the draft, you know, he's very likely would spend next year in the G League. And I think so for LeBron James and Bronny James, and what Rich Paul said was if organically somehow they ended up together, that would be great. But you look at the Lakers draft assets, number 17, that's a really important pick for the Lakers, probably to use in a big trade. You're not going to use it on Bronny James at 17. And then they have number 55. He could very well be gone by then. There are teams, I think certainly once you get into the second round, we'll see how he does.
A lot of info in there, which we will continue to touch on. The Tolos are starting to show up. The food is about to show up. We are at Garland Firehouse 3. Stop by and say what's up. We have to recap Bobby's 10-hour drive to Midland. And everyone says that my entire world is going to change on Monday. Tell me if it's true. Next on The Fan.
Yeah, let's get you on over to Gaylord Golf Mecca. You want to talk about your world change. It doesn't change like that.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Tolo shoutouts here at Garland Firehouse 3, 1301 North Jupiter Road. You are about to get fed as well from Palmer's Hot Chicken. Stop by and register to win a Zeke autographed helmet and a Zach Martin autographed football. We got Chris in Plano asking where the merch at. He said, I want Sean, RJ, and Bobby on the front and maybe Peyton on the back.
Maybe.
Ooh,
maybe.
I'd buy that.
Usually people love Peyton, but maybe not today.
No.
Oh.
They heard him stumble over the live read and almost ruin our live report of the fire truck, and I think they're like, we're done with you today, Peyton.
And then I felt like you could have talked to this guy, Nathan, forever. He basically, with everything he's wearing and believes in life.
Yeah, belief in life. It's you have first of all he's into pizza.
Yeah,
which I'm a big fan of.
His shirt said not fit, but
kind of fit, kind of fat,
kind of fat. He was in the pizza business.
That's the world I basically lived by for 30 years. Is kind of fit, kind of fat.
Yeah,
right. It's kind of my life goal was. I want people to look at me and say, looks like he works out, looks like he eats pizza.
Yes.
Now you're just fit. Thanks to SodaWeightLoss.com.
Thanks to SodaWeightLoss.com.
And then the hat?
It was Crash Toys.
What is that?
It's on 35. I pass it every day. And I have no idea actually what it is.
Oh, you don't know?
I don't really actually know. I just see it all the time.
You like run vehicles into each other as like a bumper car thing? I have no idea.
Could be a junkyard. Don't know. I have no chop shop. No idea.
And then were you talking to Chris?
Yes, I was. Chris from Plano. In
He
fact,
changed. He said Dallas, and then he switched to Plano like he was ashamed.
He was trying to claim Dallas, but he then recognized quickly, like, okay, I got to actually say Plano. It's Dallas County. But he did get me, he tweeted, he made sure to get my tongues out pose. So I did get that.
Of course, you got to get that.
All right, Chris, leave. Anyone who encourages the stupid tongue out, got to get up out of here. Speaking of local, recap your big trip yesterday.
Ooh, not so local, because it was a drive to Midland.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I did. So here's the thing, is that we've obviously, me especially, and I know Eric Chiafalo went out to the last one, we had Keller High School reach out about a month ago and say, hey, we got a big district game coming up against Southlake. We're all big fans of the station. We'd love it if so y'all could come out for this big rivalry game and show us some support. So we did, and they beat down Southlake that day, and they were like, man, this is we're so appreciative, and everybody got really into it. And so I told them, I said, hey, when you guys get to playoffs, I will show up for the playoffs. And so the problem was the first round of games, which were here locally, NFL draft all 3 days. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I was working the draft all 3 days.
Well, you should have gone the final day. You didn't talk. You didn't work the draft.
Well, I mean, I had no idea that we were going to be handling bad takes with kid gloves for 3 days, and so I wasn't prepared for that. Had I known that, I would have left earlier. But
and some people show up late too. You could have left early if people show up late.
Exactly. We've got each other covered. It's like shifts, you know. It's like Ryan and Carter. So
Ryan and Carter.
And you're not Carter.
No. I'm definitely Ryan. So it's something where I told him, hey, I'm going to show up. So when I found out the playoff game was like that, I said, look, I promise I don't have anything going on next week. I will be there for round 2. And she was like, okay, but I mean, like, we are probably going west for round 2.
Yeah.
She's like, probably like Abilene. And I said, all right, well, I got family in Abilene, and I've driven to Stephenville. So what's the problem? She's like, well, I mean, it can go further. I was like, that's fine. I'm in. So she said Midland. She came back and said, hey, so it's in Midland. I said, well, I'm a man of my word. And I said I would go. And so I'm going. And Thursday was going to be the easiest day to do it. So hopped in the car, took Kristen. She did end up. She was a Luka Doncic game time decision. She did show up, though.
She had a 101 fever 2 days ago.
Yes,
that's low grade. I was told that's low grade.
Anything over 100.7 is generally what we're looking at there. And so she ended up checking in, being fine. The girls came with us, and it was a tougher ride up than I was anticipating.
What were you?
It was 5 hours.
Because I downloaded. We were late leaving the house because I downloaded a bunch of movies on the iPad for the girls. Like, here, this way you guys can watch movies on there. And then Addison, the middle one, I handed it to her. I was like, all right, here you go, blah, blah, blah. She, like, walking up the door, set it down on the table and walked out. And so we get in the car, and they have nothing to watch.
Oh.
I was like, great.
That's
Thank
painful.
you. So they
when did you realize that? How far into the trip?
About an hour, because they were listening to music at first.
I'm surprised with you didn't just stop at a Best Buy and, like, get something.
And re-download everything?
I thought about it.
You're the guy when you get the flat tire. Oh, I'm buying a new car.
Honestly, yeah. If my car breaks down, it's like, all right, well, this car's dead. We're not getting this car back. But we did make it to Midland in, by the way, I know you, Chop, had said 5-hour drive. It was 4 hours and 29 minutes. That was with a 10-minute stop in there, and that was with Kristen driving half the way. So Kristen and I both drive faster than you is what we've established.
I don't think that's remotely true.
I'm just telling you what it was. And so we got out there.
I've never been there, so I would have no idea how far Midland is.
We got out there. Kristen was thrilled to discover they had a Fuddruckers out there, which is something that they don't have in Dallas anymore.
Fuddruckers is still alive?
There's still one out there, and so she was thrilled with that. We got some, and then we headed over to watch the game.
Is there still one across from the Alamo? There was one across the street from the Alamo forever.
From the basement of the Alamo?
No, not Pee Wee's basement.
Not Pee Wee? Okay, all right. But it was, no, we showed up there, and it was Keller versus El Paso Eastwood is who they were playing. And, boy, Keller walked in there and said, it is no longer the cartel that owns El Paso. It is us. Wow. All right, we're coming in here.
Bobby got cartel texts yesterday saying, be careful what you say. Here comes Palmer's chicken
truck.
truck.
The truck.
There's the truck.
Oh, and Chris's fist pumping.
Someone go over to that truck. Bring me my money.
This is, I mean, we dominated them. I mean, look, El Paso is not used to a defeat like that usually unless Beto O'Rourke is on the ballot.
Oh, Bobby has the lines written.
They came ready. Now, look, it was 1-0. We got one hit. That's all we got yesterday. It was one hit, but lots of fantastic defense in the outfield.
And they can say gun control.
Boy, just one hit allowed from Sadie Beck in the entire game. No runs. We win this 90-minute game. It was over quick. One hit for each team. That's all we got yesterday. Yeah. We got a base hit from Ansley Gross in the in like the 5th inning, and then stole a base, bunted over, fielder's choice, scored the run. That's all it took. That's all it took. Thanks to the great defense in the outfield. Cambry Cribbs, couple of amazing catches. I was floored. But 90 minutes in and out. Then we drove back.
No, wait, it was supposed to be 93 degrees as a high.
Yeah, it was like 94. So
and you were in a hoodie?
No, I was in a Tarleton Texans shirt.
Of course, absolutely.
Sadie Beck, the star pitcher there for Keller, she's going to Tarleton.
Okay.
And so Byron, who is your buddy there, who does things for Tarleton. He went to Keller and also Tarleton, so they're like one and the same. They're buddies, and so we got in the car, drove back. Kristen's mom grew up in a house in Midland like 50 years ago, so we have the address. She drove by it. Apparently, they've like not changed the paint on the house in 50 years. Still the exact same house that her mom lived in. Nobody's done anything to it. But we drove back, and then we got the alert that said a tornado warning may be affecting your route.
No.
Yeah.
That was a Waze alert?
It was like, it popped up that was like, hey, tornado warning may be affecting your route. I staggered it enough. We stopped at a Pilot gas station so the girls could like brush their teeth and then
supporting
sleep.
The Cleveland Browns.
Yep, exactly. Yeah. So they could sleep on the drive back. But that little stop there, I think, saved us from like colliding into the storm system. So we were just behind it as it moved out of Abilene. And so, but we were good. It was I got back at 1 a.m. Last hour was tough.
1 a.m.?
Yeah. Last hour was tough. I was doing a lot of this. I was literally pinching my earlobe, just like, don't start getting sleepy.
Why didn't you let her drive?
Because she fell asleep in the passenger seat. I drove.
She's a woman.
She's a woman.
She drove on the way. So first, I was not going to let her drive through the potential storm system. To me, it was like, I got that. You're going to be too anxious for that. So I drove through that, and then she had fallen asleep. And I was like, well, you've already established how sleepy you are that you've fallen asleep on the side here, so I'm not going to wake you up to then drive the rest of the way. I'm not going to trust that. So I finished it off. I was good. Went home, fell asleep instantly, got up 4 a.m., showered, and...
Wow. I mean, you would think that if she'd been asleep, she would wake up refreshed and be able to drive. I don't know.
No, because it was quick. It was a quick. And I got to shout out one of the dads, Mike Eggleton, who's a listener to the station. Mike had, when you asked me, Sean, initially when I first went to Kelly, you were trying to fact check me. You're like, well, what's the team name again? And I said, Keller Badasses. Like, that's their name. So they heard that, and they adopted it. And so he actually had a shirt made for me that says Keller Badasses.
Wow. That's pretty cool.
So the team has them now, and they made one for me. And so I've got it. So big victory. It's a best-of-3 series, though. So they got to, take care of Eastwood again, which, I mean, come on. It's basically New Mexico. What do they even know about sports in New Mexico?
I
it's all
have
about
to say
meth.
this.
I've seen Breaking Bad.
Because I know they do this with sports in the state tournament. They try to find a middle ground to play in, right, that both teams agree to. I'm going to be the ugly big city guy here. That should only apply to Dallas, Fort Worth, San Antonio, Austin, and Houston. Everything else, you're not good enough.
Dude,
you got to come here.
I had no idea. I had no idea. Not only do you agree on the middle ground, you got to find a middle ground, Sean. You also have to agree. The two coaches have to agree on if they're going to play a single game or if it's a best of 3. So, like, the two coaches, if one of them's like, I want to play single game, and the other one's like, nope, I want to do best 3. Like, they got to come to some sort of mediation over it. Wow. And so, like, that was the because Marcus won the other night when I went to that game, and that's over. They're done because they agreed to a single game.
And this happened with, like, Colleyville a couple years ago, and they had, like, Bobby Witt Jr. and Mason Greer, Rusty's kid. Like, they were, like, the best team in the state, and they were, like, I guess they agreed to a one-gamer, and that is, like, treacherous for the better team. Because anything can happen in a single baseball game. The single baseball game is all about that pitcher, especially at the high school level.
877-881-1053. If you would like to convince Bobby Belt and entice him, all it takes is a damn T-shirt, y'all.
Yep.
I mean, he'll drive 6 hours. All it takes is a T-shirt.
Go to Albuquerque for a T-shirt.
If you would like your local support from Bobby Roberto Belt. Well done, Bobby.
Thank
Local
you.
ties.
Yeah, as long as it's Texas. The Albuquerque's New Mexico. I don't need to get that blue stuff.
All right, let's reset what everyone thinks about the Dallas Cowboys and the NFL after this offseason.
post-draft power rankings and our final giveaway of the week. We're sending you to see Stone Temple Pilots, Mike Florio on the Dak legal news as well at 8. Sean and RJ, Firehouse Tour continuing from Garland right here on The Fan.
Let's get you some money back at your
something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. They have let us out again. Last year, we could not have predicted the success of the 2023 Firehouse Tour, and we are trying to top it with stop number 1, Garland Firehouse 3, 1301 North Jupiter Road. And we are brought to you by Firehouse Heating and Air. Palmer's Hot Chicken just pulled up with some of the merch, and the Chill Boy, Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, and Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We have a final Stone Temple Pilots ticket giveaway coming up during the Expressway when we go commercial free. Got to give some shout outs real quick. A Twolo came out.
Yeah.
Mike Bassick would be proud. Ryan is proud. Carter would be proud. That was Eric, and he wanted to get his picture taken with Bobby Belt with the tongue out. Twolo t-shirt.
Every time. Yeah, that's a McKeever design shirt, I believe, a Twolo shirt.
Mm-hmm.
And so Jay McKeever makes those. And Eric's come out to a bunch of different events before. I believe he's EJL Viking. Can't remember the order. I think it's EJL, not ELJ, but EJL Viking in the Twitch if you hang out and see him in there.
So this is now the second time in 2 weeks someone has come up to me and they're like, "Oh man, I wasn't expecting you to look like that." And this is Jerry Click, who I think said this for clicks, trolling me. And he came up and he's like, "Yeah, man, I was not expecting." And I was like, "What were you expecting?
Bigger beard.
Compliment or insult?" And he's like, "No, I thought you were going to be this little tiny person." And I was like, "Okay, number one, you call me obese. And number two, are you saying that I have a lighter voice, like not a deep booming voice?" He's like, "Yeah, you got a light voice." So 2 insults from Jerry, and then he tries to sweeten it at the end. He's like, "But congrats on your kid Monday." Thanks, Jerry. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Those are pretty severe backhands.
Yeah.
Those are backhanded compliments. I wouldn't even say they're backhanded compliments. They're just backhands.
Like a Sagan backhand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that was a stick. Yeah, it's funny. One of the things I get a lot when we come out here is people are like, "I thought you were going to be shorter." I'm like, why is that the thing? And I've been accused of that before. People always say, they're like, "You give off short guy energy," is the reason.
Yeah, people always say to me, I thought you were taller. And I'm like, yeah, so did I.
Yeah, it's your bluster. Your bluster gives off taller.
Yeah.
And my bluster gives off.
And my spinal compression gives off shorter.
My bluster gives off, I guess they believe, short guy insecurity. And so they think that's what it is. But I'm on a bad day. Solid 5'11".
Man, I was looking at.
Yes,
you're taller than that.
I'm 6. Like that's what I am. But like I mean, even the most like conservative of measurements generally say 5'11".
I was looking at old photos, and I was like, when we started the show, I was like almost 2 inches taller than Sean, and now we're the same height.
Are you for real?
Yeah. It's my neck is like I've lost it, and I have to go to the car. I go to the chiropractor, and I get it stretched out. They put this thing around my neck, and they basically pull my neck.
They do like the Kyler Murray with his hands before the draft.
Well, it was Pickett, right? Pickett did that.
Yeah, well, I mean, a couple guys.
And I just lay down, and they're just jerking me.
Goodness.
Speaking,
no Diddy.
Speaking of Sagan, Stars, Vegas, we got 2 Game 6s tonight, and hopefully everyone can close out. Stars, Golden Knights, 9 o'clock puck drop on TNT. Stars are minus 115.
My guy, my buddy, one of my best friends from grade school even, is a Vegas season ticket holder, and he sold his tickets to this game. Sold them. Center ice. Sold all 6 of them. And he's like, yep, I think we're going to lose, but I'm going to get my money back for the entire series tonight. Can't make the game. And most Vegas fans, from what I've been hearing that he talks to, have resigned themselves to the fact that Dallas is the better team, which we already knew, and I love hearing this, they all see a direct parallel to last year's Vegas team that won the Cup. Defensively, the Stars have been tremendous. They're kind of mimicking what Vegas, they say what Vegas did last year. And the fact is, the Stars really have 4 lines that are as consistent as any. Now, they may not have Connor McDavid or Jarrett McKinnon, but they've got tremendous players up and down those lines. They are so steady, so deep, and the last 3 games have shown why they are the 1 seed in the West.
I'm sitting right next to Bobby since we're out doing the remote, and I knew what website he had pulled up.
Moneypuck.com. Which the projection tonight, RJ Choppy says 51% chance Vegas wins this one.
Wow, what a hot bold take. What a crazy website.
They've been right
50-50.
They have been right before Sean Sharif, all right? They have nailed all the other games, mainly because theirs are kind of like analysis, and their analytics look backwards rather than forward. I don't know. I've never looked at their actual previews, but that's what they're saying tonight.
How many times, Bobby, this is a stat assignment for you. How many times has a team just ripped off 4 straight after losing the first 2 at home? I wonder how many times in NHL history that has taken place, because winning 4 straight, like you'd think law of averages would get Vegas 1 more in the series. But Game 6 is this evening, and then, of course, Game 6 at the AAC. So you're going to have to figure out how to split these 2 up if you want to double dip. If you're not at a bar, what are you going to do? Because it's 8:30 with the tip at the American Airlines Center as the Mavs hopefully send the Clippers home. Kawhi is out.
Yeah, it's I will be trying to get both in. I will be out. I will be out tonight. So we'll be at a place. We're just gonna go to a restaurant and then go to a bar. So we'll be able to watch the games.
Notice he doesn't want to say what it is, though. He doesn't want us coming, Sean.
No, he doesn't want to give out free advertising, get yelled at.
How'd you know?
I get emails too.
You get the talk.
I get memos too.
So I'm gonna go. Yeah, so we're gonna go out and we'll watch. We'll have the ability to watch both games. That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it on when you can. You watch it at home. What happens is if I try to watch both games at the same time at home, I will get on one game and I'll be into it, and I'll just completely forget about the other one.
Well, that's why you get the picture-in-picture, okay? You get the streaming service that actually has the multi-view. That's what you got to do,
And I got to memorize new channel numbers, and it's just a pain. I'd rather overpay. You don't
even have to worry about channel numbers. It's all alphabetically listed by channel name. It doesn't have numbers anymore, Chop. Come on.
877-881-1053 is the way to hit us up, and that's the number to call as well during the Expressway for our final Stone Temple Pilots ticket giveaway. That is coming up at 7:20. Dak Prescott is not facing criminal charges. The Dallas Police Department said, nope, we see no reason to pursue, so that is not happening with DPD and Dak over the sexual assault allegations. We'll talk to Mike Florio about it at 8 o'clock this morning from ProFootballTalk.com. But we got some NFL power rankings.
We do post-NFL draft power rankings, and these come from NFL.com, so you know they're legit. You know that this is basically the propaganda coming straight from the league, telling you which teams are good and which are not. Not a lot of movement.
Compare this to Pete Prisco.
Not a lot of movement post-draft. Here's what you got from the previous power rankings. Same position for the top 4. Kansas City 1, San Francisco 2, Baltimore 3, Detroit 4. Who moved up to number 5? Why, that would be your Philadelphia Eagles. Peyton Russell, W.I. Peyton.
Howie winning the media power rankings.
That's what they say. Look, it's Nick Wright doesn't have a lot of great takes, but one of them is that the only reason why people say he wins the draft every year is just because he basically looks to the media to draft for him. Then you have the Houston Texans moving up to number 6. They are up a spot. Interesting fall, I thought, here for the Buffalo Bills. This is following the Stephon Diggs trade and also what they did in the draft. They fall down to number 7.
Starting to worry about my Josh Allen take a little bit. Starting to worry. Not that their window is closed, but it's like, okay, if he's truly elite, then they should still be in a contender conversation. I'm starting to worry a little bit.
I bet they have one more run here. I mean, moving Diggs and them getting older is... it seems like we forget before the whole story came out from Ty Dunn about, oh my gosh, Sean McDermott had given this speech talking about how brave the 9/11 hijackers were or whatever it was.
Yeah, very brave.
That after that we thought that was going to be the end of them. They were spiraling at that moment, and they rallied around it, and they played well to end the season. And so they've got a really weird dynamic there in terms of their locker room chemistry. Number 8 is the Green Bay Packers. Number 9, the Cincinnati Bengals. And then finally, rounding out the top 10, the Dallas Cowboys. Says they had an interesting draft. No defensive tackle until round 7, which I told you they weren't going to do. I told a lot of people that. Nobody wanted to listen. And no running back at all, but a clear emphasis on bolstering an offensive line that's in transition.
What did you tell us that we didn't listen to?
I didn't say necessarily you. There were a lot of people that didn't listen to me when I said they weren't going to take a defensive tackle in the first 2 days. But, people have their takes, and we protect some of them.
Don't be arrogant.
I know, I won't.
Don't make me shut down.
This is the difference. Pete Briscoe's from CBS's. He does have the same 4 as the NFL. Chiefs, Niners, Ravens, Lions. At number 5, the Buffalo Bills.
Oh,
at number 5.
Back in.
And they say the write-up is they will be a different team in 2023. Josh Allen's still the quarterback. That's why they're still the best in the East. The Packers at 6.
Strong. I think we're forgetting the Packers were a 500 football team all of last year.
Well, they were
totally
7-2 down the stretch. Is that what they were? 7-2 down the stretch.
We're totally forgetting it.
Yeah.
You got to think that the Packers, if they played the Cowboys neutral field 5 times, what would you pick for the series?
3-2.
Who?
Bay.
3-2 Green Bay.
Yeah.
Bob?
At 5, I'm picking 3-2 or 4-1 Dallas.
Okay.
Like last year's team. This year, with some of the departures they've had, I don't know.
I'd probably go 3-2 Cowboys, last year's team as well, even though Will McClay wanted to double down and say that they're better than last year with KMC.
They down the stretch, Green Bay beat the Rams, they beat the Lions on the road, they beat the Chiefs, and then they beat the Cowboys.
Wow.
They were good. They were solid. 7 is the Bengals.
They had San Fran, too.
8 is Houston. Man, I wonder if Houston's in for a little bit of a down.
Boy, you've been marrying to that take early, and I think that's bold.
Well,
they
do have a first place schedule now, as opposed to a last place. So that does change things. The NFL by design does do that.
Yeah, but you're also in the division that you're in.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, Jacksonville was 8-3 at one point last year. Like, let's not forget that. The Rams at 9. That's one I think is too high. I don't think you can put the Rams over the Cowboys. I think that's a joke. Eagles at 10. The Jets at 11. This is Pete Briscoe. The Jets at 11.
A-Rod.
The Jags at 12. They flopped midway through the season. They weren't ready to handle the challenge. Didn't help that Lawrence was hurt. They'll play Houston. They will push Houston in the division after a nice draft. And then coming in at number 13, down 7 spots, the Dallas Cowboys.
13?
13.
Wow.
The supposed all-in offseason has lived up to hype. They will essentially be the same group from a year ago, which means the same story. Pressure on Dak and Mike to win a few playoff games. Browns, Dolphins, Tampa, Bears at 17, Chargers at 18.
Where was Atlanta?
Atlanta was 20.
Oh, didn't hear a lot of Falcons love, and also didn't hear it from Choppy's boy Chris Russo on ESPN.
Now I gotta read and hear that Cousins was perplexed and couldn't believe it, that he didn't draft somebody for immediate help, and they instead went for a backup quarterback. Who cares what Kirk Cousins thinks? You got $90 million guaranteed, and you've won one playoff game in your life. You know what you do if you're Kirk Cousins? You get your butt to Atlanta as far as training camp is concerned. You play great football, and you make sure Penix can't play because you're playing so damn well. And I'll tell you something else you do. If you're such a great... If somebody walked into my radio station thinking that he was the heir apparent, you know what I do? I teach him everything about radio because he ain't going to be better than me.
How about that for a philosophy? The quarterback comes in that gets drafted. You teach him everything you know because you know who daddy is.
Right.
Sure.
That is the...
I 100% Russo actually believes that, and that's not just a line. I totally believe he's going, let me take you under my wing and show you all the tricks of this industry, because historically that's exactly how radio mentorship is run.
But that is an alpha dog philosophy, though, is it not?
Like you can't take my job.
You can't take my job. I'll teach you everything you need. You ain't gonna threaten me. But it never happens. It's not realistic because of the money.
But more important to me, because it was my original take, is Russo saying, who's Kirk Cousins to... You don't have the right to have that reaction.
Right.
That was a devil's advocate question I was
said
asking.
that.
If I'm Cousins, though, I'm ticked that you didn't get me win now. You know what I mean?
That's the thing.
That's what it's about.
I negotiated a certain contract with you and signed here with the expectation that I was going to have certain resources committed to. Like, I'm sure part of the pitch to him was, look at these players we have in place. You're going to be a missing piece. Also, we have a top 10 pick this year. You're going to get an immediate plug-in.
Right.
I am certain they did not, because clearly he's not been told that Penix was part of the plan. And if he wasn't told Penix was part of the plan, I can't imagine he was just hands-off, didn't have any expectation of what they were going to do in the draft. They probably told him, hey, this is part of the pitch. You're going to come here, and there's going to be resources given to you.
Let me ask this question. If Michael Penix ends up being Steve Young, he doesn't really play in Atlanta because Cousins is healthy. Let's say they lose 2 out of 3 NFC Championship games, right? So they get far enough to where it justifies Penix not playing. Penix leaves. He's Steve Young, like Tampa to San Fran. Do we give Atlanta credit for the identification of a great player they couldn't let get by them?
Sure, yeah. I mean, they get absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Their philosophy.
We thought he was maybe a special Hall of Fame quarterback. We just couldn't get him on the field because we were in NFC title games.
You have to, as a general manager, I believe, both always plan for the now and tomorrow, simultaneously. It's very difficult to do. And and the easiest way to plan for tomorrow is to get an elite quarterback. It's the easiest way. And if you think Michael Penix is Steve Young, and you could take a short-term hit for 15 years of Steve Young, or in Penix's case, it'd be 6 years because he's 30 years old.
Yeah.
Then you do it. Now, it may not help you today, but it'll help you tomorrow.
All right, our final Stone Temple Pilots ticket giveaway of the week, and RJ tries to fix Wyatt Langford. Plus, the junk drawer is I need some new daughter advice. Mike Florio at 8. All coming up on Sean and RJ. But you know what's coming up?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Parker the high hold and the pitch. Swinging that one, stripped to left field, a base hit. Played on 2 hops by Winker. Duran scores from third. Carter stops at second. RBI single for Marcus Semien, and the Rangers have pushed 3 across here in the bottom of the second, and they lead 3-0.
This is the Expressway. We're commercial free on your home of the World Series champs here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. And since it's perfect weather out here, we got all the Tolos out here. Oh, my man. The Snake Wrangler here to confront RJ Choppy one-on-one. My man Joseph. Oh,
He got the exterminator guy, the pest control guy?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Snake fence expert. And we've been talking about you every day. We've been comparing notes and expertise about your knowledge of the wild and his knowledge of the wild. But my man Joe.
Good deal.
Yeah.
I like it.
And you're using him.
Yes, I am. He's coming over next week.
Excellent. Is that a slither I heard?
It's a hiss.
That's a hiss right there?
That's a rattlesnake.
That's a rattle.
You know what? We may have a surprise guest a little bit later on. May have a surprise guest. We're in a good mood. It's perfect weather. We're feeding you here with Palmer's Hot Chicken at Firehouse 3 in Garland. Peyton, let's give away the Stone Temple Pilot tickets right now.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of Rangers ticket, or 4-pack, or wrong read. Stone Temple Pilots tickets at Dos Equis Pavilion on August 23rd. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053. I had such audio issues here.
Can we get a medic?
Golly.
Can we get a medic for this guy?
What did you say, Peyton?
I had music blaring in my ears. I had no idea what was going on, so I couldn't hear a word I was saying. That's my bad.
Wait,
Stone Temple Pilots giveaway.
Don't you play the music?
I do. It was coming out of my headphones, so I don't know what I had plugged in up here. I don't know what I had plugged in.
Oh, Peyton.
Bro, I was already.
Bro, it's 7 a.m. on Thursday, and the man just quits. His brain, everything.
He's
just
not
quits.
quitting voluntarily. That's what I'm worried
his
about.
brain expends all that energy on the payload, and then it's like, I got nothing left. I gave you everything.
He's been doing this for like 4 straight days. It's getting progressively worse.
I mean, look, this is what happens. You start getting sleep deprived. He's up at 3 o'clock every morning.
Yep.
You know why?
Because of that. You know what he needs? He needs to stop taking those stupid naps during the day. They're ruining him. You get more hours of sleep at night. Go to bed earlier during the day. Go to bed earlier, get longer sleep.
That was rough right there.
That was brutal.
I don't even know if people know what they're calling for.
Yeah, can I win the thing? Whatever it is.
I don't even know what numbers that they're calling right there. Shout out.
Probably 911 to get him somebody.
Yeah, we're about to have this fire truck fired up again here for Pei. The great Jay Ochoa has just arrived.
Yeah, Jim J just popped in. He was worried the Abilene tornado was going to suck me up last night.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but I told him, I was like, we're built different out here in Texas. I don't have to worry about that.
All right.
I just roll right through it.
Win the tickets. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on at 8
To whatever they're for.
What?
Win the tickets to whatever they're for.
To whatever they're for, exactly. The junk drawers coming up during the Expressway. Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com at 8. The Rangers, good news. They beat the Nationals in the series. Yesterday's shutout win 6-0. The bad news is that Nathan Eovaldi leaves with a groin. We'll see how serious that is. He's going to have an MRI today. And RJ, you're trying to figure out how to fix the Phenom.
Yeah, it'd be nice. I wish I actually knew how to fix Wyatt Langford because he looked lost yesterday, and he has not looked great for the most part this year. There was a time where I was like, okay, maybe he's figuring it out, and then here comes a 3 for 25 slump and 4 extra base hits since the start of April. I said it again, 4 extra base hits since the start of April. 3 strikeouts yesterday, looked overmatched. 2 of them were looking, and both times it was clear he was guessing, looking for something else. I don't know if it's in his head or what. He was looking for the fastball, got the splitter, and on the other one he's looking for the, as they say, looking for the local, got the express. Right? He got the fastball. You can't take a fastball called strike 3. That means you're just that, especially when you're just, it's clear you're looking for something else. We saw this at Game 1, the opener of the season. He was looking away. He may have been looking for a fastball, but he was looking away, and they busted him inside. Called strike 3. And I don't know what you do about it. I mean, you want to send him down? Maybe you do that. When Mike Trout came up in his first year before his real rookie year, he came up for 40 games. He wasn't very good. He was doing kind of what Wyatt's doing right now. The next year he comes back, and he wins Rookie of the Year, and he should have won the MVP. Miguel Cabrera had a meaningless Triple Crown. Trout easily should have won it. Best player in the league that year. And the difference is that Trout took those 40 games and had a 4-month offseason. Wyatt Langford takes those 40 games, and he has to play tomorrow. And there's no going back to the drawing board. It's like, okay, I know what I got to do. Let's figure this out. Go in the offseason, another year of film, all the things. I don't know what you do. Do you want to send him down? If you want to send him down, great, fine, do it. Because he looks lost. You don't take. I can't remember the last time. Now maybe I'm just following him more closely than everybody else because he's a phenom. I cannot remember a hitter of his talent taking more called strike 3s over the course of a season in 40 games, or not even 40 games, than I have Wyatt Langford.
Because he was getting screwed.
Well, Angel screwed him over. That pitch was 6 inches outside.
But there was a lot of strikes. Every week the percentages were updated that he's getting strikes called against him that were outside of the zone. So it was showing he had a good eye because he wasn't swinging at balls. But 230 on the season, 1 home run, 11 runs, batted in. The OPS, Bob, is a 602.
He is, and I was just looking this up. So I know the other day Dave Schoenfield had written about all-stars through this point of the season, and he had some, keep an eye on at each position. He had Wyatt Langford still in there. And he was like, look, you're going to want to tap the brakes a little on the rise to stardom, but he was still bullish on Langford because he said Langford hasn't looked overmatched yet. And if you look on Baseball Savant, which is MLB's analytics wing, his chase percentage, He's in the 77th percentile in Major League Baseball, which means he's not chasing stuff out of the zone like young hitters typically do. By comparison, Adolis Garcia is like 18th percentile, like to give you a frame of reference of where he's chasing. And his whiff percentage, just swing and miss, is 75th percentile in Major League Baseball. So he's good there. The problem is you go down the list, Chop, average exit velocity, 41st percentile in Major League Baseball. Barrel percentage, 49th percentile. Hard hit percentage, 47th percentile. Sweet spot percentage, 56th percentile. He is right barely around league average about all those peripheral statistics about like hitting the ball hard and barreling up the ball. It's not clicking into place for him yet. The eye is good. The eye looks like he's good.
I'm on the phone with Cooperstown right now. I'm on the phone with him right now. Just get him in
like
there.
Stephen A. with the
bypass the rest of his career. We don't even need to see it. He's good. Just put him right in there. It's just I don't know. I don't know what the plan. They're having discussions. They have to, but I don't think the discussions are about sending him down. Well, I'm fine with that. He can't help you in the minor leagues. He also is not helping you today. And they tried to put him in left field. He played left field yesterday. It's not like they're just trying to DH him now, but I do think that is screwing him up. I do think that when he DHs and he's in a slump, especially as a young player, you're not feeling like you're actually helping because you can't. You can't help with your glove, and it doesn't impact your WAR. Now, WAR is to the average fan, WAR is a meaningless stat. But, like if you're playing the field every day, you're gaining something there. Otherwise, you're a negative. I bet you his WAR is probably a negative right now for the year because it's just hitting for the most part.
Yeah, it is. Now it's interesting.
That doesn't matter, but
it's interesting. You look at again, they have the breakdown of just everything that he's hitting right now in terms of just various pitches. Against stuff breaking pitches this year, he's hitting 214. That's what's killing him right now. Off speed, he's hitting 286. Fastball, he's hitting 250. I mean, the slugging's got to come around. He's not mashing the ball in any respect. But right now, it feels like oftentimes for young hitters, it's just the breaking stuff is giving him problems right now. And you hope that clicks. You hope it comes to place. We got spoiled a little bit, I think, by just how ready Evan Carter was when he got up here. And just how he was up here and ready to immediately contribute, set the major league record for doubles in a playoff run. And then obviously he had the slow start to begin this year. But I think we got spoiled a little bit on that expectation. And honestly, we contributed to the expectation too.
Sure.
Of just like, hey, this guy, he's hit at every single level. Why wouldn't he hit here?
That's why Chavi got mad at the hype.
Got
mad at the spring training hype when he was Babe Ruth.
It is the very first, like if you look since his college years, it's the very first bit of like real struggle that he's hit, and that's probably going to take a period of adjustment.
Baseball finally fixed the uniforms.
Oh, they did. They admitted a fault. Surprisingly, most people don't admit faults. I know I don't. But baseball admitted a fault with the jerseys, and they are changing them. They are going to change. It's not going to take place right away, but they are going to change out the jerseys because these things are terrible. And the problem with the uniforms has been, obviously, you see players where it looks like they're carrying grapes in the wrong place because you could see through the jersey. You have guys bending over, and it looks like you're looking at a billy goat from behind, okay? Because they're not wearing any pit. It's terrible. You can see through them. They're sweating through them. Pit stains everywhere. I mean, their pit stains are worse than Bobby's. So now they're going to change it back to what they had. Thank goodness. I don't need to see the shirts tucked in the pants. I don't need to see sweat stains. I don't need to see the outline of your you-know-whats. It's been 150 years the uniforms were the same. And now they changed them. Thankfully, they're changing it back.
Since when have you ever said you don't need to see the outline of the you-know-what?
Well, I don't need to see it when you're bending over.
Oh, okay.
If it's just a bulge, I'm like, yeah, that's cool. But I don't need to see it. Just that I've seen more moose knuckle in the last 45 days than in my entire life.
All right, we had. By the way, this is really interesting. And when Eric would go in there and ask guys, Eric Chiafalo would ask guys in the clubhouse about this. There were a lot of them that were just oddly did not want to say anything on the record.
They
about
probably
it.
have Nike deals.
Yeah,
right?
they were just like, yep, I got nothing to say about it. You can ask somebody else.
Mike Florio coming up at 8 o'clock from Pro Football Talk to talk about the Dak legal news. But right now, we got to clean up everything in the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
These are all the leftovers from the week, but more often than not, it could be the best segment because it is absolutely wheels off here on Sean and RJ, Garland Firehouse 3, 1301 North Jupiter Road. Palmer is walking around taking chicken. He's specifying your chicken spice for the chicken waffles and cheese grits that is about to come out of that truck. So stop on by and get a Zeke autograph helmet, a Zach Martin autograph football, and breakfast from Palmer's Hot Chicken.
It is a great bird. It's a fantastic bird.
It's awesome food. He's always getting on me. Oh, you don't like this and you don't like that. I'm like, dude, it's fantastic.
You're the pimento cheese. You like that?
Love pimento cheese. He adds pimento cheese on the chicken sandwich, which I have not seen done. The sides are fantastic there. They have a great kids area out front if you want to go ahead and take the little ones there to run around. And I think he was just on one of my all-time favorite shows. If you love food, it's one of your all-time favorite shows. Diners, drive-ins, and dives. I think Guy Fieri went up to Palmer's.
Yeah, it was. I think it was his location in Sea Island, Georgia, where they host. There's a golf tournament out there. Big. I think it's the RMS Classic out at Sea Island, and it's. I mean, that is where he got to start, and then he was always a Cowboy fan. That's how I met him through Twitter.
Yeah,
and he got on a golf course in just outside of Augusta called Sage Valley. And that's been knowing him ever since.
All right, I want to bring in one of the stars of the week of the radio station and the morning show. His name is Joseph Hicks. He's a big-time Tolo, and he is the one putting up my snake fence.
Okay, a lot of fence line.
A lot of fence. So it's about 517 feet of fence to be exact. But he's like, yo, man, can't guarantee anything, but we've been dealing with copperheads. We found a big rat snake. And the Tolos are so evil and so selfish that they wanted me to find another venomous snake with my little child and my family coming in town just to guarantee a Dallas Stars victory. So, Joe, it didn't happen, but you've been out there at the Shreve residence. How big of a problem do we have? How big of an issue? And make sure you speak up like you do when you're over at the house, because people want to know what's happening in your life every day at my home.
A lot of mud.
A lot of mud.
A lot of mud.
All right.
It is.
Hey,
it is
that's
swamp,
a separate issue, Joe.
It is swamp Shreve in your
Yeah,
backyard.
swamp Shreve.
I mean,
That's an HOA issue, Joe.
You're used to the desert, very arid climate. And
wait, is that Indian, Joe?
No, it's Texas.
Wow. All right. So people like RJ have been laughing at me for mountain lion pee that I purchased. Snake.
That's a little over the top.
A little over the top?
So good.
Okay, if I use the mountain lion pee because I'm waiting for clearance with no rain, will I draw a mountain lion?
No.
No?
No.
Are there other
Maybe
type
some
of
cougars
cats?
Of the 50-year-old cougar.
Oh,
there you
go.
Get you a cougar.
Get you a cougar out there, and then the snakeaways. Does that type of stuff actually help?
I don't
Sulfur?
promote it. I don't promote it because of the smell. You have to put it down at least weekly. Every time it rains, you got to put it down.
Yeah.
So I always say, let's do prevention. Let's do some exclusion work. Let's put up a fence.
Yeah.
Let's do stuff like that.
Now, Choppy's been making fun of me along with others, saying, snakes can climb. So I got this 3-foot fence. I'm feeling great about it, but people are mocking me, saying I'm wasting my time. What do you say back to those people?
Typically, venomous snakes won't climb. I know copperheads will, climb a bush or a tree going after cicadas.
Yeah.
But they're not going to kamikaze you off a tree.
Okay.
They're not going to come down.
They're not going to drop right.
They're not going to drop down and go, hey, what's up?
Yeah. And then we found a rat snake the other day too.
Yes.
And I don't want you to say this to me anymore, Joe. When you show me the rat snake skin that has shed to become bigger, and you're like, yeah, but these are good. These are good.
Great snakes.
Joe, no good.
Yes.
No good for
Not
anything
all snakes are bad.
slithering. No, do you have a phobia of anything?
No.
Okay. Well, the rest of us do.
We need to get him a nice indigo back there. That'll just eat up all the
They
snakes.
eat up all the
Okay,
snakes.
owl, feral cat. What did you tell
don't
me in the
want that
garage the
problem.
other day?
The owl, the
Mongoose?
the mongoose. Get yourself a mongoose.
there you
A
go.
mongoose?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
That's
these,
the mean ferret.
these are the things that are taking place out there.
Yeah, but typically venomous snakes they won't climb. So the fence they don't need the muscle structure like a rat snake has.
Yeah.
Rat snakes constrict. That's how they climb. They have the muscle pattern to move up fences or move up walls, stuff like that.
Do you mind real quick saying what you told me about? I know you don't like to brag or anything, but about your Army history, your service history?
So I tell people all the time, I'm a former Army Ranger sniper. I served 2 tours of Iraq. I was in the 4ID, and I was there when we caught Saddam Hussein.
Oh, wow.
I was about 25 feet away from him. So But yeah, so I tell people all the time, I can't kill terrorists no more, so I come and kill pest terrorists in people's homes.
There it is.
So knowing you were 25 feet away from...
Dig the hat, by the way. I'm wearing my
thank you, Keller. There we go.
Keller Lacrosse.
Does it just make you ill, though, as somebody who stood 25 feet away from Saddam Hussein, that he's like, rat snakes, can you please come remove these from my yard? Like, does it just make you go like, my gosh?
No. I mean,
They look like boa constrictors.
I do pest control for a reason. I like to help the community. I like to help people out for things. Like I say, I can't defend the country no more. Thank you for for my knees. Thank you, Army, my back. But I want to serve. I want to do something for the community, and I just fell in love with pest control about 14 years ago.
And you're a big Tolo?
Big Tolo. I've been listening to y'all since 2010. So even before y'all came on board, I was listening. So
you want to say anything personal to Choppy?
See you Wednesday. You can give me all the expertise. I'll sit down. I'll listen. All the knowledge. I mean,
See you Wednesday.
We all have PhDs in Google, so
yes, we do.
I'm looking forward to the visit. You and Giafalo.
Thank you, Joe.
Hey, thank you guys.
Fantastic. There is Tolo Joseph Hicks with the snake fence, which I hope my dad's not hearing in the car. Hopefully they're not there on their way over here right now with little man. All right, this is the Expressway. We are commercial free. I'm about to be off for a couple weeks.
Yeah. You got a child on the way.
I got a child on the way. Little daughter on Monday. So we will be a family of 4. Part of the reason, want to get these copperheads out of the backyard. So I'll have basically a 4-year-old and then the new daughter on Monday. And Bobby, I know that you are anticipating and looking forward to the possible changes to me as a person.
Oh, yeah. No, this will be something that I'm going to actively call it out every time I see it, where I'm going to be like, there it is. There's a shift. Anytime on the air where I see a shift in Sean philosophy, when it's like, I'm sure it'll show up, like, for instance, like next playoff run, right? Like, Sean will probably be like, Luka really has been, like, he's been expending a lot of energy, and, like, inflammation is not something to play with in your knee, and blah, blah. Like, you're going to see a more sympathetic version of Sean Sharif. He's going to have a more caring heart after having a baby girl. And that's what I anticipate is going to happen. And every time I see it, I'm going to say, there's girl dad. That's girl dad effect right there. And so I'm going to look for it and call it out routinely over the next year.
I don't know. I wonder how long it'll take, because, like, I don't know that, like, I don't have a girl. I produce men.
Yep.
Male heirs.
The king only sires heirs. Yeah.
I only sire heirs. But although I was with some girls who looked like they could sire Seabiscuit. I don't think the girl dad effect takes place right away, does it?
No. It does. It's not the full effect. It's as they get older.
As they get older, and you're like, get a soften on them,
It's a process. It's a process. But I mean, like, you're going to, I think, instantly. There's just the same sort of, like, oh my gosh, this is a little baby.
Yeah.
Like, it's amplified by, well, this is a baby, like, girl. Like, I don't know. It's something in your brain just kind of triggers a little bit where you're like, they need even more protection. Like, it's something that just clicks into place, I think. You know what I think?
Assume he's going to hold this child.
Yeah.
Change a diaper.
I'm not Bobby, okay? I have 50-50.
No, you're right.
40-60 parenting.
You're right. You're not Bobby. So you don't have the hands to necessarily hold an infant, so I understand that. Let's be honest here. But here's the thing is that, to me, I actually think the girl dad effect would be stronger on Choppy. Like, if Choppy would have had girls, I think we would have seen a more radical shift. I do think we're going to see stuff in Sean, but I think it's going to be a little more subtle, and you'll notice it just kind of slowly over time. It's going to be like, the Colorado River just slowly cutting the Grand Canyon. And they're going to be like, well, look how different this is.
Very nervous about the wiping, because this is supposed to be an opposite wipe, apparently. Want to dodge infection. I totally forgot all the little baby tricks of the trade of the brisket wrap.
The swaddling?
The swaddling.
Brisket wrap.
Yeah.
I don't think
My gosh.
The swaddling.
4 years of having a kid, he's still referring to children by his, like, brisket braid. Maybe there's not going to be change. Maybe
look at this. This is a choice diaper here. Oh, wow. This is fantastic.
It's a select diaper.
No, look at the ring there.
I don't remember the sleep patterns and all that type of stuff. Burping, I know, after drinking the milk, but I have RJ'd that, and I've compartmentalized it, and I put that in an old old part of my life.
I know nothing about. I don't remember anything.
I know.
I remember nothing.
And I'm not looking forward to the drive home when you act like
yeah.
there's a bomb in the back,
Mm-hmm.
and any little bump, she thinks you're hitting on purpose.
The sleep pattern is going to be different because Addison and Laura were completely different. Laura woke up all night, every hour, like the entire first year. Addison was generally one time a night, and there were some nights early on where she was sleeping after 8 months she was sleeping through the night. So it kind of depends on the temperament of the kid.
I'm excited for Ollie to have a little sister, but I'm a little bit nervous about the jealousy factor. I don't know.
Is he excited?
Yes, he's super excited, but I don't know. He loves to stick his nose in everyone's business, as you're going to find out here about 9:15. Let me see, and I'm trying to be cognizant of keeping the attention on him, so it's not all going to the new thing.
Right, the new thing. Yeah, that's the tough part. Now, do you have everything
To
like
the beef rib?
Because that is one thing. Because there's a lot of times you see regression in kids, like the older one.
Really?
You'll see if they're if they're potty trained, they'll go back to being unpotty trained.
What?
Because it's
some kids
they
want the baby. I'll be interested. I wonder if Ollie, though, is going to find his attention in the baby. Like, if he's going to be so, enamored with, I'm the brother or whatever else, that he's, that's how he's getting his attention is by just being locked in with the baby.
Hopefully they just
You got the car seat already?
entertain each other. Oh, no, I need these
Did you have to get a new car seat?
I need these firefighters for that, too.
The installation?
Yeah.
No.
Nightmare.
I mean, I'll do it for you.
Can you do it?
Yeah.
I don't know if I would trust you.
I'm the second oldest of 9, and I had 3 siblings under 6 when my mom died. I practically raised 3 of my siblings, and I've raised 3 children. I'm on kid number 6, basically.
We heard you talking about how miserable you were one day of parenting with Kristen sick. 48 hours ago, you were miserable. You're like, I don't want to do that anymore.
Yeah, I don't want to be like.
So you're not Bob Saget over here.
I'm definitely. I'm gonna lean into. Yeah, that's true. I'm not Bob Saget.
Actually,
I am alive.
I forgot.
But
jeez,
sorry. What do you? I say about my mom all the time. We're good, but I say about Bob Saget.
So you can talk about all dead people now. You have a green light to talk about all the deceased. Go ahead. Yeah.
So look, we laugh so we don't cry. It's the way he would have wanted it. He had a dark sense of humor, Bob Saget.
So little girl is coming on Monday, so wish me the best of luck. I'll get tips from Wolchuk. 877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Where would you like to take it in the junk drawer, RJ Choppy?
Oh, man. You know what? Let's do one of my favorite subjects. Adult entertainment.
Oh, okay. Good morning, kids.
A Thai politician was suspended for her role after her husband caught her with her stepson. And this is one of the reasons why I've had to stop partaking in step-parent activities, because I have a fiance who's about to be a stepmom for my kids. So it's a little bit weird for me.
Yeah.
But as luck would have it, the stepson happens to be a monk. Okay?
Oh.
And her name is, wait for it, Prapa Porn.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah. Yeah, that's her name.
I'm sure that's her real name.
It is, Prapa Porn.
Yeah. Like Peppa Pig.
Dako,
The triple X Peppa Pig.
Embroiled in a scandalous affair with her adopted son, her stepson, Pramaha, leading to her suspension from public office in Thailand. Widespread attention across the social media platforms. Her husband caught her and filmed her partaking in this rancid activity.
Yeah.
With her stepson.
What are monks
in a monk's cabin?
What's the life of a monk supposed to be?
I think they make wine.
What do you got?
Is that what they do?
That's how they develop champagne. Franciscan monks found they were trying to make wine. They carbonated somehow. And
Are you being for real?
Yeah.
I had no idea.
That's Bennett Glazer.
That's what they said in The Rock, the movie. So Nicolas Cage said it, so I assume it's true.
Okay.
Yeah, Nicolas Cage is generally where I get all of my information on monk-related activities. Do you know what a lost wave is, gentlemen?
Lost wave?
A lost wave. Do you know
No.
what those are?
I have
Okay,
no
lost
idea.
waves are basically these viral internet sensations like music where somebody goes like, hey, can somebody identify this song? And you start going like, this is clearly a produced song that nobody can identify, and it creates this whole like internet mystery. So for the last 3 years, there has been this internet mystery around this song that some people call Everyone Knows That, some people call Ulterior Motives. Somebody posted 3 years ago on Reddit a picture of a boombox and playing just a 17-second snippet of a song and said, does anybody know what this is? And it drove the internet crazy. And Peyton's actually got the snippet of the song here. If you can turn it sounds it's vaguely familiar. And people were trying to figure out, okay, is this like a European song or something, and that's why we can't track it down? Why doesn't Shazam or anything else figure it out? The mystery after 3 years, and this was one of the most viral, like, what song is this? Because it's clearly been produced. The mystery has been solved.
Oh, no.
And oddly enough, it kind of intersects with Choppy's story. As it turns out, this song was from a 1986 adult film. And Reddit had uncovered, somebody on Reddit has uncovered it and put in, it was produced by a music producer for the adult film industry in the 1980s. And this snippet, which now makes you wonder, where did you get this snippet? Who was it? Because the guy had claimed who posted on the internet, he said he got it from his sister. What was your sister, like, what was she looking at? How did she come across this 1986 just like mustachioed adult film?
I feel like that was the golden era.
This is something that, like, when you hear it, it's like, yeah, that sounds like a general 80s song. That sounds like Wang Chung or something.
Sure.
And yeah, it was Wang Chung for sure. And it was, as it turned out, from an adult film.
We have another whistleblower incident.
As luck would have it, Boeing, one of the, at one point, great American companies, continuing their slide. Josh Dean was a quality auditor at Boeing supplier Spirit Aerosystems and a whistleblower who alleged the leadership had ignored manufacturing defects of the 737 MAX. Well, as luck would have it, Sean, Josh Dean died this week after a mysterious struggle against a sudden, fast-spreading infection. He was 45 years old. He was in good health, noted for having a healthy lifestyle. He dies after 2 weeks after having this mysterious infection. This is 2 months after...
Did he eat a bat?
I don't know. This is 2 months after the initial whistleblower died in his car outside of a hotel the day he was testifying against Boeing in this deposition.
And what was his cause of death?
Was it a single gunshot wound? I don't remember what the cause of death was.
So there wasn't even any,
like, maybe?
They weren't even trying to mess around with covering that one up. It's like, no, that's going to be a gunshot.
Right, so it's like, okay, these two guys, the two whistleblowers here, and this guy was, I mean, Spirit fired him in April of last year. He had filed a complaint with the Department of Labor alleging his termination was in retaliation for raising concerns related to safety. So these two whistleblowers, they're dead.
And this is something where, like, I mean, the fact that you had mentioned, we are not on a Boeing heading out to California this summer, right?
No, we are not. We're on an
Airbus. That like the old if it ain't Boeing, I ain't going. Like that's
so are we all totally believing? Are we going to be? Is this conspiracy thinking? Or we all believe? No, this is intentional.
I don't envision a pair of whistleblowers just up and dying out of nowhere. Like that seems a little bit, especially when there's been so much secrecy coming from the Boeing side, and then of course, like they get government contracts and everything. It's just it makes too much sense that this is not coincidence.
Dak Prescott gets good legal news. Is he about to get good contract news? Mike Florio, attorney and NFL insider from Pro Football Talk, joins us live next. But we all carry around different stressors in life. My stress level may be going up with the birth of a brand new child and a fuller house on Monday. Big, small, we all have them. When you keep them bottled up, it can start to affect you negatively. Therapy is a safe space to get things off your
Uber Eats has low fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on DFW Sports Station. Good morning, Metroplex. This is your home of America's team. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. We are live at Garland Firehouse 3. Stop on by 1301 North Jupiter Road. Brought to you by Firehouse Heating and Air, Palmer's, speaking of eating, and Chill Boys. Yesterday we got some legal news, and we need the explanation and the breakdown from the great Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com, joining us on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Dallas police finding no evidence to support the claims of the woman who accused Dak of sexual assault and will not file criminal charges against the Cowboys quarterback. Florio, good morning. Does that mean that all this is over for Dak?
Well, no, it doesn't mean it's over. It means the most potentially troubling aspect of it is over, that he's not facing the loss of his liberty by way of a prosecution that would result in a conviction. And as I pointed out last night on PFT, the better word isn't support, but corroborate, because clearly there's evidence to support her claim. Her story is evidence. But when you're talking about prosecuting someone under the very high bar of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, I'm sure you had these conversations when O.J. Simpson died last month, just because you can't muster proof beyond a reasonable doubt doesn't mean the guy didn't do it. It's just a very high bar that prosecutors all the time choose they're not even going to try to overcome. Because if it comes down to her word against his, and there's nothing to corroborate her, how in the world do you overcome reasonable doubt? You just can't. So it ends that part of it because they understand they can't meet the standard. But the case that has been filed, and remember, Dak filed the lawsuit, and that opened the door, her lawyers believe, for her to file a sexual assault claim, even though the statute of limitations would have prevented it if she had filed it in the first place. It's a technical legal thing, but there may be something to it. That part of it goes forward. The civil claim goes forward regardless of what the authorities are going to do by way of potential prosecution. And there's always the possibility, as we all saw with the Ezekiel Elliott case, where he wasn't arrested, he wasn't even sued, he got suspended by the league because there was a very motivated victim who talked to the league 6 or 7 times and gave them everything they needed, and they believed her, and they suspended him.
Mike, how different is the threshold? I guess it would be the burden of proof, like between a civil and a judicial trial, like criminal trial. Like, how much different is that threshold, or higher is that threshold for a criminal trial versus civil?
Oh, it's ridiculously high. For a civil case, it's preponderance of the evidence, which is basically 51-49. And if you want to be very technical, it's 50.1, 49.9. It is just more likely than not. It is the lowest standard possible for a jury under our legal system, civil or criminal. For criminal, beyond a reasonable doubt, and back to the O.J. case, if it doesn't fit, you must acquit. It doesn't take much to muster reasonable doubt. Our system is premised on the idea that it's better for 10 guilty men to go free than one innocent man to be wrongfully imprisoned. So the constitutional protections are there to make it very difficult. And that gets manifested in prosecutors picking their cases carefully and not going after someone when they fear that they're not going to be able to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. And even in the cases where they think they have a strong, winnable case, you got to sweat it out, because it doesn't take much to come up with reasonable doubt. And a skilled lawyer can stand in front of a jury and explain that and get a jury that thinks the guy did it to otherwise say, we're going to let him go. And I'm not saying Dak did. All I'm saying is, if the only evidence they have for something that happened in early 2017, allegedly, is her word versus his, with no corroboration, you can't even begin to satisfy proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
Talking with Mike Florio from Pro Football Talk. Mike, when it comes to the Dak civil case and then her countersuit or her separate suit, however the legal definition of it is there an instance where one of these is going to result in a legal victory, or is it possible like both of these cases could be determined to be, no, the claims are incorrect? Or is it as simple as saying one of these sides is right and one of these sides is wrong, and one of them is going to legally win within the court system?
No, everybody could lose. I mean, it's entirely possible that Dak Prescott cannot prevail on his claim that he's a victim of extortion or defamation or whatever other claims he's made against the alleged victim and her lawyers, and that she can't prevail. She can't muster the proof necessary to win on her counterclaim, which is premised on the idea of sexual assault. And it really is an interesting twist of the law, and it's something I didn't know about. I don't know if here in West Virginia that standard even applies. I practiced for 19 years, and I'd never heard of this concept that if you sue someone, they can file a counterclaim against you that includes things that otherwise would fall beyond the statute of limitations. That's how he's been able to be sued for sexual assault. If she would have sued first, she couldn't have sued for sexual assault. He sued first for extortion, and now the belief is, and I'm sure that Dak's side will say otherwise, but the belief is that they've opened the door to the sexual assault case. And I don't know if you guys have covered this, but earlier in the week, there was a motion to dismiss Dak's lawsuit under this idea. It's called an anti-SLAPP statute, where basically there's a Texas law that promotes public participation in government and petitioning the government for grievances. And if you sue someone who's in the process of using the government to address whatever grievances they have, that lawsuit needs to be thrown out. In a nutshell, that's where that stands. So they're trying to get Dak's lawsuit for extortion, et cetera, thrown out of court before it even gets started.
So can the reverse of that be true as well, though? Like, I mean, for instance, if she were to win on her sexual assault civil case, like, does that just completely dismiss the claim of extortion? Or could the court, like, potentially find, hey, this is true, and at the same time she also was trying to extort in the process? Or does any claim of extortion go out the window if that is settled?
I think if there's merit to her case, it becomes very difficult to prove extortion. Look, generally, and this is an extremely aggressive approach that Dak and his lawyers have taken, because I practiced law and sent demand letters, responded to demand letters. It is a standard way of trying to resolve a case before it becomes a case. It's not classic textbook extortion. Now, the money that they asked for, $100 million, that's a big opener. That's a lot. We always start when you're negotiating on behalf of someone who's trying to change the status quo and get their claims addressed. You start with a bigger number and you move down. $100 million is a pretty damn big number for something that allegedly happened in 2017 that you hadn't done anything about, and now all of a sudden you're going to show up and say, "Give me $100 million." That's a big deal. But that doesn't transform the act itself into something that would count as extortion, because it's very common in the legal profession for cases to start that way. And I think a lot of defendants prefer the opportunity to resolve the situation before it becomes a thing. Look at Deshaun Watson from 3 years ago. If his lawyers hadn't disrespected Tony Busby, hadn't thumbed their nose at what was a very low opening offer, which speaks to a settlement that would have, been resolved. Like, it was $100,000, I think, was the opener, and that implies maybe $75,000 gets it done, and they didn't even respond. They said, well, we need more evidence as to why we should even respond, and that set the stage for lawsuit number one, which became lawsuit number two, which became, the end of his career in Houston and the lengthy suspension and all the expense he's had to deal with. So a lot of defendants love that opportunity to take an objective look at what they've done and resolve these issues before they become a problem that can completely derail their careers.
Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com, breaking down all the legalese on the D&M Leasing Hotline here on Sean and RJ. So, Mike, just to be clear, Dak cannot face any future criminal charges from this. That is gone forever. And if that's the case, where do we go from here?
Well, look, I don't know what the statute of limitations would be on the criminal side. I guess if she could muster some evidence that would magically corroborate to the point where they say, oh, wow, hey, here we go, beyond a reasonable doubt, it could still revive itself. It wouldn't be double jeopardy. Jeopardy doesn't attach until the jury's impaneled. But if there isn't any evidence now, 7 years after this allegedly happened, I don't think that all of a sudden there's going to be some piece of physical, tangible evidence, some witness who would overcome Dak's denial. And remember, Dak cooperated with the police. I got nothing to hide. I mean, that's how you want it. That doesn't mean he didn't do it. But I'm always a believer, hey, if you didn't do it, shout it from the rooftops. You'll convince me. If you go hide under the bed and say, I'm going to invoke all my constitutional rights, now, obviously you have those rights, but you become a little more suspicious of somebody who invokes the Fifth Amendment and refuses to cooperate. So he's done everything that's consistent with someone who's innocent. You're going to have to overcome that if anything's going to come out of it later. I'd be very, 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 very surprised if this criminal aspect of it ever comes back.
Mike, he was also talking with DallasCowboys.com about the contract, and he said it's still conversations. I'm aware of what Jerry said, dead on. Communication has been back and forth. This is where I want to be, blah, blah, blah. What do you make of where we are after the Cowboys did not pick up the fifth-year option on Trey Lance?
I think this is very simple. The Cowboys and Dak Prescott are going to go through the 2024 season without a new contract. And then it's basically going to be a Kirk Cousins situation next year. That's my prediction, that the Cowboys will make their offer. And when the window opens, the 52-hour negotiating period to see what else is out there, they will be confident that he won't get something that is so much better that he will sacrifice his position as the starting quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys and everything that that can lead to. You know, the number one analyst job at a major network, waltz right into the booth like Troy Aikman did, like Tony Romo did. You don't want to give up that spot. And to give up that spot, it had better be a dramatically bigger amount than the Cowboys are willing to pay. And I think they're willing to bet that no one else out there is going to offer him $60, $65 million a year, whatever it is. Something that would be, oh, my God, I can't say no to that. I think they're going to bet that that's not going to happen. There's going to be a lot of quarterbacks available next year in free agency. And I unless Dak has like a ridiculously special year and they get to a Super Bowl or get to an NFC Championship game for the first time in 30 years, I don't think the Cowboys are going to waver, and I think they're going to take their chances that no one else is going to offer him dramatically more, or at least enough more to get him to turn down the Cowboys' offer.
Mike, the Cowboys' message to all of us is, look, this is just a credit card. The credit card bill is due. We've spent big, and this is the reality of the NFL. What do other people that you have on, you talk to, you hear from, say about the Cowboys offseason? That this is just the reality of spending or something more?
Well, it is a reality of spending. Look, anytime you have a franchise quarterback and you have a franchise quarterback contract and you structure it in a way to have low cap numbers early, the chickens always come home to roost later. And then you've got the big, massive number. Like if he's not there next year, I think it's still $50 million plus that hits the books for him if he's not there. Just like the Vikings this year had $28 million for Kirk Cousins. They'll have that in 2024, even though he's gone. The Buccaneers last year had $35 million in Tom Brady's name, even though he was gone. The problem with the Cowboys is that they get these young players and they wait, and they wait, and they wait. It never gets cheaper if you wait. Yeah. They waited too long with Dak Prescott to give him his second contract. They didn't do it after his third season when the window opened. They made him play out his rookie contract. I think he made somewhere between $2 to $4 million in his fourth year. Then they waited on the franchise tag year, and even though he broke his ankle, that's when they did this contract that puts them even more over a barrel now. They're waiting too long with CeeDee Lamb. Price keeps going up. Whatever it was a few weeks ago, Devontae Smith, $25 million. Amon-Ra St. Brown, $30 million. A.J. Brown, $32 million. Price keeps going up. If Justin Jefferson does his deal, price keeps going up for CeeDee Lamb. Micah Parsons, whatever it's going to cost them, whenever they do it, it's never going to be cheaper than it would be to do it today. But the problem is, yes, they've got the cap dollars from past contracts that they have to deal with. And just that whole stupid ass all-in thing. And I love Jerry. I love what he's done for football. I love what he's done for the business. I have a ton of respect for him. And, you know, he took the bait. Clarence Hill asked him the question about going all in and putting the poker chips in the middle of the table, and he took the bait, and he shouldn't have, because they just aren't able to do it. And they've spent the last 3 months trying to explain why they can't do it. Well, you never should have said you were going to do it. You shouldn't have gotten caught up in that moment. You should have just said, well, you know, we've got some contracts we have to take care of first, and once we take care of those, then we're in a position to go make the team better. So, you know, I'm not a fan of putting pressure on players to take less to help the team, but the Cowboys are in a position to do that, and they haven't. I got to give them credit because it is kind of a dirty tactic to do that to players because they got to get what they can while they can. But the reality is the Cowboys haven't been able to go make the team better because they haven't been able to work out these deals with Dak, CeeDee, and Micah.
The book is Father of Mine. It's Mike Florio's mob novel set in 1973. You can go get it anywhere. More books are on their way as well. You're a beast. Thank you for the breakdown, Mike. Have a great weekend.
Good talking to you guys. See you.
Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com on the D&M Leasing Hotline. What should the punishment be for what Patrick Beverley did to an NBA fan last night multiple times? And Charles Barkley is here to fix RJ's gambling problem.
Good luck.
Next.
Let's get you over.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Right, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Lillard's pass deflected by McConnell. He stole it. He got it into the lane, and Shepard missed the layup. But the rebound is Indiana's, and McConnell hits another three.
That was the call last night as the Milwaukee Bucks. How tough is this to judge? I know we want to judge Doc Rivers and laugh at him. Isn't it amazing that someone like Doc Rivers to me has always been likable? He's been a likable personality on the air, but
he will throw you under the bus.
But there's an unlikable aspect to him now that everyone criticizes.
I'm going to always have a soft spot for Doc Rivers, because he stopped down. He was the first one to stop down, grab the PA mic, and shout out Dirk on his retirement tour, where he just 10 seconds left in the game goes like, "Stop giving the PA mic," and was like, everybody needs to applaud one of the greats of all time who's leaving our game. And so I do respect Doc for that, but it is just hilarious, like walking into one of the best teams in basketball and trying to tell everybody, like, my God, I would not wish this plague on anyone. And what's funny is he turned it into, for all the criticism that was out there of Adrian Griffin and the way that he handled things, Doc Rivers got that team below 500 the rest of the way. They were well on their way to 50 wins with Adrian Griffin. They fall short of that, and then they get beat by the Pacers, who I think this was, for all of us, I mean, this was a trendy pick for us in terms of an upset.
Yeah.
Because it's just Milwaukee has felt like such a mess.
Is it fair to judge Milwaukee with Giannis and Dame missing? Dame played yesterday, but can we call this like I don't want to say all-time, but a humongous superstar dream team failure?
Well, no, I mean, like, if Giannis didn't play, how can if you're playing with, like, what?
You could take their regular season into account heavily. They went
17 and 19 under Doc the rest of the way.
Yeah, no, that's that.
They fired a coach.
They did.
Under 500 with Doc.
There's no doubt, but
first round exit with the injuries.
If Giannis and Dame play every single game of the series, they win the series in 5 games.
I don't
6 games.
I don't
You
know
think?
that. Indiana,
Just-
dangerous.
They are dangerous, but I mean, Vegas had them as a heavy favorite.
Yeah.
Very, very heavy. Like Doc's got a likability problem and a likability. Like, he is likable. Like, the problem is like he went after the travel crew this year. Like, really, you're going after the pilots and the bus drivers, and what, your hotel accommodations weren't good enough? Oh, maybe that's why we're so bad on the road this year. And that's the thing. Like, they were like, 18 and 20 on the road at one point in the season.
Man, they went, because I'm just looking this up right now. I was curious about it. Even Adrian Griffin Bucks, Doc Rivers Bucks, didn't matter. Like, when you include the in-season tournament game, the IST, as we call it in the NBA club, they were 4-1 against the Bucks this year, the Pacers. And then they just beat them in the playoffs. Like, I think that the Pacers are not a bad basketball team.
No, they're not bad at all.
And they clearly handled healthy Milwaukee, Adrian Griffin Milwaukee, Doc Rivers Milwaukee. Like, that was a team that,
playoffs are way different, right? Like, especially for a team that
they won 4 out of 6 instead of 4 out of 5.
Okay, but that's without Giannis. Again, that matters.
But Giannis was there for the stuff earlier.
Like,
But
Choppy, I liken.
You know that the playoffs are different for teams that have a championship.
No, but listen.
Like, the regular season.
Listen to me. I liken the Bucks to the Suns in the East. Phoenix struggled throughout the year. Milwaukee struggled throughout the year. Phoenix has all the star power. Milwaukee has the star power. I'm just saying, I'm not automatically assuming that it was Bucks in 5. Phoenix just got their ass kicked. Now, Minnesota got a superstar, okay? Indiana does not have a superstar. But I'm just saying, they had problems. And if they were there and lost to Indiana in 6 or 7, I would not have been shocked.
No.
I would not have been stunned. Because Milwaukee, I mean, they fired a coach. I mean, they were a disappointment before this.
I know, but I can't call the series a disappointment when your best player, one of the 5 best players in the league, didn't play.
Yeah, I get that.
I can't even call it an upset.
But the team is a disappointment.
The
position they were in, you go 500, you go under 500 the last 40 games of the season when you make this massive coaching change that everybody's like, what? Okay, what's the problem? What are you, David Blatting Adrian Griffin
Right.
for.
I get it. I didn't like. I didn't
You
care
go
for
below
that.
500 the rest of the way. Like regardless of the playoff, this is a battle. And look, y'all are the you guys are the definers of legacies around here.
Yeah.
So like we talked about. This was a risky move going after a title for Dame Lillard. Dame Lillard was somebody who was in a position to be able to basically claim essentially victim status for his entire career. It's just like, oh my gosh, look, just what a loyal guy. Stayed there in Portland, couldn't get any help. One of the greatest players of all time. And he takes that risk. He finally wants out. He ends up in Milwaukee with Giannis, and it blows up in their face.
I forget that they were the 3 seed. It felt like they were a 5, a 6.
Yeah, I mean, Denver's the same way. Like, Denver this year didn't take the regular season seriously. When you have a championship...
I think Milwaukee took the season seriously, and it just blew up in their face.
Denver had 8 more wins than Milwaukee.
Yeah, I mean, but, like, Denver's a better team. Yeah. But, when you win a championship, the regular season takes on a completely different meaning. Like, you're not...
How many years ago was their title?
It was 3 or 4
Okay,
years
so
ago.
that doesn't apply.
It does apply because the core of
It
the
applies
team,
to Denver this year, not Milwaukee 3 ago.
But I think what it applies to is not so much that you, it applies to I don't need home court, right? You're looking at it differently. Like teams that win the championships, they just approach the regular season different. Look at LeBron. LeBron has approached the regular season differently, basically for the last 10 years. Kawhi, and they just approach it differently. I wonder if that's what Giannis has done.
But they had problems from within.
Yeah, they did have problems within. But that doesn't mean that I think that they're just going to go and lose to Indiana, a team that's never been in this position before.
But a team that is you're talking about a head
They're
coach.
still 6 seed.
But you're talking about a head coach that's been in this position and a 6 seed. But what they had 3 more wins than Indiana or whatever it was. Like, I mean, it was a tight race in the Eastern Conference.
All right, let's talk about Pat Bev did. Patrick Beverley chunking a basketball at this Pacers fan who's about 2 rows behind Milwaukee's bench. I'm trying to figure out more on this of what caused it. Beverley said we were asking for help throughout the game. This fan was being annoying. I don't have anything specific on what the fan said, but Adam Silver's not going to care. Pat Bev is going to get lit up for this. He will, in my opinion, and should get suspended. And then he decided to double down on being a total, complete jackass that he is and has always been by doing this with a reporter in the Post.
Excuse me, I'm sorry before I finish. You subscribe to my pod?
Do I subscribe to you? I do not.
So you can't interview me then. No
Okay,
disrespect.
Well, Jamal is here.
You subscribe? Okay, cool. That's cool.
Again, there were a couple times within a bucket or two. In previous games, y'all have been able to kind of get over that hump, or maybe. Was it anything they did in particular, or was it just one of those where the bucket didn't go down, there wasn't the stop, they made one? What kind of prevented that you all from being able to get over, kind of like you have in the past?
You'll move that mic, please, or just get out the circle, please, for me, please, ma'am. If you're not subscribed to my pod, I appreciate that. Thank you.
No remorse.
No remorse.
No apology. And you knew that wasn't. All right, the all-time jackass team. Draymond, Pat Bev. Who else has cemented themselves? Ruben, feel free to check in. You're Mr. NBA.
At one point in time, it would have been Ron Artest, but I feel like later on in his career, he kind of turned his
people love him
his
now.
thought process.
It was all about world peace.
The perspective.
And meta.
Jackass team.
Lambeer?
Dylan Brooks.
Dylan Brooks, great call.
Latrell Sprewell.
I like Sprewell.
Latrell Sprewell coached or choked PJ Carlissimo.
Let's try to keep it more. Yeah, I know. And I still don't hate Latrell. Dylan.
That's why PJ's got that rasp now.
But
yeah, it might be. Yeah.
Brooks, Bev, Draymond. I'm trying to keep it more current, but Lambeer.
I mean, there's agitators out. Like, Bruce Bowen was a jackass because he was a dirty player.
Yeah.
People thought Lance Stevenson was a pain in the ass.
Rodman?
No, I think Rodman was so over the top. It's almost like you laughed and you liked his antics because you were just like, oh, it's just Rodman.
Let's give some shout-outs. Steven in Garland, stopping on out here. Ishmael in Arlington. Roberto from Royce City. Thank you all for stopping. My stop number 1 of the 2024 Firehouse Tour. It's brought to you by Firehouse Heating and AC and the Chill Boys.
And Ishmael made sure to tell me he grew up in Midland. And so he said, growing up in Midland, he said it was cool to hear the Midland thing. Now, here's the thing that I also met Roberto, and he gave it to me with the rolled R, and I just didn't hear him the first time. And I said, "What was that?" And then he went, "Robert." And I was like, come on, like, give me a little credit. Like, I just didn't hear it.
So
I could say it.
You want us to roll our R's for you the rest of the show?
Yes, please do.
Roberto.
Okay.
Can you roll them?
It
sounded like you struggled with it.
That was kind of Sofia Vergara-ish.
It was an Italian roll.
Oh.
It was an Italian
Yeah,
roll.
that was an Italian roll.
I struggle to roll them in the middle of a word.
Like what?
Like I could roll it to the start with it. What is
perro?
Yeah. Perro. Yeah.
Perro. I don't think people roll the R in the middle.
Yeah. You're supposed to swim, nadar. I can't say nadar. Ooh, there we go. See, I can't do that.
Is that to swim?
Yeah, you want to, as
here we go. Quote someone,
as Manolo says. Manolo,
yeah,
Manolo, the golf guy. You want to nadar with the hyena. You don't want your ball to
gather the foreigners.
I can't even say it.
Yeah.
Ruben, help me out.
Ruben, help me out. And shout out to Hector. Hector coming out here as well. Whenever you talk barbecue or food with me, I'm all in.
Yeah, you even talk about swaddling your child as wrapping a brisket.
Yeah. Pink butcher paper diapers. But you talk lawn and trees with Choppy, and that's what Hector was doing.
That's what Hector was doing. He already got me. Because, we were yesterday, Sarah went outside, and she just dominated. She just destroyed it. She absolutely dominated all the monkey grass, moving it around. We lost 4 of our 5 agaves out front in the freeze. I lost them back in the freeze of 2021. I haven't replaced them. So I was like, Hector, help me out here, man. I want one of those big giant boulders, a big rock. But those things are like a ton.
What?
Those things are huge, like a ton.
Yeah.
They weigh a lot. I don't want to go do that. So now I was like, do I get another agave? Maybe an aloe. That way when I go get burnt in the backyard, I go in the front yard, chop off an aloe plant, rub it all over me, and go back out there.
All right. Let's get to below the belt. The biggest questions. Get ready to roll the R with me, Choppy.
Roberto.
Get ready to.
I was just practicing.
Just get ready.
Practicing.
The biggest questions facing all the NFL teams after the draft. That's next in Below the Belt with our Cowboys insider, Roberto. Next on The Fan. But let me get you hooked up with some Q this weekend. Oh, I can't wait. My mom has been asking about it. Heading out to Hurtado. HurtadoBBQ.com, the official barbecue of your Texas Rangers. 2 locations in
we are brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt. Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not. The biggest question facing your Dallas Cowboys is probably an obvious one. More on that in just a second. First, I'm going to tell you why the Kansas City Chiefs have to be the single most hated football team by the NFL Players Association. No doubt about it. Not even close.
Oh, yeah, big time.
Travis Kelce just signed his new contract, and this was something that he had talked about over on his podcast. Travis Kelce told the Chiefs, hey, I want a pay raise, 2 seasons left on the contract, but hey, I know I'm at a negotiating disadvantage, partially because Travis Kelce refused to hold out, and the Kansas City Chiefs knew that. And Travis Kelce this week said, I'm not a guy that sits out. I'm not a guy that holds out. I'm a guy that loves coming into the building, and the Chiefs know that. So for them to want to get this done, for me knowing how much blood, sweat, and tears I put into this thing, I'm extremely grateful. So let's take a look really quickly at what the Kansas City Chiefs have done to the NFL Players Association. The Chiefs, they set the precedent already for saying goodbye to star wide receivers and saying, doesn't really matter. We don't have to pay the position. We'll just, recycle guys, do whatever we have to do. Younger, cheaper talent. Forget the veterans. We don't need that. They won't pay veteran running backs. That's something that they've shown they'll just play it.
Sounds like a great organization to me.
I'm not saying that it's something you wouldn't do from a team building philosophy, but from the Players Association, that perspective, they have to hate the Chiefs because they won't play in the waters with paying running backs or acquiring big-name running backs. Their stud quarterback signed essentially a 20-year contract that helped flatten the quarterback market. One of the big things that people don't see is whenever quarterbacks are going to get their money, when they're like, just take a team-friendly deal. They don't understand a lot of times the pressure being placed on them from the NFL Players Association of you better not take a team-friendly deal and push down the market for other guys who are coming up behind you. You owe it to them. You are going to get your payday regardless. Those other guys aren't necessarily unless you get yours. And so Patrick Mahomes flattens the quarterback market, signs this lifetime deal essentially, and doesn't reset the market the way that they want to. And now they've got Travis Kelce, the game's best tight end, other than George Kittle, Sean. Now they've got the game's best tight end saying he's just openly grateful for whatever he gets. Because you know what? Even if they didn't pay him money, he would Derek Carr the thing. He'd play for free. He would show up in the building because he just cares that much. This seriously has to piss off the NFL Players Association. They can't be a team they hate more than the Kansas City Chiefs.
You always get mad at players for doing this.
I do. It's not, I get the players wanting to win. The fallacy is that you can't win if you take the most money. Patrick Mahomes could take 100 quarterbacks are underpaid. Quarterbacks are underpaid. If the salary cap is $200 million, what percentage of the impact in the game is the quarterback? 50%?
More.
60%? So the quarterback should make that amount of money in a percentage of the cap.
So what?
In my opinion,
it should be 50% the quarterback and then 50% your defense, which is tasked with stopping the quarterback.
I should think it's probably going to be 75% the quarterback and 25% everybody else.
So then why wouldn't you invest in stopping the most important position though?
Because that's not sustainable. You know that over 1 year it is, one game it is, but over the course you can't. If you were to just build your team solely around defense, you might win, but you're not going to win every single year.
Not solely around defense, but if you said instead of investing in weapons for the quarterback, I'm going to invest in things to stop the opposing team's quarterback and invest in my quarterback.
Fine. Yeah, well, that's whatever you want to do. But the point is, I'm saying is I think quarterbacks. What Mahomes did, I hate what he did. Guys, and this is the problem with the NFL, their Players Association. They won't strike, right? And I've heard many of the player on this because they have brought up to the players, why don't you just go on strike at the end of the year and risk the playoffs? And the players all to a man say, that's just not going to happen. The opportunity to win is too finite. We're not going to give that up. So, okay, fine. So you're not going to strike. And you're not going to hold out for the most money. In this case, what are you actually fighting for? Days off?
Yeah.
And that's why the NFL Players Association, compared to the NBA and Major League Baseballs, stink.
Yeah, I mean, the NFL's Players Association is one of the weaker one. In fact, it is probably the weakest one in professional sports because they are they are in a lot of ways, their representation have been, contacts of Roger Goodell or people who have worked with Roger Goodell. And that was one of the things that they were really critical of DeMaurice Smith for a long time.
Yeah.
Was that he was somebody who was a Goodell guy, and that they felt like we're negotiating against two representatives from the league. That's the way a lot of the players felt. Over at ESPN, they have the top questions remaining for each NFL team following the NFL draft, when in theory you're supposed to kind of flesh out your roster and kind of have things in place. That's why we did the NFL Power Rankings earlier, because we're supposed to kind of know who your football team is. And the Dallas Cowboys, their top question is...
who the quarterback is next year.
No, who the hell is starting at running back for you this year? Todd Archer writes that for a franchise that has produced all-time leading rusher Emmitt Smith, Hall of Famer Tony Dorsett, and two rushing champs in DeMarco Murray and Ezekiel Elliott, the current approach seems markedly different. The Cowboys will go with a committee approach, even if they re-sign Elliott. This was the day before they had re-signed Zeke, because they did not select a running back in the draft. Elliott is not the same back he was when he won 2 rushing titles, but he can help. But do the Cowboys have enough with Rico Dowdle, Royce Freeman, and Deuce Vaughn to be a 2,000-yard rushing team? The biggest improvement might have to come with the scheme and the blocking rather than the individual runners. Chop, you're somebody who thinks the running back position doesn't matter, so I'll throw this to both of you guys, though, here. The idea of how much, Sean, you can grab it first while Chop thinks of his, while Chop pulls up footballguys.com, like I pull up Money Puck.
Let me ask you a question first.
Okay.
Give me the Rico Dowdle scouting report.
Rico Dowdle, I think, is a guy who has really the biggest question with Rico is just his health. He's not going to be like a stud pass protector. He'll get by. He'll do things there. He can catch the ball out of the backfield. But to me, the most impressive thing about Rico Dowdle, you saw it the very first time he stepped onto the field for a practice with the Cowboys. You know how we always talk about speed stands out on an NFL field? When you're fast, compared to NFL athletes, it's like, whoa, okay, that like whether you're in pads or not, that makes you sit up and go, okay, what's going on here? He is so quick to find the hole, hit it. He sees it quickly. When that stuff's closing in, he can see it, react, and get through there with great contact balance. He does not knock over easily.
If I told you he played all 17, your rushing total for him would be what?
If he's completely healthy for all 17 and he gets to, assuming he's a lead back and he gets to carry the majority of it, he's over 1,000 yards easy, I think. I think he can be like a 1,200-yard back. He's really, really good.
Okay.
He was somebody who I think that when you talk about juice, that's one of the words they use a lot. He has juice. You see it when he touches the ball. There's some electricity to his game. So I think that he's by far their most electric option on the roster right now. But Sean, when you look at the running back position and you look at run blocking and schemes and everything else, what percentage of a successful run game do you think relies on run blocking versus the runner carrying the ball?
80%.
80-20?
80% line.
Chop?
Yeah, I'd put it somewhere around there. Maybe 70, 80. So it's high.
So when the Cowboys, you've got Terrence Steele coming back off of one of the better run blocking tackles in the league. You've got him coming back from fully removed from the ACL, which they hope will make him more effective. You hope you've improved the run blocking at center, which is something that Biotish had struggled with in recent years. You've got Tyler Smith. You drafted 3 guys above where they were probably projected to go, or above where they were graded. Guyton was projected to be a first-rounder, but picking him at 29, I don't think a lot of people thought he'd be there available for you. Beebe was a guy who was considered a second-rounder. Nathan Thomas, who they picked in the 7th, was considered a 5th-round type of player. So when we talk about they didn't do anything to address the running back, is that enough? Did they go about it in the right way and say, we're going to throw all our resources? Because after the 4th-round group of running backs that went, it was no longer worth it to even invest in the running back position, because what we had to do was fix what's being opened up for him. And not just what's being opened up for him with the starting 5, but because of all the injuries and everything else that occurs, we need to have depth at a position that most of the NFL doesn't have depth at.
If Rico stays healthy, and if they decide that Deuce is allowed on the field,
right,
then I'm not freaking out over running back right now. I just want that on the record.
Sure.
RJ has infiltrated my mind enough of this over the years that, oh, man, trouble has showed up. Trouble showed up with our boy Dave Swavey. But if you can get a body, the Kansas City Chiefs do it. You can acquire someone. You can sign someone. If the offensive line is a 9 out of 10 or 8 out of 10, 8.5 out of 10, the Dallas Cowboys will be fine running the football, in my opinion. What do you think?
I agree. I look, I know some people think that may be a bit of an arrogant take, but I think in general, if you're blocking things up, you will be able to find it. Darren McFadden finished 4th in the NFL in rushing for a reason.
4.6 a carry.
4.6 a carry. Finished 4th in the NFL in rushing for a reason at however old he was at the time. 30. He may have been around 30 years old when he was here.
He should not have been had that good of a year, but he did. Why did he have that good of a year? Because he had a great line. I mean, that was the great wall.
Can you get more out of a better back than Darren McFadden or Rico Dowdle? Yeah, absolutely. If it's blocked up for you and you can pick up some extra, that's fine. But I'm talking about if you are going to prioritize the running back over what's being blocked up for them, you're going to have much worse results than if you just say, give me a middle tier back and a great offensive line.
Look at the same line that blocked for McFadden, the year before blocked for DeMarco, and the year after blocked for Zeke. And those guys had, not all-time great years, but, those guys had tremendous years, like career years. It's no surprise. They were better players than Darren McFadden. I'm not freaked out about the running back position either. I mean, as long as these are fresh legs. That's the problem. And I don't, I'm sure there was some, Isaiah Pacheco, you keep going back to him. I do. I mean, he was a 7th-round pick. Was there somebody that had fresh legs in the 7th round they could have gotten that had his skill set? And if not, then why was he available in the 7th round? Was that a miss? I mean, I'm sure they could have drafted somebody in the later rounds, but they chose to go with the room they had. Maybe they had Zeke in their back pocket already.
Yeah, you want Emmitt Smith and you want the Cowboys 90s offensive line. The reality is that's not easily attainable. And if you put Emmitt Smith behind a bad offensive line, it will generate lesser returns than if you put Sherman Williams behind the Cowboys offensive line, because that's where the productivity lies. Real quick here, one of the other questions here within this was the Giants, and is New York really committed to Daniel Jones at quarterback? There's this interesting chatter starting to grow here. Daniel Jeremiah's talked about it. ESPN references it here, that you could see Drew Lock starting for the New York Giants. So Giants still go ahead, draft a receiver, even with the quarterback on the board. And even after all that, it's not any sort of commitment to Daniel Jones, because they may walk into this season and say, hey, you know what? Drew Lock is our guy. Which, to me, I think I would much rather face Drew Lock than Daniel Jones. And that's not saying that Daniel Jones is anything special, but...
Is the ship totally sailed on still finding out what Daniel Jones has? Because that's what my initial reaction is. I'd rather still find out Daniel, unless Daboll absolutely knows in practice he's a scrub and he can't throw and he can only run. Because Daboll uses him like Jalen Hurts.
Yeah. I mean, this is the first throwing him elite neighbors. This will be the first time he's gotten to throw to a receiver like that. So, really quickly, one last shout out before we wrap up here. Matt out here with the City of Garland. He had come by, said hi. He's got his he was sporting his Texas Lightning Select Baseball 11 team. So, wanted to give them a quick shout out because I know they were listening.
Below the belt with
Roberto.
I wanted to save you.
Roberto.
It's a struggle, man.
Here on DFW
Can't roll that R.
Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Final hour of the week. Let's get you ready for all the Game 6s tonight. Mavs Stars preview right after this.
Let's get you over to
Uber Eats has Lola V products?
I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
With Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Batum will inbound at midcourt. Knicks need one final stop here. Batum into heel, turns, throws it up. It is no good. Rebounded by Hart, dribbles out of traffic. Knicks win. Knicks win the series in 6, and the Knicks are advancing to round number 2.
And that series is over. Sean and RJ is not. We still have an hour to go here from Garland Firehouse 3. Stop by, grab some Palmer's Hot Chicken, register to win the Zeke Elliott signed helmet, the Zach Martin signed football. We are located at 1301 North Jupiter Road. My dad's going to be out here in 20 minutes to give RJ some cardiology advice.
Yeah, I need to talk to him about this.
Of course, Firehouse Heating and Air is owned by Wesley, former firefighter, and they're going to be raffling off free spring tune-ups to Tolos on site. So they're giving away a free tune-up to every single firefighter that's here today as well. And then you got the Chill Boys. And Bobby's wearing them right now. RJ ordered them immediately. We are raffling off 3 $50 gift cards to Tolos and a $25 gift card to every single firefighter in Garland. So those are our awesome partners and sponsors responsible for today and the Firehouse tour throughout the entire year.
Yeah, the Palmer's Nashville hot chicken, catfish, and shrimp is always great. The shrimp is fantastic. The Chill Boys underwear, I ordered, I think, 5 pair.
Mm-hmm.
And
you don't even wear underwear.
I do wear underwear.
Oh.
Bobby went plain black. I went with some fun prints. I went with the boats. I went with the leaves on there. There was like a dog, Snoopy or whatever. I wanted because that's what I wear around the house. So when I go outside, just in my drawers to go get the mail, I want people to see that I have a dog on my butt.
That makes sense. I mean, you had you've got a dog on your butt, and then last week or 2 weeks ago when we were at the golf event, you had butts on your torso.
Yeah.
And so you're a big fun like Prince guy. That makes sense. I'm playing.
Pair of Game 6s tonight. Hopefully this ends. Wednesday was the big night for Game 5s, and now hopefully this ends with the Mavs hosting the Clippers at the AAC, and then about 30 minutes later, puck drop in Vegas as the Knights try to stay alive against the Stars.
Yeah, I look, for my own pocket, I do need the Mavs to win this thing in 7, not 6. It's for my own pocket. Win the series either way, but I would prefer in 7. Also gives us another day of content, too. That's another good thing. I'm much more confident, though, that the Mavs wrap up in 6. The Stars are the better team. There's no doubt about that in my mind. The Stars are the better team, and I think whoever wins the Stars-Vegas series goes on to represent the Western Conference in the Cup Finals. But Vegas they're very good too. Like there's not a whole lot of Vegas is a very good team, even though they were the 8th seed. They're not your traditional 8th seed. They are the defending champs. They do generally have the best player on the ice in Eichel. I mean, he generally has been the best player on the ice in every game he plays, with the exception of maybe a handful of games the entire year. So they're good. They're dangerous, and you don't want to. To me, the Mavs can much more easily lose Game 6 and beat the Clippers in Game 7 I do not want the Stars to see a Game 7. That scares the hell out of me. Hockey, anything can happen. You get a goalie that just stands in their head, and hockey is just like baseball. Wrap it up when you can. Like, the better team doesn't always win every game in hockey. A lot of times the better team in the NBA will win that game.
So you would feel better than about the Mavericks on the road for a Game 7 than the Stars at home?
It's just the nature of the sport. The nature of the sport, man. You get like that one hot goaltender that you can ride. I want no part of a Game 7 in hockey. If I can avoid that at all costs. I mean, literally, one mistake in hockey costs you the game. One mistake in basketball. There's I mean, how many? There's 100 possessions in an NBA game or close to it. One mistake's not going to do that. One mistake in hockey, you let up a goal like the one that went off of Logan Thompson's head in Game 4. Goes off his head, man. Like, what the heck, right? That changed the entire course of the game.
Do you have a stronger feeling, you and Pepe, about what's going to happen tonight? Like, I know this is going to happen for Game 7. I know someone's going to end it in 6.
Oh, I like the thing I'm most confident is I think the Clippers are done. Like, I think the Mavericks end that tonight. I mean, the thing with the Stars series has been that, like, early on those first 2 games, it was so much just like, well, how, and I mean, Vegas is good, but it was like, how freaking lucky can you be to, like, be in the right spot, to, like, tip the puck just the right way, or, oh, this didn't go your way. So to me, that one is just like, it's so much more like Choppy says, it's more sensitive to the just dumb luck of things. Whereas right now, I just think that dumb luck is the only reason why the Clippers-Mavs series is still around.
Look what it took.
Because the Clippers had to make 23s out of like 26 taken in one game, and had to take a Paul George miracle shot in the corner.
And James Harden not shooting 28% on floaters.
I don't think that, we were trying to figure out how closely matched these two teams were heading into it. I think getting through 5 games to this point, to me, it's really obvious the Mavericks are better than the Clippers.
And I love how sensy Mavs fans are, man. My gosh.
What?
My gosh. Just even suggesting that I want them to win in 7 games for a bet. Just infuriating.
I knew that
people.
would cost you.
Oh my God!
It's like
I love it. I'm gonna lean into it.
It's like these morons. Really, like I decided. I went back and forth. I was like, I'm not going to burn the energy today on people who are unable to comprehend, with the lack of brain cells that they have, that I have been in communication with Dak Prescott's attorney. Okay,
well,
he gave me the statement last night about the DPD not charging Dak, and you still had, like, I don't know how these, I'm not exaggerating. I don't know how I actually feel dumber because I'm breathing the same air, and these people probably functioning in life at the same level as me in terms of all the stresses of paying taxes and bills and this and communicating with people. And
they have jobs, are on Twitter all day.
And they're sitting here, like, getting through life somehow, being as stupid as they are. Like, to be so dumb and unable to comprehend, I'm like, what profession and business do you need to work in? Because you found a gold mine. I need to do the same thing. That Levi McCathern knows Dak's attorney that the radio station had on the other side's attorney, but Levi still talks to me because he understands covering a story. It's like Dak's attorney understands the way we handle this more so than these blood.
Yeah.
But Mavs fans, the diehards, they're so sensitive.
Yeah, and then look, I had full support.
These Dak criminal case people are stupid.
Yeah.
And the Mavs fans who get worked up, they're sensitive.
They're sensitive. I had no problem with.
I'd rather be sensitive than dumb.
Yeah, I think so. Absolutely.
And I am sensitive,
clearly, and I am dumb. So, but like,
high five.
Together we make an actual full human.
Yeah.
I would, I
But don't you ever wonder that sometimes? You're like, how have you figured out how to live for 30 years? You're so stupid. You have the inability to comprehend. You don't listen. You don't balance, but you're still here with me. Like, we're walking the same earth. How is that possible? It angers me. It angers me that their existence still takes place.
But they are thriving, and we're like
we don't know if they're thriving.
They may not be thriving, but like
breathing, I think for them is thriving.
They have there's money out there.
Ocho is like looking at me like, what are you doing? Like you burning your career in front of all of us at a firehouse?
Yeah.
You shouldn't burn your career.
There's money to be made out there, and people figure out how to make it.
Yes,
they figure it out without working. I don't know how they do it, but I need to get in on this.
By the way, Kawhi is out for tonight. The spread is
6.5,
7.5. 7.5. Last night, Jalen Brunson, one of my top 3 all-time worst takes here at the Fan, dropped 41, and Tim McMahon reminded us Brunson played 10 minutes in a Game 7 loss only 3 years ago. That was Rick Carlisle's final game as the Mavs head coach. They'll meet again next round. Ooh, yeah.
Fun.
Spicy.
See, there's 2 ways that you can handle Rick Carlisle's tough approach. You can get better, or you can completely quit like Rajon Rondo did and just say, I'm not going to play basketball anymore. I'm just going to hang. By the way, when you were asking earlier, the all-time jerk team, that was the most popular response we got on the fan text was Rajon Rondo.
Really?
Yeah, people were thinking that he was a total
I don't know. People DFW hates Rondo.
Yes.
I don't think the league hated him.
DFW
like
hates Kiki Vandeweghe, and the rest of the NBA doesn't. So
okay, Choppy, this is for you and
right.
Peyton. Well, it's not really for you or Peyton because y'all don't have this type of cash, but maybe you can apply this thinking.
I used to, but it was
You didn't have this type of cash, trust me. This is Charles Barkley talking about his gambling addiction with Shannon Sharp. I found this fascinating. If y'all think it's stupid, we can cut it off early. Hit it, Pepe.
You probably lost about $20 million in gambling. Ooh. Have you quenched that urge to gamble, or do you still like to gamble?
I love to gamble. I don't like to gamble. I would go to Vegas and I'd win $1 million.
Damn. I mean, what you play in a hand? 25, 30, 40,000?
I played 25,000 a hand.
Okay.
Yeah. Couple quick double downs, you can get that.
Yeah. And quick double down, you get it up out your pockets.
There's probably been 7 times that I won $1 million.
Okay.
There's probably been 25 times I've lost $1 million.
Right.
So what happened was I quit gambling for 2 years. And I always take the same group of guys to me, and I said, man, I miss gambling. They're like, why don't you start gambling again? I said, well, man, I was getting out of hand. They're like, yo, man, your gambling ain't getting out of hand. You're just an idiot.
Right.
And the one thing I pride myself on around my friends, they can always be honest with me. I said, why you say I'm an idiot? They're like, yeah, man, we'll be sitting there. You'll be up $300,000-$400,000. We're like, Chuck, let's go. You good for the night.
Right.
And in my head, I'm saying, nah, we're not leaving this month. I win $1 million.
Right.
And they said, dude, there's times you've been up $600,000-$700,000
right.
and you won't quit.
Right.
Because gambling's really just peaks and valleys.
It is.
It's just peaks and valleys.
It's the stock market.
Yes, that's all it is. And they're like, dude, why can't you win $300,000 and say, man, we had a great weekend?
Mm-hmm.
Why you got to win $1 million? And I said, what? They says, why can't you lose 300 and say, we still had a great weekend? And I says, are you serious right now? He says, man, you know I ain't gonna lie to you. Let's win a couple $100,000, have a great weekend, go home, or lose 200 or 300. You ain't got to win $1 million, or you ain't got to chase it and lose $1 million. And so to answer your question, I said, yo, man, we're going to Vegas for the weekend. We're going to lose a couple $100,000, or we're going to win a couple $100,000. You know what we're going to do? We're going to play golf every day and get drunk every night.
Right.
And I had to change my mentality because
all right, stop it there,
you
Pay.
can never break the casino.
I just thought that was interesting. And I think you can apply it. I think Bobby and I kind of do that with drinking. Well, I know Bobby for damn sure does.
Bobby waits till he gets to 1 million drinks.
Yeah, no, it's like there's no point in like having like 2 or 3 drinks.
Right, I agree.
To me. Now, maybe a beer at lunch or something on a Friday. But I'm not going to have a beer at lunch on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, unless I'm off the next day. And if I'm on the next day, I'm like, okay. By the way, Mom, I know you are on your way over here. Turn the radio, dear, because Dad doesn't need to hear all this or the next segment. And it's like, no, let's make it worth it. Let's make it worth it. Get wasted.
Yeah, like to me, it's not like.
Although I don't do
necessarily-
that anymore. I can't remember the last time I blacked out. I'm too old for that. I'm so old.
I think I was with you.
I know when it was.
All right, let's not talk about that.
Terry Blacks.
You got Terry Blacks out.
Yeah.
but that was how many years ago?
Like two. Yeah.
I'll take that.
To me,
I wish
like,
it was like
here's
4.
my thing. The reason why, to me, one drink, like we were going somewhere the other night, Chris and I, we were at the movie theater, and it's like we could get a drink there, and I got the one drink, and then I was like, this was a stupid decision.
Yeah.
Because having one drink is like, that's just enough to like make my elbows hurt or something. Like, just enough to like trigger an inflammatory response. I'm like, what was the point of this? This wasn't enjoyable.
Listen, I want my liver to be like Mike Trout. You either have to be fully healthy or fully injured. All right. I either want you in an all-out sprint at all times, or completely rested.
Yeah.
So if I'm not going to drink to get turned, I'm not going to drink.
But I used to feel like that with gambling too. Now, it's like, okay, you go to Vegas once every 2 years, Atlantic City once every 2 years. Like, it's fine if you lose $1,000 or $2,000 because you're not going back. It's like, make it worth it, right?
Yeah.
Like, go all in for this. Not all in.
Yeah.
Oh, especially not Jerry all in. Has he ruined that phrase for the rest of the time?
Really has.
At least
He
for
really
now.
has.
None of us can use it ever again, but I would feel that way a little bit about gambling. Or you go out to a restaurant, right? People do this and they're like, screw it. Get the highest of the high.
Get everything. I with sports gambling, as I've gotten older, I've changed. I used to bet a lot more money. Now I'm like, I just need a little bit of action on the games. Just give me a little bit of action. Whatever I make, it's fine. It's funny money. It's whatever I lose. It's not going to hurt.
Yeah, it's not like you're cheering for the Mavs to lose tonight or anything.
Yeah, like if they lose, like great. Now I got a chance to win 6-1. If they win, great. Whatever, man. It's not going to make or break anything.
My biggest
I'm not betting that kind of money
My
anymore.
biggest takeaway from that audio that we just heard there, I was so distracted by the fact that I'm just reminded, like, Shannon Sharp is just not good. Like, I know
his
I know
voice.
people love him. I can't stand listening to him.
What?
He is so bad.
He's so lovable.
No.
It sounds
Dan
so likable.
No.
Well, except for that.
Tube of toothpaste. Yeah, he is so lovable.
I
though.
thought you were going to say the shot. He took the subtle shot at MJ there.
Yes, I
that
did
was
notice that.
That was a
Yeah.
shot at Michael.
Where he said, my friends can talk honestly to me and I can talk honestly to them.
Exactly. Okay. We may have a special visitor to the morning show. A special guest showing up as a surprise. And Mike Bassett leads Crosstalk with KMC. That's all continuing right here. Stop by, grab some Palmer's hot chicken, win the Cowboy prizes, Garland Firehouse number 3 for another 40 minutes here on Sean and RJ. But make sure you make that stop.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Segment here brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, That's Soda, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Shout-outs for all the Tolos. Came a little bit later today. They show up in 40-degree weather, but not 65-degree weather at 5 a.m. But they did roll out heavy to sign up for the Cowboy giveaways. Say what's up. We got Eric in Garland, Chad in McKinney, Kenny in Quinlan rolling through like he does for all the fan broadcasts. Brought about 8 hats. There you go, Kenny. Shout out, brother. Thank you for that. You're appreciated.
Yeah, Chad McKinney, he actually he's heading home. His shift just ended. He's truck driver, so he's been working all night. Said we're gonna be the soundtrack to his ride home before he goes and crashes like I did last night.
Nice. And my family just pulled up.
Ooh, you gonna let Mike interview your dad for Crosstalk?
Mike's apparently not here.
Oh,
I saw what you did there, though. That was dark. That was really dark what you just did right there, Bobby. But no, I got Pops here to take care of RJ with the medical advice.
Yeah, buddy.
My mom, absolutely. I trust her food taste. We got Palmer's hot chicken. I said, man, and my wife loves food as well. So then, and my little man, he's obsessed with the fire trucks.
Yeah, grandparents are here.
So we got grandparents, we got little man, we got wife giving birth on Monday. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Hey, he's all nervous. It'll take him a while to feel things out. It'll take him a second. All right, so we'll crosstalk with KMC coming up at 9:40 here this morning. Justin Fields, kick returner.
How about that? What do you think of that one?
You know what? I support it.
Figure out a way to use them?
I support it. Now, does Justin Fields have crazy elusiveness?
4.45.
No, I mean, I know he can run. I'm just trying to think. There's a difference between scrambling, running as a quarterback, and then, freaks as a returner.
Because there's an element of surprise as the quarterback that the defender has to play against. They know what you're doing as a return man.
Now, look, the stupid part is, in my opinion, Justin Fields. All right. How many games should Fields and Russell split?
0.
Fields should be starting from day
one?
one?
Should start all 17 games.
I mean, the Steelers are telling you they have zero interest in starting Justin Fields.
Right.
None. Because, you don't even let, your number 2 receiver return kicks, much less a quarterback.
Right.
They're literally saying, we think of you as less than a backup quarterback. That's what we think of you at this point. They literally just acquired him to be a weapon. Do they plan on him being Taysom Hill? Is that what this is supposed to be? Who's the new coordinator? I'm curious. That just popped in my head. Who
was
the
it
new
last
coordinator?
year? Matt Canada?
Yeah, it's not him anymore and his Iowa offense. But to me, I would say Justin Fields should be starting the entire time. It's Arthur Smith.
Ooh.
So Arthur Smith is the offensive coordinator there. And Arthur Smith has done some different things, in terms of just wild concepts when he was.
They started multiple quarterbacks last year. They started Ritter and Heineke, right?
They acquired multiple quarterbacks this year. So, no, Arthur
You think
Smith,
this is dumb, Bobby?
Yeah, I do. Because I think he should be starting.
Okay, but if he's not starting.
If he's not starting, then the other
Wait, we know
is,
Russ is
if he's not starting, don't damage the asset if you're going to potentially get something.
Yeah. What is the risk that you're running?
You keep holding on to these assets. It's.
But I mean,
I don't want to fight with you before we've had a good day.
But realistically,
I
try to hold on to assets every day.
What did he just get dealt for? Let me
a sixth.
Okay, but let me just ask. Let me ask. He got dealt for a 6.
Yep.
So he becomes an asset if Russ gets hurt and he plays. But if he doesn't play, then you're not getting more back than a 6.
Well, here's the thing. Didn't we all agree the 6th was low. Like, you didn't think he would go for a first, but it was still low.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
Yes.
And part of the thing we had said was, and this was Will's argument at the time, Will Chambers, was he said, wait, somebody gets hurt during training camp and they will give you more than a sixth for that. They will go ahead. It won't necessarily be more. So to me, it's like you're putting somebody in jeopardy who you just declined their fifth-year option.
But why wouldn't someone give up a fifth then?
Because they didn't need, I guess,
To
they
make
didn't
them there
need to.
too.
Yeah, and I see what you're saying, but like I think what Bobby is saying, what Will was saying, like is
To make him the starter?
You could get him a sixth. You get a sixth for him today, but if you were to wait until say August 15th, and on August 15th,
Jake, someone go ahead.
Aaron Rodgers gets hurt again, and the Jets are desperate, or whoever, right?
No, you know, here's the one for you, because I got to look and see who the back.
Justin Herbert gets hurt.
No, the name is so they went and acquired Kenny Pickett, obviously, throughout this. But like the idea of like if Jalen Hurts gets hurt and you have jobs on the line, and Philly's like, we got to cobble together something. Who on the market is similar to Jalen Hurts' skill set that we can go acquire?
Right.
Justin Fields would be that guy.
Absolutely.
Like you could absolutely say, all right, I'll give up a fifth for Justin Fields to come in here and start in place and run a similar offense to the one that Jalen did.
I thought when you were talking about someone getting banged up, you were going to bring up McCaffrey again.
Oh,
but you do have the McCaffrey parent lessons from our friend at the Super Bowl.
I do. This is from, so we had talked about the worst parents yesterday and during the payload. He had that story about the worst mom ever.
Mm-hmm.
Well, here we go. This is from SportsCenter. This is obviously, it's ESPN, so it's probably wrong, as Kobe would say. But this is from SportsCenter. This is the things that Ed McCaffrey, former NFL football player, friend of the show, Ed McCaffrey, had Christian McCaffrey do to prepare him to be a superstar started in middle school.
Okay.
Tell me if these are crazy or not. He would take him out of school on game days, midday, to get saline IVs so he wouldn't cramp.
Wow. Ed did not strike me as a...
Yeah.
Who was the famous Raider father? Marinovich?
Yeah.
Was that it?
Yeah, Todd Marinovich's dad.
So he's taking him out of school to give him IVs?
Yeah. Now,
Too much.
I remember
ridiculous.
Now you got to remember the mom was also a big time athlete. So like
Yeah.
there are these two like super like
Yes.
and what I don't know is did he catch that bug from them too? Like is that something Christian would have like, hey, I need to do this, I need to be optimum performance, or was that something that was kind of like,
Yeah, I don't know,
Tiger
because
Woods
I got to tell you this,
dog
because in middle school, like this year, like Luca told me, like he could. I had a doctor's report for him. He said I can't leave school on a game day, otherwise I can't play. Now that may have been their coach's rule, not a UIL rule, but that surprises me anyway. All right, so that's one. Next one. He told him not to squint during the game if it was sunny, because squinting wastes energy.
How did we not have this before our interview with him?
Yeah.
I mean, he had those beady little like eyeglasses. Like, is he speaking from experience? Like, he knows he damaged his own eyes squinting too much?
Maybe. I had a coach in high school who told us to bite our lip if we were thirsty. Like, I guess
What?
he said bite your
What,
bite your
to
lip.
draw blood and drink that?
I think it would. If you bite your lip, it would hurt. It would take your mind off being thirsty.
Oh, so that's not the signal I need water. Bite your lip.
No,
That's like coping.
yeah, it's a coping mechanism, I suppose.
Was that the
Chris
to
can
catch-
bite your lip to signal
was not
that.
the
to catch a
one.
predator?
That was not the one that filmed us in the shower. Different coach.
Oh. And take a washcloth and twist it.
All right, next one. He had
Oh my gosh.
he had him wear sweatpants to school on game days instead of jeans.
Gray ones?
Maybe.
Why?
Because-
Sounds like my type of dad.
Because jeans are too heavy on the legs. You know, I never thought for a second I'm wearing jeans out here.
This isn't true.
And I'm just like, man, I am so tired.
Okay.
These aren't true.
Look, if you told me an NFL player believed this, where the margins are so small, whatever else, was Christian McCaffrey having trouble dominating
high school
future like loan officers at his high school level? Was that something he really had trouble with, and he needed that extra edge?
I don't think so.
My gosh.
He would ground him for getting jersey tackled starting at the age of 8.
Dude, I never saw this from Ed.
I didn't either. He told him not to yell at pep rallies so he wouldn't lose his voice.
What does the losing the voice have to do with anything?
Yeah.
He's not at the line of scrimmage.
If he's a quarterback,
making checks.
I understand that, right? I could at least.
I still probably wouldn't understand it, but I mean,
I could see the point.
The
How
leap.
about that?
I see the leap. I guess.
Yeah, I can see the leap.
These are amazing.
He did not allow him to drink sodas. I had no problem with that.
Yeah.
All right. I had no
Same as
hydration.
Choppy's kids.
Bedtime was 7:30.
At what age?
It said they said started in middle school, so he did this throughout high school. 7:30. 7:30.
What time do your kids go to sleep?
Their phones get taken at 9 on a weekday.
Okay.
So sometime around there. But
so long enough for you to fall asleep so they can go then take the phones back.
Man, if Luke ever found out that I don't bring his phone into the bedroom with me when I take it for him, I take it at night, I just put it on the counter outside.
Hopefully he doesn't Tolo.
He doesn't.
He doesn't.
None of our families do.
They don't. Although they're both starting to be very, very curious about how they get into the industry at some point. Still, both start to be very, very curious.
He followed me on Instagram the other day.
Luca did?
He did. I'm gonna clip it.
Wow, I feel
and
offended.
Now I'm gonna tag him in it.
All right. Okay. Yeah. So I wake up in the morning and it's there. It's on the counter. So I assume he didn't take it.
Any more?
That's it.
All right, that's it. Peyton Russell has informed me that we have a special guest before we get to KMC Crosstalk. Pepe.
Look, I value my position here. Morning drive radio producer. My job, I take it very seriously. I pride myself in my work. Thanks, Bobby. And so Sean talking about the snake that he has, these snakes, maybe plural, in his yard. I was like, man, I got to get to the bottom of this. So I went and grabbed the audio from this snake. I had to interview him and talk to him for a little bit here. I know, Bobby, you'd be excited for this. So I got the audio. Listen to this. This is from the snake in Sunnyvale right here.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's me, the Sunnyvale Snake. You can always find me slithering around Sean's Thief's new mansion in Sunnyvale. He's all about Shop Tolo, but he needs to start shopping for a new house because I'm not leaving. Why would I go anywhere else when I can feast off that hurtado barbecue he's laying around his house? Oh, by the way, shout out to the Spits and Sits podcast is my favorite. Sean, you better be ready for me. I'm in places you can't even get to with those tiny ass hands.
What is this music?
I'm in the grass, the toilets, even in the big emerald custom pool. Oh, Sean, I've heard there's a new baby on the way, Sean. You're not going to have the energy to deal with me, but thank goodness I can rely on the Tolos once again. You keep hitting up on Instagram. Make sure you shop Tolo, guys. See you Sunday, Sean.
So there it is. There it is.
Oh my God.
But
that is so. It's so.
I'm crying.
The most amazing part of that was how
I don't know why the voice had to be so low, but
why did
very low.
the snake? How was the snake able to put a lisp on things like hurtado?
Hurtado. And that music in the background.
There were no
That
S's.
was
music.
epic. Crosstalk with a KFC masterpiece is next.
But let us get you over to K-Post.
#1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Let us now crosstalk with the K&C Masterpiece here on Sean and RJ. A final shout out. Leo in East Garland stopped by. Thanks for being a Tolo. And you have our next location?
Yeah, Allen, apparently. So we will be in Allen next month. I don't know the date yet or which one, but Allen residents, we will be out there.
Good morning to Kevin Hagelin and Corey Majors. Corey, what's going on?
Oh, just getting ready for this show today. Getting ready for this weekend. We have the Hipster Ball on Saturday night. Kevin and I are emceeing the event. And just trying
How are you dressing for that?
In a cape.
It is a masquerade ball this year, so we are wearing masks this year. So Adrian and Kevin, I've never seen Phantom of the Opera. I've never seen it. I know you're a huge fan. I've never seen it, but Adrian got me a Phantom of the Opera mask.
The note that I gave Jess was look for one of those eyes wide shut sex party masks.
This is no.
What a weird movie. Kevin, are you on the fan cam, by the way?
My computer doesn't have a camera. This computer in the studio. All right, I've tried to start the video multiple times, and it says Zoom is unable to detect
Where's
the camera.
your computer?
He didn't bring one.
It's behind me.
Well, how's he get on the Zoom at the Globe?
Great question.
He just said it was behind him.
I use my laptop. No, my laptop is here, and I will admit.
Why is it here?
Every time I think Kevin is like me, as responsible as me, as sharp as me, sometimes I think it.
Hey,
but then he reminds me
that's
he's
a
not.
fair point.
Do you use the laptop during the show?
No.
In studio?
It's literally sitting there on the charger right now, though. Why do you have it?
Just in case.
Mike is out today. Somebody's got to fill in for his effort.
That's right.
Oh man.
I was thinking.
What about the effort of Peyton with that song in the background with
pretty
the
good,
snake?
right?
I'm just proud of you
no
for
notes.
actually learning how to play the Shania so that you could have that music in the background. That was glorious,
That
man.
don't impress me.
Not
Like
Shania
Kevin,
Twain.
I always thought you were just like a strict rule follower. So now I'm curious, Corey. Maybe you can answer. What other rules do you like break?
Me?
What do you like? No, Kevin. Maybe you can answer for it. Like Kevin will violate this. Like
I mean, he has gone to jail. So
That's true.
for stealing.
yeah, so have I. Big whoop.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I don't
Like
know.
right on reds. Will you? If it says
Right
no,
on red.
If it says
Yeah.
if it says no right
For
on
sure.
red,
Oh, for
will
sure.
you turn the right?
And one time somebody honked at me for making a right on red, and I was like, grow a pair.
Do you U-turn whenever it
Oh,
says
yeah.
no? Oh my God!
That is my most common broken traffic laws. It says don't U-turn, and I'm like, stop me.
I will
Try.
I don't see many no right on reds. If I'm coming out of a parking, it's very fickle on whether I will break the law on the right on red or not. If it says no right on red,
We have one in Flower Mound near us that I know. Like the reason that just got changed in like the last year because it's just the cars coming down there. It's hard to see them, and there were so many accidents of people trying to turn right.
Like Julian's baseball practice leaving the park says no right on red. I'm like, getting rid of that one.
Yeah.
But there are others that I will completely obey that say no right on red. It's a very, very random sample.
I have one
What is your favorite law to break? 877-881-1053.
Speeding, yeah,
Speeding.
for sure.
Yeah, I love speeding.
I just got my registration the other day.
I saw you told me that. Yeah.
Very proud.
How long?
but it's
How long was it? Because
4 years.
mine's over
4 years?
Yep.
Wow.
4 years.
He's a scofflaw.
And you never got pulled over in that time? Good
Never
for
got
you.
pulled over.
Good for you.
The guys will make fun of me because they'll say I drive like a grandma, so I don't get pulled over. And I didn't even get pulled over to get busted this time. The cops in my new town, well, never mind. I'm not going to say anything like that. But they saw the
We're around
sticker.
firefighters. It's okay.
They saw the date, and I'm like, really? Because I was even thinking about like illegal life hacks, just printing out your own registration sticker.
Yeah, at that point, I think you're
That's really
taking what is a very like small crime and
Making
bumping
it
it up to a more significant one.
And it's not that expensive. Like if the registration sticker costs $6,000, I'd be like,
It's not.
It's like $70.
It's like $70, but that's not the point. I thought
It's 70 to
this
get
would
inspected too.
I thought this would I thought this would buy me 2 or 3 years of time. Like I thought if I got it in 2024, I'd be good till 2026. Isn't that the case?
No,
it's not
no. When you get a new car, it's 2 years.
See,
Yeah.
it's
Platinum
ridiculous. It's
Chevrolet.
such a racket.
It's a racket.
So then you got to go. You have to pay for it to get inspected. You know, if something's a little off, you got to get it fixed. Then
Have to have insurance to get any of that done.
Got to sit in the DMV. Then it's the process, Kevin. It's not the money.
How long have you had your car?
Oh, what, you think we got ours at the same time?
No, yours. You got yours, I think, before me. Mine's 2016.
Oh no, maybe like 7 years, 8.
And you've done registration twice now?
Did you say it like that?
Yes.
I think that's pretty good. I actually admire.
Yeah, it
that.
is really
I think
good.
that's good.
Yeah. So anyway, that's my law. That's my law being
The
broken.
the thing is, like, now everything can be done online. Like, you can renew your registration online.
Yes.
You just got to
But
take
I
it in
think
to get
mine was so
inspected.
old, I tried to renew it
You had
online.
to go like the tax assessor. or
Yeah,
whatever.
they're like, no, your car doesn't even register.
Yeah,
I wasn't
I-
even in existence.
You're off the grid. You're like
Yep.
Dawson.
There's a traffic law I used to break that is going to sound really bad, and I'm not super proud of. There used to be, they eventually put up a traffic light over near where I lived when I grew up. And I thought they put the traffic light in because people were soft and too scared to make that left turn. And they were like, the traffic coming is scary. And so I did not respect that red light, assuming there was no one around. I was like, no, that's a turn light. Go.
Oh, wow. I got in a wreck turning left once.
What happened?
The lady was going very fast and hit me. I didn't see her. She was around a corner, one of those blind corners, and all of a sudden, BAM! She hit me out of this.
Someone tweeted no inspections in 2025. I don't know if they're trying to start a campaign.
Yeah, like it's like a Boston Tea Party or something with
Yeah.
vehicle registration.
Or whether that's like a new rule or law.
I thought I saw
Drive your
something
car
about
into the
that.
sea.
Okay. Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, we have Bobby joining us today at 12:20 to talk basketball.
We do?
Yeah.
Yes.
Bobby
What?
Caralla will join us at 12:20. The Mavs digital content manager, Bobby Caralla, joins us at 12:20 to talk Mavs as we get ready for. This is a big night, man. This is one of those nights. Not only do we have Mavs and Stars action happening, maybe the biggest game in Wings history takes place tonight in Arlington.
For sure.
As we have to lock down Caitlin Clark. We got a double teamer every chance
Oh my
we
God.
get. We have to shut her down. We can't. Look.
They're playing tonight?
It's a preseason game.
You didn't know?
No.
Catch
That's
the
why I
fever.
said so much of it in my prep.
I saw her photo shoot yesterday. I didn't think they were playing a preseason
I got to
game
be
today.
honest. I thought just because it was the Firehouse tour, that was the only reason why we weren't doing 4.5 hours of Caitlin Clark like you normally would.
Yeah. Oh man, Caitlin Clark's in Arlington.
Yeah.
But I mean, like,
Caitlin
I mean, the Wings are just now that Doug Gottlieb has exposed her busted ass jumper. Like, I mean,
That was a weird thing, right? Like, and he kept firing back at people who were like, "This ain't it, man."
It keeps going in, and you're like, it's busted.
By the way,
like, I had a problem with the anger towards him. Like,
reset what it was.
so he said, like, there's a photo of her shooting, and he's like, the level of commitment and hard work it takes to still thrive despite an obvious mechanical flaw is pretty amazing. Because she does have a mechanical flaw. Now, he worded it kind of poorly, but that is not something you would teach. And I don't think, like, you know, despite the fact that he's a 45.7% percent free throw shooter, he could be that bad and still be correct that she has a mechanical flaw.
context matters, though. It's Gottlieb. And so Gottlieb taking any sort of, like, potentially veiled shot, people are going to go, he was probably trying to take a shot and be a jerk.
But
That's
this is like
how they look at it.
the Cowboy fans said Kellen Moore can't be Dak's coach. He's not as good of a quarterback as Dak. It's like, well, that doesn't make any sense.
Where did you get that chair?
Over there.
How long have you had that?
Since about 6:30 this morning.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Are you not
He's
paying
sitting
attention,
in this
Sean?
nice leather chair, and we're over here in the
Yeah.
regular fold-out.
Well, I was
I didn't even realize this is like a
Brad
basket
Sham
chair.
bring it by for you?
I was going to get butt pimples, I think,
Kevin.
from that chair. So I went over there to use the rowing machine. And,
What the
and I
heck?
was like, oh, let me just try this chair out.
Look, I mean, if we learned anything about RJ Choppy, it's that he will steal free chairs that are lying out, regardless of the consequences.
I was
Yeah.
putting them
By
back,
the-
though.
by the way,
I put them
Sean-
back in the same place and condition they were in.
Yeah, this year you can ask Ruben, we are planning to either send chairs to, as Mike called it, the Nard with us this year, or we are going to go to the Walmart up the street or whatever store, get our own chairs and have those available instead of those little flimsy, like, toothpick chairs they have out there. So that's our plan this year at the Nard.
Look at him spoiling
I
us
heard
with-
the Nard dropped yesterday by Bassick.
Yep.
Didn't know
I'll
we were
see you
doing
in
that.
Oxnard, sir.
But I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
Where is Mike today? Is he traveling or something with the team?
He's out all next week.
Yeah, he's traveling with the team for the road trip.
So he'll be doing the Kansas City game today. I believe they start their
Are they
trip
at home
today.
and Kevin's being sarcastic to me?
No.
10 game.
I get why you might think that. That's fair.
Kevin, if I saw your face, I would have been able to tell.
Man, have you seen my
sarcasm.
face? I have a sarcastic looking face a lot too. So
I can't believe that he didn't. Yo, man, get off of me, dude.
That's your kid.
He's giving you a sticker,
What are you
man.
doing? Come here. You want
He
to
wanted
talk?
to give you a sticker.
That's a sticker. Say 105.3 The Fan.
I want a fight.
Good job.
Nice.
Good effort. Good effort. What's coming
Nice.
Monday? What's coming?
Politics.
Are you getting no, not a snake.
Did you say politics?
I think he said politics.
I do too.
Is Sissy coming Monday?
Yeah.
Let me hear you say.
I said it at the Monday.
Okay. Yeah. Good
Can you get him to
job.
yell hump day?
All right. Can you yell hump day?
Yeah.
That better be part of your teases going forward on Wednesday.
Hey, throw out
Even Ollie
whiskey
could get on the
time.
fan cam before Hagee.
Your time's over.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
enough.
that's enough.
It's Daddy's show.
That's enough.
It's
Oh, there he is. Now he's on the fan
It's
cam.
Daddy's
Good
show.
for Hagee.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Corey, any daughter advice?
I've always agreed on Colby's phrase, which is "boys will break your
Shots
stuff,
fired.
girls will break your heart." So be aware for that. You will love in a completely different manner than you ever have. Like you love Oliver, you love that kid, but when it's a daughter, it's just different, dude. It's like it's a different type, and the boys understand that. I've told them, look, y'all are in second place, y'all are tied. It's going to happen that way.
No.
Dion Majors out here.
The other thing too, though,
My dad did
is
not have that take.
I think I heard y'all talking about the wipe thing the other day.
Yeah.
Back to
Fact.
front.
Massive importance there. Otherwise,
Yeah.
infections
I feel like
happen.
I need to print out a sign,
Yes.
like we do for the BetQL thing. I need a diaper direction sign for the reminder.
Down. Just
right
down.
over.
We'll
right
print
over the
that up
crib.
for you if you promise to record this diaper change brought to you by, and you give like a read with it and everything.
Hurtado.
Brought to you by Hurtado.
The butcher paper.
Yeah, with the
The
butcher
swaddle.
Boys, he's wrapping it like a brisket.
Uh-oh, we got action.
We got another call? Uh-oh, I'm timing you guys. I'm going to time you.
We may have action. Uh-oh.
City of Garland.
Here we go. Lucas hurt again.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Major emergency. Lucas hurt again. Did you say your dad ranks you?
Oh, I'm the golden boy. Oh, yeah, I was. Now he
The
doesn't.
daughters are behind you?
He doesn't rank anybody right now.
Yeah.
But oh yeah, he treated them like an acquaintance. It's an old Italian family, man. Like it was all about the guy, all about the boy. I don't think he ever did anything remotely close to a parenting with my sisters. It was all about me.
And your mom?
Whoa.
My mom.
You were probably the golden child for her, too.
Yeah, I kind of was. My sister, my younger sister was
Miho.
like a goody two shoes, so she did nothing wrong. So like I was the one when I fed her Miracle Grow as a 6-year-old kid.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Well, she was short. I said, "This will make you grow. Take a spoonful."
No.
And she, she didn't die, but she didn't grow either.
Nothing worse. As somebody who grew up with it, nothing worse than the bad kid being the favorite kid too.
Oh yeah,
that is the worst.
Oh yeah, they enabled me for sure.
Oh,
34 seconds.
34 seconds.
So that
out
first
the door.
team that got out of here,
they were slow.
Slow.
Slow. Minute 55.
There wasn't a full truck on this one. It was just EMT on that one.
All right, thanks to everyone out here. Thanks to Garland Firehouse 3, all the Tolos, Firehouse Heating and Air, Palmer's Hot Chicken, and the Chill Boys. Everyone have a fantastic weekend. Go Mavs, go Stars, and go KMC Masterpiece next on The Fan.
DFW's number one. You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053 on a Shoutout Friday, FrankelFirm.com text line if you want to get involved. Also want to hear from folks on the Twitch, on the YouTube, and it is the potential for a double clinch night in the Metro.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to clinch so much. I'll be clinching.
What does that mean?
Might be a triple clinch. You know what I mean?
No, please expand.
All right, so whenever you clinch, you squeeze the butt cheeks really
Clinch.
tightly.
This was with an I. Your phrase is with an E. Clinch.
What?
As in,
they're spelled differently?
Yes.
Who knew that?
I did.
I also did.
Did Cuchier back there? Did Ryan know?
Ryan said, "No, what?"
Okay, all right. Glad to see he's listening to the show.
That's right.
Tolos, I would appreciate it if you'd let me know, because I did not know that it was two different spellings. This is the first time I've learned this before.
Does it work with other vowels? Can there be a clanch?
All right, so I don't need to clinch tonight, is what Kevin's saying. Now I guess I'm good. So there you go.
You might need to clinch tonight in hopes that we clinch tonight.
Gotcha.
I think it's the problem. And if anybody tells you that they're clinch, that might be a totally different thing that I'm not prepared to define.
What about the triple clinch, though, considering the Wings game is going on tonight?
Would that be quadruple? Because you got Rangers tonight as well.
And Rangers, but the Rangers can't clinch anything. The Wings game, you're clinching defeating Caitlin Clark for the first time in the WNBA.
How does that work?
Then couldn't you argue the Rangers clinched winning the series opener against Kansas City?
Okay,
and
fine.
the Wings game is a preseason game. Like, I understand the
Only
hype.
preseason game, so they would be clinching, I guess, preseason champion.
But don't you think on the list of things, like, did we win the game is probably not at the top of the list for the preseason game?
This is our first opportunity. It's sold out, dude. It is sold out arena in Arlington.
I get it.
Which I always knew it was in Arlington, too.
What's the name of the arena?
The place in Arlington. The thing is, though, this is a very important game. It's her first.
Yeah, the College Park.
That's what I said. The place. This is her first game, Kevin. This is her first game, Reggie. Do you really want her going out there and putting in 42 of them things?
It's a preseason game.
But exactly.
I'd have questions about our defense.
We shut her down first, and then whenever we play her again in June or whatever, we shut her down then. All right? I bet that's sold out too, isn't it? The first game here, the first real game here. I bet that one's sold out already.
No doubt. I mean, remember, we even talked to the president and CEO a couple weeks back about whether or not they considered shifting it to
But
the
they're
American
not clinching
Airlines
anything tonight, Kevin.
They're clinching the first opportunity to shut her down and not let her score. I'm telling you,
I wish
listen,
I had clinched the first
Reggie,
opportunity to shut you down.
You're a big Wings fan, all right? Right? You're a huge Wings fan, aren't you?
Sure.
Okay. How much are you going to like it when all the Indiana Fever fans, or is it Iowa? Is it Indiana Fever?
It's Indiana Fever.
You know, all the Indiana Fever fans
Iowa was her college.
Are standing there.
He's just moving the team around now.
They're cheering. They're just they're cheering her on, and they're rooting for her and everything tonight. And this is your home arena in Arlington, all right? And at a college park, which you said. So, like, how are you going to feel when you see that that's happening tonight? She's out there. She's doing the face thing where she's like, you can't see me because I'm John Cena. And then she's scoring buckets left and right. And then she does the Taylor Swift heart in your face. You're like, wow. Wow. And the Wings are sitting over there. They're just like, they're crushed. And then on top of that, they don't know how to recover for the rest of the year.
That's not going to be an issue.
Right.
Coach LT hold him down. But also, y'all stop encouraging him from the 817. This is the first opportunity for Caitlin Clark to have a losing record. Stop encouraging him.
Boom!
And you know what? It's not that they're encouraging Corey on. This could be a Corey day. I want you to, everybody set your alarms and prepare appropriately. This could be a Corey day from the 469. Those words sound the same to me, Corey, from the 214. I also did not know. From the 817, didn't know.
Yes.
214, another 214, didn't know. Another 214. I'm 51 years old, and I just learned something new today.
I love it.
I'm clinching right now in the UPS truck for like the last 45 minutes.
Oh, no.
It's a different situation.
From the 903,
what can Brown do for you?
My wife and I celebrated our 19th anniversary on Monday, the 29th, but had to wait till today to shout it out because according to Corey, shout-outs are only allowed on Friday. So shout out to y'all for celebrating 19 years and now 4 days or whatever, something like that.
Do you accept the shout-outs going forward then? Because shout out to my wife, Mary, our 21st anniversary is in a few days. So the other people, they're like, I'm going to wait, follow the system. These people are like, I'm going to go ahead. They get a shout out. 21 years. That's pretty.
You said
dang
a few
impressive.
days or a couple days? Because if it's over the weekend, just wait till Monday. If it's on Monday,
few days.
Oh, that's 3. So I feel like we're halfway through this one, so it would be Monday. So wait till Monday.
But then you're going to tell them to wait till next Friday.
That's right.
Yep, that's going to happen too.
That's the jig.
Happy anniversary to you and Mary is what I'll
Wow.
what I'll
All right.
say.
Wow. All right, I see how it is.
Hey, you have to let me get a little shine in on a Corey day. All right, that might be my only opportunity. Let's go ahead and fire off cut number 4, if you will, because the question remains. Spelling aside, is tonight the night that both the Mavs and Stars clinch their series?
Heiskanen, Robertson, right between the dots. That shot blocked. Another try. Score! 4 down on the power play. Dallas has the lead.
Kevin,
tonight we're gonna do it.
There is no I.
Oh, he's calling his shot.
Yeah, there is no I in team, but there is an I in clinch, as we've learned, and it's going to take a we from the entire Stars group tonight. It's not going to be one of those one dude takes over and that's how it is. It's going to take an entire everybody putting people into the glass all night long, making sure you're setting up goals, clearing the way for all the scorers to do their thing. It's going to be a big team effort tonight.
From that perspective, then, do you think it's more likely that the Mavericks win tonight? Or, excuse me, the Stars win tonight because there's no I in Stars, but there is an I in Mavericks. Are you predicting selfish basketball tonight?
There's not an I in Mavs, though. So, you know what I'm saying? So,
I actually predict a win because of a little bit of selfish basketball, because Luka Doncic, I mean, hey, dog, the way that he played was incredible on a night where we knew his knee was bothering him. He was sick, supposedly, because the way that he played looked incredible.
Supposedly.
I mean, look, I don't doubt the man, but I doubted the man when I was seeing the way that he was playing, and he was incredible, getting downhill, like, attacking the basket. If he's willing to do that, we know how much he matters to the team. Like, you're going to win a basketball game if Luke can play that level of basketball.
Absolutely. And the other part of it, I think coming off of the last game, you heard Luka talking about not just the injury and the sickness he was dealing with, but he was talking about Kyrie's given everything he's got out there, and I have to be better for him. And that part of being a good teammate, I think that really stood out for me, because Luka said, I got to be better for Kyrie because I can't ask him to carry it all when I'm this guy. When I am who I am, I have to be the one that goes out there and sets the tone for the rest of the team. And he did. And you're right, Reggie. He got around the basket. Earlier in the series, we didn't see him finishing around the basket the way he did in the last game. And that was a great sight to see him actually putting it off the glass, being around it that way, and establishing himself in that series. But when you talk about I in team and I in clinch, Kevin, the Clippers look at themselves. It feels like they say, it's my turn, it's my turn, it's my turn. And that's one thing that I think if they play that kind of game again tonight, that favors the Mavs.
And they're pretty hefty dogs tonight. I think it's 7.5 points for the Clippers. Yeah.
How much of that is Kawhi being out versus... I think because they're still a very talented team.
No, you're right. But I think people just kind of always go back to home court advantage. Even if like that hasn't played out like that. And I think you can argue that in all the sports. You always go back to home court advantage. Plus Kawhi is out for game 6. Plus they just took a beating in game 5, particularly in the second half of game 5. So I think when you factor all those things in, that's how they've got I've kind of seen it fluctuate between 7 and 8, but about 7.5.
How many points is it typically? Because in the NFL, it's 3. It's kind of moved to 2.5.
2.5, yeah.
But in the NBA, is there
I think the theory is about the same in the NBA. And then you could just look at it at this point. I would just say it like this. Then there's a 2.5 point tax on Kawhi because he had been struggling this series anyway. And then a 2.5 point tax of the Mavericks are just the better team in theory on paper.
The other part about, I do want to get back into some Stars discussion here, but the other part, Reggie, about the tonight's game is this. I'm very curious on the burying the old guys thing that's going on around the NBA right now. Kevin Durant. Lots of the veteran players are getting ousted here as the youth is starting to take over.
LeBron.
And could this be that moment where the Clippers are just looking at it going, oh no, it finally happened. The Mavericks finally toppled us, and this team is no longer a viable option us.
It is interesting because usually we talk about it in terms of, the march to winning the championship is the Pistons had to overcome the Celtics. The Bulls had to overcome the Pistons, like after kind of smashing your head against it. And I realize this is just the first round, but this does fit like popular NBA playoff lore in terms of Mavericks couldn't beat the Clippers. Then the next time, they had them, still couldn't get it done. But this time they overtook them. And unfortunately for the Clippers, a lot of times those teams don't recover for a while. Like once the Celtics fell to the Pistons, that was the end of their run. And once the Pistons fell to the Bulls, that was the end of their run. Same thing with the Lakers. Once the Lakers fell to the Bulls, that was the end of their run. And so this does kind of feel like, to me, the end of the road for the Clippers, at least this version of the Clippers. What they do with the team from here on out, I have no freaking clue.
Especially when you just look at it from the perspective of, and I mean, we're not here to talk about the Clippers, we're here to talk about the Mavericks, but look, they put a lot in on Kawhi Leonard, and this was a season where they kept him healthy all through the season, only for his knee to not react well when they got to the playoffs. Like, that is the base of what that team is. And don't forget, Paul George has not signed his extension. He could be a free agent this offseason. And I mean, there's places where he can land and feel comfortable. But,
yeah, and look.
Your Mavericks might end another team.
They're already putting out betting odds for Paul George. I think both Dallas teams are going to win tonight because, well, selfishly, you stick with your prediction, and I said Stars and Mavs in 6, and this would close both of them out. But the Stars have played better on the road much of the season until Game 5 for this postseason. They are slight favorites tonight, -115. I expect that to be a real battle. I think the Mavericks will have an easier time tonight than the Stars.
Okay, and that's, I agree, because in the NBA, I feel like you can just run away in a game a lot of times.
Sure, like we saw in the last game.
In hockey, it doesn't feel like you can just run away that often because, you score a couple goals, a tendency is to defend and to say, all right, let's cradle up here, man. Let's make sure we're here. So that's just the tendency of the game itself, even in soccer, too. It kind of feels the same way a lot of times. But, and Reggie, that's how those two games are kind of similar. Not completely similar, but kind of.
If you say so.
The scores are low a lot of times. Not
when you score 7 goals.
That's valid. Valid.
Don't let him distract you.
The discussion point on that, though, is I think it's going to be a tight game. I think it's going to be close. But I think that the Stars have gotten to a point now where they are comfortable doing all the things that they do well. And early they were a little tight in the series. They weren't doing all those things as well as they have been in the last 3. And my feeling is if a team's beaten you 3 straight times after you beat them twice, and your adjustment was we're changing goalies and that didn't work.
It did not.
That was your adjustment, was we're going to change goalies. And that didn't work. So now what do they have left to adjust to? I think they're out of place.
And that's one of the issues you're going to run into, because one of the ideas I wonder if Vegas would consider is, do you back off at all on physicality? Because first of all, you've hit a couple of problems with over pursuing. Second of all, you ran into some penalties because of that aggression. But if you take the aggression and physicalness out of Las Vegas, then who is Las Vegas? And that's something that feeds very well into the type of game Dallas wants to play. So I'm not entirely sure what the next best adjustment is for Cassidy and the Golden Knights.
Yeah, maybe just to give up. That's what I think their adjustment should be tonight. Give up, let the Stars go on to win their Stanley Cup.
That's a smart man right there.
It is, but there's another way you could get this done. You can answer it now. You can answer it throughout the show. Look, it worked on Wednesday. You can like it, you can not like it.
He wants the Wings to lose.
Thing going in sports today. Would you accept the Rangers lose tonight if it means both the Stars and the Mavericks win tonight? Because once again, I think that is a no-brainer accept.
Why can't I have all 3 teams win?
Because that is not the scenario I've presented.
But now I'm presenting the scenario to you.
Okay, but then where's the challenge there? Hey, would you like it if all 3 teams win?
Playing the games is the challenge, Kevin.
I know.
Playing the games is the challenge.
But you don't have to play the game. So otherwise, my question is, hey, do you hope all 3 teams win tonight? And you're like, sure.
Correct.
refuse.
End of segment. Good job.
Yeah, no, that's not fun.
I refuse to
I'm
take
having
part
quite a
in
bit
this.
of fun, actually.
This misogyny that you're doing out here.
That's right.
I do not think
Thank you, Reggie.
that
for your
is
support.
an accurate use of that word whatsoever.
Not taking
I support
part in
you
this
and women, Corey.
by any means.
I support women.
Do you?
Yeah, you want the Wings to lose tonight.
I didn't say that.
You said
You said that. I said the Rangers.
Okay, what about the Wings?
You said the Wings.
Do you want the Wings to win?
Wings are not part of the scenario, and as the person
Why
who drew
not?
up
You don't
the
want to
scenario,
include them?
I controlled
Misogyny.
it.
That's right.
Damn it. Okay. All right. You know what? I call your bluff. Who would you rather win tonight, the Wings or the Rangers?
Ooh.
He already established that this is the most pivotal game in Wings history. In his opinion.
Pivotal. So yeah, I don't want anybody cheering on Caitlin Clark tonight.
So let me just get
I
this
also
straight.
kind of want Mike to have a really bad record, so that the Rangers are like, hey, we can't keep this guy on air. We lose every game. So that's just my personal thing.
From the 817, screw Kevin scenarios from the 469. Why do we keep doing this? Because it worked last time. Because it worked last
The
time.
Twitch is starting to get involved, and I like it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Rangers lose Evaldi, but Josh Smith and the bullpen are a heck of a lot better than we thought they'd be. Plus, perhaps more of your responses about my hypothetical. Next, right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here's the 0-2 pitch. And that's on the outside corner for a called third strike. He nicked that corner with the heater. He's retired 7 in a row. Yes, it's another Site Pro Equipment Rentals 1-2-3 no-hassle inning.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan on a shout-out Friday from the 972. Shout-out to me celebrating, and my man, there we go, celebrating 33 years of marriage today, and after a year of unemployment, he received an offer letter today. Boom. Man, a job and your anniversary? That's a heck of a time right there.
And that drop that we just got of you talking about your man.
It was very sassy.
From the 940, I need a shout out to my daughter Chloe, who's riding around with me in the big truck. So glad to have my daughter with me today. Shout out to Chloe. Hope you're helping out, doing some good work right there. I have no doubt that you are. The Rangers were doing some good work yesterday, but it was a complex victory, right?
Yeah.
Because you win the game. Hooray, hooray.
And you did offense.
Yes.
Twice.
Yeah. You offensed it up yesterday.
That
and
is
hit
true.
doubles. Kevin, you were asking yesterday, you were like, can we please hit a double?
Oh, and of course, Josh Smith. Well, I feel like every time we have one of these conversations, Josh Smith is getting work done.
All right, Reggie, you've said this off air.
That's right.
You have to explain it on air because Josh is said with an S, with an H.
Josh H. Smith. Josh Harris Smith is the man's name. I feel like it adds a level of, I don't know,
prestige,
intrigue, prestige, gravitas to the man. And you know what? The way that he's played to start the season, absolutely. So don't forget the H. Josh H. Smith, who has been fantastic.
Has he demanded we throw the H in there, or is this just?
I'm doing it on his behalf.
Okay,
I'm his representation in this instance.
Him and Nate Lowe are the only ones in this lineup hitting 300, and one of them just came back from injury, so I think it's fair.
19 game hitting streak at this point. Correct?
Is it hitting or on base?
On base, correct. My bad.
Okay, but yeah, no, he's been absolutely great. So that's where the mixed bag comes in, right? Because Josh Smith looks good again. Obviously, we've loved what the bullpen has been doing. Holy cow, they were good yesterday. But it was why they were necessitated. Nathan Eovaldi was having his, I don't feel like this is a stretch to say, best start of the season thus far.
Mm-hmm.
And then with one out in the sixth, tightness in his groin. Now, Bruce Bochy said yesterday that they'll probably be able to give better answers today because they're getting the MRI done today. And so, obviously, we'll find out more.
Yeah,
but
they went quick.
Yes.
They saw a little, and they were like, hold on, go stop right now. And they said, well, they had a conversation, and bam, that's one of those moments where I was like, it's either really bad or they are being overly cautious.
And Bochy said, we're being cautious. It did tighten up a little bit. But do you view yesterday then, I guess, was yesterday a loss in terms of the bigger picture? Because don't you almost feel like it's a lock that Eovaldi is going to go on the injured list?
Yeah.
I hate saying this, but just look at the facts. Eovaldi has been to the injured list 9 times in his career. At least once a year since 2016, with the exception of 2021. Now, the good news is a lot of those stints were because of shoulder and elbow. I'm not saying a groin injury is like easy to deal with, but in terms of pitching, you'd rather that than your shoulder or your arm.
And no, I don't think groin injuries happen when you clench too hard.
I mean, they could.
Maybe. I don't know. I've never injured my groin clenching. I will put it to you that way.
Congrats.
Thank you. But Kevin, when we got Evaldi, and I'm not trying to throw you under the bus here. I'm trying to learn a little more here.
Okay.
You were like,
for sure.
And
he's a guy.
And I remember telling
100%.
you, if you get into the playoffs or if you get in the postseason, you want this dude on the mound. And I think we learned that. We saw that. Was your feeling on he's a guy based on his injury history? Was that part of it?
That was part of it.
Okay.
But the other thing that you look at, I was worried that we were focusing too much on 2021. Because, like, if you look at his time, I know he's been around for a while.
Okay, all right.
But if you look at his time with, let's just, like, focus in on the Red Sox. 2018, obviously, injury. But he was solid. Then in 2019, not solid. 2020, shorter sample size, solid, but even then, had to miss some time. 2021, really, really good. But then 2022, back to, I feel good about him. People were explaining Evaldi to me like they thought he would come in and be, your 1 or 2 starter. I thought that was too high. Clearly, what you've seen the last year and a quarter or so, that was not too high.
Yeah.
He's fit in excellently. You damn sure don't win the World Series without him. But even then, Corey, that was another tough dynamic because he was awesome in the postseason the first time, but then in 2021, not awesome in the postseason.
Yeah, he looks like a guy on a mission right now.
He does.
And I don't know if it's a mission to end his career with people going, dude, Hall of Famer. Like, I don't know exactly what it is, but it looks he's going out there and pitching with purpose. And that's been the thing that we've been just kind of seeing and knowing. And, man, he's giving you outings that are not just quality start, but almost dominant quality starts. And so you're excited about that. But then the other part of him I didn't know was how well he was going to, you said fit in with the clubhouse.
Yes.
He took over the clubhouse.
He did.
He knows how to play on a championship team, what a championship team is supposed to feel like, that clubhouse and that environment. And he's done a great job at making sure that the young players feel involved and part of it too. He was buying them Rolexes last year for their rookie seasons.
He's been a revelation to this team that I did not expect at all.
But last year I said I expect him to miss time. Now, do I think he missed time and it was just a slow play for the championship? That's my own personal thing. Right now, I'm very concerned because they don't have the pitching anywhere else.
Yeah.
Like, unless you believe that you're going to consistently get John Gray and Andrew Heaney dominance.
And now,
but I guess maybe the Dane Dunning revelation of him being a strikeout king is now starting to take over my mind.
So you've gone from Jack Leiter, the spot starter in the doubleheader, to Jack Leiter have to make multiple starts, or I've already had people asking me, hey, didn't we just sign Johnny Cueto? And so that's kind of
you don't want that.
No, that's
not yet, at least.
Yes, not yet. That's the desperation point that you get to.
But are you given any solace that the last 2 outings that Jack Leiter has had in AAA have been phenomenal for his standards, especially making sure that he hasn't had a lot of walks as well?
Absolutely,
He got a taste of Major League Baseball. And he said, I don't want to be back in the minors.
Yeah.
And so they said, well, then go back down there and dominate. You just saw what it was like to pitch against pro pitchers.
That's probably what they actually told him, right?
Yeah, probably so. You just saw what it was like to go pitch against pro hitters in baseball. You know that you can do it too. Like that's the Kevin, very similar. And I know people will be like, guys, don't make this about you. When we first got our chance to be in radio, we were spinning, and then when we first got our chance to be on Drive Time, we were spinning.
Yeah.
And then once we were like, man, that was fun, I want to do it again, we were a lot more comfortable, and our pursuit of it was different. I think his pursuit isn't just, I got to go out and pitch this game today. He's preparing for these games like he's preparing for a Major League Baseball game. So,
and Grego told us to calm the F down.
Yeah, maybe somebody did. Maybe
that was fair.
Maybe Evaldi went to Leiter and said, calm the F down, bro.
Yeah.
Like, don't drink an energy drink before you get out there on the mound. Like, you don't need that. So that is, you're right. What he did when he went back to the minor leagues sets me up to go, I can trust for him to be not a rotational piece, but help us through the stretch where we're going to need to, again, stay afloat. I know Bochy told us on Tuesday I'm not just trying to hang in there.
Yeah.
And he said, that's part, you are trying to hang in there, but every day you're trying to win your game. What gives you the best chance?
And to be fair, we haven't seen an official announcement yet that Eovaldi's going on the injured list. That would be my, I feel pretty confident guess that that's what's going to happen. And then we'll see how much time he needs to miss after that.
Especially when you consider, I think this Rangers front office and team has shown you that they're going to proceed with an abundance of caution whenever necessary. Start going back to last season with how they dealt with pretty much everybody. So, unless it's like Max Scherzer, who is barreling his way back to recovery, most guys, they're going to take a cautious approach.
When he had the thumb issue, they're like, oh, hold on.
Yeah.
Let's take it a step back. So I think you're right about that. The good thing that we really need to talk about probably more and not lose sight of is how awesome this bullpen has been, especially the clutch people in the back half of the bullpen. So you just finished out the homestand. On the homestand, Spores, Robertson, and Kirby Yates. So you're talking about like 3 of the guys that you're thinking theoretically. These are going to probably be 3 of my last 4 guys coming out of the bullpen. On the homestand, they combined for 9.1 innings, 1 earned run, 2 walks, and 14 strikeouts.
Is that good?
That is very good.
Fantastic.
Okay.
And then that actually might be worse than the other part of the bullpen. Is you're looking at Cole Winn, Jacob Latz,
there it is,
and Jose Leclerc. All right. So you're going to need kind of more mid-range pitchers, or maybe they'll evolve into something else. Jacob Latz has looked really good. I know overall his numbers, you're still like, if you could take out this one outing, they would look freaking incredible.
Absolutely.
On the homestand, so let's say your mid-leverage guys, 11.1 innings pitched, no earned runs given up, 3 hits, 1 walk, and 12 strikeouts. And the run given up by the other trio was an unearned run. So you're talking about 20.2 innings of 1 unearned run, no earned runs, strikeouts galore. I think that's what, like Marcus Semien said the other day, if our offense was playing like we did last year, we might be undefeated. Because that's the good thing, the bullpen's keeping you in there. But it's also kind of frustrating, right? Because you're like, dang, man, I feel like we should be winning a lot more of these games than we actually are.
Yeah, and I guess a lot of that is it's just baseball, in that that's the way baseball go, because your bullpen's doing what it's doing right now. I feel like that having the structure you have right now, though, gives you a lot more faith that they can compete if they're still in it in that back half.
Agreed.
Because now one of the main factors, though, is you have a lot. You just mentioned, what, 7 arms, it felt like? Was it 7? 6 arms? Last year, you got to a point where you had 3 guys that you mostly trusted, and then the other guys that went into blowout games, and that was it. And this year, you're like, man, I feel like I got 6 that I can throw out there at any point in their preparation. I know exactly the way I can use them, and that gives you a lot of comfort for what's going on. But Kevin, you do need your starters to give them the breaks when they need them.
Agreed.
You need a John Gray night like you had the other night. You need a Dane Dunning night like you had the other night, so that by the time we get to All-Star break here in Texas, Kevin, that bullpen isn't burnt out. I know there are a lot of guys that are like, I want to get out there, I want to make my name, I want to do these things, but you don't want to be burnt out by the time, like, their arm's dead. Kind of like what I think happened to Will Smith. He was just done by that point.
Did you think it felt like we were going to get that yesterday, right? Before the groin tweak from Eovaldi, it looked like he was ready to deal, just like Heaney, just like Gray. And so there's a lot of disappointing aspects of that. But the good news, Josh Smith still doing his thing. Josh H. Smith, still doing his thing. The bullpen, especially those 6 pieces we just listed, have looked phenomenal. By the way, Jonathan Hernandez, inning pitched, hit, nothing else. So you want to keep track of how he's doing along the way. And you did win.
Okay. So I saw this too. Oh, man, you know what, Kevin? That's all the time we have.
Okay, well, good news. Coming up next.
Look at me paying attention to the clock.
It's time for baseball buckets with Corey Majors, plus more of your shout-outs.
Where I might discuss what point I was about to make.
Oh, I'm
next on the Fan.
intrigued. For over 85
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registration 2023.
Parker the high hold. And the pitch. Swinging that one, stripped to left field, a base hit. Played on 2 hops by Winker. Duran scores from third. Carter stops at second. RBI single for Marcus Semien, and the Rangers have pushed 3 across here in the bottom of the second, and they lead 3-0.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan on a shout-out Friday from the 214. Shout-out to my 29-week pregnant fiance today, and we close on our new house next week. She's amazing. That is absolutely tremendous. And then one more shout-out for you guys. Shout-out to my amazing wife, Becca, from the 254. She successfully defended her PhD dissertation, just like Mike. I married up. Love it, love it, love it.
I thought you were saying just like Mike successfully defended his. And I don't think that's how that happened.
I would absolutely try to get a seat at that event. Now, it's time for Baseball Buckets with Corey Major.
Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. Now batting with Baseball Buckets, Corey Majors.
Buckets.
Thank you very much, Chuck Morgan. Appreciate that introduction. They hand Mike a piece of paper that says dissertation on it. What's the first thing Mike says?
He's going to say, is this like that thing in the Oregon Trail where... That's my prediction.
Which is dysentery.
Yes.
I would also like to get to 2 shout-outs, Kevin, here. From the 817, shout-out to Angela, my baby mama. Just delivered our second child, a baby named Owen.
It's a good name.
And then from the 817, shout-out to my wife, Sparkle Moose.
Nice.
As we're celebrating 9 years in Texas today, and she's killing it at work, we drank the Texas Kool-Aid, and we're rooting on the Stars and Mavs. That's Sean in Weatherford.
Double game 6 tonight.
And I just love their name's Sparkle
That's right.
Moose.
There's not going to be another instance where it's like...
You say Sparkle Horse?
Moose.
Oh, okay. Sparkle Horse is a band.
Yes.
A song called It's a Wonderful Life. Top-notch song. Back to you, Corey.
All right. We were discussing the names Josh Harris-Smith.
That's correct.
And you threw out a bunch of bullpen names.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw this text come in the other day, and I can't lie. The thought already started seeping in. Josh Young is great. We love him. Josh Smith is fine right now, and we're excited about what he's doing because it's a very dead offense. Is Josh Smith's value going up as far as trade?
Okay. Probably, but in this instance, I think his value is really going up to the team because what we've learned about this Rangers team is just when you think one injury is solved, another one comes along. So you're right.
Uh-huh.
I think I might argue for keeping him.
Okay. All right. Ezekiel Duran had a really good hit yesterday, too. Are you like, no, I'm out on Ezekiel Duran? Are you like, no, I'd like to keep him too?
I see. This is where I feel like I'm going to get greedy by being like, I want to keep all the players.
All
so
right, except for Tavares.
If that's fair. If I had to say right now, I think I would be more likely to trade Ezekiel Duran than Josh Smith because I also think he would have more trade value.
You think Josh Smith's value is lower?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
All right. But he's important to our team
for sure.
Much like a Maxi Kleba is important to the Mavericks.
Sure. Is that because you feel like Ezekiel Duran profiles as more of a utility player? He could play more positions?
Correct.
Okay.
And because perception's a weird thing to break, right? Like not just in sports, but everywhere. And I just think the perception going into the season was that Ezekiel Duran is a good bit more valuable than Josh Smith. And I don't know how quickly that across the league perception has changed based off of this sample size.
All right. And then you threw out, like I said, 6 bullpen names.
Yes.
Any of those guys you're looking at and you're like...
So let's run through it real quick. I'm going to start with David Robertson and Kirby Yates. There's no way in hell I want to move away from either one of those two.
Because right now, you think they're closers.
They're unbelievable.
All right.
Okay. And so then that leaves you with Josh Sborz, Cole Winn, Jacob Latz, and Jose Leclerc. You guys are going to have to tell me if I'm off on this. It feels tough in my brain, and I need to be a little bit more cutthroat, that the guy who threw the pitch that closed the World Series would be traded. Like that, and you hear Bochy all the time. You know, one of the things I've noticed is, man, he appreciates loyalty, even in a cutthroat business like sports, because when we were talking about Leo Taveras, remember, he was just like, hey, don't forget, he was a starter and won us a World Series. And so I think Spores is not going to be movable for now.
And then you brought up Hernandez threw well, and
Yes.
like all these names, you're like, man, we have a stock. And so I'm going to get to the reason I don't want to get too bogged down in the minutia here of this, but there is a stock. And so that's where I'll leave that. I did want to go back to what you just said about Bochy and loyalty.
Yes.
Yesterday, and I wish I could remember his name. Jared Sandler in the pregame had on.
His name is Jared Sandler.
No, he had a guest on. Thank you, Reggie. And I think this guy does radio, does a podcast too. I'm sorry if I messed that part up. But he played for Bochy.
To this at all.
He played for Bochy in San Francisco, and the way this guy, he said, the further I got away from the Giants organization, he said whenever Bochy got there, he had a whole mess of things to deal with. He had Barry Bonds, the home run record, he had all those things. Then he was able to focus on his team a little later after that. Then he built World Series winners. He said, but the further I got away from Bochy, the further I got away from knowing how great of a manager I got to play for. He said, not every other manager treated me the same way. He loves his guys. Like he cares for them in a way that you don't find with every other manager in the league. And he said, and it's very rare that you get that type of guy. And that's where, Kevin, when you're talking about the loyalty to these guys, he sees, I think in each one of them, like you walk in, a gardener goes in and sees plants, and he's like, I want this plant to grow so many great fruits. You know, and you're just so excited for what's about to happen. And that's what I think that Bochy sees in each one of these players. He's like, this guy's going to be something special. I can't wait to watch it.
And one of the things I'm going to argue...
Jeff Franson, by the way. Thank you.
Okay, good job. One of the things I'm going to argue there is it can be whatever line of work. I realize sometimes you're asked to do things at work that you're like, man, that's not really my responsibility or my job. But sometimes, every once in a while, you have a boss and you might be like, man, I feel like that boss has laid it on the line for me.
Yeah.
And so
He's fair.
Yeah. I'm going to return the favor. So this might be a thing, whether it's Taveras, whether it's Spores, is you get a little more from them because you know, like, hey, Bochy is my guy. Like we talk about the Cowboys. Who's your sponsor? Man, it feels like Bochy is like, I'll sponsor every one of these men.
Yeah, there's this, and the line was something along the lines of the way he cares for you, but there's also a demand. You know, he's steady. Every week, all these words we hear from all these players that are currently playing for him, and it was interesting because it did feel like this guy had more thought about it because he was further away from it. The guys we've talked to, they're all in it, and they're kind of like trying to figure it out still, but it was, you got all these things, but there's also this demand to be your best. And it's not like he's going out there and cussing you to get it. He just, you know what the expectation is. And I like that. That's a really good thing. All right. So we'll see how that goes down the line. But Kevin, I saw this morning. This is why I was asking the question about those guys. Ken Rosenthal put out a piece, and it is guessing which teams could be surprise sellers at the trade deadline.
Okay.
And I immediately clicked on it because I went, what in the world would put the Rangers in a place to be surprise sellers this year? And that's where I present that question to you guys. They're, in my mind, defending a world title, and the way that Chris Young has talked about this team, and the fact that you have Bochy on 3 years right now, this is his second year in a 3-year deal, I don't think they're going to spend any time being sellers in this 3-year window.
I would agree, because as soon as you said surprise sellers, I was like, man, even if the pitchers don't come back or the injuries proceed, I think they would go get a pitcher versus now, and maybe they go, if they went on like this unbelievable losing streak, that would change my perception. It is hard for me to envision a way in which this team becomes a seller.
Yeah, and so I immediately clicked on this headline wondering, is my team one of those teams?
I don't think so.
Kevin, would you be surprised if I said The Rangers are not on this list.
I would not.
All right.
I really thought we were building up to the other way.
Yeah, I absolutely did not view. In fact, as you were asking the question earlier in the setup, I was like, I don't know that this is necessary because I don't think that you're going to be in a selling situation. And typically, if you're buying, that's future, that's prospects, that's young guys, which obviously some of these guys we're talking about are fairly young, but they're not the type of guys that you'd be sending out.
The 3 teams he has as potential sellers.
Okay.
This is fascinating to me. And this is in the American League. The National League, it's got like the Rockies, and you're like, yeah, of course.
Okay, well, that doesn't surprise me at all. That team sucks.
The Padres could be surprise sellers. The Giants, who spent a lot of money on Blake Snell, Matt Chapman, could be surprise sellers. But in the American League, the Rays, the Blue Jays, and the Astros. Now, we've already discussed trying to pluck off the Astros roster and if that would happen. But Kevin, the Blue Jays was a fascinating eye-opener to me because their guys, Vladimir Guerrero Jr.'s career has not turned out to what everybody expected it to be.
That's fair.
And I would say that team has never lived up to what it has been expected to be.
Agreed.
But they have a lot of players on that team that piece by piece could be great additions to your team.
Do you ever feel like they're American League Padres?
Yeah.
In terms of the hype
Yeah.
that consistently was on of them for either the young players, for some of the moves they made, and it just has been kind of disappointing.
Payroll $225 million, which is a franchise record. Their farm system isn't that great. They got guys like Bichette, Vlad, Justin Turner, Danny Jensen, Chris Bassett, Jordan Romano. They have a number of arms to throw out there. So that's a team just to kind of keep an eye on what they're doing because they could have pieces that could be traded later. I have another thing for Monday, Kevin, that I think that we're absolutely going to love. Let's put it in the tease. We'll do the tease after the show today.
Oh, yes.
That's what you think.
Coming up next, it's time for that Mavericks Clippers Game 6 preview. Plus, what type of point guard is Luka? 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in the conversation. And more of your shout-outs next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got double game sixes tonight. Right now, we're going to focus in on the Mavericks. Don't worry, we will get plenty of star stuff going later in the show as well. Kawhi Leonard is out. This feels like a weird question.
What?
I can't believe it either, Reggie. I'm so shocked.
You said this would happen after game 3.
I did.
And I scoffed at that, and yet here we are.
It's okay.
Sorry about that. Kawhi Leonard's out. This is still a net positive for the Mavericks, right? Or do you think Kawhi going out there and maybe having to force things and maybe changing things up the way the Clippers do it a little, this is a net positive that he's out, yes?
I think so. I think that there's, how many minutes has he been averaging in these games? About 18, 20, it's felt like. And in those minutes, I don't think you've gotten a more positive than you got negative out of it, if you're a Clippers fan.
Yeah.
For the Mavericks, you were getting more positive because he didn't look right. He wasn't consistently the killer that you think that he is. So there are a lot of things where every time I saw Kawhi, I was like, dude, they're funky trying to force it. You're right. So, yes, I agree. I think this is a net positive for the Mavericks that they don't have another thing to go to. Maybe the Clippers are out of place too, because it did kind of feel, I'm dead serious, it feels like the Mavs lost the game and set up James Harden to feel comfortable to go to the basket, as terrible as he was in the last game.
The thing that seems tough for the Clippers going into this game tonight, and then if you get to a game 7, you might feel different in a game 7, you're back home and everything. But it feels like the Clippers' number one strategy to winning is let's drill a disproportionate amount of our three-pointers. And that's great when it works. That might not be a great strategy.
I mean, they were a top 5 3-point shooting team, but the thing about it is you need to supplement that with getting to the basket. And one thing about it, the Mavs have done incredible, even in times where we have not really loved the defense. Right there in the paint, at the rim, the restricted circle, they have not been good. The Clippers haven't been good at converting down there. That's been something that's been a good solace, so that when James Harden can't get to a step back, when Paul George isn't knocking down shots, and then you talk about the others, they don't really have anything else to go to. So, yeah, that isn't the best strategy for them, but if they are knocking, they can do that at a high clip.
That is true, and that is why Game 4 is so particularly encouraging to me, because they were still knocking it down at a ridiculous clip. The Mavericks clearly fell behind by 60 million points, but they found a way to make it competitive at a time when it needed to be competitive. And what I mean by that is that's great if you can cut it from 31 to 15. Like, that's all fine and well, but let's not pretend that's the same level of intensity and the same level of basketball as if it's down to 6, 8, whatever the case might be. And the Mavericks not only cut it down to that, they did take the lead with the Clippers hitting an outrageous number of three-pointers. And so you're right about them being efficient throughout the season. It's just, I feel like now, even if they are that efficient, the Mavericks can hang in there, and that has got to be kind of discouraging for the Clippers.
And also, Reggie, I think you will agree with this. You can be efficient as a shooting team in the regular season, and then somebody can figure out how to defend you in a series. And what do you do then? What do you do to change up and get back to the efficiency that you typically are, rather than having these wild swings back and forth of what you are? I was kind of curious. Zubac, I felt like I was scared after game 1 that maybe he had grown up and turned into something different down low. And I'm looking at his numbers, and it's 13, 19, 13, 15. But his rebound numbers have been 6, 4, 8 in the last 3 games. And I just don't fear him. I was afraid I was going to fear him after the 20 and 15 performance in the first game.
And if you think about it like this, I'm going to throw out something. Maybe you agree, maybe you don't. But the Mavericks have been the best team in the postseason at protecting the rim. Take example, I'm sorry, I forgot to look at Game 5. Game 4, they only allowed 18 shots at the rim.
Okay.
And the Clippers only converted half of those. Like, if you're ever going to have a high percentage spot, it makes sense that it would be right around the basket. It's going to theoretically be harder for you to rebound on longer shots. I realize you can give me an endless loop of clips where people rebounded a longer shot, but if you break inside the paint and you're right by the rim, theoretically, it would be easier for you to rebound your own shot. So if the Clippers aren't even getting to that point to take the initial shot, obviously it's going to be far more difficult for them to get a rebound. And I think it's reflected in some of those totals.
And that also comes back around to the size that the Mavericks have and the way that they're playing with that size. Early on in that first game, your bigs did not look effective. They've answered the call. They've stepped up to that challenge, and they've made it really, really tough. Really tough for Ivica Zubac and whoever else the other bigs are, including Plumlee, who has not looked like he should be on the court with any of the Mavericks.
Yeah. 44 minutes for Lively and Gafford total in that last game. And that right there is the blueprint for not just tonight, and I know Corey's got something really cool to tell us about tonight, but going forward, whether you're just thinking second round, whether you're thinking they can make a longer run of it, you're gonna need them out there at least. I think it's at least 42 minutes at the time. Maybe Kid thinks it's more like 38, whatever. I think you need one of those players out there 42 minutes of the game at least.
Yeah, the advantage goes to a different level, and we've talked about it throughout the course of the season, and I imagine that it's also in a different level in the postseason because the vertical element that they give, particularly to Luka Doncic, makes him that much more of a threat, especially if you get into the second round, or let me go ahead and change that, especially when you get into the second round and face off against the Oklahoma City Thunder. That's a team that does not have nearly the same amount of size.
Yes.
And so those bigs will play in an entirely different way in that series.
Now, he said, not if, but when. Corey, are you convinced because of just this one thing that the Mavericks are winning tonight?
No, but I love it. Reggie, have you seen the post from Landon Thomas? Who?
Lando.
He does Mavs Fans for Life. He's a reporter for them.
He's a very tall individual.
He posted a picture of the seats, which I was like, dude, they're already doing shoot around. It just feels early. But he posted a picture of the seats at the arena and the clappers. Somebody texted this in. The clappers or whatever they have, those little pieces of paper that fold out and fold back in. No, different type of clapper.
The clapper.
The little thing, the poster that they have is a picture of PJ Washington with his arms crossed, and it says on top of it, standing on business.
I'm not gonna lie, I did not think we would lose another game after that.
I did
That's
too.
what the playoffs are about.
Yeah,
Baby.
once he crossed his arms like that, I was like, oh my gosh, this is fantastic. Now, Reggie,
what up?
They did ask him in the before the next game. After that, they were like, so do you know who Run DMC is? Because he was like, no, I got this from somebody else. And they were like, but do you know who Run DMC is? He was like, yeah. But that's where a lot of people thought he was doing the arm cross from. And I think I saw
his next
Master
album cover.
Actually, I think I retweeted Master Test. Master Test tweeted. He was like, you know this kid's from Dallas. Whenever he showed the video, and I was like, this is awesome. But that PJ Washington has brought something. I don't know what it is, man. I wish I could completely define what it is that PJ Washington has done, because Mike said it yesterday. He hasn't been just a knockdown three-point shooter.
True.
But I've been pretty confident in him whenever I need a good three-pointer from him. He's been a really good defender for you. He's been grabbing really good rebounds for you. And there's something about his personality, not just the arm cross, but the way he was going back to the huddle afterwards and he was just going, ah, and he was playing the heel of it and everything. I love the whole personality he was coming with.
One thing that's good about PJ Washington is it feels like defenses, for the most part, respect his shot in terms of defending or closing out on it, where it didn't feel that way for a while about Maxey. Obviously, in that second quarter in the last game, you're like, well, we might need to switch something up. But even when PJ does not shoot well or is not shooting well, it seems like he usually gets a decent amount of deference in terms of, hey, we still need to do something right here. And that's always good for the rest of the flow of your offense.
Especially because he can drive the closeout. And then
true.
That's something
Where Maxey
that
will not.
I mean, the last time you really saw that in a big way from one of your players was Dorian Finney-Smith, and he had to develop that over time.
Yes.
And I think PJ Washington already is a place that's better than what Dorian was giving you driving that closeout.
I can see that.
It's kind of tough because there are some negatives of this, but the 972 texted in and said he has Lance Stevenson energy, and he kind of does. There's just that infectious way that he affects the whole team, and then he's there for every play that you need, and the physicality that he brings, the way that he was walking James Harden up, picking him up 94 feet, wearing him down. Like, he is in for all of that. And that's one of the things that people talked about when he was coming from Charlotte. Some folks were questioning, and a lot of folks, behind the scenes were like, no, this dude works hard. He has that level of ethic, and it's showing up.
Yeah, and those are things you don't want to have to drag a guy to work. You don't want to have to be like, hey, dude, we need you to show up today.
Yeah.
You just, like, the things that are kind of expected, and then what else do you add to it? And I think P.J. Washington's added a lot to it. That Lance Stevenson, Sean Marion, he's the enforcer. I don't look at him. It's interesting on Sean Marion because you never thought of Sean Marion as a guy who would just reach up and jaw you out of nowhere. Like, there are some players in the NBA that you've been like, he might just punch you out of nowhere for no reason.
Right.
And I'm not saying Lance Stevenson was that guy. And Lance Stevenson always felt like was more of an irritant than anything. But he does have that energy where you're just like, I don't want to mess with him. Like, I don't really want to mess with him that much. I feel like if I did have to fight him, I would not win this one. So, but they tried drawing him off sides in that game, and it hasn't worked, man. I love it.
I wanted to throw this out there because this is a really interesting article that you threw out from The Ringer. What kind of point guards are in the NBA right now? And so The Ringer established it as the field guide to the modern NBA point guard. And so I wanted to see if you thought this was accurate. A system player, which obviously, as we've discussed, gets a negative rap. Luka is in that category. He's in that category with some really good players. Stephen Curry, Tyrese Halliburton, Trae Young, and LaMelo Ball. And one of the things that was noted in there when it comes to being a system player, it's not that he's a product of the system, it's that he is the system. So, for example, it's hard to tell where Luka ends and the Mavericks begin. Dallas's entire approach stems from the way he micromanages possessions, rearranging them on a granular level until the layout in front of him matches the vision in his mind. And so that feels
a great way to lay that out, too.
Absolutely, it
you
is.
know who's laid it out like that? Jason Kidd. Like, he has come out and specifically said the game plan is Luka Doncic. It's one of the reasons why you see Luka Doncic come out, be effective, and you blow out the Clippers by 30 compared to when he was less effective, even while being good, and the Clippers had opportunities to win those games. Like, he just is this team through and through.
Absolutely. I agree with that. And Steph Curry, I thought, was another great example of that. I don't know if you feel that way as much anymore, but I thought Steph Curry was a great example of that.
I honestly, Kevin, just don't think you're going to get to all the rest of this context here. But
I think you can.
Good luck. Because I want to say one thing about this. When you're playing in a system that is that guy, is it necessary for you to have, it seems difficult to have the same vision he has because he sees things so differently.
Sure.
So is it necessary to have the same vision he has, or like Daniel Gafford told us, just be ready for what that vision's going to give you?
Right. I think that's the answer. That's why he has the vision. You don't have to have it. You just need to learn how to play off of it.
Expand the possibilities that could happen.
The beauty of a system is, right, you think of like machinery. The cog doesn't have to do all the work. The cog just has to do what the cog does.
Yeah.
And the rest of the system will get this done. And so I think that's the beauty of it. And Nico Harrison has done a fantastic job putting pieces around them. And, I mean, everybody has, really, cleaved on to their responsibility, and that's why this team works the way that it does.
I wonder, too, because we've seen Luka be frustrated a couple of times whenever he's been in, like, a thing didn't work, and Luka was like, you were supposed to be there.
Yeah.
Like, you were, like, just be that part of it. Kevin, that's a really good piece because they go into Jalen Brunson, too, and so many different point guards. I really liked it. I'm sorry I wasted so much time.
No, not a waste of time whatsoever. And that's a learning curve for the guard too, right?
Yeah.
Because you can't just start by saying you have to be prepared for any possible outcome. Like, you have to work your way to that where Gafford can be like, no, I didn't get it before, but I get it now.
Yeah, he said people told him, they prepared him for playing with Luka. They said you just have to be ready. And if I think one of the things that Nico did really well was he was like, well, what helps in that? Being athletic. Because if you're athletic, then you can make that decision that, oh, you know what? I don't have the three. I'm going to the basket now. And if you're not a non-athletic guy and you don't have the three and you can't pass and you can't dribble, then you're screwed whenever that situation happens. PJ Washington knows I don't have that, so I can go drive.
You know what? This is a great point for the 4-6-9 because I think you've started to see more of this as has gone along. You have the double vision with Kyrie, not only in terms of he can do it, but he can see what Luka's going to want to do, probably better than, I'm not saying every single person on the court at all times, but I'm willing to wager better than most out on the court. He's like, okay, I know exactly what he's trying to do.
Yeah, you're probably right about that.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Carolina Hurricanes, Charles Barkley and Patrick Beverley. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That is 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Shout out Friday. I hope I get this right. From the 903. Shout out to Wayne the Bretsky and all my other fellow rural mail carriers. Keep slinging that mail.
Wayne the Bretsky.
That's right.
When you said mail carrier.
Yeah, the emphasis they used there was wrong.
You're supposed to say what? Why can't you say mail carrier? That's what it said.
I don't know why. I thought that they were
why are you
carrying
saying it
men
like that?
around. I thought they were just like carrying men.
Yeah, you're putting the emphasis on carrier. Typically, people would say mail carrier.
Yeah.
You're like mail carrier.
Mail carrier.
I don't know. It's odd.
Okay.
Fix that.
Okay.
Also, moments ago, I was eating
Mail.
a Dorito chip. And
Oh, man, I knew. Hey, hold on. Let's start Forgiveness Friday because I think you're about to throw me into Forgiveness Friday. 877-881-1053. Also, for the 903, shout out to my pregnant fiance that has become a diehard Rangers fan. She went to 2 of the 3 games in the past series. She's amazing and also in the car with me right now. Shout out to you. Shout out to the little one coming along and to the Rangers.
What is up, Rangers?
That's the only one you wanted to talk to in that whole... Okay, no, don't worry about it.
All right, now throw me under the bus because I stand by this.
No, I have a question. It's not throwing you under the bus. But, moments ago, and I'm sorry, Carter, that I didn't request more video on this. But I've had a good run lately of Cool Ranch Doritos chips having found multiple bags with lots of seasoning on. And I think we all do the same thing whenever we find the chip with all the seasoning on it for whatever chip it is, where we just go, there it is. Maybe set it aside, eat it last. I don't know. I don't know if everybody does the same thing. Reggie's kind of staring at me right now, so maybe I'm wrong.
No, I'm just realizing I might be the weirdo here.
All right. Well, so maybe I'm the weirdo. But I said, Kevin, look at all the seasoning on this chip. And he goes, gross. Is that because you don't like Cool Ranch Doritos? Or you don't like the
Seasoning.
chip?
We've well established.
Look, you don't like the chip that is covered in the stuff.
It's a twofold issue.
Like when you get the cheese balls and then you get the one that's just a ball of cheese. It's not actually a cheese.
It's too much. That's not good in that instance. First of all, I do not like Cool Ranch Doritos. You can send your hate. You can send your hate emails to kevin.hageland@odyssey.com.
All right, I'll send that right now.
But also, flavor is delicious, but too much flavor can send it to the wrong side of deliciousness. And I think it looked as though that chip might have too much flavor to send it over to its more Cool Ranch than chip, and the balance is off and it doesn't work.
That chip was Flavor Town in itself, just like Colby's tattoos.
He disputes that, but we all know.
We all know the truth, Colby. You know the truth. That being said, you don't like Cool Ranch? Is that what you said?
I am not a Cool Ranch fan.
So if you see what's your favorite chip?
I like Cheeto Puffs, and I like regular Doritos, and I like
the nacho cheese Doritos.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're really I might get mocked for this. I like Sun Chips, the blue bag Sun Chips.
Sun Chips are fantastic.
Okay, good.
Yeah. I'm a fan of the cheese ones.
From the 469. Kevin, you make me want to commit hate crimes sometimes.
Oh, no.
No.
I just thought it said crimes until I started reading. I feel like we should take that one part out, but yeah.
From the 972.
Don't commit a hate crime.
You suck on that chip with the seasoning.
All right.
I don't disagree. You get all the seasoning. Back in the day when Pringles made good Pringles, the sour cream and onion, maybe you hate sour cream and onion, but the flavor on top, they would cake it on, and you could like literally peel it off with your teeth.
Did you lick the chip? Man, I almost phrased that differently. You lick the Pringle, right?
Yes,
and
absolutely.
then you eat it.
I got rid of all the sour cream and onion flavor, and then I begrudgingly ate the chip afterwards. But yeah, man, you take care of all. If that nacho cheese Dorito, Kevin, is the one that's just covered in nacho cheese and it's thick and dense, you think that's too much?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
All right.
I also think, well, somebody said Shout out to the Dolphins for paying Odell Beckham too much money. I thought it was a mostly incentive-based contract that's 1 year up to 3.25, but then another report from ESPN is saying with all the incentives, it can be up to 8.25. But I would argue if you're paying a $3 million base, if you think he's washed, like we've maybe had some similar conversations this week with the Cowboys, then that's a different deal. But if he hits all those incentives, then it probably means he had a heck of a season.
Shout out to the guy at my draft on Thursday night then.
Oh, at the Pluckers draft party?
At Pluckers.
Nice.
I was like, man, I could totally see the Dolphins taking Xavier Worthy because fast speed. And he looked at me and he goes, they already signed Beckham. I said, signed? And they go, well, not signed, but the deal's done.
It's done.
And I was like,
man, they knew it.
And you got a lot of confidence in that. And he was like, yeah, it's done, man. And I was like, all right then. So there you go.
So does this Twitch user's nephew deserve forgiveness? Lady T on the Twitch said her nephew, when he was 3, would lick the seasoning off the Pringles and then stack them back in the tube.
No, because there is an all-time great South Park episode that deals with something kind of like this.
That's hilarious.
Except Cartman eats all of the fried skin off the KFC and then leaves. It's a similar crime. You know you're taking the best part and you're leaving the crap part for the rest of people, not to mention germs and everything like that. I want to say no, but then you said a 3-year-old, right?
Yeah.
Feels like some grace should be granted there, does it not?
Nope. Yeah. I once had a 3-year-old open up a fresh box of donuts.
Hold on, stop it. Mark what you just said. That you once had a 3-year-old. Because then we can perpetuate the idea that Reggie has a child that he never tells us about.
Yeah. No, because I don't want people to think I'm a deadbeat.
And a
Never
lover.
that.
And a
You
lover.
don't have to be a deadbeat just because you don't tell us about it on air.
Yeah, you can have a kid and take care of him and do all sorts of stuff.
We just
Teach
don't
him,
get to know anything about your personal
teach
life.
him discipline and morals, unlike that other guy.
I would definitely do that if I had a child, which I do not. But there was once a 3-year-old that opened up a fresh box of donuts, and instead of eating a donut, which they did not ask for, which is fine, they took a bite out of every single donut.
One bite?
That's right.
That makes one donut.
That's not cool.
You see?
Then it makes no donuts left for the rest of the people.
I did not forgive that child.
But that is one person thinking about himself. He wasn't thinking about anybody else. And nobody told him. He's 3. It's not his job to think about everybody else. Everybody's job to think about him.
Children are selfish.
They are.
Man. The message we're really trying to get across to Noah right now, I know people are concerned about his reading ability. We're working on that. Is that you don't have to scream if you need something. There are other in-between places that we can go. This one's going to be tough. Does Patrick Beverley deserve forgiveness?
Whatever it is, he does not.
You would have thought, neither one of them are good, but you would have thought, hey, if you get eliminated from the playoffs, that's probably going to be the worst part of your day. Let me add on to it. If you throw a basketball at fans in the crowd and then they politely throw it back to you when you call for it and then you peg them again, that's a real thing that happened. The video is amazing. I have no idea what he was thinking. That's problematic enough. But then...
Wait, before we go to the then...
Okay.
What he might have been responding to, I don't know exactly if this is what he was responding to, but supposedly the Bucks huddle at some point said 1, 2, 3, and a fan yelled with perfect timing, Cancun. And Patrick Beverley did not take kindly to that.
And then so they threw a basketball at him.
Yeah, and then he goes, give it back. And he lobbed it back to him. He caught it, bam, like it was a dodgeball.
I'd probably throw it back at him too.
That's... Yeah.
Don't throw things on the court. Don't throw things at players.
No.
So he lobbed it to him to catch it.
No. So Patrick Beverley pegged some fans with a basketball, and he asked for the basketball back. They lob it very nicely
and then
back
he throws
to him,
it hard
and
again.
then he immediately throws it back at one of those people.
Okay.
And then he did more bad things?
Yes.
Because
then we go to the postgame. And Melinda Adams getting ready to, or starting to ask him a question. This is cut number 13. And this is what happened.
I'm serious. I'm sorry. Before I finish. You subscribe to my pod? Do I subscribe to you? I do not subscribe.
So you can't interview me then. No
Okay,
disrespect.
well, Jamal is here.
You subscribe? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Again, there were a couple times within a bucket or two. In previous games, y'all have been able to kind of get over that hump, or maybe.
Can you just stop
was
right
it anything
there? Can you just stop right there? All right. I understand the frustration of don't put the equipment like right in his face. I get that. But on the flip side, to say you don't subscribe to my podcast, so you're not allowed to ask me a question, to somebody that feels like has a lot of respect in this business.
She's been in business for over 40 years.
It's not a great look, especially, well, none of it is a great look. I feel like this will be a rare occasion where no forgiveness for now is granted.
Well, hold on.
Oh, what?
Melinda Adams has tweeted, Kevin.
Okay.
I want to thank everyone for their kind words and support. I'm humbled. Patrick Beverley just called me and apologized.
Okay.
I appreciate it and accept it. The Bucks also reached out and apologized. I've been in news for over 40 years, and kindness and grace always wins.
Do you... I like to try to give people the benefit of the doubt.
She said
with
she
apology.
accepted the apology.
Okay. Because I was going to ask, do you accept the apology when you know it's a forced apology, or you not know?
Oh, no, I didn't talk to him, yeah.
Think
Yeah.
it's a forced apology?
I don't know. Sometimes I see it and I'm like, but if a player calls or somebody reaches out and they're like, hey man, you know what, that was stupid. That was wrong on my part. And I think you can tell the difference. So yeah, I'll if she says that, I'll accept it for him.
Yeah, and a couple
that dude is a different dude. He is a different dude from most athletes that we deal with.
Just out here running around like he's Pop.
Well, and a couple of people are pointing out that before the guy threw it back to Pat, it looked like it ricocheted off of a lady before it even got to the guy. So yeah, he threw the basketball at fans twice.
From the 806, Beverly's season's over. Everyone is now talking about him and his pod. He's a marketing genius. So, and that being said, when I listen to his podcast, I'm just like, dude, this dude tells some fascinating stories. I got to keep up with it a lot of times because he goes all these different directions, but he tells some very interesting stories on his podcast.
Well, God bless him. Now he has more time to podcast.
Yeah, and the NBA's got to suspend him, right?
From what, next year?
Yeah, I mean,
it's time for him to retire.
Wow, okay.
How old is he?
Does Charles Barkley, or perhaps
35,
the city of Galveston?
You didn't see the knowing nod that Corey just gave.
Oh, he's like, oh yeah. Does the city of Galveston need to ask for forgiveness, or are they justified in the billboards they've put up around town? Now, you might recall earlier in the week, Charles Barkley was dissing on the city of Galveston and their quote dirty ass water. To which Galveston has put up a couple of billboards. Hey, Charles, come on down. Water's fine. Love Galveston. Hey, Charles, you've never turned down any of our great food. Love Galveston.
Ooh.
This is my favorite one. Hey, Charles, our water is cleaner than your golf swing. Love Galveston.
What about don't be a shady beach, Charles Barkley?
Woo!
I actually kind of like shady beaches because then you get a little bit of
respite.
There you go.
That's a good word. I think you were originally going for reprieve or reprieval. One of those.
But respite seems like the right one.
Just good words.
From
I've
the
always
sun.
said Corey's got the best words.
Thank you. Clinch. All right, can I ask you a question though?
No.
All right. It was a good run, guys.
Yes.
All right. Does Galveston have bad water?
Yeah.
We've seen.
Oh no.
Look, this might be one of those you can talk about, or we can talk about it, but you can't. And maybe Charles he spent a little time in Houston with the Rockets, and maybe that's where he's coming from. But y'all know we be making fun of Galveston and that dirty beach.
We do. Why are we upset that he's doing it?
But it's our beach, so it's fine.
You can't do it in front of everybody else.
So hold on. They're your no good Galveston is our no good uncle
That's
or
right.
sibling.
Yeah.
And you're like, hey,
I get it.
He's trying his best to find a job. All right. 6 years, labor market's tough.
Yeah.
So give him another year.
That
Give him
budget,
7.
like that, the beach down there, if you go to really nice beaches, you would go back to Galveston and go, nah.
Love you, Galveston.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I've been to Galveston plenty of times in my life.
Hold on.
What?
You're not calling Galveston a slump breaker if you just need to go to a beach.
Oh, wow.
Because that's what it feels like. You're like, man, I would like all these other nice beaches, but Galveston's there.
How often
Galveston is available.
How often does
It's a lovely place,
proximity
though.
help our decisions?
Oh, a ton.
Oh, yeah.
I would argue more than many other things.
Yes, proximity is one of the main things we make decisions based upon.
Agreed.
And Galveston, and you're right, Galveston has better beaches than Dallas. That's right.
Fact.
There is no beach in Dallas. So
God, there's so many things being sent in about Galveston Beach.
I go to Padre, and it's further. I feel like it's just a little bit nicer. But if I'm gonna go to like Destin, which is in Florida, which is different, it's not Texas.
Fact.
The water there's crystal clear. It's just different, dude.
And it's far.
It's
So,
far.
you know.
Proximity. Again, I'm not calling it a slump buster.
That's what it felt like. You're like, hey, that beach has a great personality. It's nearby. I haven't been to a beach in a while.
There's great food nearby.
Yes.
Surfside is nice. I do
Yes.
love Surfside too. You know what? You can get in the water and travel pretty far out into the water. In California, Kevin, you know those beaches.
Oh, yeah.
You walk in the water, you're in the ocean now. You're dead. Like
hate
you
those
go too
beaches,
far,
man.
you're gone. Unless you're on a surfboard.
No good beaches.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
They're always beaching at me.
Right here. My God. On 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next. Shout Out Friday continues, but also
Bless you.
it's time for Gridiron Gravy and a big legal victory for Dak Prescott. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
PSA for anyone who's not the best at remembering dates. Mother's Day is May 12th. Luckily, finding something she'll love is easy. Just go to Kohl's. I got a Sephora fragrance set for $35. Then with the extra 20% off, I scored cute PJs for just $19.99 and jewelry for under $30. Plus, I earned Kohl's Cash and found even more great prices across the store. Yep, it doesn't get better than Kohl's. Select styles. Offers end May 12th. Coupons and Kohl's Cash do not apply to Sephora. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Hey there, folks. I want to tell you about our friends Mark and Scott Frankel at Frankel and Frankel. Look, if you get injured in a car, truck wreck, you need to call Frankel and Frankel first. The timing of this is very ironic. I was watching a commercial this morning, and it was a national kind of place like this, and they had a chain of people in the background answering phones, and they're like, hey, call us at 800 whatever, because there's just going to be another number to them. Frankel and Frankel, they're local. They're set here in the DFW. They've been helping folks out for more than 25 years. You're not just another name, just another figure to them. They care. They're going to help you out. They've done that for me and my wife in the last year, and you get a free consultation, which means you don't pay anything until they win your case. So if your loved one's been injured, contact Frankel and Frankel. Go to frankelfirm.com or give them a call at 817 or 214-333-3333. That's Frankel and Frankel, Principal Office, Dallas, Texas.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it.
anyone else. This is Texas. This is classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan on a Shout Out Friday from the 469. This is from Boston Thomas. Shout out to my boy Steve. We're buying an 18-wheeler together, but he's been in the hospital for 2 months with a spinal infection. We got this, bro. Love ya. And
what are y'all going to do with the 18-wheeler?
Ship stuff.
Continue to be the backbone of America.
Oh, they're going to drive the 18-wheeler.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. I thought they were just going to like buy it and just be like, got one.
I don't believe that is the case.
And we split it. So sometimes it's in his house, sometimes it's in mine.
From the
Unless they live in the same
561,
house.
shout out to my beautiful wife, Erin. We're honeymooning in Oahu, and she's letting me get some dives in while we're out here. I am slightly concerned that she'll adopt the cat at the cat cafe, but I'm hoping tricky logistics stop that from
Yeah,
happening.
bringing that cat back's going to be difficult, bro. They said, let me get some dives in. I presume they mean scuba dives. I'm only presuming, not just like, hey, she's letting me dive in the pool or something like that. Have you ever scuba dived?
I've not.
You ever wanted to scuba dive?
Yeah.
I think
that would be neat.
I have friends that used to scuba dive, and they would like do training at White Rock Lake, and I was like, that doesn't seem right. But they would just kind of swim posts and stuff like that. I don't know what it was, but scuba diving's fascinating to me. Also terrifying because you're underwater.
No, I'm with you on that.
And you can't breathe underwater.
From the 806, shout out to me, ? Threat of layoffs at my job, and instead of stressing over things I can't control, I'm taking the day off to go golf with the boys. Lovely right there. Now,
James Harden says there's no pressure on the Clippers tonight.
That
they said the pressure's on them to win the game.
Is so stupid.
But the Mavs have the momentum, and that's all that matters.
That's why the conversations are dumb.
Because Game 7 is in LA, that's great. But if the Mavericks lose, they're still Game 7. If the Clippers lose, well, you can watch other basketball.
No pressure, bro. Like, then you get to go to Galveston, hang out.
That is good for them. Now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Yep. Now, we're going to start with something serious here because it is a big deal. Dak Prescott, no longer under criminal investigation by the Dallas police over the sexual assault claim that was filed against him. They have done their due diligence, done the investigation, and per Dallas police spokesperson, Kristen Lohman, an investigation was conducted and the case is closed. Detectives determined there was insufficient evidence and an offense was committed. Now, if you saw Sean Sharif tweet it out, I know that he got Levi McCathern's statement and he texted it to Sean, quote, I want to thank the Dallas Police Department and the Dallas District Attorney's Office for their thorough investigations of the allegations against Dak. It says Dak Prosper, but clearly Dak Prescott. As we knew they would, they found nothing in their extensive exploration of the facts that would support a criminal prosecution. We're confident that at the end of law enforcement's investigation into the extortion case, that they will find the accuser and her attorneys just as guilty as Dak is innocent. Now, there's a little bit more to it, and I can continue.
Florio was on this morning too. I had a really I enjoyed hearing Florio's discussion on that because Kevin, while we might not agree with him on some of the stuff he does there,
he does know
his
legal
law
stuff,
he has pretty well done.
Absolutely.
But yeah, if you want to add more to it, I think this is kind of the outcome at the moment that we were all hoping it would be.
Sure. Like it's tough. You should want the outcome where nobody was sexually assaulted.
Yeah,
right?
you want
like,
as close to the reality and truth of it all.
The outcome we should all want is, hey, good news. Nobody got sexually assaulted. McCathern continued in a statement to Sharif. These false accusations were brought up 7 years after the alleged events for one reason and one reason only, to line the pockets of the accuser and her attorneys. Their behavior is an affront to all the true survivors of sexual abuse. Fortunately for everyone involved, justice will prevail, and I believe a harsh punishment is coming for these extorters. Now, that's the other part of the case, because I think both of these are operating in Collin County now. There is the extortion case that Dak Prescott has brought against this woman, and now I believe the attorneys are involved as well. the attorneys for the woman who made the original accusation, they still have their civil suit in place. And so that case could still go. Remember, it was moved from, I think it was moved from Dallas County to Collin County. And so some people thought that was the end of it. They misreported on that. That was not the end of it. It got refiled in Collin County. So for now, those two things are still in play.
All right. I'm always fascinated when a guy like Dak Prescott is saying extortion.
Yeah.
Because to pursue something like that, it can be a threat to let's get rid of your case. Go ahead and let's shut that one down. This is my case. I'm throwing it your way. Do you really want this? But at the same time, he's not doing it without evidence. And I don't think his lawyers are pretty high-end lawyers. They're not doing that without evidence. And in what I presume it would be the situation.
It is interesting that I
don't feel like they just file that kind of paperwork for no reason.
Yoel and Bethel, the attorneys for the woman, earlier in the week they filed a motion to dismiss Dak Prescott's lawsuit because it violated the Texas anti-SLAPP statute. And essentially what that is it prohibits retaliatory lawsuits, including ones meant to silence sexual assault victims. So just the minutia here, and I'm sorry if it's too much, I promise we'll get back to more fun stuff and everything, but the idea that they were putting out there is it is not uncommon to, and I'm not saying this is factual or not factual, the attorneys were saying it's not uncommon to send someone a letter knowing, hey, this is what we're going to do, and we would like to negotiate. And you remember when we had the attorney on, the attorney talked a lot about negotiations. And so their stance was, by filing this lawsuit, they believe that Dak was trying to shut down them being heard and all this and that. I do not believe that motion was accepted. So as far as I know, Dak Prescott's extortion lawsuit still in place. The woman's lawsuit, the civil lawsuit, is still in place, and we'll see where it goes from there. But the big, if you're just looking for a headline from this in terms of how it affects the sports aspect, the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys is no longer being investigated criminally for sexual assault. And that obviously is a big story.
Yep.
All right. Do you want to go to fifth-year options and all the ones that got declined, or do you want to go to the man with the most confidence in the world?
Oh man, well, can we just go to one fifth-year option that did not get picked up, and that's Trey Lance?
Yes, which that happened a couple days ago, and Steven told us that was going to happen. Well, he didn't like answering it, but he didn't. Hey,
he did answer it though.
We're probably that's probably a no-go.
And
same with Kadarius Toney. You had to go through the motions. But you're like, come on.
Yeah.
I knew that was gonna
so I will leave it at that. We can have a further discussion if we need to on it. I think it sets up for a lot of things, but let's go to the man with the most confidence.
Okay,
Kevin.
The man with the most confidence, and that would be Javon Baker. Javon Baker with the Patriots, I believe, is the person who said he's so good he can make people stand up out of their wheelchairs. Now, if we go to cut number 11, he has more thoughts.
No way in America 10 receivers better than me. Out of your mind.
So he's saying that there aren't 10 receivers in the NFL.
He did say no way in America.
No way in America. But 10 receivers are better than him. And Kevin,
he was just finishing a workout, if you're wondering.
He sounded tired, yeah. He is a rookie.
Right.
For the Patriots.
Right.
I'm sorry, buddy. There are 10. Right now. Now maybe you come in here and show us all, but right now there are 10. And keep that mentality. Keep that mentality. But keep that mentality and then pursue the greatness that you want it to be. Because remember when Cam Newton said that there weren't 32 quarterbacks better than him, and we were like, yeah, there are. There definitely are 32, and you're pretty much done. And he was done at that point. I love when a young player has this kind of confidence and excitement. Now go prove it, man. Go prove it. I'm excited for him.
Now, a couple more things. Man, this is another thing I forgot to mention when I talked about the SLAPP statute that the attorneys tried to get Dak Prescott's case dismissed. McCathern did release another statement to WFAA and say the defendant's motion to dismiss is total nonsense. And they're promising malicious prosecution claim against the alleged victim and now her attorneys as part of this as well. And all I was going to tell you about the 5th-year option, in addition to the ones you said, 12 got turned down. 2 were not even eligible because they had not reached either minimum playing time or they've been cut altogether from their contract. So 14 5th-year options already declined from the first round class.
Probably smart for drafters not to draft good players early in the draft so they don't have to accept the 5th-year contract.
I don't
They'd be like,
totally know.
We don't have to pay you all that $22 million.
Yeah, I don't know if that was my number one takeaway from that, but interesting. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, puck around and find out a deeper dive into Ottinger and what Stars players need to step it up. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
You can hear Kevin. You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time to puck around and find out. So I got a couple of different questions for you guys. Do you want to do a deeper dive into Ottinger? Do you want to talk about the players that still need to step up? Or talk about the Stars fans that got married in Vegas?
Let's go Stars fit players that need to step up.
All right.
For 300, Kevin.
I am going to say...
But you asked me. Reggie's also part of the show.
Okay. So. Yes, Reggie.
I will also go Stars players that need to step up because I don't want to create a tie. I don't think we have a tiebreaker situation or anything. Yeah. It's too much.
Okay.
Too much.
This Stars player recently led the old guy without a cup rankings, but has yet to make an impact in this series.
Who is Logan Stankoven?
Incorrect. What? That is maybe the worst answer you could have given.
He's a young guy without a cup. I believe.
You know what? That was it. I just switched those things.
I will answer. I'm not going to say what Mike said yesterday. I'll say Joe Pavelski.
Incorrect. We were looking for who is Joe Pavelski. Remember, if you're going to set up the constraints of this game, Jeopardy style, you need to follow.
All right.
I'll give you one more opportunity. This Stars forward got all of the monies, but has contributed almost nothing to the box score in this series.
What is Jason Robertson?
Ooh, incorrect.
He's a hockey player.
What?
He asked a question. I just wanted to answer it.
Okay. We're looking for a different one. Reggie, would you like to answer this question?
Who is Nils Lundqvist?
What is Tyler Seguin?
Again, he's also a hockey player.
What is?
What? You said it needed to be.
Actually, you can answer as what is.
Yeah, you said I had
to person?
Phrase it as a question.
It's one of the most annoying things ever. One dude did that where all he said was what is, no matter what the actual response was, and it drove me insane.
Is Sagan the right one?
We were looking for who is Rope Hintz.
Oh.
A
lot of those guys that I named had money, though.
And that's true. And maybe you'd like more contributions from some of those. And Tyler Seguin can be your answer. Just the two for me are Rope and Pavelski.
Seguin, I want to be, and this is just my own personal thing, I want him to be the one that everybody's like, hey, dude, that hit was so undeserved. Let's go kick their asses for it. I want that to happen, but it took a long time for them to get over to see if he was okay. And I'm still kind of like, anyway, that's a different story for a different time. The Robertson, have you liked what you've gotten from Robertson? Is it 2 goals? And he had one the other night that was really nice.
It might be recency bias just because you got the power play goal and he was so emphatic about it. And you're like, we won that game. We took over. But Rope closed out game 4.
Yeah.
Or game 3.
Had he had the empty netter the other night, does that change anything for you? Like if you're looking at just the stats, or does that?
The fact that Rope actually,
because he was that close to getting another one,
but he also blocked a shot late in game 4 that was big. So if we're gonna give credit to the Golden Knights for being amazing at shot blocking, they really are. Then I got to give some props to Rope. But I would have thought offensively he would have had more of an impact. Then again, I would have thought the same thing about Pavelski. And so that's why I went to those two guys. But I think there's a variety of answers that you can use here.
I'm with you on Rope. I mean, he's on your top line, is he not?
Yes.
Like that's a guy that you have that expectation of to be able to help you. And I understand that. Look, the Golden Knights, like they're compact, as you mentioned. There's a lot of shot blocking, and I think the nature of the way that they play. I don't know. Am I wrong in giving Pavelski a little bit of a pass in that? Like he's typically in the center of everything and deflecting shots really well. That's one of the first things you think of when you think of Pavelski. Okay. And I feel like his game does not necessarily map well when you consider what Vegas is going to do. And so am I wrong for giving him a pass there, or should he be able to overcome that?
I'm with you, Reggie. I don't think Kevin is, but I'm with you, and here's my reasoning for it. Brian Ray the other day completely laid out the Pavelski part for me. They're not allowing the shot to get to Pavelski to be the deflection. That being said, still figure another way out to do something. You're Captain America, but he hasn't had quite the same impact that he had last year. But with Rope, I think that this team does something to him. Speed is part of his game, a massive part of his game. The dude's big and can fly, gets into the zone, gets the puck close, and then things happen. and they do a good job of eliminating his use of that speed. And that's one thing that I think that if you get past this series, let me correct that. When you get past this series and get into the next one, it'll be a better matchup for Roope.
Okay. And Pavelski. And if that's the case,
then you might be sitting here saying, why is this guy not doing it? Why is somebody else?
And I am willing to cut Pavelski some slack under the guidelines that you just set up, and then thinking that he'll have a bigger impact against Colorado. If that is the case, then
now if not, we'll have to come back around and really evaluate what's happening.
Exactly,
with him,
because look, just out on the ice too, and you're totally right about this being a bad stylistic matchup for Pavelski, but I think in the playoffs he started to look a little older too, which he should, because he is a older hockey player. He's 30.
He is an old ass man, is what you wanted to say.
No.
Okay.
Maybe.
Did it not feel like that's what he wanted to say, Reggie?
You might be onto something. And at some point, it catches up to everybody, and you just wonder, like, is this the postseason where you're like really seeing it catch up to Pavelski? Do you want to go Ottinger or people getting married?
Why is Jake Ottinger for a 300, please?
Okay. All right, that's a good answer. I'm not entirely sure how to answer that question, but I'll go with this.
All right.
If there is somebody who needs to step up and you want to add to it, I need first and second period Jake Ottinger to step it up.
Okay.
All right. Third period Jake Ottinger in this series has been unbelievable. They have given up one goal. But take a look at Ottinger and some of the issues he's had in this series and in the first two periods. In this series, his goals against, his save percentage in the first two games, .850. That is terrible and never is going to work. We get around .912. That's probably what we're looking for. His save percentage in the first two periods of these playoffs, .850. His goals saved above expected is -4. So they're like, no. You have not only saved
in golf, that's good.
That's true.
Yeah.
Here, bad.
All right.
Because you want the plus score here.
We're learning.
And so the argument is, based on the statistics, he's given up 4 more goals than you would think total in the first two periods across the series. Now, again, he's been unfreaking believable
when it matters the most in games.
In the third period. And you're right. And that save in the last 2 minutes kept
awesome.
You the victor of Game 5. So I'm not calling him out altogether, but if you can get a steadier performance from him in periods 1 and 2, you're going to win.
Yeah.
I really believe that.
So I get this feeling, Kevin, like you go to a concert and you're like, hey, you open the show with your best song, and then you keep playing your best songs for the rest of the night. Otherwise, bad concert. That's kind of what is it kind of fair metaphor or simile here?
I can
in the like you analogy is the word I was looking for.
Here's what I'll ask. Before you end the concert with a bang, give me a hit or two somewhere in the middle.
Okay.
Just mix in a hit or two in the middle.
Like he's crushing late in games, but you're like, I need more. I need you to open with a box office crush.
Like, give me just one to tide me over in the middle part where you're like talking about your new album or whatever, and you're like, hey, that's great. Give me
an example of a movie, Kevin, that when you sat down and it opened up, you were like, holy crap. And then you were holding onto your seat the entire way, and even the ending was just as good as the beginning. Because that's probably where I was trying to go with this. Do you have one?
Yes, this is going to sound weird.
Oh, no.
I don't know how many people know or love this movie.
The Notebook.
The movie, well, I feel like people know that. The movie Phone Booth.
Oh, yes.
It's like
that's Colin Farrell, isn't it?
Yes.
It's like an hour and 20 minutes.
Of a dude in a phone booth.
And they get into the plot like really quickly. And you're like, holy crap, here we go.
Okay.
And then it's just go.
That's an incredible. I can't even tell you the plot points of that movie. All I remember is like, I was on edge. That was incredible.
And he had to stay in that phone booth. Yeah.
Good job. Good job.
That's my example right
Proud
there.
of you.
Do you think this is a great time to get married? So the Dallas Morning News had an art. Well, you're already married. I get it. Maybe this is for Reggie. There's a great story in the Dallas Morning News. Jacob Taylor and his fiance, Jamie Ellithorpe. They were sitting at the dinner table in Farmers Branch last Wednesday. Taylor threw out I was like, how cool would it be to go to the Stars game Saturday in Vegas? And they started talking about it, and they're like, oh, yeah. And then the woman joked that it was the most popular wedding destination in the country. So what if they went to the game
and got married
and just went ahead and got married? And she said it was a tongue-in-cheek response, but we just kept thinking about it and getting more momentum. And before I knew it, we were sitting in front of the computer trying to figure out flights and hotels. And that's interesting because not just so you can go to the game, but can I figure out these flights and hotels so we can also go ahead and get married?
Wow. I like that. I like that approach, man. How much did it cost them? A lot.
Ooh, I do not know the answer to that. And also,
we saw a chapel at the hotel at the Super Bowl, Kevin. Remember Mike was like, should we go get married? Like just
I
Kevin can be our witness.
I vividly remember that.
It was for a bit. It was for the show, Kevin. That Mike and I would be married. Okay. There were just lots of decisions we had to make before we did it.
So they both wore
counseling. I feel you.
Yeah, exactly.
They both wore Stars jerseys for the wedding as well.
I like it.
Taylor, Miro Heiskanen. Ella Thorpe, Tyler Seguin jersey.
Did she wear? Was it a white jersey?
It was. That is a great question.
Thank you.
I'm looking at a picture here, courtesy of the guy, and they have the black jersey with the neon on it.
Okay, interesting.
I mean, that is a great.
Is she wearing pants?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason I ask, dang it, Reggie, the reason I ask is in my mind, he wore like a jersey and some sort of dress pants, and she wore just the jersey like as a dress. That's why I was asking if she was wearing pants.
As far as it does definitely look like she was wearing pants. And then the Stars won 3-2 in overtime. That's an incredible
best night ever.
Yeah, that's
Best
an incredible
ever.
day.
You would hate to do all that stuff and then lose, and then you're like, man,
would you
let's reconsider this.
Play the game out first to decide if you're going to attach it all together? Because if you get married, you're married. Whether Elvis married you or whoever.
Yeah, we're married and they lost. And you're just like, well, I can accept the loss.
Gotta annul it and run it back next time.
Yeah, just do it again for game 7.
I guess.
Or game 6.
And then if you lose again, then you know that you're not supposed to be married. I think that's how that works.
Yeah, I think, that's the truth.
Is that?
Look, we tried.
Should you base your big life decisions off of the
Gambling
outcomes
debt?
of sporting events?
I mean, Kevin, how many people out there base most of their lives off of gambling?
But I don't think you should go into tonight and be like, all right, if both teams don't win, I'm going to refinance my house.
I mean, isn't that basically what we do on coin flips? Like, you're just doing it with something a little more fun.
Dude, I think marriage is a big gamble. You know, like think about that for a second.
Do you think your marriage is a big gamble?
Yes.
What kind of odds are we getting there?
You never know what things could happen that could change things.
Kevin, you want to short his marriage?
No. You would have to give me at least 20-1 odds if you're going to bet against his marriage. His marriage is strong.
Yeah, it's especially after last night too.
Do I want to know?
I had a bad dream last night.
Okay.
I told Kevin about it already. It's
get your dream stuff together, Corey.
Yeah, we're stuck together. I'll just say that.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, as we move into the lunch rush as part of the Expressway, we got Mavs digital content manager Bobby Caralla coming up, but also it's time for the Combo Platter Superheroes Edition.
I love it.
Next right here on The Fan.
Are you
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is the Expressway, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to have Bobby Carralla on in just a minute, but wanted to throw this out there. I'm really sad I didn't get to bring this up, I believe, on Wednesday. This is Daniel Jeremiah talking about the Giants. Quote, I believe Drew Lock has a really good shot at winning this job.
I'm sorry, the New York Giants?
Yes.
Okay.
They were comparing Daniel Jones and Drew Lock, emphasis on Drew Lock, to the QBs that are going to be there at number 6, and the line for them was Drake May. And so Daniel Jeremiah is just throwing out there, hey, based on what I've heard and what they have communicated to me, that might be the guy that could win this job. Oof.
Not the dude who's making $40 million?
Nope.
Well, hey, look, man, I've always told you, you don't let the money dictate how you win games.
Well, see, I'm going to transition to somebody who should be making $40 million. So I'm just going to throw it out there. Mavs digital content manager, it is Bobby Carralla. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. I'll settle for like 10% of that and never complain again another day in my life.
Okay.
All right.
I'll see what I can get working there.
Make a call.
Now,
yeah.
You need to answer this first question correctly, though.
Oh.
Okay.
When James Harden says there's no pressure on them and the pressure's on the Mavs tonight, is that absurd?
I don't think it's absurd necessarily. And that maybe I'm losing money on my salary here. But I'm
but go
ahead.
ahead.
Fight back and get some. I'm going to try and stack some cash here real quick.
I like it.
I think that if Luka and Kyrie as a duo are only able to match whatever James Harden and Paul George contribute as a duo tonight, whether that's 20 points combined or 80 points combined, I think that favors the Clippers because guys like Norm Powell and Ivica Zubac have had really, really good series. So I think there's a little more pressure on Luka and Kyrie to perform to win this game. However, if you stack up all the playoff failures or shortcomings or whatever on James Harden and Paul George's resume, that obviously is a little longer than the list on Luka and Kyrie. So I think that those two guys face, maybe more like legacy pressure. But tonight in this series, especially facing a road game 7, if they're unable to close out the Clippers at home, Luka, Kyrie, and the Mavericks are under maybe a little more pressure. But that said, hey, I like Luka and Kyrie more than any other duo in the league, so I'm not that worried.
Dude, I will just say this. He's back in the game. All right.
Okay.
Bobby's back in the game.
I don't know
now.
how much money you've gotten back yet, but it's some.
That line though on the pressure, I'm not saying anybody's walking directly from James Harden over to Luka and Kyrie and saying, hey, he said this, but what would you expect, knowing those guys the way you do, their response would be to that? The pressure's on those guys instead.
I think Kyrie, say what you will about his previous stops earlier in his career, but during his time in Dallas, albeit short, he has demonstrated pretty impressive poise and composure, and that's especially important when playing alongside a guy like Luka, who, let's be honest, can be pretty emotional at times, frustrated on the court, gets a lot of texts and stuff. Kyrie never really does any of that stuff. Whether the Mavs are up 30 or down 30, his demeanor is the same. And so I don't really think that Kyrie has a physical or psychological reaction to pressure. Luka, despite running a little hotter than most other NBA players that we've ever seen in our lifetimes, has tended to deliver in these situations. I mean, his record in closeout games is very, very good. His individual stat lines when trying to achieve elimination or stave off elimination is very, very good. So I don't really have any questions about those two guys. And Luka looked much more like himself in Game 5, which was a welcome sight for Mavs fans because in the first 4 games in this series, whether it was the knee or just the Clippers defense, he just didn't really look like himself. But he did, especially in the second half of that game. And so if any of that can carry over to tonight, then maybe the Mavs can get off to a good start and take control of this thing a little earlier than they even were able to in Game 5.
We've also heard about potential illness that Luke has been suffering through for the last week or so. And you just talked about he looked a lot more like himself, but the knee still kind of needs to be tracked, right? I know he had an amazing game. He's an amazing player, but this still feels like it could be an issue throughout the playoffs, does it not?
Yeah, I mean, it's taken him maybe a little longer to get up off the floor after collisions than it normally does. And, to his credit, he's been playing in a defensive stance way more in this series than he did throughout large parts of the regular season. So no matter how much that knee might be affecting his jumper and his 3-point percentage, he's shooting, I think, 26 or 27% from three in the series. It doesn't seem to be having much of an impact at all on his defense. So you got to give him credit there.
For
but
sure.
With this kind of thing, they're calling it a knee sprain, which, there's ankle sprains that you can bounce back from the next day, and there's ankle sprains that bother you for months. So I can only imagine the knee can be just as complicated, if not more. But those things tend to get better over a large period of time. Now, fortunately for the Mavs, if they're able to win tonight, they wouldn't play game one against OKC until Tuesday, despite that series already being over. So that would give them all day Saturday, all day Sunday, and all day Monday, and most of Tuesday to, give them more treatment, stay off your feet, hopefully get some R&R and get that thing feeling better. But if they lose tonight, they play on Sunday in LA. And if they're fortunate enough to win that game, they got to fly all the way back halfway across the country to OKC on Tuesday to play game one. So the longer this series goes, the less time he's going to have to nurse that thing and hopefully recover. And you're definitely going to have to be at your best to handle Lou Dort and what OKC is going to throw at him defensively. So, it's super important to get this thing over with as soon as possible. But it does seem like he is, on the comeback as opposed to it getting worse.
All right, let's just do it tonight then. That sounds like a good plan.
Agreed.
Ooh,
let me ask him a question about that then.
All right.
Mavericks win tonight. Stars win tonight.
No.
But you have to sacrifice a Rangers loss to get that done. Do you accept my deal?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's a bad negotiation, man. I'm taking that all day, all night.
Look,
8
Bobby.
days a week.
Thank you.
I respect you.
Close out 2 series in one night. I mean, that's the dream.
Exactly.
Dude, you can't let Kevin put you in that position, though. Like, why not win all 3? That's what I mean. Just fight for all 3, Bobby. That's all we're trying to do here. Kevin's the one.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Why do we have to make any sacrifices?
Because what's the topic otherwise? Because if the topic is, hey, wouldn't it be neat if we won all 3?
And
your answer is yes.
We'd all be happy and we'd be excited and we'd have a great day. Kevin.
And then we move on.
True. Yeah. There's not a lot of room for sports debate. If the proposition is just, can we win them all?
In this world, I need you to be able to sacrifice something. And in this instance, it's a Rangers loss to get what you want.
All right. Bobby Corrala joined us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Why does Derek Lively not play like a just turned 20-year-old big man?
Man, he has been super impressive, hasn't he?
Yes.
And dealing with everything he's had to deal with off the court from a personal standpoint and also from a medical standpoint, dealing with some pretty serious injuries throughout the season. Which have kind of interrupted his development. I mean, he would miss 5-10 games in a row because he sprained his ankle or fell weird on a dunk and hurt his back. But he has just gotten so much better. That isn't to say that he's, plays mistake-free basketball all the time. I mean, he still makes some rookie mistakes. He still gets out of position every now and then. But, I mean, his impact in these games has just been off the charts to the point where, I mean, Zubac has been more productive than him because he's playing more minutes. But Lively has arguably been the best big man in this series as a rookie. And that is super exciting, not just for however far this playoff run is able to go, but also for the future. I mean, he looks every bit of a franchise center, of the kind of guy that you can build a defense around, of the kind of guy that can impact a game on a possession-by-possession basis at both ends of the floor. As a 20-year-old who played 1 year in college and 1 year in the NBA. I mean, he's just been unbelievable. The dude has a head on his shoulders. He's mature. He's hungry to get better. And he's demonstrated that he can get better. And, I mean, spinning it forward, like, I don't know what he's going to be. If he's already this good now, what is he going to be like at 25, at 28, at 30? I mean, there's no telling how much better he can become still. And we might see it. I mean, if they play for another month or two in the playoffs, like, we might see him take even more steps. It's really, really exciting and equally impressive.
Yeah, I feel like overly blessed having him and Gafford because just in our history as Mavs fans, we haven't had that good of production.
Right.
That felt that comfortable at that position. Our whole careers of being fans. I mean, even since I was 5.
Yeah.
Because when I think I really started locking in on Mavs was about 5 years old.
James Donaldson forever.
Yeah. So I feel like overly blessed here having both of those guys.
Yeah, I mean, the one time that they had a really, really good 1-2 punch at the 5 spot was the year they won the championship with Tyson Chandler and Brendan Haywood off the bench.
Yes.
And even Jan Mahinmi was getting in there making plays, against Miami. So, big men, man, they're super duper valuable. The Mavs have been able to get by and, go on playoff runs and have really good regular seasons with, kind of like a run-of-the-mill starting center and maybe like an average center rotation or whatever. But, I mean, now we are seeing the impact, especially when playing alongside a guy like Luka, who more so than other playmakers in the league really does value that lob target and what that opens up for him on drives to the rim. I mean, it has been just a seamless fit with both of those two guys. And, not to think too far ahead, but Gafford is under contract for another couple seasons after this year. Yeah. Lively's in the first year of his contract. I mean, this is a long-term thing that we're working with. And I mean, it's already starting off this well, so I can only imagine how much better it'll get over time.
What have you thought about the perimeter defense thus far of the Mavs in this series? Because obviously, and we've seen it in a couple of games, the Clippers are already a good three-point shooting team, and they have been ultra hot in 2 of these games. Sometimes it's a reflection of the defense. Sometimes it's not. What have you thought about Mavs perimeter defense?
I mean, I thought Derek Jones, regardless of who he's been defending, has done an incredible job in this series. But the Clippers got 2 guys. They have Harden and Paul George, and Jones can only defend one of them. And in the games where predominantly Luka or Kyrie ends up switched onto Harden, because that's what the Clippers are doing basically every time down the floor, when they've been able to hold their own, the Mavs have held the Clippers under 100, and it's looked really, really ugly for the LA offense. But for stretches of Game 4 and for a lot of Game 1, the 2 games the Mavs lost, and they trailed by 29 in Game 1 and 31 in the second quarter of Game 4, those 2 guys and other players on the team just weren't able to stay in front of the ball. You think of that fourth quarter of Game 4 where Harden was able to just get past Luka or PJ Washington kind of unimpeded all the way to the rim and just drop in a little floater. I mean, that was pretty gory stuff, and it kind of spoiled what would have been an awesome comeback. But I thought a really nice adjustment in Game 5 was doing a similar thing in that they're trying to take away Harden's left hand and trying to encourage him to drive. But whenever Harden would get past the guy at the point of attack, whether that's Luka or whoever else, they were still kind of bumping him, feeling him, letting him know that they're there and steering him into help. And the Mavs were able to get away with having a big man on the floor at all times in Game 5 because they weren't down 30. They didn't have to go small. They were able to play to protect the lead as opposed to scrape away at one. And that meant that Harden was facing a shot contest from Lively or Gafford or Maxey, and the other big was able to box out Zubac or box out Mason Plumlee. And so you're not having to sell out to block a layup, meaning if they miss, it's just going to be a tip-in for the big dude. The Mavs are able to both contest a layup and get a rebound, and that's super-duper important. So, it's tough. I'm not sure the Mavs have the personnel to stay in front of Harden all the time, no matter what, because, again, they only have one Derek Jones. But they did a much better job as a team in Game 5 of covering up for those mistakes or of rotating to erase those easy shots at the rim that really played them in some of the losses in the series.
Have you seen the flappers in the seats? I presume you already have. Have you seen the flappers in the seats at the arena today already?
I have not. I haven't been to the arena yet. I'm about to go over there here shortly. I hope that everything in there is black. It's a City Edition night, black jerseys. We need black clappers. I'm taking my black hoodie to the game. Like, I'm getting in the mood, and I hope everybody else is too.
Okay, all right. Well, they didn't have the black clappers. Actually, I didn't see the back side of it, so maybe it is, but the front side of it at least does have PJ Washington, and it says stand on business. And I was kind of curious. On, what is it that you feel PJ has been the biggest factor that he's brought to this team since he got traded here?
I mean, I think legitimate toughness.
Yeah.
The Mavs in the Luka era, they've had guys that'll talk trash. They've had guys that'll get physical, but they're not starters. They're not on the court for 35 minutes. Like James Johnson was a big one during the 2021 season, but he only played, 15 minutes a game or whatever. So for large portions of this thing, including all of crunch time, he's not out there. But PJ is out there for almost the entire game. And he is, a legit 6'8", 6'7", 6'8". He's got long arms. He's strong. He's tough. He's going to block shots. He's going to let you know about it. He's not going to shy away from boxing out or having to grapple for post positioning with a bigger dude. He is another example of, despite not being 7'2" the way Lively is and 280 the way that Gafford is, or however much he weighs, the Mavs are a tough team. They're a legitimately tough team. And their tough guys are also really good. And their tough guys are going to let you know that they're good, and their tough guys are going to let you know that they're tough. They're not going to back down from any of that stuff. And, against the Clippers, especially in the bubble and in 2021, the Clippers were just able to kind of bully the Mavs. They were able to push them around. They were the bigger, tougher, stronger team. That's not true anymore. Washington and Gafford and Lively, and Maxi's playing tough, and Luka's gotten tougher. Like, these guys are legitimately, they're dangerous people. They're big and strong, and they're gonna bang with you down there. They're not gonna back down from a challenge, whether that's emotional or psychological or, most importantly, physical. And that has really manifested itself, in numerous ways. It's a lot of fast break dunks. It's a lot of winning rebound battles. It's a lot of physicality on the defensive end that they're fortunately able to get away with now because officials aren't kind of overblowing their whistles.
Right.
It's just been a very pleasant sight to see, and it's been a really, really long time since the Mavs have pretty much every single night been able to roll out a lineup that is bigger and stronger and tougher and faster than their opponents. And it's been pretty dang awesome to watch.
Now, I know the players and the team, they're not looking ahead, but as a media person, I can look ahead all I like. Maxi Kleber, incredible in Game 5. If he's shooting 50 to 60% from 3, what is the Mavericks ceiling in this postseason run?
If he's going to shoot 7 of them a game and he's shooting 50%, then the ceiling does not exist. The ceiling is the roof, as the great Michael Jordan once said. The Mavs need not only Luka and Kyrie to make shots. They don't need the big guys to throw down 20 dunks, but they got to do stuff around the rim. But what they really need more than anything is the role players to knock down threes. And throughout most of this series, no one really has been. But then in Game 5, Maxey knocks down 5. Derrick Jones Jr. hit a couple. Josh Green had that big 4-point play. Like, if those guys get confident, you think back to 2022, they did have Jalen Brunson, but they did not have Kyrie Irving. They had a different version of JB than what we're seeing right now in New York. The Mavs were able to go all the way to the conference finals because Dorian Finney-Smith and Reggie Bullock were knocking down 40% from 3. And Maxey had that big game against Utah. The Mavs ceiling is super high because of Kyrie and Luka. Their floor is super high because of Kyrie and Luka.
Right.
But if these other guys can knock down threes at even a respectable clip, 35%, 40%, Maxey's shooting better than 50 right now, but anywhere above, slightly above average, then this team is capable of doing some pretty special things.
They close it out tonight?
Hope so. I hope so.
Come on. Yes or no?
I do. I think they will. I think they will get it done. First 5 minutes of the game are important. We need guys to make shots. And if they can just settle in, then I think that it could be a pretty fun night for everybody in attendance.
Well, the Rangers play first, so I guess we'll know the answer based on Kevin, the way he forces us to do things.
If the Rangers win, is that like a bad sign?
Yes. Yes, it is.
No.
He doesn't get to make the deals, Bobby. He's not in control of it all.
Yet
He just
here
thinks
we
he
are.
is.
Bobby, thank you very much. Outstanding stuff, as always. Love listening to you on the Get Right as well.
Hey, thank you guys. I appreciate it.
There you go. Bobby Corral right here on 105.3 The Fan.
He was fantastic.
He was fantastic. Like I said, you hear him on the Get Right. He's always fantastic there as well.
I don't know, Reggie. I couldn't tell if you were looking at me when he was saying it, but when he was like, they're tough guys will tell you they're tough, and then they'll show you they're tough. I got so hyped.
Yeah, I was worried. I was like, what is this adrenaline rush this is happening right now?
The way he was saying that, I was just sitting there going, oh my gosh, I love having somebody on your side that is like, yeah, I am who you want to deal with right now, and you're not going to want to deal with me after you're done.
So you're saying that if PJ Washington yelled out at some point, who do you think you are, I am, that it would make you feel good?
God, I would go nuts. I would go nuts in that place.
If I was a Clippers player, I'd tap. I'd be like, I want to go to the
Just
bench.
Go ahead and bring out the other guys.
It is also a shout out Friday from the 903. Can I get a shout out from my son Bradley? He turned 6 on May 1st. So happy birthday to Bradley from the 254. Shout out to you guys and my first son Henry. He's 4 days old and already toloing while sitting in my lap. That is unbelievable right there. We've had some excellent shout outs today. Now, I kind of want to fire up cut number 12. And I don't know if this will be like a regular audio clip or if we'll just run it underneath, but it's time for the Combo Platter Superheroes Edition. Takes a minute to build here, so stick with it. Now, we had a special request for this one. This past Sunday was National Superhero Day, and tomorrow is Free Comic Book Day. So it's time for the Combo Platter. Give us a sports opinion. And then, who is your favorite all-time superhero? see a dramatic build. And then it's like, this is my answer right here.
Whose music is this?
This is Danny Elfman.
Aquaman, I think.
Danny Elfman does all the songs.
This is Batman.
Oh.
From the 1989 Tim Burton.
He did Spider-Man too.
Danny Elfman can do a lot of good things. The family got made fun of him once. Batman is my favorite superhero. So
That's not how this works.
I want to throw this out there, but you're right.
Hey, dude, you did that backwards.
You need a sports
What's happening
opinion
right now?
first. I apologize for that. Ignore this music. Especially since Bobby agrees with me. Tonight, it would be lovely if all three teams won. But what's going to happen is the Rangers are going to lose to sacrifice for the greater good for now of the Mavericks and Stars both winning and closing out the series tonight.
Does that make you nervous because of the bet we have with the Royals? They're playing the Royals. That puts them closer to getting to the World Series.
Look, if what it took for the Rangers to win, or for the Stars and Mavericks to win championships
in the
was
same
doing
season,
that, I feel like
you'd grow a skillet for that. All right.
It would look just terrible. But
buddy, would it?
It's so bad. I would look like that guy from Rocky Horror Picture Show. But we would get dual championships, and now you would hold 3 of the 4 active championships. That would be amazing.
Here it comes from the 214. Batman is not a superhero. He has no superpowers. He's just a hero.
Is Iron Man not a superhero then either? What special powers does he have?
I mean,
Being really rich.
Yeah, that's a special
And
power.
also having daddy issues.
Well, look, you can't have.
What happened to his mom?
That's why Superman's sometimes kind of boring, because hey, I never knew my parents; they died, and so I got to be the best. And you're like, hey, what else is there to you? Nothing. I'm the best. Cool.
What do you mean? He has
Green
every
rocks make him
superpower.
sleepy though.
He has every superpower.
That's boring.
It's awesome.
Yeah, there's one thing. How can we figure out kryptonite 85 different ways?
And somehow it's on every corner.
Yes.
In
even though it's supposed to be
Metropolis.
the rarest thing in the freaking world.
No, that's
in the
unobtainium.
universe. That's a good point. Unobtainium is
Very
just
difficult to find.
if you've not
Unattainable.
If you're not familiar with this, by the way, we might have new listeners. Appreciate you guys rocking very much with us to check this out. Also, big thank you. Shout out Friday to the folks who've been with us since the weekend or rolling into the nighttime and now with us here.
Are we doing good?
We're doing very, very well. Thank you guys for making us and keeping us number one. It is outstanding. And I don't just mean among sports stations. But it felt like when they wrote Avatar, they were like, hey, we got to find this amazing element like unobtainium. And everybody in the room was like, well, sure, that's a stupid name. Just put it down in the script. We'll fix it later. And then everybody forgot. And then they started filming. They're like, oh my God, we can't tell James Cameron. We didn't figure it out. So just put unobtainium.
Just keep it there.
Do you think that that's what happened? Or did you think that they had so little belief in us as audiences to be like, I don't know that they're really going to get what's happening here. Let's spell it out for
I
them.
choose the first one, but absolutely see the viable path that you bring up for option number 2 being very likely.
Yeah, so why is Batman your guy again?
Because, well, first of all,
talks like this.
Because somebody also pointed out they were like, Iron Man was a genius and built all of his stuff.
Batman's a genius.
Batman just bought it all.
No.
Batman's the greatest
Bull
detective of
crap.
all time.
Batman is the world's
Batman.
greatest
Where's the
detective.
Ripper?
All right? Batman's the world's greatest detective. So save me with that. He just bought it all.
You know, we don't get enough of him going through detective work.
I don't know if that
He just likes beating up on mentally disabled people.
See, I don't know if that lends itself well to a screenplay. And he's like, to the microfiche. Or he just goes back and he like the first
Wait, you say that, and wasn't that the Batman is him being more of a detective?
Okay, and I feel like there was a mixed response to that one, but you know,
I thought it was fantastic. The Batman I thought was really good.
I liked it really good. But one of the reasons I love Batman as a superhero as well is, and I know people will argue against me on this, he has the best collection of villains. Like that's one thing that I think
doesn't DC have the best collection of villains?
But that's if you take.
And I'm not arguing against that. I'm just saying, isn't that what Colby always said? He was like, DC has better villains.
And so many of them feel iconic with Batman, and that's one of the many reasons I love Batman. And you know, he lost his dad when he was younger, and he's He's put all of this to work for him. And I feel like sometimes I'm stubborn like that as well. Now,
I just want Reggie to do the entire show in Batman voice from now on.
It's not going to help my voice.
True.
I love it.
True.
I'm the producer that this show needs.
Dude, I love the way he's going after
man.
this.
See, and for our show, it would be like you either die as our producer or you live long enough to be like, I'm taking a different job. that's pretty much
That is valid.
That is pretty much the role.
That
All
is
right.
valid.
Who wants to go next?
Reggie.
Or I can go to the fan.
This is you, man. This is all you.
What? It doesn't work that way.
The 214. The Cowboys will not be divisional champions. Oh, this is nice. But the KNC Masterpiece are my favorite superheroes because y'all lift the city up every day. That is delightful. Ooh, this is a good question. From the 682, Otter pitches a shutout tonight and the Stars advance in 6. And they want to know, can their best superheroes be the ambiguously gay duo? You remember from the Saturday Night Live sketches?
That's what it was, yeah.
Those were funny.
Sure, why not?
I don't know if you can play those anymore, but they were funny back a while ago.
Kevin, somebody texted in. This is completely different. They said, "Hey Corey, do you remember that time we were at the Black Friday remote at Elite Appliance on Alpha, and you burnt your hand on my big green egg?" That's how far back I go, Kevin. We were a weekend show when that happened, and I do remember that.
Why do you remember it too?
Because hold on. I want to add to the story.
Okay.
Since then, I now have a green egg, and my kid also did the same thing and burnt his hand. So,
oh no,
yeah.
But also, was that when I interviewed the big green egg?
You did interview. Yes, I do remember sending you out there to do that. It was a hell of an interview too. That was fantastic.
You from the 256. Mavs close it out tonight, and Wolverine is their favorite hero from the 817. Mavericks are going to beat the Clippers. Oh my gosh, by 49 points tonight.
So we're doing a Suns thing again? That's what we're doing here?
I mean, that would be amazing. And Batman is the best. Michael Keaton is the best live-action Batman. And Kevin Conroy is the best animated Batman. I agree. It sounds like we should probably be friends because I very much agree with that opinion.
Ooh, that is good. I like that a lot. All right, here's my sports opinion. Justin Fields must be done if the Pittsburgh Steelers are converting him into a kick returner.
Is that like a thing, or is it just a discussion?
Jalen Warren suggested, he's a running back for the Steelers. He suggested that coach has ideas that because of the new rules on kickoffs, that Justin Fields could be back there doing some work.
Yeah. Now, this was on Cam Hayward's podcast. I don't think that this is anything official, but I do think that it should be a reminder to all of us that the ways that we've talked about special teams and particularly kickoffs in the past are going to have to shift. And we don't know necessarily exactly how.
You're right.
But people are already thinking outside of the box, which is why I think that Trey Lance. No, I'm just playing.
Okay.
But I think that
Oh my
you're
gosh,
going to
I was
see.
ready.
I was so ready.
My sports, I really wanted to do it, but I don't believe it, and that'd be wild. Nobody just gets on air and says things they don't believe, right?
Oh, please.
I think that Deuce Vaughn is going to show himself to be a significantly more valuable player this year, in large part because of the kickoff returns, and I imagine also in the backfield. So I think that he's going to take up in a big way this season. I know that doesn't sound, but like I truly believe he's going to be a very big impact to your team this year.
I like it.
Sorry, I didn't get to my superhero, but I like
My
your
bad,
take.
dude. I apologize.
And it's okay. We can team up here.
Corey. I apologize.
You keep doing that. I'm fine. It doesn't matter. Kevin, I have a hard time with this because growing up, it was Superman. Easy. Like as a kid, Superman makes a lot of sense. Super easy. Everybody kind of wants to be the one that saves the world, right?
Sure.
It makes a lot of sense. But then I found the Wolverine. And once I found Wolverine, I was like, I was very invested. But I also loved Gambit. Like I thought,
that's a good one.
I wanted to be able to throw cards. I was just like, let me just throw cards and talk in a Louisiana accent.
Do
I'm
you
fine.
have that accent?
I don't.
Okay.
You
love New Orleans.
I love New Orleans. I think it's so much fun when I go down there, and because I know the places to hit, I enjoy it. I had a good time. That's where I would say Gambit. But I get Wolverine so much. He's a big time deal. But I will say this too, since they've done since the world of superheroes has grown the way it has in the movie industry. Like guys I never thought I would like Deadpool, but this Deadpool is fantastic.
And I have seen from the 214 40-point triple-double for Luka tonight. Deadpool is the GOAT. How pumped are you now that it's the Deadpool and Wolverine movie that's going to be coming out?
I'm stoked. I'm very excited to see this. Plus the chemistry that
they got
Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds already have off. Like, they're friends. The way they do it, they take shots at each other. It's fantastic.
From the 682, I'm not a basketball fan, but my sports opinion is it's time for the Luka Doncic era to really begin. My all-time favorite superhero is Superman. Reggie, your favorite superhero?
Catwoman.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't matter which version either.
Yeah. Although, are we calling her a superhero? Doesn't matter.
Yeah, back to you.
I mean, clearly I think so with Batman.
Yeah, now that you've given me the option of thinking about Halle Berry, yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and say Catwoman, 100%. And I mean, Zoe Kravitz acquitted herself well as well.
Yes. I didn't hate Anne Hathaway. Yeah, I didn't hate her either.
We did a good job.
Yeah.
We did a good job there.
And dude, I'll be honest, as a kid, I was learning about things when I saw Michelle Pfeiffer. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I was like, what just happened?
Did you also think it set an unrealistic expectation that everyone could make that vinyl cat suit? She was just like,
and make it work.
Serena Williams did.
Yeah, now I'm just going to get to it. And then bam, there it goes. Okay, well, that's like two people. Does that set an unrealistic expectation that you're like, why couldn't you do it? Michelle Pfeiffer could do it. Serena Williams could do it.
I don't have to worry about that.
Fair.
Not my problem.
I mean, like, even Doctor Strange has become an interesting character to me. I never knew anything about him until the movies. And then I was like, well, now I'm interested in going back. I wonder how big of a bump comic books got when these movies got bigger. Because it's kind of like toys, right? The toy industry, when Star Wars was doing their thing, just went insane. I feel like we needed more time for this segment, Kevin, based on the texts that are coming in right now.
Look, maybe we'll have to bring this back. But like I said,
I will concede the C block if everybody wants to just keep rolling this.
It was a special request.
The concede block
that we had. Oh my God.
I like it.
Coming up next, it's time for either the C or the concede block with Corey Majors.
Man, I have a question for you.
Okay.
What's the thing that you thought was bad, but it turned out all right? Next on The Fan.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Bosch Power Tools. What hard workers deserve.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. We have to discuss this again because it's still going on.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else.
In the history of men. And you are the best ever. You actually, because that would be the boat. You're the greatest of all time.
Mhm.
All right? Keep doing that thing. You keep making him a happy man, and he's going to keep making you a happy woman. Y'all do that together, you'll get to 20 years.
Why'd that sound like a threat?
What? No, it wasn't a threat. It was, y'all do this. No, it was a suggestion. It was not a threat. It was a suggestion. If you do your part, and then he's going to return the favor.
But if not,
always return the favor.
You're not making it to 20 years, is what I heard.
Always return the favor.
Weird hostage type situation right there. Or it sounded like you were doing a cameo.
Return
Either way, I liked it.
The favor.
Now, okay, I think you're specifically talking about one thing, but it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I appreciate that.
Because it doesn't have to be at the same time. I get it. But don't look at me, Reggie. If you give the 6,
all right,
you would
calm
hope.
down.
Back to you, Corey.
Got a shout out request from our friend Alec.
Alec Medford?
He said if I could submit a shout out Friday request. Shout out to you, Kevin and Mike, because y'all's honesty and transparency motivated me to finally get a talking doctor and have my first visit this afternoon. And then the salute emoji.
Man.
Salute to you, sir.
That's awesome. It can be really tough. Here's one suggestion I have for people. Sorry, Corey, just real quick. If you go to talking doctor, be honest with them all of the way. Even for times that makes you look like a piece of crap, be honest with them all the way, or else what are we doing? And so there's a couple of times where I'll just warn my talking doctor, and it's like, hey, I just want to give you a heads up. I come off really bad in this story. And then I tell him what really stupid thing I said or did or whatever. And that's how you're going to get the most out of it. Be honest with everything.
Yeah. I mean, because it helps you. Sometimes we're not honest with ourselves.
Agreed.
And I appreciate you saying the line of, I don't come off this way, good this way. But you got to be honest with yourself.
For sure.
And then you'll find as you're being honest with them, you might realize things you didn't know. So.
An excellent shout out.
Love you, Alec. Professional Basketball Writers Association has expressed their extreme disappointment with the unprofessional conduct of Patrick Beverley on Thursday night. Disrespecting and singling out professional journalists who's merely trying to do their job is unacceptable. They're proud of many strong working relationships with their members with coaches and everything. And while heated moments happen and expected in the business, this type of behavior is atypical, should not be part of any workplace. We're pleased to hear that Patrick Beverley and the Bucks organization have apologized to Melinda, as Adams herself wrote on social media.
Do you think they've tried to track down those fans?
I don't know.
He was just throwing basketballs at him?
No clue there. But I wanted to make sure we updated that with the Professional Basketball Writers Association's response.
Yes, indeed.
Writers supporting writers.
I like it.
All right.
I support writers.
Breaking news from
But
Adrian
not women.
Wojnarowski.
What'd you say?
Breaking news from Adrian Wojnarowski.
Kind of close.
Close.
You say it.
Adrian Wojnarowski.
Thank you. The Los Angeles Lakers have dismissed Darvin Ham. Sources tell ESPN in 2 seasons Ham was 90 and 74.
What do you mean, what?
I'm shocked.
You are not.
He had 2 play-in victories and an in-season title.
Look, he hung banners in that arena.
Yeah.
Stop it.
What banners have you hung?
Oh, in our guest room.
That's cool.
We have okay.
Are they level? Did you make sure that they were level?
Yes.
Leveling's the hardest part, unless you have one of those digital levels.
I do really like the level. I think it's super neat. But I remember there's multiple reports. Highly likely Darvin Ham gets fired. And you're like, yeah, no S.
From the 254, gotta be honest, did not have Corey threatening married people on my 2024 bingo card. Me either, when I was saying what I was saying.
You should have.
Have you heard the audio of Keon Coleman, Kevin? Keon Coleman, the running back for the Buffalo Bills.
I have not.
Wide receiver?
Wide receiver for the Buffalo Bills. He sat down with the Bills in their pre-draft presser, or pre-draft meetings, and this is how a conversation went.
What's up, Keon?
Nice to meet you. You good? Yes, sir.
Where'd you learn ball from? Who'd you learn from?
Man, I think just my time at Michigan State, just becoming a film junkie and asking questions. So the more I ask the questions, then I'll turn on the film, and then it'll start to make sense. So I'll start trying to learn what the linemen do, so I can buy myself even more time on certain routes, so I'm not getting into a window too fast or too slow. Watching film with my quarterback so I can understand where he would want me to be. You know, areas he struggled to throw in, we can avoid that, but I can still get there for you. So just trying to be as quarterback friendly as I can be and make sure we're on the same page.
Oh, was that? Did you get all of that? Did you get the other part of that too? Okay, because I didn't see that on the sheet. That's fantastic, Kevin. When you know a receiver has that answer to the question, you're like, man, that was an organized question. Now maybe he answered that question multiple times that day, but that was the right answer.
I agree.
That was the right answer. Where did you learn ball? Watching film, so I could know how to be a better teammate for my guy. And then they asked him what he likes to do off the field.
Okay. What do you do outside of football?
Chill at the house, golf, bowl a little bit.
You golf?
I ain't no golf. I'm Tiger. Wish he could. I'm not Tiger Woods. I wish I could putt and do all that.
That's tremendous.
Them boys out there shooting 5 under. I ain't doing all that. I'm like, take me 5 to hit just to put it in. But I'm gonna go have fun. Like, you know, it's controlled chaos. You know, you frustrated, but you can't get mad. Pull a muscle in your back trying to hit the ball. So it forces me to stay calm and just swing, just have some fun.
I don't know how
Tiger
much.
Wish He Could is my new favorite.
Keon's got to be great in all like interviews. I wish I could be Keon Coleman in every job interview ever.
Yeah, the question when they asked him where he got his coat. I don't know if we have that anywhere, but he had a yellow coat on when he got drafted. They were like,
I did see that one.
And he was
y'all
just
didn't
like,
play that already?
No, he didn't. My apologies. He was like, yeah, I got it at was it Macy's?
It was Macy's, sir.
It was Macy's?
Yes.
I thought he said like Ross or something.
Nah, it was not the Ross.
It was a great answer though, because he was just going on about how, hey man, you got to make sure if I go in November, like everybody's going in November. I got to go a year before. I got to get the spring season. I loved it. That was great.
Yeah, because they were like, there's no way it's off. He's like, it is off the rack.
He is fantastic. All right, so the question I asked beforehand was, what's something that you thought was bad, but it turned out all right? And here's how I get to this. 2 nights ago, Avery went to Brahms. Now, I'm a huge fan of Brahms. I think their burger's fantastic. I love their crinkle cut fries. Like, I am a fan of Brahms. But he went to Brahms and got a shake. And when he got home, he was griping. And he was like, man, this is the worst shake ever. I thought I was getting blue birthday cake, and they ended up giving me this. And I was like, what is that? He was like, I don't know. And I looked at it. I was like, is that mint chocolate chip? I'd be very upset if it was mint chocolate chip too. And he said, no, it's like pistachio. I was like, but man, if that's not what you want, go back and get what you wanted. He was like, I don't want to go back. I don't want to drive all the way back up there. He's wearing pretty much pajamas. He was like, I don't want to have to go in and do this. And I was like, then eat the shake the way or drink the shake the way it is.
Yes.
And he was like, I don't want the shake. And I said, get what you want. You ordered something. If you want it that way and you're upset about it, people will let you down sometimes. But it's the decision you make after you've been let down. How are you going to handle this? So he went back up there. I finished watching the Mavs game or whatever, and he comes back home. And I was like, did you get the shake you want? And he said, yeah. And he was smiling. And I said, what's going on? He goes, well, the manager up there was pretty bad, so it was all right. It worked out.
Oh, or a baddie?
She was a baddie.
Ah,
yeah. He was like,
yes.
she was bad. And he was like, so it's okay. It makes it all right. I was like, so that was the thing that turned out good for him. He thought having to go back up there. He also has anxiety about going places by himself and asking for service, like a certain service. And this is where it's frustrating for the people that work there, but that's part of their job. Get the order right. You don't have to redo it again. Everybody understands that in the service industry. I was there for a long time. But his whole point was she was hot, so it made it worth my time. So what is that moment in your life that you thought, man, I don't want to do this, but that thing that happened there, it made it worth your time?
Man, my answer was probably a little too serious then, so I'm trying.
Oh wow, y'all have really serious answers.
Would you like my non-serious answer?
Sure.
Brussels sprouts, right? Like, I mean, the TV industry for a long time had like a concerted, concerted thing against Brussels sprouts. But I love Brussels sprouts.
They're really good. You know why?
I know my answer.
Like, especially if you put them in that air fryer.
You know why they're good?
Roast them. They've gotten better, haven't they?
Because the Brussels sprout industry took out the bitterness that used to be back in the day, like the Leave It to Beaver stuff back in the day.
They're like cross-contaminated or not cross-bred them or whatever.
So not bitterness in terms of the feeling. You're saying in terms of the flavor.
Yeah, they took out whatever it was that was the bitter gene in Brussels sprouts. Evidently, they took those out. Because, dude, Brussels sprouts and the way people make them nowadays,
incredible.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Somebody did text that in from the 972. Onions, Brussels sprouts, collard greens, the Patriots dynasty, Kobe, and the KNC Masterpiece radio show. Things they didn't think were like they'd end up enjoying later on. Like,
I appreciate that.
I have a much more appreciation. I think a lot of us do have a more romantic appreciation for Kobe than we did at the time whenever we had to compete against him.
So in the spirit of a more fun answer, I'm going with fondue. All right.
Wait, there was a time where you thought fondue, you were out on that?
Yeah. I was like, you're sticking pieces of food and cheese. What a giant waste
That sounds
of time.
very much like it's right up your alley.
Yeah, that's true. But I was just like, I can just have cheese and eat it or eat the bread or whatever.
You didn't want
to
mix them?
No. But somebody took me to a fondue place and it was unbelievable. And I'm not going to lie, this is where I realized that fondue is not just cheese, and like it delved into chocolate, and then it's kind of like a sort of Korean barbecue style in terms of you can cook your entree like right there in front of you. And now I think it's amazing. It takes a while. I think it's a great place to go. Like me and Jess will go there sometimes without the kids, and just like you're able to talk for a while, and it kind of feels like you're at a show. They're like, here's this thing, now here's this thing, now you can make it yourself, and I love it.
Dude, what's amazing from here is now everybody's having conversations on the fan text about Brussels sprouts and what you should put them in. Put Brussels sprouts in your shrimp or crawfish boil. It's a game changer. Sauteed Brussels sprouts with sriracha and honey.
Elite.
I am a big fan of the spicy honey on Brussels sprouts now. It has absolutely changed the way I eat them. And somebody said put it in your crab boil, and like this is fascinating to me because I didn't know all these other options and uses for Brussels sprouts. And then
I think we're about to get an update
Brian
right here.
Who I have seen in person
twice
do
today.
his crawfish boil before, and it is a thing of beauty to witness. And Reggie is getting his microphone prepared. Now, Broadus, I know you were asked once to put mushrooms in the
David
crawfish
Hillman.
boil. Yeah.
David Hillman request. Did someone just say Brussels sprouts into a crawfish boil?
Yeah. They said shrimp and crab.
Okay, I can understand the shrimp.
Oh,
and the
no,
crab.
they said crawfish. They said shrimp or crawfish boil.
Yeah, to me, I can't see that. The thing with the mushrooms, and the reason why I allow the mushrooms, is the way they absorb the crawfish, the liquid, the boil part of it, aspects. They're like sponges.
Do you think the Brussels absorbs the seasonings as well?
I've seen people do.
You're not willing to risk it.
No, I've seen people do artichokes. I've seen people do pineapple. I've seen people. I just think that like there's traditional crawfish boils you have, and like I say, I would fight Hellman on the mushroom part of it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but I understood because once you pulled the mushrooms out, you could tell that all the liquid, all the flavor had gotten into the mushrooms. But Brussels sprouts and other things like that, I've seen people do asparagus.
Oh,
I can't. I'm sorry, not. So everybody has crawfish boils and shrimp boils and stuff that are completely different. I just would not go that route.
You, however, you don't just do crawfish boils. You cook.
I cook.
What is your favorite way to prepare Brussels sprouts?
Actually, I like them when they're grilled.
Yes.
I think that if you could put a little char on them, they taste a lot better to me. I know people do the steamed ones. I don't like them mushy.
Yes.
But if you could find a way to make an onion bacon jam to put with them, so you get grilled Brussels sprouts with a little onion bacon jam mixed in with them together, now you've got a lot of flavoring going on because you got the char with the smokiness of the bacon and the sweetness of the of the onions and things like that. I know, Heggie, you just looked at me like, onions, why would you do that?
I agree on onion, but I do agree about not having the soggy like vegetable in general, because I feel that way about like zucchini, for example, and probably some other things. So I'm with you on that.
That was awesome. That was great.
No, I just like when you said, and people do different crawfish bowls. To me, when you say other things, extra things, I've seen people cook crawfish and put a ton of orange juice, a bunch of citrus.
I've seen that too.
And it drives me. Citrus, I think, has a element for seafood boils.
Yeah.
Just in general, shrimp. But now some of the companies like Zatarain's and others are making a powder, like a dry ingredient that has the citrus flavor. But I'm all about incorporating as much liquid as I can into the body of the shrimp or the crawfish or the crab, for that matter. I think everything about it, don't let the liquid sit outside of it.
Yeah.
Try and incorporate it where the soaking part of it makes sure that the liquid gets into the body of what you're trying to consume.
Fascinating insight.
Love it.
Thank you, guys. Have a great show.
The one and only Brian Broaddus.
Awesome.
Now, can I add a little bit more awesome? From the 972, shout out to my son, JT. He got inducted to the National Elementary Honor Society last night. I know it's elementary, but he is dyslexic and has to work hard at it. So proud dad right there.
Heck yeah, man.
That is fantastic.
And he was the lead singer for NSYNC for a while.
I don't know that to be the same JT. In fact, I'd be willing to wager it is a totally different human being. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's prediction time. What will the outcome of the series for the Stars and Mavs be when we're back on Monday? Plus, Masterpiece of the Week. Whoo! Jam-packed segment coming at you next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Can you give me, we got Masterpiece of the Week coming up. Can you give me a little bit of that cut number 7 right here and right now? Because it's time for your Mavericks and Stars predictions.
Tucker's in there again on Doncic. They'll double him with Westbrook. In the corner, Green, 3, hit by Plumlee. It goes down. Plumlee the foul. Could be a 4-point play. Josh Green puts it in.
Now, one way or another, the Stars and Mavericks series will be wrapped up by the time we're back on Monday, because both Game 6s are tonight, both Game 7s, if necessary, hopefully not, would be on Sunday. And we did already get word from Bobby Karalla that Tuesday would be Game 1 of the OKC series for the Mavs. So if they can close out tonight, outside of just like, it's logical to maybe want some rest, especially with Luka and the knee, to get a little bit of rest right there. And the alternative is you're on the road Sunday at LA, and then you're on the road Tuesday at Oklahoma City, and that's a lot. So where do you guys think we'll be when we come back on Monday?
I think we will be done and preparing for our series number 2.
Both?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where my mindset was. Once they took Game 5, both teams they look to be in different places. If I'm going to pick one that I think is going to be a little more difficult, because I think the crowd's going to help the Mavs tonight for sure. I think that the Stars have, just because the puck can bounce in anyway. Like it's a weird game where the puck goes and then all of a sudden you're screwed for a while. So if anything, I think it's the Stars, but I don't think it's as much their fault as it is just weird something happening. But I think tonight, we lock it up and we look forward to our weekend, Kevin. Look forward to more Rangers wins.
That's right.
Like you don't want.
After tonight.
Okay.
From the 214, the Mavericks win by 20 and the Stars win by 2 goals. Both are winning tonight. From the 972, I'm looking forward to having Otter channel his inner Eddie Belfour tonight. That would be fantastic.
That is something like I felt like tonight's the night in Game 5. And have we seen one of those moments? We haven't seen one of those moments from Otter yet. And I don't know. Do we want to waste it here? What if he only has 4 of them and it's once per series? Then I'm fine.
I will take one of them in the first or second period then, because like we talked about earlier, I think in the last 20 minutes, or obviously even the game that went to overtime, you've seen it plenty from him. First 2 periods, not quite as much. It is also a shout out Friday. From the, some of these are heavy too. From the 817, guys, I messaged last week that it was the worst week of my life with worse things on the horizon. The worst things got here. I'll be leaving the Metroplex, but I want you to know streaming will mean that I will never be too far away from my favorite radio show. You've been a bright spot in dark days, and I can't thank you enough. I love Corey, Mike, Kevin, and Reggie. Thank you for everything.
I love you.
Yeah, I'm sorry for what's happening and what's necessitating you leaving, but I appreciate the very, very kind words, and I'm glad if we can do that for anybody out there. All right, do you want another shout out? Do you want to go back to predictions? I know that was a tough one, and there's a couple of others that are like,
dude, life's tough sometimes.
It's true.
I mean, that's the reality we live with.
From the 469, can I get a shout out for me? Today, found out I no longer have kidney disease.
Look at that.
Hell yeah, you can get a shout out for that. In your face, kidney.
Do you get to drink now?
Disease.
How's that work?
The disease is what we're...
the
kidneys are the good part.
That's what I meant.
Do they get to, do you get to drink more now? Is that the thing that happens?
Is it the liver?
Yeah.
The drinking affects more than the kidney?
Don't the kidneys filter blood?
Okay. All right.
There
we go.
Hey,
is that right?
I have this job, all right?
I'm not gonna lie.
Call Mike's wife if you want to know the answers to that.
Is she a kidney
know.
doctor, though?
She's a doctor of all things for humans. Humans,
those are the best ones.
For the 575, can I get a shout out to my beautiful wife, Hannah? She got a promotion recently. She's now the lead at her clinic. Ooh, maybe he can answer this question.
Mm-hmm.
She is awesome. Also, shout out to you guys for making me a huge Rangers fan over the last couple of years.
You're welcome.
Which has made her a huge Rangers fan as well.
Just in time for a championship.
That's right. If we pull back the curtain just a little bit, when we first did the show on the weekend, as long as we're talking about things like that, you do these things called air checks, which are just the worst things in the world, where you have to sit there and listen to the entire segment and you can't say anything. Well, there's other people in the room that are not you and they're writing notes down and everything. It's the worst. And one of the things that we discovered during that air check is maybe we're doing segments because we thought we were supposed to. And it just wasn't something that we really cared about.
Was that a realization on our own, or was it a really... Okay, I don't know. Boss Man had a little to do with that.
I definitely think
it was a lot of our own.
Yeah, I definitely think our old boss, Bruce Gilbert, had something to do with that. But he was like, well, then don't do it. Because I can tell that you don't care about this. And so... doing the Rangers.
Oh, I remember that now. Yeah, I remember that now.
So doing segment on the Rangers and stuff like that, it's been really easy because we have the same enthusiasm. Like when we all came up here the night they closed out the championship,
so awesome.
and we were just partying because we were you guys.
Yeah.
We were like, I am you guys. I still feel that way.
Me too. I mean, I don't know why he left me out in that.
I think I'm me, to be honest.
Oh,
I don't
man.
think I'm
I didn't
you.
think about
Because I knew he was going to say that.
Yeah.
From the 817, can I get a shout out? I'm 14 months sober today. Fantastic stuff right there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Man, good question. Did that Tolo ever get that tattoo of Kevin's signature? They never texted me again with a picture, so my guess is going to be no. But now...
Hold on. From the 817, you're telling me. So you're telling me all I have to do is ask for a shout-out? What if I told you I wanted a shout-out for Mike just for being Mike? You think Mike texted that?
No,
You don't think Mike listens for 4 hours every day when he's gone?
It's really weird. I've told you, Mike is the most focused and least focused person I know. So I think he listens intently part of the time and then immediately forgets that we exist. That is my thought about when Mike's
Makes
here.
sense, yeah.
Now, Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
What's happening, fellas?
Hey, Reggie.
Hello, Reginald.
From the 817, 14 months sober on purpose? Yes, they're doing a good job. Shout out to the Tolo.
It's a struggle. I understand that part of addiction, man.
But it's doable.
You can do it.
And I'm proud of you doing that.
It's doable.
What else is doable is Masterpiece of the Week, a segment that we do every week, and we revisit. I don't know if that wasn't a word. We revisit.
No, Riz is a thing. I heard about it.
Not out of my mouth.
My kids tell me about Riz all the time.
Sure. Excellent. We revisit some of the funny, stupid, or odd things that have been said on this program. Lots of stuff here. Did not give myself very much time, so we're just going to start throwing stuff up to the wind. Corey Major said this.
All right. So K.A., who would be the next one, Kevin, since you're so smart?
No, I am not answering that.
Oilers. Cow. We were trying to do the road thing like the Rangers did, where they beat the Rays, Orioles, Astros.
Come on, Astros. How are you going to get the most important one?
It's easy to forget about them, bro. They suck.
Touche.
Yeah. So we were trying to do that with the Stars. We were trying to figure out how they get their road, and it turned out it was code. Or dope.
Or cow, as you were trying
We hadn't gotten to the last one yet. It was it was core KOAR. I think we got that out because Rangers were the last.
What is that supposed to mean? It's not a word. Anyways, moving on. Mike Bassick isn't here. However, he's always here when it comes to Masterpiece of the Week.
Yeah,
that's cilantro and onion.
Yeah. Do you like pooping?
What?
It helps.
Do you need more context? Is that what you're asking for, Kevin?
I think I might.
They are pouches of glorious grease.
What?
Yeah, they just stick the whole pouch in the fryer and it works.
Even the lettuce, dude. They throw the lettuce in there. They don't care.
It's like, here.
Should have lettuce on your taco.
Fried it up.
What are you talking about?
There's no need for it.
Yeah, there
have
is.
cilantro and onion.
Yeah. Do you like pooping?
Helps. I like that Mike's assertion is putting lettuce on your tacos is what allows you to poop.
It's dietary fibers. That helps.
And as we have established, his wife is a doctor.
Yeah. He would know.
It's a good point. I guess. It's a good point.
Are you a doctor?
Nope.
Thankfully, Corey's not a doctor because a couple of things that I said would probably get him disbarred somehow, some way.
Have y'all never been to Peter Piper Pizza? They just sanctioned child gambling, and I almost got into a fight with a 9-year-old there. First off, that does not disparage my credentials on being a doctor.
I don't think you fight children, you're allowed to be a doctor. I feel like that's got to be somewhere in there.
Disagree. You're telling me nowhere in the history of the world has a doctor fought a kid? Hard disagree on that.
Secondly, I'm not fighting the child. I'm just gambling on something.
And then fighting the child because of the gambling? Is that what's happening here?
That was also me reading a fan text. Somebody texted that in.
All right, so then explain this then, Corey.
The company's stock is up more than 50% since Kevin and I started doing our stuff back in the day there.
What? It feels like they should have kept doing it. Oh, man.
I feel like Kevin had the best addition on that.
I did not help out my cause at all with that. We should have kept doing it. Good job, Nimrod.
I do like helping stock go up.
What? Never mind. Go. No. Go.
Kevin, what do I never do in this segment?
You always pick on people who are not here.
But what do I never do?
Not pick on people who are not here.
I also don't pick on myself. And I said this.
The puck came flying up into the stands, and instead of trying to protect her, he just moved out of the way. And the puck...
She's got eyes, right?
Natural reaction.
Come on. You're talking about my mom.
Probably shouldn't have said that.
Was that a you?
Yeah.
That was a you clip?
Yeah.
No, to be fair, I did say something in the talk back to Reggie that might have messed up his lead into the segment.
She's got eyes, right?
She's got eyes, right?
I love
She's
it.
pregnant, for goodness sake.
With you.
But she still had eyes, though.
I know pregnant people can still see.
That's
I'm
right.
just saying, wouldn't you try to help out the pregnant person?
Wouldn't that be a terrible... Like, they're already large, all right? Or than usual, all right? And they're having to deal with... this is about them having to deal with being large, Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
And they're doing the whole having a baby thing, but then, like, for that period of time, for the 9 months, they're also blind. And now, as a husband...
What?
You have even more stuff that you have to deal with. Because she's like, hey, can you get me this drink? And you're like, you can get the drink yourself. And she's like, I don't know where it is. You're like, damn it! Now I have to work harder.
Because she's blind.
There is a segue that I could utilize here, but I've already stuck my foot in my mouth enough today, so I'm just going to play it.
Dude.
What are you going to say on the other half of it?
Awesome.
What did you say? Boots?
I don't think I did.
You did not.
Did you say boobs?
That is correct.
One more time.
Dude.
What are you going to say on the other half of it?
Awesome.
Do you stand by that tape?
Oh, yes, I do kind of remember this. Because Mike was complaining about getting like targeted ads for boobs now or something because he typed something in. He was like, I keep getting all these.
I think he was
like,
complaining about the lady behind the coaches in the hockey games.
Yeah, and he like looked it up and he goes, yeah, and now it's like I'm getting stuff for boobs.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And I was like, I mean, that doesn't sound so bad, right? This is the worst day of my life.
Well, finally, I can tell you something that does sound very bad. And Mike said it.
I think there's a lot of bacteria in those balls. The ball pit.
Look, man.
It's a tough call now.
Out of context, in context. That was a hilarious statement. Doesn't matter. It was hilarious.
I like the idea that it's not just that the ball pit is dirty. It's like that they actually are putting bacteria into the... Yeah.
Before they send them out, they inject the balls with bacteria.
Now,
the way it sounded.
Mm-hmm.
That makes a lot of sense, but I am going to go with, because I just imagine how amazing this whole scenario would be. I'm going to vote for Corey talking about the Peter Piper Pizza underground gambling ring.
Have y'all never been to Peter Piper Pizza? They just sanctioned child gambling, and I almost got into a fight with a 9-year-old there. I want to know how they sanction the child gambling, too. Like, are the children gambling?
Also, is it only child gambling?
Yes.
Or is it just like all gambling that happens to have children?
That's a good-ass question. I don't know.
I'm going to go with the one where Mike asked Kevin about dietary fiber. And how that, if he likes it or not. That's cilantro and onion.
Yeah, do you like pooping? It helps.
Still not sure if just the lettuce on a taco, if that's all you're eating, is going to help you do that.
I guess it just you have to ask, how many tacos are you eating?
No! Oh!
What happened?
The 214. Corey, I'm about 30 minutes behind on the show, which we appreciate anybody listening, no matter how you listen. And I think you read my shout out to Judy being my GOAT, but it got cut off on YouTube coming back from the break. I appreciate it, and I'm still going to play it for Judy.
Send me your email. I might be able to help you out there.
Yeah, that was a really. Reggie said I threatened her.
I heard it.
But.
And that's why I'm voting for this. I think that there's just been an increased level of animosity from you because of this clip.
Have y'all never been to Peter Piper Pizza? They just sanctioned child gambling, and I almost got into a fight with a 9-year-old there.
Levels have been off from you. It might be the gambling.
I have been a little combative this week. I blame Drake and Kendrick Lamar.
Fair enough.
That I will be honest. I told Kevin this. I was thinking about doing a TikTok video, which Reggie would never watch.
TikTok?
Huh?
Can you just say TikTok?
Sure, sounds good. Where
He's over 30 years old.
Point out how Kendrick and Drake have got me very combative. Like every time somebody says something, I in my mind I rap back at them on dissing them, but I never do it. But I think in the TikTok it would have been me talking about that and then saying I better go listen to something a little more soothing, and I listen to some Taylor Swift. But then she's going after all of her enemies too. So
that's how we do Masterpiece of the Week.
We're the Kansas City Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the Gag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean.
K&C Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And, we've got the G-Bag Nation here. Reggie, I want to see if we can pivot to one specific bit of audio. It's very short. You picked it up this morning. If we can introduce the G-Bag Nation with the proper audio, that'd be great.
What up, Eric, you baby back bitch?
Hey, fellas. How's it going?
What?
Jeez. Better now.
Wow.
So there's this wrestler, MJF, who Mike really likes. He wears a scarf. He goes, who's the scarf guy? He's doing cameos, and they're $500 a piece.
Wow.
And he has such disdain for every single person in this cameo. And he's like, hey, apparently you're a big fan of me. Well, duh. Why wouldn't you be? And he'd be like, hey, you're celebrating your anniversary in this. Probably should have picked a better career field. I don't know. I make a lot of money.
That's awesome.
And so his cameo is just
he just craps all over him.
Running all these people down.
Which is his bit, right? Like he's the ultimate heel
absolutely.
And just totally full of himself.
Yeah. And so I freaking love it. Had to do that for the intro.
That's awesome, dude.
You paid $500 for him to do that cameo?
Just to S-talk me like that?
I wish I could claim that, but it was to somebody else. But when he said, hey, Eric, and this is the setup, I was like, I feel like we got to play that.
Yeah, that's a drop forever. Thank you.
Now, the more proper D&M Leasing brings you our chit-chat with those fellows from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I am doing outstanding.
Now, how do you feel about The Rock turning a real-life heel?
What do you mean by that?
I mean, he's very inconsiderate. He's late.
They disputed that story, but
he's disputing that. Okay, I was wondering.
The WWE put out a statement, which I was like, he didn't put out the statement, but his company put out the statement. I was like, oh no, he's early. He wasn't even late. He was early.
Yeah, he's on Tom Coughlin time.
Yeah, I don't.
Did he debut as a heel when he first started wrestling?
He debuted as the whitest of white meat baby faces, and people crapped all over that. And so they're like, here's our guy. He shakes hands, and everybody loves him. And within 6 months, they were chanting "Die Rocky Die."
Oh wow!
Which that's probably too extreme. Yeah. But
what did Stallone have anything to do about this?
That chant, he came back. He got injured. When he came back as a bad guy, he goes, you chanted "Die Rocky Die." Well, guess what? You are dead to me and I'm dead to you. And then his bad guy character took off. So awesome. In a weird way, that might have been the best thing for him.
Seems to come natural.
You might be onto something there. We got double game sixes tonight. What are y'all's predictions for game sixes tonight?
Big victory for the Mavs, finishing this thing out in style, unless the Clippers shoot like crazy. I think that's the only way the Clippers win. And for the Stars, I think it's going 7.
Oh, man. Okay.
Yeah, this series has been so close.
It has.
Tough, man. Hockey's tough.
It's been razor thin. I've definitely been way more crotch first about the Mavs than I have the Stars. I did go Stars in 7, and you got Pete DeBoer, who is Mr. Game 7. If he gets there, you're feeling really good. I think definitely the Mavs end this thing tonight. But I am going to say that it goes just as it did on Wednesday. I think we get a sacrifice from the Rangers, and both teams advance.
My guy.
We don't have to sacrifice, though.
I don't want to get a sacrifice, but I feel as though that might happen because they're going up against a buzzsaw right now and Mr. Singer on the mound. He's been pitching really well for Kansas City.
I just want Mike to have a bad record while he's calling games so that the Rangers are like, we can't have this guy.
Is he off to a bad start already?
I don't even know really what his record is.
No, I heard that there's been
he's not that
lots of complaints.
He was 2-2 in Detroit, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's right.
He was 2-2 in Detroit, and then Atlanta, they kind of said, okay, we're going to have national games.
Yeah.
So I think he won a Sunday game.
And then he had the Cubs early in the season to start the season off.
We'll do better research on this. We'll get back.
Yeah, I think there were a couple nights where he was on the road supposedly with the baseball team and went and played golf.
Okay.
Yes.
Remember that? He's
I do.
You know what? I'm supposed to be working, but actually I'm playing golf today.
Yes, I definitely remember
I was thinking
that.
I want my guy who's doing the the work every day to be at the golf course. I think that's commendable.
I love it.
What say you?
You heard what I said.
Yeah.
Both teams are going to cash in on the opportunity to clinch it up tonight. That's what's going to happen.
We picked both these teams in 6. End it tonight. Don't let this thing get to 7. You just don't know, especially in hockey. We've seen series get lost when pucks hit skates of defensemen and go in the goal, stuff like that. Don't let that happen.
I had this thing dead to rights the whole time Hagee had Mavs in 6. Here we are.
So the flip-flopping segments I
know what
heard.
you're talking about.
Okay.
I listen every day. He said 6 the whole time.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
I don't. I feel like at least twice. Now, here's a great shout-out to end it from the 817. Can I get a shout-out from my 10-year-old daughter, Anna Lynn? We got test results back, and she has severe dyslexia. We told her. She responded with nothing but positivity. She's my hero and inspires my wife and I every day. Damn right. And that's awesome. Keep going at it, Anna Lynn. What do you guys got coming up on the program?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks so much for asking. We do have coming up at 3:20 a good hockey seg with Joey Erickson. Might know him.
Smart.
The jet is on the runway.
Smart.
Will you ask Joey why he won't text me back?
He texts me all the time.
He didn't want to
So
be on your
weird. I
show.
texted him yesterday, and I got a response immediately.
Yeah,
Won't stop sending me those pics.
Yeah.
Man.
And Eric Nadell's going to join us at 5:20.
Even
All
better.
right, love it. Roll home with the G-Bag.
And you guys stole our Mavs
Double
guy
Eric
today, by
Friday.
the
Yeah,
way,
go bleep
too.
yourself
Yeah.
with the Bobby Carella thing.
Yeah,
Wait,
what's
y'all
up
had
with
him
that?
first, really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I think Reggie's
Yeah.
claiming he had him first.
When we're doing nighttime radio, you can claim him. Yeah.
Text in Bobby Carella. Who was your first?
I think
Oh
we
my
had him
God.
on before y'all were on nights.
I think it was the nosebleed
I
seats.
feel like we can figure
Y'all
this
weren't
out.
even on
off
radio.
air.
I think there needs to be a strap match.
What did you just
Oh,
say?
strap match.
Hold on a
Right.
second.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
Strap match.
See, Hagee knows what I'm
Yeah.
talking about. The rest of you
in.
clowns don't know.
Thank
You're
you
right.
for letting us know your
On the
algorithm,
Pegasus
Brian.
lawn.
We'll be back on Monday.
Strap it on match.
Prop. Well, after that, we might be around in the next segment. I don't know. Roll home with
You had
G-Bag.
him first, Reg.
Over time.
KC right here
Every time.
on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Cow. Cow.
Thanks to our Tolos. in with the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a fantastic day. It's a massive Sports Friday. A triple game night is on the way here with the Rangers, Stars, and the Mavericks. Let's talk about it. General at your service. Brian Broaddus to my right, although he just walked out of the studio for one reason or another, the former Cowboys scout, NFL executive.
He's getting those straps.
Yes, he's ready to rock. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control. LA Live shifting to the 5 o'clock segment tonight because at 5:40, normal LA Live time, we'll be talking with Jared Sandler, getting ready for the Rangers pregame, which is at 6 o'clock this evening. 6 o'clock pregame, 6:40 first pitch as they visit Kansas City. There's Wolchuk and Chiafali, your Nosebleed brothers, ready to rock. And Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. How the heck you guys doing?
Couldn't be better, dude. I'm fired up. I mean, it's a Friday night that is just filled with high-stakes sports right here. Double clincher opportunity. Man, it really couldn't be any better.
Yes, Caitlin Clark getting ready to rock as well. You know, so there's so much awesome stuff in the sports air. Just to, set the scene here on the major developing breaking news stories. Darvin Ham, he Dunsky there after 2 seasons with the Lakers. Dolphins and OBJ on a 1-year deal. Okay, more on that story coming up in Wolchuk's NFL News Today at 3 o'clock. Pat Beverly saying, I have to be better, and I will, after incidents with a fan and then with media as well in the locker room last night. Did not have a good night as the Bucks were eliminated by the Pacers. And he was in his feels a little bit. I tell you, you get in that negative energy momentum. It's got inertia to it. It's hard to break out of it. Next thing you know, you've made it worse. And I think that's kind of what happened for him last night. But, it's kind of par for the course. He's had an up and down career. Tremendous competitor. I think of the intense passion in which he competes and communicates with his teammates, and he is just all in to win. I do think it hurts a guy like him and Draymond Green just a little bit more when they're eliminated, and sometimes they do things that ultimately embarrass themselves, Brian.
Yeah, that's the problem is that, and it's always the post-game interview process, but hey, we want the raw emotion of it all. You want to be able to, when they close off the locker room and, get that cooling off period and all that, we've seen some things happen. We saw what happened with our quarterback there in Carolina after the Super Bowl, with Cam Newton and his whole situation. So
it's tough to be composed in those big moments.
It is tough, man.
Maybe Pat's feeling like that was my last chance to win it all.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you do.
He's an older gentleman at this point.
What's so sad is in professional sports is when you do this for 4 or 5, 6 months in a row and every night, and then all of a sudden it's just like you hit the wall at 200 miles an hour and it's over.
Yeah.
It just stops.
Yeah.
And now you're like, and you just don't know where to you pick yourself up, but you're tired, you're hurt, you're mad. You don't want to talk to anybody, but the media has to ask the questions. But you have to be a pro about it. You have to be a pro and answer the questions.
Yeah, he'll be hearing from the league.
Yeah, and allow people to do their jobs. There are going to be some questions that need to be answered, and do the best you can to handle that.
Apparently, the troll heckled them with Cancun on 3
I know,
as they were breaking the huddle, and Pat did not appreciate that. So the next opportunity he got, he fired a ball at him pretty good. Twice. Yeah. First one hit a lady that was standing next to him, and then the second one came in hot.
Yeah, he was. You would have thought that would have been the moment where you're like, okay, let me go ahead and calm down here.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah,
but then he went ahead and took that energy right in there. He's like, I've embarrassed one woman tonight.
Okay,
let's make it roll.
If you're a heckling fan,
2 for 1.
If you're a heckling fan, you have a chance. Would the pass that hurt you from Luka or Jokic? Which one would probably hurt you the most if they were throwing the ball at you? Because of their accuracy.
Well, Luka would be more accurate, but I think Jokic, if he got up and let that thing go, that might hurt.
I think
it's
Jokic
a polar bear
sure.
throwing a basketball at you.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I would think that Jokic would hit me. It would just,
if it hit
splatter my face.
He might just peg you with the ball.
Yeah. Peg me with the ball. Yeah.
Mavs and Clippers tonight.
You seeing things good over there?
Hey, I'm seeing pretty good today, man.
That's right. Well, Chuck, back from LASIK.
He's got the Seeger 2015 vision, dude.
Right now I'm at 2015, and it's only getting better from here. Eventually I'll be at 2020, just one day after surgery. We're at 2015, baby.
How are your eyes feeling, though?
A little dry. I'll probably reapply some drops after this, but this is awesome. Shout out to Brooks Eye Associates. I love you guys.
Yeah.
I thought the only way the Mavs could go into tonight's game is if they were taking it for granted, and everything they've said since winning Game 5 just makes me feel like they're freaking locked in and focused, and they're not going to go like sleepwalk through Game 6 and tempt fate. I think they're going to go out and finish this thing.
I do too, because especially in the two losses, particularly that first game, Game 1, just huge embarrassment, and then the amount of embarrassment that was lapped upon your shores for a good part of that other game that you ended up losing. I mean, they know they know how this can get out of hand on them pretty quickly here. So I think they're going to come out of the gates hot. They understand how important these starts are as well, because you blink your eyes and you're down 20 plus points in no time on these dudes. So I think they will come out. They'll come out hot and they'll come out rocking. It'll be great.
I mean, you need an extreme outlier shooting game to win. The kind of outlier shooting games that only happen like 1 out of 10. The Clippers got 2 out of 4. With some really bizarre falling shots, shots that when I see them go up, I'm like, oh my goodness, we're playing such great defense. Look at that trash shot that dude just put up. That's like less than 20% success rate. And it was just like in the first quarter, it was like bucket, bucket, bucket. Then the Paul George one, it's like, dude, there's 15 points on the board that just should not be here.
Yeah, and on top of that, you're also banking on Luka playing, being completely out of character. Yeah. And being a completely inefficient version of himself, which I don't imagine happens again.
That's the other factor, I guess, right? If Luka's knee is worse than what they've said so far, but if he's not on the injury report, that's Vegas that you're dorking around with. You can't do that.
Can it get worse than what it was the other night? He's sick and hurt, and he still finds a way to drop 35.
I swear it was the good start for him, and the good start, I think, helps him get through games.
Yeah.
I think it's, if all of a sudden he's knocking down shots and he's feeling it, it's when he misses the injuries, he seems to play slower. He's with the officials. I'm going to trust me. I'm going to be watching that right out the jump tonight.
My only question though is this going to be another blowout? I mean, they've got on 30-point runs against this team 3 games in a row. I won't be surprised if you're up 20 at half and 40 at some point in the fourth quarter and this game's over. But I also think the Clippers are veterans.
Yeah, they're lips to God's ears.
I mean, they must feel like this might be our last chance. James Harden coming off a 7-point game, he's going to want to light it up. So I could see this being very hard fought as well.
I tell you what, and there's a new little element that's into this game tonight and they're talking about it right on the NBA show right now, is Tyronn Lue's contract being up after next season, and is he in line for maybe the Lakers coaching job?
Looks like it's Tyronn Lue versus JJ Redick.
So, I mean, are there some back channeling things going on that our head coach for the Clippers is not exactly focused on the current job he has right now?
The old Dan Quinn special.
The Dan Quinn special, yeah. A big playoff moment. Maybe I'm not quite focused on what I'm going on. By the way, somebody at the Cowboys is going to text me and tell me I'm an idiot for saying that.
Well, I led the witness on that one.
You did lead the witness on, and you drew me right into the fire.
I know, it was fantastic. I thought you were going to pull back a little bit. No, I know how you feel about that.
They played badly. I mean, seriously, the defense was awful in that game.
It was. I think the sabermetric that has me most confident about a Mavs victory tonight is Twolo Evan 4_4s going to the Mavs game tonight. They happen to be 5-0 in the playoffs when he's there, dating back to 2022.
Somebody get this man season playoff tickets. That's incredible work you're doing there, Evan.
Yeah, let him go on the road with you.
No doubt.
Take this fool up to OKC next week.
Okay, but by far I'm feeling a lot better about the Mavs than Stars. I think the Stars are going to do it. I think we're going to need a Game 7, Brian.
All right, if you had to flip on one, which one you're going to flip on?
Which one would I flip on?
Yeah.
If one of these games I'm flipping tonight, I would flip Stars victory.
Okay.
I mean, that's 3 in a row now. I mean, they did lose 8 out of 10, but if I had to flip on one of my picks for tonight, then yes, I'd flip positive for Dallas. Now, what are you guys thinking about the Stars?
Fox apparently
that'd be 4 in a row, right?
for the
It would be
Stars
4 in a
tonight.
row.
Yeah. 4 in a row. Yeah, they lost the first two. This
Yeah,
would be
got
the
down
4th.
2-0.
Wow.
Fox apparently might be available tonight, according to Pete DeBoer. They won't have Marchman. I think that Aiden Hill was kind of their last chance to maybe try something creative.
Yep.
He allowed 2 goals early in that one, then kind of settled. And you finally got your big time save from Otter on that breakaway from Stevenson.
Yep.
Otter's able to kick out that right pad, say not today. I think the Stars are playing with a ton of confidence. I'm with you. I think between the two teams, Vegas is going to give you every last bit that they've got. I could see eventually the Mavs pulling away from the Clippers and you have a 20-point victory by the end of it. I think this one's going to be a nail-biter all the way till the final horn between the Stars and Golden Knights. But I really do feel like both squads could come away with Game 6 wins tonight. The Stars right now are just definitely the superior team. Vegas will always keep it close, but I think the Stars are playing with supreme confidence right now.
The thing with Aiden Hill, though, they played their last card there. And the only thing that's helping them is the memory of him winning a Stanley Cup last year. If they want to go back and show a collage of, this is what we were, boys, and showing him making saves, because that's the only thing they got left.
Memory lane's a dead-end street.
Yeah,
that's
is.
From the philosopher R.J. Choppy. I heard that this week.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Well, the series has been tight. If I'm Vegas, I'm feeling like no matter who's in goal, every game has been decided by one or one plus an empty netter.
Yeah, but they've got one really great offensive player. All the other goals and stuff have been like, redirects, tip-ins, stuff like that.
Right place, right time.
Yeah, other than Jack Eichel, who is the one player that just has got you just fearful right now?
Well, and that being said, it's the save from Otter. It's an overtime goal from Wyatt Johnson in Game 3. Single plays have shifted this thing to advantage Stars, but I'm not overconfident in any way. I could still see the Stars not advancing.
I think you could absolutely be right. I think that the Stars have more offensive firepower than Vegas does.
They certainly do.
And if your goalie's playing to where he's making those the kick saves and things like that,
right,
and keeping you from going into overtime, sign me up for that. Give me the team that has the potential to. You've cracked their ability to play defense against you. They're going to hammer you. They're going to play a very physical style. They've weathered all that. They've got better skaters. They've got one guy that can score. You've got plenty of guys that can score.
Yeah, talented team. And if you get past Vegas here, it might get easier. The rest
Colorado.
of the way out. This is a
gauntlet. It's a gauntlet in the Stanley Cup. That's why the Stanley Cup's the hardest trophy to win, man. It really is.
Yeah, this has been like okay. So who had the stat this morning? The morning news. Dallas has scored 14 goals. Vegas 13. Dallas has 116 shots on 5-on-5. Vegas 113. It is razor thin. It's like a 1-2 conference final series.
Yep.
Is what this has been more like. Chief pointing out yesterday, Ottinger has stopped all 55 shots he has faced in the third period and overtime.
That's
in the
all
series.
you need to know right there.
That's incredible. The sports books, by the way, do not like the Golden Knights' chances at all right now. They're plus 380 if you want to bet on them to get it done. It's just unbelievably awesome. One of the most satisfying feeling in sports is when you go down 2-0 and you're like, oh, I guess it's just not our year. Luck of the draw. All the Stars fans were saying, that dang Vegas, that's not a real 8 seed. This is BS. And then you come back and start putting things together. You ultimately win that series and keep your postseason dreams alive. It's like won the lottery. Huge penalty by Pietrangelo, I think, in Game 5 was setting up the Jason Robertson game winner. I think that is one thing I look at tonight. Who can set the tone, be aggressive, but stay disciplined? And his were bad.
Well, and it was one of those series where coming into Game 5, it was the Stars had the least amount of penalty minutes, and then the third least was Vegas. Yeah. There was not a lot of power play opportunities for either team, and then you saw, I think, each had one in the opening 10 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
Stars able to capitalize. Then, of course, you mentioned there with the Pietrangelo penalty, but that's also one where he turns around and just backhand Sagan in the face.
What are we doing?
That's not a major. I get it, it's hockey, right? We're letting
if you hit him with the elbow,
so we can backhand. Yeah. That's fine.
You can slap
elbow.
But we can't elbow.
We always see the glove rake in the face.
Holy hell. Yeah, right. But that's still different than a full-on backhand to the face of somebody, which is pretty damn violent.
It is. It's very violent.
You can knock somebody out in the UFC. We've seen plenty of knockouts like that.
Spinning back fist.
Yeah.
Oh, dude. I think one of the coolest
Bad
strikes
Brad Hefton.
in all of martial arts. If you can land one, it's great, but it's not worth losing a game.
I think the one where they go across the ring at the opening bell and kick the guy, I think that's the best one. That was one guy that comes flying across and just
Masvidal on Ben Askren.
Yeah, just right in the face, and you're down.
817, Gavin, it wasn't just Stars fans saying it was over. It was a lot of my radio friends saying it was over as well. You're right about that. I thought it was over after game 1.
I'm raising my hand. After the first 2, I was like, I don't know how they're going to be able to beat Vegas 4 times because they outplayed them in game 2. Vegas found a way to win. The Stars have done an absolutely fantastic job, man. They have been the better team, and hopefully they're able to lock it up tonight.
Let's go Stars and Mavs. Rangers pregame coming up at 6. FC Dallas in action this week, and of course the Wings in preseason against Caitlin Clark this evening. The pressing questions for NFL teams following the draft, then your G-Bag of the day next in the nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
GBagOfTheDay.com. Welcome back, Nation. G-Bag of the Day is coming up in 7.5 minutes. Pressing questions for NFL teams following the draft. Segment of the G-Bag Nation here is brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consult. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. Now here's Zach Wolchuk with these pressing questions.
Thank you very much. This is courtesy of The Ringer, as I just relubricated the eyes over
I don't
here.
know if it reflects this on the fan cam, but doesn't it look like Wolchuk just did like the ultimate wake and bake situation? If you just looked at his eyeballs, there's just like a puffy nature to them. They're just kind of like
glossy.
There's a sleepiness to them.
Yeah,
but also an inner giddiness because he knows it's a double clincher Friday night in the Metroplex.
Super giddy. I also had no idea that 2015 was better than 2020. I know I'm not like the smartest person ever.
Well, you have dyspraxia, so this makes sense.
Yes.
Of course you would read that backwards and think it's not what it is.
But 2015 is where I'm at now, so I think we're in good shape.
Quit living in the past, brother.
Let's go.
Present.
All right, the first one that The Ringer brings up is a little bit rude. Just how old is Jerry Jones was the question. And I think they're alluding
we could Google
to
that, couldn't we?
81, he's
81.
Right?
81.
They're alluding to the all in nature.
This is his Terrell Owens year?
Yeah, it is. It's his TO year. They're alluding, so like he was all in, but then the Cowboys haven't really acted like they were all in. So a big question mark will be, is Jerry actually all out? Are they about to go on the final season of Dak? Let's one last ride this thing with Ezekiel Elliott. Or do you end up getting contract extensions done with their quarterback, with CeeDee Lamb? Does Micah Parsons find himself with a new deal? So basically how the Cowboys end up maneuvering around these contracts is the big question when it comes to Dallas.
Yeah, they're going to keep their main superstar players. That's their core TV stars. And they will, rebuild through the draft over the next 2 to 3 years and plan on being good again probably in the late 2020s. That was the life cycle in 10, 11, and 12. 13, they never really talked about the fact that they were rebuilding, but they were. And, that group of scouts and front office guys made some great decisions in the draft that allowed them to emerge really, really strong with that great offensive line. And hopefully we're now 2 years into that as well.
The next question is, will a big-name wide receiver get traded before the start of the season? Because we've heard a lot when it comes to Stephon Diggs already being traded. Keenan Allen got traded. And now could maybe the 49ers deal a Brandon Ayuk, a Deebo Samuel, a T. Higgins from Cincinnati. There's a lot of names out there right now that possibly could get moved. And if a team didn't necessarily satisfy that need in the draft, I know Pittsburgh's a team, of course, that still feels, even though they drafted Roman Wilson, but they've been reaching out when it comes to maybe still acquiring a big-name receiver. So have we seen the end of the number one wide receivers being traded and switching jerseys? That could be fun.
I don't think so. It's a hot trend. I don't exactly understand why, but receivers are getting paid, and then teams are deciding, boy, this is a really big hit on our cap, and unless it fits our championship picture right now, we're moving on. I mean, even the Chiefs moved on in the middle of a dynasty from their best wide receiver, which is just crazy. That never happens. But yes, it's a new trend. It's an important part of team building in one way or another right now. I was just trying to think for the Cowboys, like what would you get for CeeDee Lamb if you did consider that? Could you get anything good for Brandon Cooks 5-6 weeks into the season if things aren't going well for you?
That's interesting.
John Lynch said he wasn't trading his guys.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Which is how you should approach it, even if you are.
The team, the time has passed.
Well, I mean, he gave you an opportunity. He just probably didn't like the deals that he was getting. So, yeah. But I think you could circle back with him during the season. He'd probably,
especially if they're looking like, oh, Ricky Pearsall's looking really good in these mini camps.
I thought they drafted Ricky Pearsall they were going to trade Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah. Apparently they were teammates at Arizona State before Ricky Pearsall transferred, so they do have a good relationship with each other. My gosh, I don't know if we've really spent enough time talking about just how bad of an owner David Tepper is in Carolina. But number 3 is just how sad is this situation going to get in Carolina. Apparently, we know about Frank Reich being fired after a 1-10 start last season. So you had that, and then a month later, you have David Tepper throwing a drink at a Jags fan during a game. Then you have them finishing with the worst record in the league, and they drafted Bryce Young last year, and they had traded their pick to the Bears, in which case they could have drafted Caleb Williams this year.
Ouch.
Then you have the Brian Burns trade to the Giants for a second and a fifth when they could have gotten a first if they had have done it during the season. Then a week before the draft, Tepper, we get a report that he often sifts through data to critique his coach's play calling, which played a part in the team passing on Bill Belichick as its head coach and instead opting for former Bucs offensive coordinator Dave Canales.
Well, that was probably good on his part. That
could be.
But you want to use that in the hiring process, not the day-to-day check-ins with people that have spent a half century in football. That's bad personnel management. Let them cook or fire them.
Then you have hours before the start of the first round of the draft, Tepper goes to a local Charlotte restaurant after he sees a sign out front of the restaurant that reads, quote, "Please let the coach and GM pick this year," end quote. Charlotte Television gets video footage from the restaurant that shows Tepper going in, ripping off an employee's hat off of his head at the start of what could only have been a very awkward and aggressive conversation between him and the management of the restaurant.
Knowing that, it's kind of disappointing the NFL is not moving because that's just bad for the league.
Like, this isn't good. We've got a crazy, wild owner that's not very good in Carolina. We got to get him the hell out of here. And outside of drafting Xavier Legette, I don't think there's been any positives in Carolina over the last 12 months.
No. And they had a terrible owner before that, Jerry Richardson, who was ousted out of the league. Then they replaced him with another bleep hole.
My gosh. Other questions. How soon will we get C.J. Stroud and Jordan Love considered in the top tier of NFL quarterbacks?
Yes.
And who will survive the New York Jets' last stand? Will you finally get a healthy Aaron Rodgers?
Fascinating questions indeed. Thank you, Wolchuk. And we'll have more NFL stuff coming up at 3 o'clock. Krusty's Corner will hit you at 2:40. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Check, mic, check. Yeah. All right, let's see what we got right here. Our winner and champ of G-Bag of the day so far comes from the Mid-Atlantic Sports Network, home of the Baltimore Orioles, Baltimore. Announcer and former pitcher Jim Palmer rips right into the home plate umpire. Wants to send this man out to pasture.
Henderson coming off a leadoff home run yesterday in an 0-2 hole quickly. Cortez drops the arm angle down, and here you go. CB Buckner strike zone, full effect.
Well, you kind of wonder how bad he's going to be, and he's shown us already in the first inning. This ball's a grounder. And, all you want is a guy that understands what the strike zone. That's on the ground.
That's all you want.
That's all you want.
Shouldn't be umpiring, and he is. And they know it. Been around a long time doesn't mean it's kind of like pitching. When I couldn't get people out, I became a broadcaster.
So CB will be joining us at the booth tomorrow.
Yeah. You are what you are.
Oh, I love this guy.
Hey.
1-0 for Adley Rutschman. On the corner from Cortez.
And it makes it difficult whether you're pitching or hitting when you don't know what the strike zone is.
Tell him. That's so good, dude. I never knew Jim Palmer was my favorite pitcher ever.
My man said, "You are what you are.
You are what you are.
You was what you was before you got here, player."
Heck yes.
Friday, baby. Woo! Friday. Week went by fast, didn't it?
It did.
It flew by. Careful out here. What else we got? Oh, I got some beef. We got beef for you. Sean and RJ, the RJ and Chop Show. Which one of these fools is Chop? You can hear the frustration just oozing off of Sean Sharif right here.
Nice.
They were arguing. Well, he was trying to have a conversation, Sean was, about if Paul George is a Hall of Famer or not.
Oh, my gosh. I heard this driving into the eye doctor yesterday.
I'm going to ask, in your mind, is Paul George a Hall of Famer?
It's the NBA. Yes.
Yeah, based on the
That's not what I just prefaced everything so that y'all didn't answer it that way.
I just said that.
No, he's not. No, listen.
That again.
Not again. Is he, in your mind, a Hall of Famer? That's why I prefaced it.
No.
Yeah, again, yes. Because you have to take that into account. You can't separate.
Yes, you can.
You can.
You can say, you can. That's our Eli Manning argument.
Choosing violence.
You just weren't listening to it, and then you're trying to cover it. No. The standard for Do you think Paul George is a Hall of Famer in your mind? Ralph James Choppy is a sports fan.
Because the standard of basketball Hall of Fame has been set. Oh, my God. And no, listen. And the Eli Manning standard has not been set. Because Jim Plunkett's out in the Hall of Fame. And he's got a two-time.
Do you think Eli Manning is a Hall of Famer?
No. But the Pro Football Hall of Fame standard is different, and it's been set.
Okay, so fine. So for the rest of the time when we have this NBA discussion, you can never say that guy doesn't deserve to get in.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And
what?
I don't say that. And I've never said he doesn't deserve it. Like, Chris Webber is not he
So you don't think we can have a discussion about whether a guy deserves to be in? You're just going to say he's going to get in, so he is a Hall of Famer in your mind.
Right.
You can't say to yourself, that guy's not trash.
You're completely missing what I'm trying to say.
Clearly. A little bit later, Chop goes, "Oh, what I think." Oh, well then no. It's so great.
Yeah.
God, I love him.
What else we got for you boys right here? Oh, a little shooting happened down there in Alabama.
Uh-oh.
I think this is what it's called. Dothan, Alabama? Dolphin?
Yes.
All right, you heard of that one.
D-A-U. And that starts out D-A-U.
Yeah, D-A-U.
Yeah.
Dolphin, okay.
Yeah, Dolphin.
Well, let's go to WTY News here. News 4. A witness to a shooting. I don't know why they talked to her, but they did.
Customer enjoys time with her family.
What the hell is that? Hold on.
What you witness is what?
Okay, so boom. I'm outside. I was waiting on my mama, and I'm just walking, minding my business. Then somebody called me. They're like, "Hey, you see them fighting over there?" So I lean to the side. I'm leaning, trying to see, because I stay ducked off. So then I see some people throwing hands. I'm like, what's going on? But I couldn't tell who it was, so I minded my business. And that's your best bet to do in situations like this is mind your business.
Obviously, ended up resulting in somebody getting shot. Did you hear the gunfire? If so, take me through that moment.
So I'm walking to the car, and I got my baby with me. We already heard a few gunshot rounds, but I ain't think nothing of it.
Oh.
Nobody didn't hear no screaming. So I'm getting to the car. I hear fire, 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 fire. At least by 7 rounds. So I'm ducking, I'm dodging, I'm ducking, I'm dodging, I'm ducking. Doing little Kim. Trying to get my baby in the car. Then I throw my baby in the back seat. And we just sped off.
Jeez. He kept asking her questions too. All right, so what else happened there? Come on, bro. She said she did a little Kim dance. Hold on, there we go again. That's pretty wild.
That's awesome.
Alabama's a crazy place, man. Because didn't they see the leprechaun in Alabama?
Yes.
Who all seen the leprechaun say, yeah?
It's in the tree.
All of them lying. Every last one of them fools right there lying.
Yeah.
And then a compository sketch. Come on, fam. Alabama, what's going on down there, dog? That's where Charles is from, too. All right, man, that's it. I got another one. Well, yeah, okay. I guess I can do this one.
All righty.
I guess I can do this one. I think I need that Woolchuck stuff. LASIK.
Hey, we can make a plan.
Former pitcher Eric Hosmer has a story about Ha-Sung Kim and all the smoking he does.
I tell the story with Kim. I tell, a lot of the Korean, the Japanese players, to calm the nerves, they smoke cigarettes.
Oh.
So Kim, his first year, crushing cigarettes. Hey, you go to use the bathroom down the clubhouse, and Kim's just boom, boom, boom. Like, God, stress. Yeah. Stressing. So year 2, he comes back to spring training, right? He comes back to spring training, and he goes, "Hey, bro, me, no more cigarette. No more cigarette." We're like, "Oh, okay, good. Hey, we go the whole spring, good." Second day of the season, 6 at-bats in. We walk by, Kim's out there. Hey, we go, "Hey, you said you're done." He goes, "Mucho stress."
Yeah.
Mucho stress, is that what he said?
That's a thing you quit many times along the way, don't you?
Yeah, from my experience.
Is it our champ, the Baltimore Orioles analyst Jim Palmer, ripping the umpiring? Is it Sean and RJ with the Paul George fight? Is he a Hall of Famer or not?
Who watches more basketball? That's the real question.
Ooh, it's a good question. I would probably say Sean still.
Yeah.
Shooting in Bama or Eric Hosmer on Ha-Sung Kim, smoking heaters. I was thinking a big league clubhouse is one of the few like professional environments where I've still smelt the smell of cigarettes being smoked recently. You know, and I was back in the Ron Washington days, but and apparently not that uncommon. You know, if Jim Leland, remember him sneaking?
He go down the tunnels.
Yeah. I mean, baseball does lend itself to smoking. I don't know if you even have to be in cardio shape to do it. I'm going to vote for the Eric Hosmer story, Chief. How about you?
I'm going to go with the Alabama shooting situation.
Lucius?
Jim Palmer.
We're tied at 1, Woolchuck.
All about you.
Jim Palmer.
Brian?
Sweet home.
Oh, we're tied at 2? Okay, we're tied at 2. Jump on to X at Gag Nation, where you can vote on an Insta poll. Please follow us when you get there. Not only at Gag Nation, but you'll find all of our Twitter handles in the bio there. Who is your G-Bag of the day? We'll run a quick poll, and we'll be back with Brian Broaddus in Krusty's Corner. Where are you taking us, buddy?
Yeah, I got a couple of things for you. I got a little Kentucky Derby news, and I'm also going to tell you, did your team really improve? We'll do that next.
Okay, I want to chat Window Nation.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the Diamond Factory.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They have the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Congrats to Jim Pollard, now a 3-time G-Bag of the Day champion. And it's time now for Krusty's Corner with Brian Broaddus, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here he is, Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Before I get into my football stuff, tomorrow is the Kentucky Derby.
Oh, yeah.
Are we all interested in the Kentucky
Absolutely.
Derby? Fastest 2 minutes in sports.
I got in the mix here. I know you won our Masters pool for Odyssey, but we got the Derby pool. Did you get in the mix?
I'm about to get in the mix.
Oh, I just got in the mix, and I wonder if we've got the same ponies here that we're predicting.
I will predict right now. I'm going to give you just some real quick little things if you're making these picks. The favorite is a horse named Fierceness, and John Velasquez is in the irons. The jockey. He's coming out of the 17 spot. That's a 5-2 favorite. There's never been a horse to win the Derby out of the 17 hole.
It's a long way to go to get up
That's
front.
a long trip around. This horse, though, has got speed. When you look at the training, what it's been able to do, it's had some off and on good days. It's one of those horses that, like, it will either finish first or you'll find it finishing 7th. But it's the favorite in this field right now. It's in 5 starts. It's got 3 wins and then 1 third-place finish. The other ones, they had a 7th at Belmont that was kind of out of character for the horse.
Interesting.
But, that as a favorite, and the speed on this horse is 36.9 miles per hour in the training that we just had. So you got to pay attention to some of the practice. Like usually these horses will train 7 days before, and then you look at the speeds and stuff like that. If I had to, if you're betting on a position to win the Derby from, the 7 hole is the place you want to be. Anna Marie is there at 20-1. Now, maybe you're in a situation too with Anna Marie at 20-1 if you're putting tickets together.
Yeah.
That maybe at that you just want to put
$100 on Anna Marie.
Yeah, there you go. 7 wins out of that post position 7. So that's the most that we've seen. So post 7, Anna Marie 20-1. By the way, Anna Marie has 2 wins this year, 5 starts, both of them at Churchill Downs. So horses raced other places, but the 2 wins it has this year at Churchill Downs.
Are women horses just as fast as men horses? Is there any difference?
You know what?
Bit of a sexist question.
It's
just the awareness is.
No, I think that they would say that the strength of the horse, the male and female horses, though. I've seen female horses that are strong horses but don't finish well. So that's kind of I don't always bet that line of thinking. I'm one of these guys because I do the scouting stuff, like the rear end of the horse. If I could see
those childbearing hips.
Yeah, if the wider the horse in the back, the more I'm thinking power there and all that. So, but I always tend to bet on the male horses more than I do the female horses. So we've had some female horses.
We've had some great female champions.
We have. We absolutely have.
I was trying to think of like places in the animal kingdom where it's a fair fight, or a fair race. And I don't know how many there are, Brian. But horses obviously won.
Horses are one.
Yeah.
What percent, is it 90% horse, 10% jockey in terms of why you win? Or is it 100%? How much does the jockey have to actually do with
the jockeys do matter in these things. The horse, of course, is the most important thing.
Would you say 75% horse, 25% jockey?
I would say the jockey's probably more in the line of maybe 35, 40%.
Wow. Okay. All right.
Just because you get sometimes jockeys have, and it's about running, it's about the ability to run to space and your ability, when these trips, when they go, these jockeys have the ability to move the horse and keep him or her in certain spots. And then they see the space start to develop. And then, okay, I've got to get to the rail, or, I've got to run the middle of the track. Or if I take this thing outside, there's going to be some problems. So as a jockey, though, you do have to be able to navigate the trip. And it makes a difference. The horse is going to run wherever you tell the horse to run. So the jockeys are important that way.
Average jockey weighs between 108 and 118 pounds.
Yeah. That's where we're at.
That's amazing.
Just another one. The fastest horse in training so far is out of the 4-hole, Catching Freedom. That's an 8-1 odds. 5 starts, 3 firsts, no seconds, and a third. It also has 1 win at Churchill Downs. So here's my 3 that I'm going to give you. Catching Freedom, the 4-horse, 7, Honor Marie, and 8, Just a Touch. Those are my 3 horses.
Touch
right?
too much.
Yeah, so Catching Freedom, Honor Marie, and Just a Touch. That's the 4, the 7, and the 8 are my horses for the Derby tomorrow. So good luck if you're wagering on that. We're not encouraging wagering, but we're saying if you
Oh man, it's so fun though.
If you wager, good luck with that.
Some of my most fun days have been at the horse track.
There you go.
I'm not good at it like you calling them, but I love going, the action, the whole deal, the pageantry, the excitement when they make that final turn.
One of my favorite things we ever did, we were out in Lone Star Park, and it was with Jeff Kavanaugh and Kevin Turner.
I was there that night. Yeah.
And I handed him the money.
Oh, dude, you were killing it.
Kevin.
Something that you made it rain on everybody.
Well, I mean, you've been making it rain some more.
Jeff went and parked the car, and he was late getting back, and I put a bet down, and I handed him like $60. He goes, "What's this for?" And I said, "We just won the first race today."
Hell yeah.
But so I've fortunate. I've got friends in Lexington in that area that are, and a couple friends right now are at the Oaks. That's the Friday. If you ever go to the Kentucky Derby, make sure you hit the Oaks on Friday, and then if you can hit the Derby on Saturday, it's well worth your time. Okay, couple of teams. Did your team improve? Do you feel like your team improved, the Dallas Cowboys? Do you feel like they improved overall?
Yes.
Probably.
Well, the 33rd team doesn't think you improved overall.
Oh, goodness gracious.
No, the teams that they say that improved, and matter of fact, I'm doing this because a couple of them are in your division.
Oh.
The 33rd team of a bunch of failed scouts and general managers said, yes, I threw that in there because they didn't think the Cowboys improved. But
washed up.
Yeah, the Washington, they say the Washington Commanders were a team. They say, like the Arizona Cardinals, the Washington Commanders had a bevy of top 100 picks.
Sure did.
Making their job easier. Taking Jaden Daniels at 2 will either be a tremendous, or they'll be left wondering what they made the right decision if the LSU star doesn't outplay the quarterback taken behind him. However, he's an upgrade on what the team has had in quite a time. Adding 3 second-rounders and 2 third-rounders should pay off quickly, although it remains to be seen whether Washington erred by passing on offensive tackle in the second round. And third-round selection, Brandon Coleman is expected at that position. The 2023 fourth round, Brendan Daniels can also compete for that role. So they feel like with all those top 100 picks that they were able to improve. Did you like their draft? Did you like the Commanders draft?
I liked a lot of their picks. I thought they did improve. They hit some picks that I thought, man, those are good right there. Like the Sanders still pick, the Michigan corner. I thought Coleman from TCU could be solid as well.
The next one they said is the New York Giants improved. He says, while the Giants rolled the dice by passing on quarterback J.J. McCarthy, Michael Penix, and Bo Nix, their roster is better today. Adding Malik Neighbors changes the ceiling for a unit that ranked last in plays of 20 or more yards in 2022 and in the bottom in the last 3 years. But the New York added tight end Theo Johnson and Tyrone Tracy to its offense. What did you think about Tyrone Tracy from Purdue?
Yeah, he's a fun player. Converted wide receiver to running back. I liked him. As we were talking on day 3, maybe some options for the Cowboys. So I thought he could be a name that maybe they could end up being interested in.
They close out here by saying the defense might have received an even bigger boost when it's impressive considering they allocated only 3 picks to the unit. Tyler Nubin, the safety that we talked about. I know you had the Washington safety as Washington State safety.
Yeah, I had Bullard from Georgia and then Jaden Hicks, the Washington State safety, higher.
And I had Nubin
Nubin's good.
Nubin from Minnesota. But Nubin is an elite ball hawk. It's a single high safety, mitigating the loss of Xavier McKinney and giving the unit more flexibility. He's joined by the fluid and speedy corner Andrew Phillips from Kentucky. So the two teams in your division. The 33rd team feels like that the Commanders and the Giants improved, and so game on, as they say.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Yeah, looking forward to more NFL content coming up from Woolchuck next. NFL News Today. Where are you taking us, brother?
The Mahomes guarantee. We got some wide receiver signings, and when you think it's over, oh, it's not over. But I do want to tell you about Prize Picks. It's never over.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation.
Let's do this.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you for making us part of your day. It's time now for the NFL News of the Day with Wolchuk. Coming up in about 20 minutes, it's going to be hockey time. Joey the Jet Erickson. He is on the Locked On Stars. He is, and he's doing a great job at that. Obviously, a former 105 The Fan broadcaster and producer. We knew he was on his way to big things in the hockey world, and here he is in under a year's time back as a guest to join us coming up in 20 minutes. We're excited to talk Game 6 Stars Golden Knights with you here coming up in 20. Here's Wolchuk with your NFL News today.
Well, we did have, of course, the home run derby out there in Frisco a couple of days ago. Eric Kendricks, your newest Dallas Cowboy, was in attendance, and he was talking to the media, our buddy John Machota of The Athletic, Saad Yousuf, who's also doing excellent work over there as well, on why he decided to join the Cowboys and spurn the San Francisco 49ers. Some of this we've known, but some people might not have heard, so just in case, he said, I think I would have taken more of a reserve role in San Francisco, whereas I feel I have a lot left to give, and I wanted to be here and be a middle linebacker. I wanted to share my experience with the team, share my leadership abilities, and command in the huddle. In regards to Mike Zimmer, who he played with in Minnesota, he said, I feel like me and Zim have had our times where we've even butted heads. Just the fact that I'm back with him shows you that I believe in him, and he believes in me. And we want to get the job done. Ultimately, playing the best football, winning a championship is our ultimate goal, and that's why I'm back with him. I love Eric Kendricks. I think that him being able to be that veteran leadership in the linebacker room is great, even for a guy like Maris Luafau, who is the rookie that they just drafted, but for Damone Clark, I think he's going to add a presence and hopefully help, like we saw, maybe a little bit of a difficult comparison because these two linebackers were absolutely fantastic, but a Patrick Queen who was struggling a little bit. And then you're able to, add a Roquan Smith who is able to take some pressure off him, wear the green dot, call the defense. Eric Kendricks is going to be able to get everybody lined up pre-snap. Damone Clark's not going to have to think and worry about that. He can just react and play, and hopefully we see a better version of Damone Clark this year.
One thing this allows is having a guy in there that knows Mike Zimmer as well as he is. When Zimmer starts MFing all these guys for messing up and things like that, Kendricks can go over there and put his arm around the guy and say, hey, don't worry about it, man.
He'll be okay.
It's all right. And the one thing he could also do is be a bridge to, if sometimes players, if they don't understand something, it's kind of hard to go to the coach and say, hey, I'm not picking this up, especially a young player, because they don't want to be a guy that's like, why am I always asking questions? Why is this guy not picking up? Is not a smart guy? Football intelligence, where we're at. If you have somebody that knows the scheme, understands the coaches, understands why you're doing what you're doing, it's a little bit easier for a player to go talk to another player than it is for a player to go talk to a coach.
Yeah.
And so Kendricks can help him in a lot of ways. That, especially, everybody there, the veteran and the young guys, they're all trying to learn the defense.
Yeah.
It's all new to them. So that's going to be something that's probably going to be beneficial. We'll see it out in Oxford, I'm sure.
Huge help for those guys like Overshone, who's also rehabbing, trying to get back. It's awesome. We mentioned at the top of the show, Odell Beckham Jr. is indeed signing with the Miami Dolphins. He's getting a one-year deal worth up to $8.25 million, reportedly less than he was offered by other teams on the open market, according to Jonathan Jones, an NFL insider. He opted to, I do want to go play in Miami. They did draft Malik Washington, who's also a very speedy receiver out of Virginia, who we liked quite a bit. But, man, there's just so much talent right now on that Dolphins offense, of course, led by the mastermind that is their head coach, Mike McDaniel. It's going to be a fun unit to watch, but very incentive-laden contract. But OBJ found himself a new home there in South Beach. That's going to be exciting.
Quite a fall, because remember last year it's $15 million guaranteed 1 year deal with Baltimore, and then it comes all the way down to, I guess it's like roughly $3 million or so is what he's guaranteed to get with like his base, and then the incentives. We'll see how he can cash in, but what a different offseason for him. $15 million guaranteed for 1 year last year, and then taking a discount. And obviously, as you mentioned, other teams were more interested, but being in Miami, obviously being in that offense and being a guy who could probably play all three of those wide receiver positions sort of interchangeably, I think is probably important for them. And he doesn't drop the balls. Like, Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, they're really, really dang good, but they do have the drops from time to time. And Tyreek Hill had a couple of those like touchdowns where you're like, oh my gosh, that hurts. And OBJ, 1 drop on 69 targets last year. So I think that might be a little bit of a part of it as well. A sure-handed dude. He was pretty good on 3rd down for Baltimore last year. So that'll be interesting to see how he fits in there.
I mean, it's a great spot for him. He doesn't have to chase a check. Obviously, he is a huge celebrity. He could make money off Instagram and, be a high earner for the rest of his life. So he can pick a great situation here with the Miami Dolphins. I don't need multi-year deal. Just give me a chance where if I stay healthy and produce, I'm going to make a really good check, and maybe I can help be part of something special.
No doubt. Bills are adding veteran Chase Claypool. We had heard a little while ago Claypool was exploring maybe playing in Canada. The Canadian Football League, Bills said, you know what? We've got a need at wide receiver. We haven't traded for anybody. We did draft Keon Coleman, who's a badass from Florida State, but we need more help. So here comes Chase Claypool, the former Notre Dame Fighting Irish, whose career got off to a great start with the Steelers. Since then, got traded to Chicago, got traded to Miami, didn't work out. So now he's going to try it again with the Buffalo Bills, and nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills.
Buffalo Bills. Yeah.
How about those Green Bay Packers? That Aaron Rodgers trade with the Jets, it's now complete. We can look at who they got. All right, let me tell you. Lucas Van Ness, Luke Musgrave, the tight end.
He's still running wide open against the front runners.
Kicker Anders Carlson.
He's making field goals for him.
Edgerrin Cooper, the linebacker from A&M.
Wait, isn't Anders Carlson the kicker that when every time he runs out onto the field, Matt LaFleur is just praying up into the heavens that he doesn't miss?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
But he's making field goals.
Edgerrin Cooper, the linebacker from A&M. Jacob Monk, an offensive lineman. And safety Evan Williams. Those are all the picks that they got in the Rodgers trade. It's now complete, so we'll see how their draft class this year with Cooper, Monk, and Williams ends up going, although CBS Sports loved all 3 of those picks for the Green Bay Packers. But last year, did solid. I mean, Lucas Van Ness, we didn't love, but he had a solid rookie season for them. Musgrave, of course, can be a good target. We'll see what happens with Anders Carlson, the kicker, because you're right. Last year, it was like that San Francisco game. Oh, no. We're not really loving our situation here with Carlson having to go out there. Chargers agreed to terms with DJ Chark on a deal.
DJ Chark.
6'4", 200 pounds. Was with the Panthers last year. Started his career in Jacksonville. So he's going to go to the Chargers as they're trying to replace Keenan Allen, Mike Williams. Of course, they lost Gerald Everett, Austin Eckler. So now they add another wide receiver into that room. Now we turn things to Patrick Mahomes, who is on the Impulsive podcast. That would be with Logan Paul, one of the 2 Paul brothers. And this is the type of stuff you can say when you're Patrick Mahomes, because it's probably likely to happen. Here he was talking about that corn dog play in the Super Bowl, but also giving a little bit of a guarantee.
The last touchdown at the Super Bowl. Overtime?
Yeah.
I mean, bro, freaking out.
Dude, that play was freaking sweet, man.
Corn dog.
It was not. It was it was not supposed to go to the guy that caught the touchdown. So we ran the corn dog one against the Eagles. Sorry, touchdown, won the game. And then we were going to run a fake version of that, and then we were going to do a little shovel pass, and it was wide open again. So next year, New Orleans, we're going to do it again. Put it on the table.
No way.
We're going to do it again. I'm telling you now.
Next year in New Orleans, we're going to do it again. I'm telling you now. And when you're Patrick Mahomes, yeah, it doesn't seem too far-fetched. I think some people would get crushed, but it's like, who's going to knock him off? Well, who's going to beat him in the AFC? Is Burrow finally staying healthy?
Maybe.
Buffalo just had their best chance. Baltimore probably had their best chance. Is Miami going to figure it out with Tua? Maybe get to play them at home instead of going to frigid Arrowhead? I don't know, but I'm not betting against Patrick Mahomes to go out there and do it again, and you know he's crotch first confident.
Is he do it again? We're going to win the Super Bowl, or is he being specific on we're going to win on the corn dog play again?
The corn dog play specifically.
Specifically.
I think you're looking at a corn dog three-peat and a Super Bowl three-peat all in one.
I wonder if you think Andy Reid's a little bit annoyed, though, that he's telling them that, okay, what we really wanted to do.
He told Pumpkinhead what he was doing.
The shovel pass.
There'll be a variation off of it.
They weren't even going to do that play. Like they called the corn dog, but what they were going to do is actually change it up and throw the shovel pass.
Remember Pumpkinhead was sitting in there with Andy after the game, Peter King, and he was telling him, he's like, yeah, we called this play the corn dog, and he was kind of breaking it all down for him. So Andy,
cheeseburgers.
Yeah, Andy was just as,
I guess after Super Bowl win, as the confetti's falling down on you, you're pretty open to spill the beans about everything. You're feeling so good.
Cincinnati's losing players, Buffalo's losing players. I mean, to answer, is it Houston the most likely?
Houston right
threat?
now, probably.
Houston's a threat.
The thing about Houston, they got like one of the toughest schedules in all of football this upcoming year. So that'll be interesting to see. But yes, just on paper, you look at them, as long as CJ Stroud continues the ride that he's on right now, which is clearly a top 10 quarterback and probably even better than that, then yeah, absolutely, you would think they stand a dang good chance.
Does Harbaugh get the Chargers together instantly?
Yeah, the Chargers could end up. They're going to be better.
Chargers got a super easy schedule
with
this
a
year, so that
legitimate
helps.
head coach. They're definitely going to be better. But again, we got to see it from Herbert in the playoffs.
It does feel like Kansas City's inevitable. They rebuilt their offensive line. They do it with no weapons. But hey, they lost Snead. I guess
they did.
Every year it goes on, though. It feels more inevitable that they're just going to keep doing it no matter who they lose.
It's crazy, but the confidence there, and it's fun to kind of get some insight on that final corn dog play from Patrick Mahomes.
Maybe it'll be more of like a chili dog iteration, spice things up a little bit.
Yeah, we'll call it the chili dog this time. So Aaron Donald retired in March. Aaron Donald seems pretty content with retirement. Les Snead, Rams GM, talking on the Rich Eisen show. Is that door maybe open just a little bit to bring back Mr. Donald, Les?
I did mention to Aaron that, let's call it going back to our Super Bowl run, that there was a player by the name of Eric Weddle who kind of jumped in the playoffs, and we signed him to the practice squad. And we standard elevated him for 4 straight games to a Super Bowl championship. So I did mention if we happen to get to the playoffs again, maybe we'll circle back and see, if the cup's not quite filled.
Really? Okay, so
but that's just rumor. I doubt Aaron's going to do that.
Well, I know that.
Aaron's one of those guys. He's so principled. I'm not sure if he would just. He might feel uncomfortable that I didn't go through those other 18 with the guys. I'm not sure I can go through the playoffs with them. Not sure. We may tempt them. Nothing. No breaking news here.
No breaking news here. I kind of broke some news, but now I'm not breaking the news. Yeah. We did maybe have a shaking hands agreement with Aaron Donald that if we make the playoffs and, hey, you just want to come back and play a couple games, let's go on a Super Bowl run. And the NFC's so damn wide open, you never know. They get into this thing healthy. Rams have as good a chance as anybody.
It's what you want to hear from your team. We're not giving up on it. He's obviously still the best defensive tackle in the world. If he doesn't want to go through a whole season, we understand. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. If he feels bad that he wasn't through training camp and all 18 games with those guys, then I'll have a handwritten letter from each one of those guys saying, please come back. Even the starting defensive tackle will be like, man, it'd be amazing to have you back.
It would be.
Yeah.
Be a crazy story.
That's what you want to hear, though, from your team is that we're not going to give up. I love that as a Rams fan right now.
Me too. And you're kind of holding out hope. Like maybe I can get Big 99 out there again.
Almost the best of both worlds because as an older player, he just gets to rest. If we're good enough to make the playoffs, let us know.
Because you can just show up and roll out of bed and probably still be the best defensive player in football. Yeah. He's that damn good.
Maybe for the next 3 Januaries.
Maybe.
See how Verse is playing too.
Yeah, Verse and Fisk.
Yeah, they might not need him.
They might not. I mean, they took both those Seminoles. Yep. They're going to be pretty good. Yep. Najee Harris got his 5th-year option declined by the Pittsburgh Steelers. So Najee, who has gone for over 1,000 yards every year with the club, did not get that picked up. Now, backup running back Jalen Warren, Oklahoma State Cowboy, has emerged as a guy who's looked better at times than Najee. So maybe they're thinking like, we're going to be okay here. But I did find that interesting that they declined to pick up his option.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see another running back go in the first round unless it's an all-world
like
type
a Bijan.
It's 5 of the last 17 now. Wow. No 5th-year option. Yeah.
Wow.
It's just a horrible proposition.
That's not good. And you think like the first 5 years, like that's what you want. You want that from the running back, and then we'll move on. That's going to be their best years.
But that 5th year is pretty pricey. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like that 5th-year option, when you think about like what running backs are being paid, it's like, why would I do that?
Especially if you're getting Jalen Warren, who was like a 3rd-round pick, 4th-round pick, who's also coming in and being just as good. Brandon Ayuk and Debo, we mentioned this. John Lynch saying we're past dealing our star wideouts. So, again, I like that because you don't want to just say, like, we're open for business here because now teams, I don't know, sometimes that can bring the price down. Mm-hmm. But moving forward, it's pretty much like if you wow us with an offer, maybe they'll consider it. But otherwise, we're looking good with how we are. Jalen Warren, who I just brought up, has said that the Steelers' potential plan as a kick returner with the new rules could even be to use Justin Fields.
Yeah, dude.
What the
Now, they
hell?
have Cordero Patterson. We mentioned this yesterday, and I forgot.
Yeah, like,
they brought in Cordero
literally
Patterson.
the day after the new rule, they signed Cordero Patterson. So
I
it's
think
like
this is probably
no way, right?
tongue in cheek. Yes, I don't imagine this is actually real. Though I do think Justin Fields would be successful in the role.
He probably would be. I mean, he is dynamite with the ball in his hands. Now, Brandon Aubrey was just talking to the team's website because he was out there in Frisco as well for that home run derby. He's pumped. He said, the new rules, it's going to save my leg, give me a chance to go out there, hit some unique balls. Bones is aggressive, so he'll give me all the opportunity in the world to go out there, make mistakes, live with them. We're in the workshop right now. Hang time is a little less important and not being able to move until it's caught. So we're in the workshop, don't really want to give too much away, but it works with hitting the ball in different ways, putting my foot on the ball in different ways, and then wrapping my foot around it in certain ways. So, hey, Brandon Aubrey sounds like he's got all kinds of visions for how this thing
Former soccer player, right?
It's going to be fun. Yeah,
He's had to
absolutely.
move that ball.
Last thing here when we talking wide receivers, Courtland Sutton might be the guy that gets dealt. You've had the Steelers and the Rams apparently inquire about the Broncos wide receiver Courtland Sutton. They did indeed draft Troy Franklin, Bo Nix's favorite target in college. So something to look at. Does the SMU wide receiver Courtland Sutton get moved before the season starts?
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
NFL News Today, most afternoons, 3 o'clock here in the nation. Joey Erickson talking Stars. Game 6 tonight, about 9 o'clock. We'll discuss all things hockey with Joey next here in the nation.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, we got a best and worst of the week and a Dirks Bentley ticket giveaway. And, of course, do we have two teams in the next round of the playoffs? It's a Monday morning, the Fan.
Mike Bassick here. Need new windows? I'm here with Dax Kirks, co-owner of Best Buy Windows and Siding, and he's got a deal for you.
You got it, Mike. With approved credit, you get 0 down, 0% financing. You can upgrade your home without stressing about the upfront costs.
And what about a lifetime warranty, Dax?
We stand behind our products, Mike. Every window comes with a lifetime warranty.
That's a win-win, baby. Call 469-WINDOWS. Visit them online at bestbuywindowsandsiding.com. Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Say hola to T-Mobile's Go 5G Plus plan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Order now at Heineken.com/silver. Must be 21 and older to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly. Whew. 30 seconds. That's it. Done. Peace.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Revolver Brewing.
We've got a new rivalry in town from Revolver Brewing. Coming out of Granbury, Texas, we've got Blood and Honey at 7% ABV and Blood and Honey Light coming in at 4.5% ABV. It's time to choose your side. Visit revolverbrewing.com to learn more. Enjoy responsibly. Must be 21 plus.
It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the Diamond Factory.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the Gag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. We're about to discuss hockey with Joey Erickson. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to frankelfirm.com. The segment is brought to you by Window Nation as well. 50% off all window styles at windownation.com as Joey joins us now here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing fantastic, fellas. Thanks for having me on. I'm fired up and ready for the Stars to close this thing out tonight.
Man, that sounds like a plan. What's allowed the Stars to be so dominant these last 3 games?
Yeah, I think they've done a fantastic job of adjusting, and I think you have to give head coach Pete DeBoer a lot of credit for that, dealing with injuries to Mason Marchment and Radek Faksa, who have been really integral parts of your forward groups throughout the entirety of the season. And, you know, the playoffs is kind of a next man up mentality, and the Stars are finally flexing some of that depth. They played really well in the first 2 games, but they unfortunately just did not execute enough. And then in the last 3 here, they've done a phenomenal job of just being able to attack this Vegas defense, which is very, very stout with the way they take away the middle of the ice. Dallas has been able to stretch out the ice enough, and they've been fantastic on the forecheck. They've adjusted their style of play where, you know, they like to usually attack off the rush. They've had to change that and, you know, throw pucks in deep and bang bodies and create turnovers and generate offense that way. And they've generated enough here in the last 3 games, and sometimes it just comes down to simple execution, and the Stars have executed better in the last 3, and they flipped the series on its head pretty quickly.
Joey, what'd you make of the Game 5 netminder switch there for Vegas, and do we expect Hill to once again start for Vegas tonight?
Yeah, Aiden Hill was the first starter off the ice for morning skates, so he's expected to go. See, I know I talked to you, Giafalo, earlier before the series, and I would have gone with Aiden Hill. I'm not surprised by the switch just because Bruce Cassidy is basically making the statement that, hey, if we're going to go down, I'm going to go down with a netminder that carried me all the way to the Stanley Cup last year. So I can see the reason for the switch, but obviously, hindsight's 20/20, and it is very curious because Logan Thompson stood on his head in Game 3. He was the only reason they were in that game, and he's played relatively well the entire series, but I think he was hoping for a switch, and at this point, Vegas is playing desperate. They have to play desperate to keep their season alive. So I'm not totally shocked by it, but yes, the timing of it is certainly curious, and you have to give credit to the Stars too. And when I touched on about the Vegas defense and how stout they are and taking away chances and taking away the middle of the rink, Dallas has done a great job of just being comfortable with shooting from everywhere. Doesn't matter where you are on the ice. No shot's a bad shot. You look at the Dodonov goal in Game 3 or 4, whatever it was, where he just ripped it from the goal line, and you get a good bounce. And the Stars have been comfortable with doing that, and they're creating enough offense off of it.
Joey the Jet Erickson with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Joey, you talked about Vegas' defense. I wanted to ask you about the Stars. Chris Tanev clearly the big addition at the deadline. He's been brilliant, but even Ryan Suter, who I have been really critical of and didn't want him on this team, but he's been pretty good in this series.
Oh, he's been phenomenal all year, and he does get a lot of flack from a lot of people throughout the season. But what has made him so effective this year is the relevance and the elevation of Thomas Harley's play. With Thomas Harley taking a huge step forward, it's allowed Dallas to put Ryan Suter on a third pair where he can still thrive. He's not what he once was. He used to play over 30 minutes a night in Minnesota. He was a number one defenseman, but that's just not the way it is anymore as he's reaching into his 40s now. So with Thomas Harley elevating his play, he can play up with Miro on that top pair, and you allow Suter to drop back down and play with Lundqvist. Essentially, though, the Stars are just playing 5D as it is with a 5-man rotation, and they've been phenomenal. I probably haven't given them enough credit with how fantastic the Stars defense has played. Just the team defending in general, the way they're taking away time and space, they're pressuring Vegas every inch of the sheet. And they've been really successful for it. And you mentioned Chris Tanev. He was so damn good in game number 5. His ability to work through contact and shut off checks and use his mobility to get open and then find the outlet pass, which is really one of the biggest things when you watch Dallas, if they're going to be successful, is their defensive zone exits. If they're doing that a lot and they're doing it cleanly and they're able to get through the Vegas forecheck, the Stars are going to be very, very successful. And that was very evident in the last few games.
Hey, Joey, I was going to ask you about that. You mentioned some about some of the lines, and which line do you feel like is the one that has to be the most productive tonight?
Yeah, I would go with Hintz and Robo and Pav. I feel like that's a line that can be sort of an X factor, just with the fact that Wyatt Johnston and the attention that he has to be given by Vegas, they don't get as tough as matchups, that top line, as I would say a Wyatt Johnston and Stankoven and Ben. If Robo and Hintz are going to be productive, the Stars are going to win this game. I mean, hands down. If they're able to find space and able to contribute, it's going to be really, really tough to beat the Stars, because I feel like Johnston and his line have been really carrying the offensive load really for the last month of the season. And Robo's been fantastic in the series too, but that top line, along with Pav, who's been unfortunately kind of non-existent in the series, and I don't mean to be harsh about that, but he's been a bit more in the fold, is what I would say. He's a little bit more engaged, which is a good thing, but if you can get Pav on track, the Stars are going to be in good shape tonight.
Yeah, Joey, I was going to ask you about that, because you mentioned how they like to take away the middle of the ice, and that seems to be like his strength. But he also, and this is, fans are going to kill me for this, he's kind of looking his age right now, isn't he?
Oh, no, he absolutely is. He's a step behind. His rhythm is just a bit off. Early in the series, in the first 2 games, when you watch the top line, the amount of times they went offside was a bit jarring. It was like they went offsides more in the first 2 games than they did the entire season. They just seemed to be a bit off, and credit to Pete DeBoer. He broke them up in game 3 and put Johnston up with Robo and Hintz, and it kind of unlocked Pav in a way where he can play with some players that are a bit more straight line, bit north and south, which I think can really help him. But as you mentioned, he thrives kind of in the slot area where Vegas likes to take away your opportunities. But if he can continue to do what he does, get in the right areas, the Stars will be fine. But yeah, he has certainly looked his age a bit. But sometimes you have to tip your cap to the other side.
Absolutely.
Vegas is a heck of a team. Sometimes we just have to acknowledge that not everybody's going to have a wonderful series.
Joey, the young guns have been brilliant. I mean, Wyatt Johnston, probably the best player on the ice for the Stars. Stankoven with that sick, nasty assist that he had in Game 5. But how about Jason Robertson? This time last year we were talking about you, like, how do we get Robo going? But he's really, really been awesome this postseason.
Yeah, and he's been. There's been a lot of people that have been critical of him in the playoffs in recent years. I've never been really one to subscribe to that, just due to the fact that you look at the past few seasons, Robo was the guy. I mean, he had over 110 points a season ago. Teams game plan to take 21 away, and sometimes that's okay because that opens up other options, and you need other guys to be effective and be productive. Teams will not just allow Jason Robertson on the power play to rip the puck towards the net at will like he used to do because teams just won't allow it anymore. But he can be effective that way as sort of a decoy. And it's awesome that he's able to actually be productive because of the young guys like Stankoven and Johnston drawing a bit more attention. It opens up some space for him to do what he does best, and that's get pucks through and get pucks on net. And what a goal he scored in Game 5 off the block, just ripped it upstairs. And yeah, he's been a critical part to the Stars' success here. And if he has another big game, Stars should be in good shape.
Joey, do you expect, and I don't know, maybe you know who the officials are for tonight's game. How do you think they call this Game 6? Are they going to allow Vegas to try and hammer Dallas tonight? Or are we going to see in a Game 6 your experience a little bit of a tighter called game, or are they going to let the players decide this one?
I would say they're going to let the players decide this one. Game 6, especially elimination games,
yeah.
I feel like the whistles really get put away, which I am perfectly fine with. Some of the calls have been very, very soft for my liking, but that's just kind of the nature. And that's not just the Stars and the Golden Knights. It's throughout the entire first round of the playoffs. All the rest do get graded, so the best ones with the highest grades move on as the series dwindle down. So I guess there is some positive in that fact that maybe you won't have to get the same crew here in the next series. But I would expect them to put the whistles away, and it's going to be a physical battle. Both these teams just love to play fast, hard, and heavy hockey, and it makes for a really entertaining game. And it's been the most intriguing series out of the entire Stanley Cup playoffs. So there's a lot of eyes on it, and I'm hyped for a hard physical game. I'm excited for Jamie Benn to just step out and try to put somebody 5 rows deep here in the first minute or so of the game.
Joey Erickson, fan alumni, Locked on Stars podcast. It's so great to hear your voice and hear your Stars optimism, brother. Anything else before we let you go?
No, sir. Thank you guys so much for having me on. I really appreciate it. Have a great rest of your day, and go Stars, baby.
Let's go. There he is, Joey Erickson, an absolute beast of a hockey man, and you should check out his podcast and learn more about this team. Okay, when we come back, it is time for the biggest L, biggest dub. Chief, where are you taking us?
877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? That's next year in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat D&M Leasing with you before we do anything else, though, because if you want or need a new vehicle,
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Mini camp, and before we know it, training camp in Oxnard. Nobody has boots on the ground covering the Cowboys like 105.3 The Fan. Always streaming live on the free Odyssey app. When you want insight and the best Cowboys insiders, turn it on and leave it on. Your home of the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan on the Odyssey app. Download it today.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. We do have some hoop talk coming up at 4 o'clock. James Harden saying there's no pressure on us. The pressure's on them to win the game. What does he mean by that? Any Harden whisperers out there? That's a basketball discussion and the Rim session coming up at 4. Here's the Chief with your biggest L and biggest dubs.
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? And more importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Let's go.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
As always, big shout out to British Ian. Good friend. True legend.
He is a legend.
Superstar.
He is a star, man.
He is a superstar.
Great guy. Great voice. 469 big dub. Been unemployed since last August. Finally got an interview for a job in my career field.
Good luck, man.
Nice work, 469.
Get that thing done.
Tear him up. 817
Can
biggest
I join
dub. You trying to get in the mix there? Do the old,
I don't know,
the old double up interview?
I need another about my 8th or 9th job, maybe.
2-for-1 special with you guys?
Well,
Package
stack
deal?
him up, man. I can help him out, yeah.
817 biggest dub. This is Dutch and Keller.
Hi, Dutch.
Stopped a leak in his house that could have caused thousands in damages. Biggest L, though, he was the one who caused the leak.
Oh.
And his wife was right that he's not a damn plumber.
Yeah.
Damn it, Dutch.
I got to mine about a month ago, maybe 8 hours after it had started leaking. I was like, wow, there's a pond in my kitchen. So right now, like, all the floors are pulled up in my kitchen and living room. It's spread all over. Oh, it is brutal. It's a good time to have homeowners insurance. I'll tell you that much. Look at some of these bills. It's insane.
That sucks.
And it was your fault?
Broken faucet.
Oh, that's not your fault.
No, yeah. I think I
Unless you
limited
just-
the damage, actually. I think I did a pretty good job.
I mean, you're so damn strong. You just ripped that thing right off the handle, huh?
Yeah. I don't know what happened, but it was broken, you know? The first sign was it was hard to turn side to side. You know, you have one of those dual basin sink situations and you go back and forth depending on what kind of washing you're doing. And it became difficult to move. I was like, man, that sucks. I got to replace that eventually. And within a short period of time, I came home to a leak.
Is that the worst way to come home? I mean, I guess like if there's like fire damage or something.
At least it wasn't sewage.
With your wife with somebody else in the house, that would be something probably worse.
Is it?
That might cost you more. I don't know. It looks like about $20,000 of damage to me.
Is there a story there, Brian? Golly.
Is that Cal Ripken in my driveway?
Holy cow.
Thought he left.
Damn it, Cal.
We have 972, our buddy Chase from Terrell, had a great paycheck, but Uncle Sam bleeped me, he says.
Yeah.
So there's an L right there.
I'll tell ya, these taxes, I think we're all feeling that when we see our paychecks.
Yeah.
Like,
well, now that you got a kiddo, you need to switch some of the deals.
Oh.
So that it'll kind of help you a little bit.
Listen to H&R Block over there.
We're going to have to have a conversation.
What's that deal?
What's the deal that I need to switch?
You need to put the number 2 instead of 1.
There's a dependent situation. I don't know. I've learned this because it was like I'm getting way too much taken out. And then it's all great when it's return time.
Right.
And you get the fatty boom bob. But if you need help throughout the 11 months of the season, the year, then you might want to switch it. Then they don't take out quite as much with the dependent stuff. So just food for thought. I didn't check in. I didn't double back on HR as I was cranking out these kids. You know what I mean? So it was one of those
You
deals
let it ride like you were single man?
Not full single, but it was like I got 3 kids. I'm living like I got 1, and that makes a difference.
It does make a huge difference.
Let me tell you.
Let me tell you.
682 biggest L going to be broke after Vegas this weekend, but you're gonna have a good time. You'll make some memories that you won't remember, but it'll be a good time. Broadus, what was your favorite spot over there again? What's his favorite spot over there again?
Adam's Apple, is that the name of that club?
I think the Adam's Apple Club. Yeah, it was my favorite.
I can't remember what the name of that bar was that we saw him at, but weird things happened.
Had no idea.
Had
no idea he was such a fruit guy.
Yeah.
Let's see. A Catholic priest. How about Candy Crush assisting in an L here? This is a Catholic priest, and I know you're like, oh gosh, this L could get real weird.
More of a fruit ninja again myself.
And this is not expected, but on the list of things that your Catholic priest might be in trouble for, this isn't the worst of them. But he used the church credit card. He spent $40,000 playing Candy Crush and Mario Kart. Wow. This dude is
forgive him.
He's a grown man addicted to phone games.
Yeah.
Catholic priest in Pottstown. Improperly using credit card funds for his addiction.
It could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
we've heard way worse stories when it comes to priests. This one's not too bad.
His quote was, the money was not spent on gambling. It was just to power up in the game.
Yeah,
so
gambling was over 900.
So it's just for some fake, I guess, meaningless tokens in the game to allow him to level up in Candy Crush. Apparently, this dude has spent over $200,000 on these phone games, but it was $44,000 that was charged to the parish card. So this dude
Those
has
games
spent.
do get addicting. I played that for a while, and I don't know. I was spending maybe $20 a week or something, and I had a guilty feeling about it. Like, this is crazy. What am I doing?
the guilt never it never got too much for this guy.
It became a huge deal with the Rangers 5 or 6 years ago. I remember a story that Darvish spent over 6 figures on his. I remember looking at Derek Hollins, and I was like, holy crap, I didn't even know you could get those kinds of walls. What are these?
Just put a little effort and some money into it, and you can get anything you want.
Hey, man, when you got Major League Baseball pitching money, you can make those sort of financial decisions.
Yeah.
But when you're dipping into the church funds here, okay, at some point you got to draw the line, dude.
I thought I was big shooter spending $20 a week, and I think what broke me of my addiction to that game was looking at his fort. I was like, oh, I'm not doing anything. I'm a shrimp in this whale game. I'm out of here.
Yeah, I realize I don't stand a chance with the big dogs.
Yeah.
Might as well bow out now.
Yep.
Good for you, man. Yes, 214, you can get a shout out, and I will say a dub. Can finally drink a beer again after 18 months, he says. Effed around, found out, paid his debt. So it's a little bit.
Was he going no alcohol until he was debt free?
Yeah.
Or is that a debt to society? He had a DUI. Didn't he?
Probably.
He was on
probably
probation
one
or
of
something.
those.
Either way, he's up today, and I'm happy for him. Congratulations,
Good for you, buddy.
214. That's wonderful.
Just don't make the same mistake.
Walchuk got the dub.
Yeah.
Thanks to Brooks Eye Associates.
Hell yes. The LASIK, man. This has been
dub.
pretty amazing.
That's all in the postgame show here. Thank you for your thoughts.
Now, when I got it, my lenses were like going back and forth, and sometimes they'd get stuck in between modes. It took my brain a while for it to figure out.
That's what they were saying. Like, you might notice some adjustments over the course of the next week. So far, though, everything's been fantastic.
Wow.
Like, I have not had any like blurriness or fogginess. When I went in for my checkup today, they're like, man, I was expecting it to look a lot more red and bruised, and it's looking fantastic.
How did you like it? Did they flip the thing that make you temporary blind? Did they do that?
So
did we still do that?
No, it's a little bit different now. But there is they do a flap.
Yeah, where you don't.
And it
see.
looks like they're kind of painting on your eyeball.
Yeah,
because your eyes open the whole time. You
Right.
don't feel anything because they numb it.
They numb it.
But
Yeah.
that was crazy to be.
But they didn't cut that flap and turn it over.
No.
To where
See,
you
that's
look
what
like
they
a
did- that's what they did to
kaleidoscope.
mine.
I didn't
Yeah.
see that.
Yeah.
No. That messed me up. I
That would've
remember
freaked-
sitting there like, oh my goodness, I must have looked like I was that guy in the Clockwork Orange movie. Just
Yes.
and then it took me probably 6 weeks. Now this is back in like 2009, but it probably took me 6 weeks until I didn't have any blurriness or discomfort.
Jeez, dude, that's scary.
Sounds like they've improved it a lot.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. I mean, the first few hours afterwards, it was just irritated. They were burned a little
Discomfort.
bit. Yeah, but you sleep it off for a little bit, and man, it's been a whole new world.
Yeah,
It's been
817 says getting LASIK was one of the best decisions they've ever made. I cannot wait to dip into those LASIK
Even with
waters.
my experience, I was like, dude, I would do it every day.
Hell
of the
yeah.
week.
I mean, to get up in the middle of the night, you got to go heat a bottle, for the baby, and it's like I don't need to scramble for my glasses, and I'm not blind. It's an incredible
Just going to
moment.
wake my eyes up and see. I wish they could improve other bodily functions like that.
that would be awesome, dude. Hey, 15 minutes will get you in and out to be perfect. You'll go from literally not being able to see squat to having the best vision of anyone you know.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Can you do that for my 40 time? My vertical leap? Thinking about making a comeback. When's that coming?
Love to add a couple inches.
Russell Westbrook's trying to get his shot figured out. How can we go ahead and remedy that?
Yips.
903 biggest dub. Sean and RJ was at my fire station in Garland this morning. Cheers to
Looks
you
like you had
guys.
some fun there. Saw a picture.
That Firehouse store is a blast.
Yeah.
It seems they get a great turnout.
He said the L was that he couldn't hear most of it because we were responding to emergency calls.
Oops.
So this is actually one of the firefighters themselves checking in here. They were notifying us at every point when one of these fire trucks was lighting it up and everybody's loading up. They're timing them. How fast can they get in and get out of this thing? So yeah, they were taking calls at like 6 a.m. this morning over in Garland.
Well, thank you for everything you're doing, sir.
Yes, cheers to you. 214 biggest dub. Spent the day at the movies and the mall with my little spawn. I believe that's his
I
child.
think that's a child.
I haven't taken my kids to the
little
movies
spawn.
yet. My parents are the ones who did that first excursion with my kids to the movie theater. They had a good time.
Did they make it through?
I think they made it through. Yeah, they made it
There's
through.
something about it going dark and the volume and the giantness of the screen that'll kind of freeze most kids, at least for an hour and a half.
Yeah, and they're just shoveling Sour Patch
there
into
you
their
go.
face and stuff. It's
Some
like,
popcorn.
we're good
Yeah.
here, man. We're good. I don't have mom telling me, no, you can't have any more candy. That's the thing about the grandparents.
Yeah,
It's
they
like,
can get away
there
with
is
it.
no line. It's like, I get it, dude. You want to give them stuff, but does it have to be ice cream for breakfast and lunch?
Yeah.
Can we just pick one? 682 dub workout music too loud, so neighbor yells at me to turn it down because I'm working out. It was an automatic flex on him. Turned up. Sorry, dude. I was just getting a great pump in there. That's on me. Sometimes you get lost in the sauce a little bit when you're getting after it. You might not know about that, but I'm telling you, it's worth it.
Yeah, dude. Once you get really strong and you can just work out hard for like 2 hours, you don't notice stuff like that.
Like your muscle senses are so tense that you lose your other sense. Like you can't even hear. You'll get there. Just keep working. Biggest dub 817 had some prime rib, not a steak.
Ooh.
Not a steak,
nope,
prime
nope.
rib. We've learned that.
Roast.
Shift with an F bar down near section 10 of Globe Life. Drank a bunch of beer, watched the Rangers dominate right behind home plate, all for $100. 817, that's a steal. Kudos to you.
How do we
What
do
a time,
that?
bro.
What do we do that?
Must got a little hookup situation.
Yeah.
And big L to the folks at the NFL Network, including the playmaker Michael Irvin.
Oh,
Yeah,
come on.
this sucks.
They've done some reshuffling of the deck, if you will, with some of their talents. So a lot of people, I believe, at NFL Network are losing their job or being moved elsewhere, and the playmaker is a part of that. And it's unfortunate because we'll never forget this legendary moment that was on NFL Network, courtesy of the playmaker.
This is what's wrong with today. The young ladies today, they're not learning from mom how to cook. We're losing recipes.
How are we going to be keeping these recipes alive, man?
Yeah.
Without the playmaker voice and things like that.
I'm sure somebody else will gobble them up.
He was willing to say the things that others weren't. And I'll miss that.
I can guarantee I'll keep that sugar cream pie recipe alive.
Is ESPN buying the NFL Network? Are we hearing that? Is that kind of a thing?
I could believe that. There's been a lot of crossover programming.
Okay, I wonder if that's the case, if he's getting caught in some crossfire stuff.
Biggest up of the week to David Rush, a gentleman who is now the world record holder for flaming sword spins in under 30 seconds. 73 flaming sword spins and catches in 30 seconds. This is impressive. This is like you have a pencil in your hand, you're holding it at the tipping point, you flip it up in the air, and then you catch it once again at the tipping point. You do that as many times as you can, but instead of it's a pencil, it's a flame embroiled sword. It's one of the coolest things anyone's ever done. Watching the video was epic.
Yeah, I'm in.
And then he turned around, he blew the
content.
fire off it, and then he swallowed the sword.
Yeah, that's
just a talented individual.
What do you
That's
do?
insane, bro.
Sword swallowers. Sword swallowers.
Yeah,
that's a tough one to say.
It is.
But that was the headline feature at Adrian Peterson's 30th birthday.
Sure was.
Speaking of hard to say, what did James Harden mean when he said there's no pressure on us? We'll jump into that and more. The Rim Session is next right here in the Nation. I want to chat Frankles with you before we get there, though, because if you find yourself hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankles. Happens on
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're about to get to an afternoon rim session. Do have some Rangers news here with Evaldi going on the 15-day shelf. Jack Leiter is a certainty for next week at this point. Jared Sandler, our Rangers insider, will join us coming up at about 5:30, 5:40 or so, with the pregame coming up at 6 o'clock tonight. Noted on X about 15 minutes ago, the Rangers IL might be the best rotation in baseball. DeGrom, Evaldi, Scherzer, Malley, Bradford. It is, absolutely.
It's some good arms, man.
Oh, it's going to be so glorious once we get everybody back here. It's time now, though, for an afternoon rimmer. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. Let's go. Cut the lights out and put the kids to bed on a Friday afternoon. The G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around the rim.
Let it rain. Rain dance.
Rain dance.
I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion, Walchuk, when the Dallas Mavericks have an opportunity to clinch.
Hell yes. You know, I actually had some people reach out, Eric, and ask us about our old buddy Julius, how he's doing. You know, he used to always be around the rim.
I love that you call him a buddy now. You distance yourself. It's your son.
I guess.
You don't want to claim him.
Well, I mean, I've got an actual daughter now. So Julius is not one that I want around my daughter. That is not somebody that...
not a good influence.
Not at all. Not at all. But actually, he made an appearance at the Rangers game with 0 the other night.
I got a video of that. I'm like, okay, so this is what he's doing now? He's taking his crossfade into Globe Life Field, into the press box, and watching championship baseball. It sounds like we taught him well.
I thought he got banned after stealing all those hot dogs a couple of years back.
But no, you can. I mean, the door opened right in. You know what I mean? Security. When you get to go aerial, you defeat security.
Yeah,
they don't have the guts to get up there.
No, I think as soon as they opened the roof, he never left.
That's true. Just lock himself in.
He just went ahead and said, it's probably not going to open again until October.
He's probably at the bowels of the stadium every day waiting for Brandon Hurtado's crew to show up and start smoking some stuff. Just a little pinch. Just a little pinch.
They're looking at their
is that a pigeon with a taco in his mouth flying through Globe Life Field? Yeah, damn right it is. It's our son.
A dog short. Well, it's
never been more proud. Speaking of proud, see what's going on at the AAC tonight for the clinch?
No.
Standing on Business. The poster.
Oh.
With PJ Washington crossing the arms.
I'll get you one.
Give me one.
You want one?
Honestly, snap me one of them t-shirts too if you can. If you can.
Are there t-shirts there too?
If there's t-shirts, try and grab 4.
Is there t-shirts? I mean, I don't know. This picture is showing me maybe it's a towel, maybe it's a t-shirt. I don't know.
I might get hit with another t-shirt that the parachute didn't open.
Hey, I'm pulling for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would like to see Standing on Business t-shirts at an upcoming game as well.
Yes.
Combine the two ideas.
Next round against Oklahoma City.
Yes, bro. Merch.
I'll just try and grab shirts if I can.
No, just take them and go.
Yeah.
This time do it before the game starts. Bleep these people.
Really?
They're not on time. Get out of here.
I thought we determined it's kind of...
Yeah,
no,
but you know
determined.
We're going to be greedy on this one.
Really?
Yeah. If it's media members, they don't need them. We need them.
Yeah. No, I grab them off I would grab them off the person's seat that left them.
Okay. Yeah, just again go to the friends and family area.
The media doesn't get.
The media doesn't get them.
No.
Well, then I could potentially feel bad about this. Like if you steal one of these little kids.
What, you have the media in the press box swinging towels around?
Why the hell?
Guys?
We were out there for the Ranger games getting crazy as hell, running up and down the stand.
Me and Reggie standing up in the press box.
It's like
Reggie. No, not I'll never do that to Reggie because Reggie is the most.
No, he's a true pro.
He is a true pro. Me, on the other hand, I am banging on the desk like I'm the Green Bay Packers front office people in the press box in that playoff
fist bumping after a Luka bucket.
Yes, I am absolutely doing it all.
It's like
First time I was on press row, I asked the PR lady if I could get beer up there. She was like, "No." I was like, "Oh, okay."
Dude, you could have revolutionized everything for them up there. Kudos to you.
There's some people that work in our industry here that could get you hooked up.
Oh, sure.
Hooked up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hooked up with some cocktails. Yeah. Like noon game, drinking during the noon game.
Wow. What else would you do?
Yeah. Got some of those folks.
I've been too scared to do that for the post game.
Oh, for Cowboys?
They've got the beer.
They got beer right there. Yeah, they do. They do have beer right there for you.
Miller Lite right there.
Yep. Could we take a beer down the elevator, you think?
I think you can take a beer anywhere.
You're good buddies with the guy who runs the elevator. I don't think he's going to care.
That's a good point.
Yeah, you're good. You're greenlit there. Yeah.
I was thinking the Miller Lite Club down there when we were down there just grabbing a cocktail.
Absolutely.
Just immediately.
Yeah.
We could do that. We have people that will offer to buy us,
Yeah.
and I turned it down out of fear. But I think maybe we should
I
say
bought
yes.
Final hour of the show.
I bought some military guys and gals a couple of drinks one time just to say thanks
Maybe
for all they do.
let's start getting liquored up for these post games, Brian. Maybe it'll make the season go better.
It'll make the Brian's drunken, angry calls with the Cowboys fans even more fun. Bitching to be bitching will be taken to a whole other level.
Then, well, then just say it. Just say it. Just tell me you don't like the quarterback.
But with that Tito slur that we all know from Broadus all too well. Hey, stat of the day here.
You better hope the Stars just keep winning and the Mavs keep winning.
Hell yeah.
Oh, how about a double parade? Oh, how would that be? Oh, would that be fun?
Back-to-back parade.
I wonder how
Oh
they
my
schedule it.
gosh.
Like they do it.
Oh my god.
We would. There's no way they'd combine.
No.
those, right?
You're gonna have to separate it. You just go back to back days.
Back-to-back days.
Imagine them just tossing the Larry O'Brien and the Stanley Cup back and forth between floats.
Keep
Like,
dirty
woo!
talking me.
Yeah.
Sounds incredible, dude. Almost as incredible as this stat.
We'll judge that.
Kyrie Irving
Oh,
has the
true
best record in the history of the NBA in closeout games.
Here we go.
He's 12-0.
What?
When he has a chance to put a team away in the postseason, he does it. Now, it doesn't mean he just wins every postseason game ever, because he gets down in series and then just stays down and down and down until he goes home. But now he's got the upper hand. Okay, he's going on the offense. 12-0. Let's make it 13 tonight.
Let's do it.
Now, here's some sound. Brian Windhorst on his Hoops Collective podcast, hanging out with Tim McMahon and company, and he's talking about being at Game 5 in Los Angeles the other day. Mavs obviously get the victory. Luka's dominant, great game. And he talks about just being in the building for the pregame and just feeling the difference between everybody on the Clippers side of things. You know, they're puckering up a little bit scared, and then in comes, just joy and just no care in the world, Luka Doncic before the game, and just the dichotomy of the two. He was like taken aback by it. Here's Windhorst.
Before the game, I'm out on the court for about an hour and a half. Exactly what I would expect from that situation. A lot of tension. A lot of people very nervous. Executives, players, etc. Now, just to clarify this, and you can speak to this, I have been to 4 Mavericks games in 2 years. I am not around the Mavericks a lot because you are around the Mavericks a lot. So this may happen every single game. But okay, it's a tight, we got puckered up, okay, everywhere. And out comes Luka, who I always think of with a red face and a scowl. That's just how I always think of Luka. Well, Luka was light as a feather. It was like it was a preseason game. He didn't have a care in the world. He was laughing, he was joking, he was super loose. He did like 10 minutes of shooting, half of it he was shooting from half court. It wasn't exactly a Ray Allen pregame workout. Signs autographs.
Yeah.
But it is not normal. Now, you said to me he signs autographs all the time.
Yeah, that's not unusual.
But not every game is game 5 and 2-2 on the road. But I was loosened up watching him. And I felt that the team followed that lead.
How about that? So James Harden talking about no pressure, no pressure. Well, tell that to everybody on the Clippers side of things, where before Game 5, they knew, oh no, Luka's coming here with a vengeance.
Yeah. I think that's the positive side of looking at that. I know during the regular season it can be frustrating when you get your doors blown off in the first quarter and Luka's dorking around the entire pregame, shooting half-court shots, juggling the ball like a soccer player. But no, I think that's his process. I think he stays relaxed, and in the biggest moments, you see true alpha confidence from Luka. And I think that's just another way it manifests. I think he gets the best of him sometimes. There is a European arrogant playboy disposition to his personality, and maybe that's why he hasn't taken conditioning too seriously. But also, in the game's biggest, tensest moments, people are trying to fight him. People are trying to intimidate him. And he's just kind of smiling and, saying, it's okay, buddy. Let's go back to playing. But, I think the intangibles of Luka are a big piece of why, maybe James Harden knows it. This is the better team. The better team should win. And that's what I think James means. They're up 3-2. They're supposed to win. They've been kicking our ass the last 3 games other than that first quarter. To me, I I think James Harden knows we're kind of in a no-lose situation right now.
Yeah, he's like, this isn't a pressurized game for me. This isn't a legacy game for me. You guys know what I am. This is it. I don't need another championship. I'm not trying to get into a different place. No, you guys know exactly what this is. I score some buckets when I can, and then the very next game I often don't, and that's just is what it is.
Par for the course.
Maxi Kleba in the corner, 7 of 8 on threes in this series. Now, the one miss was a Westbrook sort of shot that clanks off the side of the backboard, but we don't have to talk about that one because the other 7 went in. Maxi from the corner is huge, and Broadus put in the call. You got a call for tonight? You putting a name out there? Okay, no problem. No problem. Respect the honesty.
See, what I'm going to do is like get out there early enough and I watch the warm-ups.
Maybe tweet something out before the game.
I'll tweet something out. Maybe that I'm like
prize picks, man. Hey, jump on this guy for prize picks.
Something might just catch my interest, but I usually do it in the pregame warm-ups is when I do. So we'll circle back.
Derek Jones Jr. also 5 of 10 from the corners. So we know how important that corner 3 is. No one's better at setting guys up for an open look there than Luka Doncic. So if those guys continue to knock him down, it's going to be beautiful. But tonight's a huge night in the Metroplex. This is a melatonin for the kids night. We're not messing around here. We're not doing the thing where all of a sudden, oh no, it's been an hour and I'm still laying here talking to you, telling you stories. No, we're getting you down. Okay, those eyes are closed. I told my wife, hey, 8:30. I'm checking out, okay? I'm clocking out of parent duty. That's not me, all right? So if the kids are still awake, that's a you problem. Let's go ahead and get ahead of this thing. Let's drop that melatonin in there.
Papa Chiafalo laying down the law.
God, I hope my wife's not listening right now.
Dude, I do like those melatonins, though.
Joke's on you, bro.
In my household, we call them sleepy time medicine.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good way, yeah.
Yeah, you got to sell it like it's a candy. It's tasty.
Yeah.
You know, hopefully it's one of those like gummy bear looking things. They get all excited, and the next thing you know, they just start to fade. And it's like, all right, now this is our time. This is the parents' time. It's Friday night. It's a double clincher night. Like, dude, just settle in and let's go leave it all on the field. We got an advancement last night by the Knicks. They go ahead and put away the Sixers once and for all.
Thank God.
How about the total points scored in this series? The Knicks scored 650. The Sixers scored 649.
Oh, wow.
Like, these games were ridiculously close.
Yeah, great.
Quite the back and forth. Obviously, the Knicks end up getting it done.
Another 40 bomb last night from our guy.
Old Brunson.
I feel like they're kind of a team like the Chiefs that I just enjoy pulling for now because of the connection here.
Yeah,
you know,
he's a likable dude for sure.
Very likable. Yeah.
Well, the Knicks fans are the opposite of that. Now, here is some sound of.
Man, I do enjoy this though. And the second they get excited, it
is funny.
Hide your kids, hide your wives. Yes. Here come the Knicks.
Now, this is a profanity-laced, like hundreds and hundreds of Knicks fans gathering in excitement after winning a first-round playoff series. That you would think, if you didn't know, you would think they just won the championship for the 10th time in a row, and they're the best thing since sliced bread. No, they just beat a hobbled Joel Embiid in round 1 of the playoffs. So they're going to just tear up Philadelphia here for about 45 seconds. We're all going to appreciate it, and then you just stay for the end because that's when it really throws you off.
Joel Embiid comes in these hands, bitch! Tuesday! Oh, fuck that Philly Tuesday! Meek Mill! Joe Biden! Yo, Philly, you can feel these nuts! When niggas catch you in Philly, we gon' fuck you up! I'll wipe my fucking ass with that! Smoke some weed! Let's go! Let's go! Joel Embiid was sending your ass to China, so get ready to pack. Yo, let's go talk to Steve Agenda, the Italian Italian! We are the New York Knicks! On the New York! New York! If I had a sister, I'd let Jalen Brunson and the entire
Went ahead and just close that one off.
Yeah, let's go ahead and just put that one away.
Oh, yes.
I mean, as
they're crazy.
rabid a fan base as you could ever imagine, man. They are on brand and very, very consistent there. Thank you to the Knicks. The Sixers, mind you, are expected to be kicking the tires on Jimmy Butler's situation in Miami. He might be too pricey, out of his prime for sure. and the Miami Heat are probably not on the timeline right now of doing much winning, and they're going to have to pay him a bunch of money if they want to keep him around. So a Jimmy Butler back to Philadelphia situation is definitely an option here, and Darvin Ham out as head coach with the Lakers. Might it be Tyronn Lue?
That's what
this
I'm
could be
hoping.
the last night as Clippers head coach for Tyronn Lue. If he bounces over, rejoins LeBron, and if he has that opportunity, you're like, if you're him, why wouldn't you do that?
Yeah, no brainer.
But also JJ Redick in the mix. It seems like that is what it's boiling down to. Is
Very
it Lue?
interesting.
Is it Redick? We'll see what happens.
Do you guys feel like the Pacers are going to take care of the Knicks here in the second round?
No, I think the Knicks win.
I think New York.
Yeah, I think we're looking at a Boston New York conference final.
Well, that would be fun. You know, I don't know if New York gets past Indiana. I know for sure I'll be picking Boston over New York. Like getting a better chance to watch that team, I'm impressed. But compared to the playoff teams in the West, I think they're a big step down.
But I sent Rick a text last night and just tell him, hey, keep it rolling, great job and all that. He said thanks. He said tell everybody said hello.
Nice.
So Rick
What's up,
still,
Coach?
maybe if they. We tried to get. Remember, I tried to get him to tell me about the taped ankle situation.
Ghosted you on
He
that
wouldn't
one.
tell me, man. He wouldn't tell me anything about it.
But he
so
said
maybe
to
he was
reply to that. He's happy.
embarrassed, but he did. He said, "Tell everybody I said hello." He
Right
said,
on.
"Thanks,
Hey, Rick.
Yeah, he's doing.
It's always good to be in his thoughts.
Yep.
All righty. When we come back, G-Bag Nation, it's time for the top 10 with Wolchuk. What do you have today, buddy?
National School Lunch Day, the top 10 best classic school lunches. What was your favorite school lunch as a kid? We'll do that next on the
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the Gag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels for a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. Now here he is, Zach with an H, your Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much. Happy National School Lunch Hero Day. Who was the hero of your school lunches? 877-881-1053. And what was your favorite classic school lunch growing up? I did see this sweet, sweet story, though, in the morning news as we get ready for Game 6 tonight. Stars looking to knock off the Golden Knights, advance to play the Colorado Avalanche. And how about our Dallas Mavericks at home? Just up the street at the American Airlines Center. It's going to be a crazy environment. They're going to be standing on business as they take on the Clippers, look to move on and play the Oklahoma City Thunder. But we had two Stars fans that traveled from Dallas to Vegas for a last-minute wedding ahead of Game 3 on Saturday. Yes, it was the Elthorpes, as Jacob and his fiancée Jamie ended up tying the knot as they went from Farmers Branch and decided to travel to Vegas and go ahead and do one of those quick weddings. And they might be the good luck charm because Game 3, Stars win. They make it a 2-1 series. They haven't lost ever since these two have been married. And I just want to shout them out. On a Shout-Out Friday in the KMC Masterpiece, these two tied the knot, and ever since then, the Stars have not lost. And I appreciate their effort.
That's legendary.
It's just hashtag do your part season. And it sounds like they are holding up their end of the bargain. That's what you appreciate about times like this. People, the cream rises. And then all of a sudden, the unsuspected hero, boom, here we are.
Here we are.
We appreciate your sacrifice for the team, sir.
Absolutely. They landed in Vegas around 1:45 local time Saturday. Last available time for the chapel was 5:30. In that 4-hour span, they rented a car, rushed to Staples to pick up signs they had made for the game, drove to the courthouse, got their marriage license, and made it to the chapel for their wedding. Taylor wearing a Miro Heiskanen jersey, while his wife wore a Taylor Sagan jersey, as they said, I do. It's a beautiful story, unlike any other.
Taylor Sagan's one of my favorites.
God.
It's a jersey you got to have.
I know he is. That face, that jawline. If it weren't for Marchman's eyes,
I know.
I think you'd be fawning all over Sagan every night.
Well, I was gut-wrenched when he took that B-slap to the face the other night.
Still think that should be a major.
That's better than that pair that, what were they, Boston Bruins fan? Have you guys seen the ad where they watched every game together and they had never won it? And then they didn't get to watch a game together, and they did it, so they broke up.
See, that's the greatest fan story I've ever heard. No one can ever tell me they're a bigger fan of any respective team than those two right there.
I know, dude.
That is fantastic.
Yeah, it's like
it was mutual too. They were like, "I know, we have to
do this." They just looked at each other. I love you, and I always will, but for the sake of the team, we got to do this. Like, I don't know that I'll be taking Maya to another Stars game. Like, eventually, we're gonna have to take Eliza together. But we have not won a game that she's attended with me.
Oh,
so we got to break that curse.
Perfect. You start like preseason.
You're right.
I mean?
It could be perfect.
Got to go with the guys
Sorry,
again, honey.
You know, you're the jinx. You're the jinx. Can't bring you with me.
Dang it.
All right, the top 10 classic school lunches. Growing up, I mean, for me, I think it was the pizza sticks day. The pizza sticks that we had growing up, man, they were like giant cheese sticks. They called pizza sticks. You dip them into marinara sauce.
Yeah. So they were calling cheese sticks pizza sticks. They were fooling you, thinking that it might be pepperoni in there, but it was just cheese.
No, it's just cheese.
But it was fine because they're the best cheese sticks outside of Globe Life Field mozzarella sticks, and these are a different version. These aren't like the
they're a different version.
Like bread. It's really like bread with cheese in it, like cheesy bread more than what you think of like a mozz stick. And they were so good,
wonderful.
And my buddy Jared, when we were living together in North Texas, he found them. Like, he ordered them online on Amazon, and for a week we were just crushing these.
Did they hold up?
They held up.
It wasn't just nostalgia?
They held up. I need to text him and ask him, like, how do I find them again? Because, my gosh, they were delicious. I've got to give them to Eliza whenever she's able to eat Whole Foods.
I never had school lunch. Like, there was maybe a hot dog situation in elementary. They made a decent hot dog at Mill Plain Elementary. But other than that, I just resisted it. In middle school, when I stopped taking my lunch, I would just hit what was called the snack bar and get a cookie, a cinnamon roll, and fries for $1. Okay, this is like 1987.
So that's where it all started,
And you called it lunch?
That was lunch. Yeah. And I think that is where, like, maybe my athletic development was hurt a little bit. I don't know.
A little?
Could have been special.
But yeah, then I get to high school and we're sneaking out. You weren't allowed to leave until you were a senior, but we immediately started doing that as soon as we were sophomores.
Yeah, so like elementary school is really where I went through the cafeteria. You know, you'd walk from your homeroom class, we'd go through the line, the cafeteria line. Our parents would put money in the account. I'd go ahead and grab whatever I wanted, then we'd walk back to the homeroom and we'd have lunch together. When I got to middle school, I started packing lunch, bringing it myself. And then senior high at Plano, we had off-campus lunch. So we had our rotation. We go to Mama's Pizza, Potbelly, JC's Burger, Wendy's, whatever it might be.
Living big.
When you guys were you guys pale guys or sack guys?
I was a sack guy.
Pale.
Okay. Yeah, I was a pale guy myself.
Yeah.
That TMNT lunch bag was just the GOAT.
Yeah.
Lee Majors, fall guy. Lunchbox.
Oh, I thought you were going to say $6 million man.
The old metal one.
Yeah, the fall guy.
Together.
Yeah.
Okay, Lucius, I'm pretty sure you were a pale guy because we've talked about this before.
Yeah,
the lunch pail you had for a while.
I sure did. Yeah, Snoopy, all types of weird stuff I did.
They were badass.
Even in high school, walked around with it. The Crispitos.
Yeah, the
Crispitos in high school, chili and cheese, please. We had a lunchroom hero because I'm friends with the Nemo family, and their mother worked in the lunchroom. So you get extra cheese, you get all types of hella stuff. If you get 6, she gives you 8, whatever it may be. Yeah, I used to love that.
I was always trying to schmooze with the lunch ladies, like, one more nugget. Why does it bug you?
Hooked you up. And the meat basket with steak fingers, mashed potatoes, and they give you a roll and cover the whole damn thing in white gravy.
White gravy, dude. You had to cut into the roll, stuff it with a mashed potato, maybe a steak finger in there, maybe you put a chicken nugget in there. I mean, that
you can make your own sliders out of that.
That was the day, absolutely. Number 10, it was spaghetti and meatball day. I'm surprised it's so low. Spaghetti and meatballs always hit. And that was a rare day for us. We didn't have a ton of spaghetti and meatball day. Normally it was like penne pasta with some sauce. I don't think we even got meatball.
Yeah, if I came home and told my mom I had the cafeteria spaghetti, she'd have smacked me upside the head.
So you guys, I mean, the closest I've heard is Lucius with the steak fingers, but nobody had Salisbury steaks?
We didn't have Salisbury steaks, no. We had the steak
Lucius,
fingers.
did you ever have the Salisbury steak?
Absolutely, yeah, 100%.
With the gravy, the brown gravy and all that?
Yeah, and if I took my lunch, it'd screw up my whole week. Because then I won't eat the lunch. I'll eat the Salisbury steak. Yeah. And then there's like a scientific situation going on in my locker. Because I didn't take the lunch thing home.
Yeah.
No.
And square pizza was another one for us.
Okay, the square pizza, absolutely. We grew up on the square pizza too.
And the rolls that they undercooked that were really doughy, and you would put you'd take them, you'd open them up and take the pat of butter and just put them together and then get all the butter into the roll. They always undercooked the rolls.
Ours were so undercooked, but maybe I was just young and I thought that they were.
You hate it when they burn the rolls. When they went really doughy, they were the best.
But it was the rectangular sausage pizza.
Yeah.
That's what we would get a lot of. Or the cheese. You had your choice of the two. Number 9 was fish sticks, like fish stick day. I don't think we had fish stick day for me.
Fridays.
Fish stick Friday?
Yeah.
Number 8, hot dogs. Like, you can't go wrong with a hot dog at school lunch.
Yes, you can.
You think so?
Yeah, if you boil them.
They're boiling them.
If you boil them in water, you go wrong.
They're not charring those things.
I'll still eat it. It's a hot dog. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Wiener is a wiener.
As a kid, whatever. Number 7, the French toast sticks. Those
can be fantastic. Yeah, there's some good ones now at Costco and Sam's Club, by the way, back in their frozen section. Just slap those little frying pan, little griddle thing real quick. Dude, amazing.
How about the level up on these pancakes where they got these uncrustable pancakes? And I was showing you those the other day.
Yes.
You can get bags of these. It's like uncrustable pancakes, basically. So it's like frozen pancakes, but inside it's either like peanut butter or some type of jam or like whatever. There's like a bunch of different flavors of it. I think there's a chocolate one as well. So it's like you have a pancake that's already filled with something delightful.
Let's go. Awesome. Yeah, the breakfast pizza that's being texted in, because they would offer breakfast at school. One of them was breakfast pizza that you could get. It was also the square pizza.
It was square pizza, but it was like eggs on dough.
Yeah, it had like egg on there. Yeah, like scrambled egg.
Gravy is the
sausage.
sauce.
Yeah, it was pretty damn good. Number 6 was the turkey dinner day, which we usually had around Thanksgiving.
Oh, yeah.
And they give you the pumpkin pie. That was always amazing. I'd be, me, the fat little kid, me.
You're going around. You're trading turkey for pumpkin pie.
I'm trading whatever I can to get as much pumpkin pie.
Did you ever trade food? Did you ever?
I was wheeling and dealing like you've never seen before, dude.
We also had these chocolate parfaits. Those things were heavenly. Really, it was just chocolate pudding in like a cherry and whipped cream.
Yeah.
But I'd be trying to get as many of those as I could.
See, I was taking advantage of the guys that had the palate like Dawson, where they wanted the desserts and stuff, because I'll pack my lunch. My mom will give me Nutty Buddy Bar, Cosmic Brownie, oatmeal, cream pie cookie or whatever. And then I take those, and now I'm trading them for chicken tenders and whatnot.
Yes.
And it's like, dude, if you're willing to punt on your chicken tenders, I'll give you any one of these Little Debbies. You know what I'm saying?
We could have done some business.
Spicy chicken tenders, dude, they were off the chain at Gene Pike Middle School. That's for sure.
So we had, it was like Cluck's Deluxe or something was the chicken sandwiches in middle school that they would give us. It was like an off-brand. So I used to be like, Mom, can I get like 2 Swiss rolls or something in the bag? I'd trade one of the Swiss rolls for the Cluck's Deluxe chicken sandwich.
Oh, dude, you made out like just a total champion in those
was
deals.
incredible. Number 5 is the cheeseburgers.
Oh, I
Day.
forgot about the cheeseburger day with
they
fries.
look like the most disgusting burgers that you've ever seen.
Yeah.
Never ate one.
They probably were. I loved them.
Yeah, you never wanted to look right at it after you bit it.
So good.
So plain but so good.
Yeah.
The Almighty Pizza Fridays comes in at
There you
number
go.
4.
Yeah. What?
How could that be good? How
What,
could a
pizza?
school cheeseburger be good?
Oh
Probably
no,
wasn't
man!
good in hindsight.
It
but
was
as a kid.
It was a stupid little patty that was charbroiled, kind of a thing, and the grease would get into the bun with the cheese. Yeah.
You had me at charbroiled.
Yeah.
They are charbroiled.
Eric hates Burger King, so don't listen here, Eric, about that.
No, that's flame. That's flame grilled, right?
He hates the charbroiled ones, right?
I bet if we gave him
I've been tuned out for the last 30 seconds, but
a Whopper today,
Yes.
What's going on
he
over
would
there?
eat it and he'd like it.
Whatever's going on at Burger King, he's not a fan of.
He hates Burger King.
yeah, I got good news on the burger front coming up in the news dump. by
Okay,
the way.
thank God. Number 3 is the steak fingers.
Yeah,
with
Lucius
mashed
was right
potatoes.
about that.
Those are fantastic.
That's hard to beat.
2 is the chicken burger, which is a chicken sandwich.
Never had one.
Never had one?
Nope.
They were good.
Nope.
Number 1, though, chicken nugget day. You
Never
can't
had one of those
can't
either.
Get wrong. I also will say we had State Fair Day, where they
Corn
did
dogs.
the corn dogs, the full-on turkey legs. That was always a fun day.
You guys
as well.
had turkey legs at your school?
We had turkey legs at the school. Yes, we did.
I've only had turkey legs at a NASCAR track.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Walchuk
boy.
would stick that thing in his cargo pocket and take it to his next class.
I'd be gnawing on that for a couple of periods.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
Top 10 every afternoon at 4:20 here in the G-Bag Nation. Rangers will be on a little bit earlier today. They're in Kansas City to take on the Royals with the pregame coming up at 6 o'clock. We'll have LA Live coming up for you at 5. The Friday news dump with the Chief is next here in the nation. Where are you taking us, buddy?
Our favorite college booty is on the move, and a burger update next year in the nation.
I'd love to chat D&M leasing with you before we do anything else, though, because if you want or need a new vehicle as you're heading home on a Friday night, you're probably thinking, oh, geez, am I going in there tonight? Am I going to take all day tomorrow? Or are you going to hold off till Sunday to go get your new vehicle, sit around at the dealership, right? You don't have to do that anymore. Just call D&M Leasing and tell them what you want. It's any make, any model. Foreign, domestic, car, truck, SUV, does not matter. 972 or 817-35 lease, and you'll be talking with the Easy Lease guys that I love. Done over 10.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Pre-game's coming up at 6 o'clock as the Rangers are in Kansas City. Wyatt Langford not in the lineup with the slump that he's in. He's getting a break day. And Evaldi on the injured list 15 days. So those are a couple of your storylines. We'll talk with Eric Nadel and Jared Sandler about those as we lead into the pregame starting at about 5:30 or so. Here is Eric Chiafalo with that news dump.
Yes, sir. First dump of the day comes courtesy of the Woolly Bully. Football-sized dumpage here. What you got?
According to Fox Sports, we will get the official NFL schedule release next Thursday night.
Okay.
So look forward to that.
On a mission now.
We can all go through and do our win-loss.
Oh, Broadus is going to try and break these games ahead of time, isn't he?
I think last year you pretty much nailed all but a game.
I tried.
I think you crushed it. You got all, but I'm sure we'll start in the
they
week
leak them
leading up
out.
to it.
They leak them out.
Yeah, we'll get
the
Thanksgiving.
Yeah, it's the other. You might get say 5 to 6 that you get. It's the other 11 that's you have to kind of try and figure out.
I just wonder, will it be the Giants as the season opener again? That's usually the best bet.
Usually the best bet.
All right. Here locally, starting this month, the price to park at DFW International Airport will increase.
Oh, wow.
And so will the price to drive through the airport. So, I don't know. The terminal parking rates go from 27 to 32. It's basically like a $3 bump for every one of these deals. So I know, Broadus, you're a big park at the airport guy.
I'm going to ask you guys a question.
I don't have an answer for you.
One of the busiest airports in the world, we just can't keep the money the same on these things. Why are we having to go up? What are we doing? Because we're adding more to the airport?
Probably.
I don't know. I mean, I'm just kind of wondering why the prices have to go up.
Is that what happens? Do they put that into the new terminals?
I don't know. I'm just trying to think that it's one of the busiest airports in the world. You figured they would make enough money to kind of maybe they need more operational costs. I don't know.
Yeah, everything's going up. So any business that can charge more is, So
you're saying $32 a day?
$5 more a day.
Okay, so that means we're gone 9 days, right, for training camp? Okay, sorry about this, Odyssey. I hope you can take care of it, honestly.
How many of you guys have used I know me and Walchuk, I don't know, Broadus maybe dipped into these waters perhaps, the Bumble dating app?
Oh, yes.
Absolutely.
No, Brian, Bumble's different to Grinder. I know you get confused all the time.
There
about
is some
this, but
confusion
they're
there.
separate. They're separate.
I don't know the Grinder one.
Well,
What's that all about?
The Bumble.
Check it out.
The Bumble.
What?
I thought you were on it in Vegas. Don't play games now.
I mean, sometimes
No.
the grass is greener. Broadus.
The thing I'm on is the thing where the older folks,
It's the geriatrics.
Oh, there's an
one.
older one?
Yeah.
the Geritol group.
That's right.
I didn't know about this.
Yeah, there's an old. I'm trying to stay in
Walchuk's
my
a big
league.
gilf guy. He might get in the mix.
I'm trying to stay in my
Not
league.
anymore, dude. I'd have to ask permission.
You got to stay in your league. You know?
Bumble was
At this point, she might say, "Yeah, have at it."
Oh, she will. Yeah, it won't be before too
Are you
long.
saying your
It's like,
wife's ready to
please.
kick you out?
No, she loves me most days. Most days.
Bumble used to require that the women messaged the men first, so that was like the unique thing about
Okay.
Bumble. But that is now going away, and
Then
now
my ex-girlfriend on Bumble.
There you go.
And then my wife on Hinge.
Okay, fantastic. So Walchuk knows his way around these. Tinder was popping.
Yeah.
The college Tinder.
Oh, and yeah. I mean, now I think it's all bots.
Now dudes get to shoot their shot on the Bumble as well. They don't have to wait. They can go on the offense a little bit. You don't have to wait for the game to come to you. You can just say, you know what, tonight's my night. I'm going to go up in there and see what happens.
What is the new big dating app right now, though? Is it still all those three? Or
I think
you're
it's the crowd. I think it's the same.
Well,
one.
you're telling us about ones I don't think we even knew about. This old person one.
But we don't qualify yet.
We were depending on you for answers like this, Wolchuk.
I know, guys. I
can tell you about
You were most recently in these streets.
Yeah,
Tell you what, if I didn't go on that darn cruise, who knows?
Yeah, the OnlyFans, I can tell you about that. I can't tell you about these other apps.
That's right. Well, brought us a big OF guy.
Yeah.
Hey, how about this, man?
That's true. Yeah.
McDonald's has announced plans to create the largest burger customers have ever seen.
Okay, have you seen what Wendy's does?
No.
Wendy's has I think it's named after a dinosaur, but it's like a 9-patty.
What?
It's like
That's nothing.
They have a triple, right?
That's nothing.
They have a triple. Yeah, that's standard.
The triple standard, right?
9-patty Wendy's cheeseburger.
Yeah,
Good luck McDonald's making the biggest one we've ever seen.
Because I mean,
it's the T-Rex burger.
The T-Rex burger. That's what it is. Yes.
What in the heck, dude?
And those patties are much bigger than the McDonald's thin bitch patties.
Dude,
What?
this is
What?
crazy.
Yeah.
No,
Wow.
because McDonald's, that's for
Liberal
their
use of the B word.
I took some shots there. I'm sorry, and I love a good Big Mac.
I was about to say,
You're
all these
embarrassing
years
the
you've
program
been in
right
that
now.
drive-through line, and now you're going to talk ass.
Oh, you're telling me you don't think those are thin burger patties?
I'll tell you what, man. If I was going to the gas chamber tomorrow, I think I'd have a Big Mac.
First off, that isn't something to joke about, okay?
I'm going double quarter pounder.
Good Lord. We got enough Jewish hate around here.
No, I meant. Oh, okay, my bad. My son's Jewish, by the way.
I know, Brian.
I
That's
didn't
why
mean
I
it
can
that
talk
way.
with you
I'm
about
sorry.
that.
I apologize. I was.
Broadus knows
No,
Jewish
it's okay.
people.
But I agree
Chuck.
with you. It's not a knock on. I love them. They're delicious, but they are thin patties. I mean, come on.
No, but yes, they
Electric
are.
chair.
They
Let's go
are
electric chair.
They are for like the what
Now
used,
we're talking.
What used to be the dollar menu burgers, like the McDouble. Yes, there was the
Yeah.
thin patty. But if you go and get the double quarter pounder with cheese, it is a more respectable, appeasing to the eye patty.
Hey, and that's totally fair because I'm like a Big Mac or die kind of guy when I go there.
I'm just
which are thin patties.
Yeah, that's true. I'm just interested to see what this biggest burger you've ever seen looks like. You know what I mean? Like I think this is going to be an exciting time.
You probably want to go down to Wingfield's here. It's on Beckley Avenue.
I think Winfield's was on that top 10 burger list that we did.
Yeah, great burger, massive burgers, small building, long line. Be prepared maybe 30, 40 minutes or something like that, but it's worth it.
Worth the wait?
Yeah.
All right, sign me up. I'm down.
The Wingfield's date night. Let's do it.
General Booty.
Part of my Another Burger tour back in 2010.
Oh, that's right, dude. See, you are the
that.
foremost expert on this subject.
Yeah. I feel like it.
It's good to have you in the room.
We did Brew Crew. We needed to do like a
Burger Crew?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Well, we did
the beef
the
bros?
one at steak. You didn't like the one at steak, right? Knife, right?
It's a pretty good burger.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, it was an 8 out of 10.
No, they're sponsors of ours.
Yeah.
I kind of like them a lot. I
they're
didn't mean to say
wonderful.
you didn't like their
No,
burger.
Knife's delicious.
Yeah.
And when you go, make sure you get their bacon appetizer.
Yeah.
They've got like specialty bacon.
They got a lot of good food.
No, this is good. Let's see how many restaurants we can offend here over the next. I mean, Walchuk taking out
that was my
McDonald's.
fault.
Now here comes
I wasn't trying to
Broadus.
offend-
Dawson didn't say he didn't like him.
You're right. I did. It was offensive, and I'm sorry.
Hey, you're forgiven, dude. It's a Forgiveness Friday.
I didn't mean to call them bitch patties.
General Booty
You
is
just
on the
did
move. Not sure where he's going to end up. The quarterback of the Oklahoma Sooners, who didn't really get to see much time there, is now moving on and into the portal. So we'll see which university gets our favorite Big 12 booty of all time. But that is definitely. I know Carter was shedding some tears about it. He wanted every Oklahoma fan wanted Booty to be the man. You know what I mean? They wanted Booty to
You're very
rise.
desirous of that.
Yes, there's no question about it, but they're not going to get that opportunity, and we'll see what is in store for Mr. Booty here coming up. There's a long lineage of great athletic booties. We know that.
Yeah.
In multitude of sports, but especially they dominate the football world.
I'm excited to see what's next for that. I'll follow that Booty anywhere. I'm a big fan.
Yeah. It's mostly just going to be that more, no more general Booty at OU, just the very specific kind now. Dave & Buster's, and I was going to get to this earlier in the week, but you know how it goes, man. It's only a 5-hour show. This news here.
Tell it to Brian.
You're going to get to gamble at Dave & Buster's now. I'm just going to come out with it. They have the Dave & Buster's app. You will now be able to bet with your boys or your date or whatever on arcade games. Here's a $5 wager on a little Hot Shots basketball. Let's go. Oh, I'm a skee ball man. Sure, absolutely. Broadest,
NASCAR driving.
You can do some wagering
as
there.
As long as you're betting on yourself in a game that's happening inside, you can bet.
That's correct.
Okay.
And you got to be 18 or older, but this is going to... this is exactly what they needed to level up here. Like, how could Dave & Buster's get better? Everybody's going to sit there and go, I have no idea. It feels like sort of the perfect place to just go have a great time. But now, all of a sudden, I don't have to have the $5 bill on me. I don't have to Venmo my buddy. It's right here. It's all regulated, and now we can gamble together on the Hot Shot situation.
That's going to get a lot of fun. It could get crazy. I think I lost like $300 to a buddy of mine in high school in a home pool game. I just think that you get late night, you get to cracking them. A $5 bet turns into a double or nothing, another double or nothing. Like, there might be Dave & Buster's shark showing up to, like, finesse you, like the old pool halls.
Oh, my gosh. I didn't even consider that idea, dude. You're going to have a bunch of ringers. I don't really play, but sure. Bucket.
Do you feel like that maybe there'll be a problem with people not paying off their bets and fights and stuff?
Well, it's going to be on the app.
That's the thing. It's regulated now. You don't have to worry about that.
No, but I'm saying, like, people getting angry with each other and fist fights happening.
Yes, absolutely. That's happening.
Yes,
100%.
Yeah, I mean, relationships are going to be fractured. This is people are going to come out of the gates hot on a first date, and they're going to realize, wow, this girl's more of a degenerate than even me. She was kicking my ass by the end of this thing. You know what I mean? You walk out there with your head down.
Gambling is overall not a good thing. It's just we deserve it because we're free. I think that's the play, and I'm here for it.
Yeah, it's one of the most
Dave & Buster's.
One of the most American things that company's ever done.
All righty. Thank you, Chief. It's time now to turn our attentions to an early edition of LA Live this afternoon. With Lucius Alexander, typically at 5:40, but today we're going to be inside Rangers pregame, so LA Live is next right here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat Twin Peaks with you, though, if you don't mind.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, baby. Here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation. It's our final hour. Now, we have Eric Nadel coming up at 5:20. We'll have Jared Sandler join us. There will be no what you're drinking and what you're thinking, okay? Just to let you know that, because the Rangers pregame is coming up at 6 o'clock, and we have a lot of things to get done before we get there, all right? So, Eric Nadel coming up in 20 minutes. It's time now to give you our usual 5:40 segment. That's LA Live with Lucius Alexander, and here he is, LA.
All right, let's get into a feel-good Friday right after the great Rick James, y'all.
All right, you squares.
It's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toe.
Indica flower. Trying to give me a clone. Hold up.
I used to be an art teacher, so, just showing kids how to be hungover at work, That was the class where everybody came in to talk about their problems. I remember one time this girl came in, she threw the door open. She said, "Do you know algebra is required for graduation?" I said, "Of course." She said, "Why? When am I going to use algebra as an adult?" And I said, "All the time." She goes, "Do you use algebra as an adult?" I said, "Yes." She said, "When?" I said, "When I buy drugs." I was like, for me, fractions. Fractions are a weekly calculation. Eighth, quarter, half, you're definitely going to need to know that. Okay. Then you get into the metric system in college, you're going to hit the grams. You're going to Then when you have to buy drugs for a bachelorette party, that's where the real math comes in. Who needs to stay awake? Who needs to go to sleep? Those are variables. You got 4 friends. One's got $40. 2 people have Venmo. You got to go to the ATM. Do that math.
LA Live for Friday, May 3rd, 2024. It's a feel-good Friday here in LA Live, which is sponsored by Kissable Dental and their no-bill guarantee. Book online at kissabledental.com. Your kissable journey begins today. Chef's kiss. Avoid the law dogs this weekend, people. Avoid the law dogs. Stay away from the bookings. Here's a quick weekend warning.
This weekend safety briefing. Do not add to the population. Do not subtract from the population.
I'll be the one.
Do not end up in the hospital, newspaper, or jail. If you do end up in jail, establish settlement quickly.
Yeah, you better do that, man. That's right, folks. Don't let your emotions get the best of you this weekend. Don't be a crash dummy. Let me set the vibes real quick. Don't they feel like Friday?
Yes.
Yeah, it feel good, don't it?
No,
Yeah. Hey! Little Luther right there. Oh. God, I almost forgot.
What happened?
Speaking of crashing out and whatnot, did y'all see the YouTuber crashes paramotor flying machine?
No. Broke his back?
Dog, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
He broke a whole
Broke
lot of
a lot
stuff.
of things, yeah.
You seen that too?
I did.
He was up there, bro.
He was up there.
Let's see. Let me find it.
Paramotor?
Yeah, paramotor. I see these things all the time on like, internet, but I've never seen one in real life. So, yeah, paramotor. YouTuber breaks his neck and back. My neck and my back. After falling 85 feet from a motorized paraglider.
Oh, no.
Was flying about 50 miles per hour when he fell out of the sky, y'all. Listen to this, dude. Oh my gosh. He was recording it.
48 miles per hour. Come on, baby.
It's going bad.
Is he on the ground yet?
Yeah, he just fell.
He's on the ground.
Hey, Siri, call 911.
Oh, jeez.
You think Siri recognizes that voice now? I was just saying.
Good presence of mind, though.
Hey, Siri, call 911.
How's he moving?
Call 911. Emergency.
Poor guy.
Got to go into shock.
Oh, there you go, Siri.
He's out in the middle of nowhere.
Calling Dad.
Oh my God.
No, 911.
This poor guy, dude.
Yeah.
He's on his flying machine out there. Listen to the name of this place that he's flying his flying machine at, too. Poor dude. Answer the phone. It's an emergency.
911 emergency.
Help me, please. I crashed my flying machine.
Okay, where are you at? So do you know where you're at?
I'm in Enchanted Hills. I'm in the desert.
This man is flying his flying machine in Enchanted Hills.
Yeah.
In the desert.
My flying machine, my spruce goose.
Yes.
Okay, are you in Texas?
Yes, I'm by Abundant Living in the desert, just to the east.
Okay, what was it that you crashed?
A paramotor.
A flying machine.
Please.
Yeah, you reached Los Cruces. Let me get you transferred real quick. Give me 1 second, okay?
Okay.
Oh my gosh, I could not do that job.
No. Because I would have hung up on him. I would have thought he was joking with me. I crashed my flying machine? What is that?
Yeah, what is a flying machine?
In Enchanted Hills? Come on, man. There's people that have emergencies on his phone. He suffered from a fractured neck, fractured back, fractured pelvis, and a broken arm.
Ooh.
Yeah. Man. Poor guy's going to be in misery every time it rains. He'll be able to tell you when the storm is coming. It's going to be one tonight.
That's tough. That's why I don't do anything with heights, because it looks like a cable just wasn't attached properly. It was like, now you're done ski.
Listen, let's see. Where did he say? It says, crash was caused by missing a small pinching knot during the pre-takeoff checks. He was too excited.
Yeah.
He forgot all the steps that he needed to go through. Did you see that machine though? How much would it would you get in that machine if the station said, hey, we got a promotion?
No.
We need you guys to
get this thing across this
open
field.
air, yeah.
5 feet up. No. It looks like a seat with a fan tied to your back with a parachute.
It looks ridiculous, dude.
Yeah,
don't crash out, people. Don't crash out. It's a bad decision right there.
I might fly that thing 1 mile, 85 feet in the air at 50 miles for $3 million. I think that'd be seriously my number.
$3 million?
$3 million.
Yeah, it had to be something ridiculous.
That's a fair starting place.
Yeah. 3 million, you crazy, but I get it. I get it.
I want to think okay, if I die here, my family can pay off the house and have a nice little nest egg. That's got to be the number. And I'm like, hey, you know what? Actually, might not be a bad deal. They might come out winners on this one.
Poor guy crashed out, man. Broke every bone in his body. Only flying he's going to be doing now is on them Perk 30s.
Yeah.
Perk 30. I just popped a Perk 30.
Yeah.
Perk 30. I just popped a Perk 30.
Man, he might graduate up to that Dilaudid over there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to have that Michael Jackson stuff. Just put me to sleep and tell me when to wake up. Yeah, kids, stay away from drugs, especially those pharmaceutical situations. Stay away from that. It's not good, all right? Please, people. Wow. I got another crash out situation right here. We got a nosy, toxic woman. She crashed out in her kayak in the creek.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. All right, let me give you this setup. Benny Larkin and his daughter were boating down Dora Creek in New South Wales, Australia, mate. When they broke down. The boat broke down. And the boat engine stopped working while they were slowing down to meet the 4-knot speed limit going through the creek. Yeah. This creek has people's homes in it, so you just can't go. Can't fly through there.
No wake zone.
Dang, thank you. There you go. Like when you go fishing, you're over there by the exactly.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah. That type of situation. So this lady in the kayak want to go out there and tell that man the rules. Not realizing this boat broke down. All she seen was him just and slowing it down, and come out there and give you some of this. Anyway, when the woman comes to the kayak. She's coming to tell this man that he was going too fast in the creek. She should be offering help. Instead, she cussed him out. She crashed on out. She's emotional.
Sounds like a kayak Karen to me.
Kayak Karen.
Warming up. It's late in the show, but finally got one.
Here we go. I ain't mad at you. Did you shoot the little? Did you do the little threes after you hit that one? Go down the court.
Sean Stevenson.
Yeah. Hit my little threes. I missed 12 shots today, but I got this one, y'all. My threes.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Where's the roof?
You go to the cameraman after the game. Hey man, did you get my three so I can post it on Instagram?
Yeah.
Did you get it?
Oh, we're down 25. Sit down.
Yeah, she tried to even hit him with her paddle in the kayak.
Oh.
Yeah, they were going back and forth. Listen to this situation.
Hello guys, just letting you know that this sucker was doing 24 knots up the creek.
Was it 24? Where's your radar?
Where's my radar?
Yeah.
It's 4 knots
Come
up
on,
the
you
creek,
said I was
brother.
doing 24. How many
4
knots
knots
was
up
it?
the creek.
And how many knots was I doing?
AFT 455N, you're reported.
Yeah. Okay.
Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Happy New Year, huh? You're reported, mate. Happy New Year.
Always got a license too, because she's on record.
Problem,
No,
Karen.
I do have a problem, mate. Breaking the rules, and you're being a sucker about it.
Yeah, am I? I just said to you, have a chat. You're the one yelling, mate.
Brother, have an argument.
I'll slow down.
Brother.
Karen.
Yeah.
Karen, what are you, Kevin? You fucker, that's what you are.
Oh, yeah?
I just like to do the right thing, and when he comes
Yeah.
taking
Yeah,
out
nothing
everyone in
better
their
than-
Christmas
Nothing.
presents.
She's so worried about people breaking the rules and doing the right. I just like to do the right thing. I'm like, blah, 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 blah.
Oh, yeah, Kevin.
God.
Take the fun away from every. Oh, that's it. Oh, well.
I hope you got that.
Oh, my bad.
did.
Hold on. She just fell out of the kayak right there.
She just did.
That was her falling out the kayak. Hold on, let me play that back for you so you can get a whole feel of it.
And
Nothing
everyone
better
in
to
their
do.
Christmas
Nothing better to
presents.
do to take the fun away from every. Oh, that's it. Oh,
I
well.
hope you got that.
Yeah.
I did.
I hate you got that. I hate you got that. It's hysterical.
Oh, I hate you.
Oh, that's it. Oh, well.
I hope you got that.
I did.
Good.
It's going straight on my Instagram.
Instagram, is that all you got?
No, I got TikTok as well.
Oh, TikTok, is that all you
Yeah,
got?
film this.
Is that all you got?
Oh.
Yeah, remember his little
Yeah,
boat
yeah,
situation.
yeah, there we go.
And she's over here clapping now. Listen to this, bro.
What? You need to learn how to drive a boat, obviously, eh?
You need to learn how to stay on your kayak mode.
It's weight of 40 kilos. It's just a plate. Wouldn't even hold your daughter, mate.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
See you later.
Oh, trimming that thing out.
What a nut. What a nut.
Learn to stay in your kayak.
Crashed out, got instant karma out there.
Yep.
Hey! Don't be a crash dummy, y'all. It gets real out here. Stay away from the kiddies, too. I've been seeing a lot of stories of the teachers messing with the young boys. And I just seen this story right here. Stay away from the kiddies! Please! Listen to this.
A man in Louisiana will have a permanent reminder of the punishment for raping a 14-year-old girl. Not only will Glenn Sullivan Sr. be heading to prison for the next 50 years, a judge has ordered that his balls be removed. My next guest demanded Sullivan be physically castrated.
He could have said that a different way. He could have said that a different way.
I think he got the point across, so yeah.
He could have said that a different way.
Man, at the very beginning, I thought I heard like an alternate reality where Patrick Mahomes is 50 years older and a news anchor. Doesn't he have that Kermit tone in there?
A man in Louisiana will have...
A man in Louisiana.
Balls removed.
Yeah. He has a viral video when a bug or something flew in his mouth.
Oh,
yeah, he was reporting on a murder.
Yeah.
What really happened out here was...
Great set of pipes, though.
I'm a down this effing redneck town. Yeah, so be careful out here. Don't crash out, man. Judge is going to castrate this man. Now, I don't know if that's going to stop him from doing what he's doing. It's going to stop him from making other men like him, possibly, maybe. But I don't know if it's going to stop him from being attracted to what he's attracted to. It's a wild day. Wild life out here.
It is.
It's wild life out here. G-Bag the Day. We do it every weekday on The Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up, yo. At Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander on Facebook. Will it be raining this weekend?
Quite a bit.
Damn.
Oh, damn it.
It's constant.
Gotta wash my truck, because wherever this rain came from, it was muddy rain.
Lubbock.
I knew it.
Is that poop?
I knew it just looked
dust
nasty.
in the air.
I knew it. Lubbock rain.
Yeah.
That Raider rash out there. They need some penicillin out there, boy. I tell you what. Just need to drop some penicillin off, like the little care packages fall out the sky.
Yeah.
Drones.
Yeah, just drop it. Just take it.
Right in my lap.
And follow us all on Gag Nation on Twitter. Our names are in the bio. Our winner is still Baltimore Orioles broadcaster Jim Palmer. He had it with the home plate ump. He want him out of here.
Henderson coming off a leadoff home run yesterday in an 0-2 hole quickly. Cortez drops the arm angle down. And here you go. CB Buckner strike zone, full effect.
Well, you kind of wonder how bad he's going to be, and he's shown us already in the first inning. This ball's a grounder. And, all you want is a guy that understands what the strike zone. That's on the ground. Shouldn't be umpiring, and he is. And they know it. Been around a long time. Doesn't mean it's kind of like pitching. When I couldn't get people out, I became a broadcaster.
He just says that with such contempt.
Such ease, bro. Such ease. Let me empty out this clip.
Do it.
I've been sitting on these for a long time. Didn't know where to put them or anything, but this is going to be a lot of cussing right here. Bleeped up for sure. New Orleans Pelicans, they're losing it on the Twitter Spaces. Their fans just losing it on Twitter Spaces.
I was 5 minutes from calling the mother FBI and reporting a mother terrorist in the mother Smoothie King Center. Because C.J. McCollum was a terrorist. He came in that bitch like mother ISIS tonight. Terrorizing all 12,000 of us. You criminal. I hope you take your ass to Portland and stay in that mother wine garden all mother summer.
What's that? The wine garden in Portland? What's that? Dawson?
They got the vineyards. It's wine country where
they get toe up.
Yeah,
they get sloppy.
They love to go drink their wine.
I thought it was just black tar country up there.
Shoot a little bit between my toes, man. You like rock and roll?
Knock off Napa? Is that what it is?
That's only the city limits. Only the city limits. Yeah.
Come on back to my trailer.
I need to get out of here. But before I do, that's it.
By the way, speaking of bleeps, I thought maybe Chief missed one last hour.
He did.
Okay.
Yeah, he did. We caught it. Listen, bro, it's hard to. I did it yesterday in that studio right there that you edit out of. It's hard to hear all the bleeps.
Thank you.
I got to put on the headphones to actually catch the bleeps, so I understand where you're at, sir.
Appreciate that.
You have been vindicated.
Yeah. Not a good response frequency on those speakers.
Yes, it's not all the way there, right?
You believe it better, Eric.
All right, before we get out of here, too.
My ass.
Dan Soder, comedian Dan Soder, he was on with Chad and JT. What's up, bro? Chad and JT?
What's up?
And he's going to change how you look at the Joker.
I'll change the way you watch Nikola Jokic from now on. Whenever you watch him, just imagine he's in a pool playing with his kids.
Oh, dude, yes.
The way he moves, he like has his elbows up,
and he's doing a little bit of the water polo thing with the ball.
He does like a thing where he's like, "Oh, you're not touching it," and then it like goes in. And you're like, "Oh, dude, this dad is just schooling his kids."
That's hilarious.
Yeah, fucking rules.
Yeah, man, it rules.
Rules, dude.
All right, don't crash out this weekend. Y'all know it. I've been saying it over and over again. And as for me, Lord willing, the creek don't rise. That's my time.
Yeah, buddy. If you usually get out of your truck at this time of the day, you need to stick around another 20 minutes. Maybe turn on the fan once you get inside, jump in the garage, whatever, man cave. LA Live, usually 5:40 every night right here on 105.3 The Fan. Eric Nadell set to join us. We hit the expressway. Jared Sandler's going to be around as well. All that and more coming up next. It's the Gag Nation on The Fan.
Let's get your weekend started at the number.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?